awakening a profession. The cold mechanical voice echoed across the school field. Xiao Lin pressed his hand firmly on the crystal sphere atop the podium, his eyes glued to the data projected holographically. His throat felt tight. Someone like her, with 2100 mH, had a probability exceeding 80%. Precisely for this reason, Xiao Lin's 3000 mH resulting in merely an archer made it all the more bewildering. The next moment, Qin Xianxue reached out and laid her hand on the crystal sphere. A dazzling golden light burst forth. The mentor's voice trembled audibly. Qin Xianxue, hidden profession, dragon pack bearer. The venue fell silent momentarily before everyone collectively froze in shock. A hidden profession had truly appeared, though they had mentally prepared for this beforehand. Actually witnessing it rendered them speechless. Even the mayor at the front row center had a face that instantly lit up with joy, positively radiant. The spectators, starting from astonishment, gradually transitioned into reverence. No one felt jealousy. For her background, her appearance, and now her profession, Qin Xianxue had already far surpassed
恭喜秦
anything
千
they
雪
could compete with.
成为男士
The
有史
mentor
以
was
来第一位
brimming with
觉醒
excitement.
隐藏职业的选手。
Congratulations, Qin, for becoming Nanchu's first ever hidden profession awakener. Even as he spoke, he hadn't realized that his posture subconsciously baked
It's
for
your
it. A
time to
mentor bowing
lead.
while speaking to a freshly graduated student. Yet this sight no one found it. There was a problem. Qin Xianxue returned the gesture with a smile of joy on her face. Her gaze swept across the audience below and finally landed on Xiao Lin. Seeing Xiao Lin looking at her, she slightly raised her chin with a hint of provocation before turning and stepping off the stage.
看来
Xiao Lin
下
gave
回
a
电视没
bitter
希望了。
smile and let out a soft sigh. Looks like the Warsoul Pavilion is out of reach. The Warsoul Pavilion was an awakened organization directly under the command of the Dragon Nation's military. Getting in meant being prioritized for national cultivation. Top-tier equipment was allocated first, and access to classified secret realms was granted, something every awakened desperately dreamed of. However, the quota allocated to Nan City each year was only 3. For someone like Qin Xianxue with a hidden class, recruitment was direct, along with a guarantee of absolute resource favor. The remaining 2 spots would have to be competed for by the awakened of the current generation. The conditions were extremely harsh. Every combat class awakened had to reach level 10 within a week to qualify for admission to an awakened university. Only then could they compete for the slots. After that, there would be
所有
dungeon
战斗职业
challenges to
必须
test
在一周内
battlefield
达到10
performance
级。
and evaluate potential. And those 2 places were most likely reserved for advanced classes. Today was the awakening ceremony for seniors, and many juniors had sneaked out of class to watch. But after scanning the crowd, he didn't see Xia Jinyu anywhere. Lowering his head, he replied to her message. Skipping class to watch the awakening ceremony? Isn't your homeroom teacher going to scold you? Even though he was only 11 months older than Xia Jinyu, having
逃课
grown
来
up
看觉
together
醒
in
仪
the
式，
orphanage,
班主
he
任
had
不骂你
long
吗？
grown used to taking on a big brother's authoritative tone with her. The reply came almost immediately. Jinyu Little Moons, no way. My potential value is so high, the teacher wouldn't dare scold me. Xiao Lin chuckled. Well, that wasn't untrue. Xia Jinyu's potential value, while not as exaggerated as his, still stabilized above 1600, making him undoubtedly an excellent student at Nanshi First High School. Shortly after, she sent another message. Jinyu Little Moon, brother, I hope I can awaken a support class next year. When that happens, I'll stick by your side and give you all kinds of buffs. Xiao Lin's finger hovered for a few seconds. In the end, he decided not to tell his sister about his hidden attributes for the time being. The girl was too pure-hearted. Some things didn't need to be said. Don't worry, my awakening isn't just some ordinary archer class. You should probably pray that you won't be holding me back next year. Jinyu Little Moon, so what if you're my brother? Even if I do hold you back, you still have to take me along. Xiao Lin chuckled and shook his head. Just as he was about to reply, another message popped up from his sister. Jinyu Little Moon, gotta go. The grade supervisor is here to catch people. I need to get back to class. Brother, do your best. After reading it, Xiao Lin put away his phone with a helpless smile. Time passed slowly, and the graduation ceremony finally reached its conclusion. When the school leaders finished their long-winded speeches, the ceremony officially came to an end. Xiao Lin immediately stood up. He could hardly wait to validate his hidden talent. Scanning the crowd, he quickly located Sun Man Man, who was surrounded by people. Xiao Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved enthusiastically in her direction. Sun Man Man also noticed him, but hesitation flashed in her eyes, and then she turned her head away, pretending not to see him. Stopped and turned to her friends with a faint smile, saying, "All right, forget it. If you're too shy to team up with us, we won't force you. The three girls behind her looked somewhat puzzled, but remained silent, merely glancing at Xia Lin curiously. Xia Lin, holding the willow wood bough in his hand, chuckled lightly. It's not about being shy. I'm just not ready to be a burden for such an elite team. Hearing this, Qin Shallow Snow gave a light snort, her tone playful. Don't underestimate yourself. If you change your mind, come find us at the beginner's trial grounds. We can always use more firepower. With that, she waved her hand casually, signaling the girls to follow her as they walked deeper into the store. As they left, Xiao Lin stood in place for a moment, watching her retreating figure. The aura she exuded wasn't just the charisma of a school goddess or someone with an influential background. It stemmed from genuine self-confidence and strength. Without dwelling too much, he shifted his attention back to the willow wood bough in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he decided against the purchase and placed it back on the shelf. Even though the bough might have been useful for a beginner like him, he couldn't justify spending 600 gold coins so casually. He had bigger plans, and being frugal was now a necessity until he built a solid foundation. Exiting the equipment shop, Xiao Lin glanced toward the bustling streets. The city had undergone a complete transformation ever since the advent of global datafication. Shops selling all kinds of weapons, armors, and resources were now commonplace, accompanied by endless streams of awakened individuals rushing about with purpose. His lips curled up slightly as he tightened his grip on the basic short bow slung across his back. Different world, different rules, he mused internally. But the essence is still the same. Strength speaks louder than anything. With renewed determination, he began heading toward the beginner's trial grounds, intent on testing out his newfound abilities. He was aware that the road ahead would be rocky, but the thought of stacking infinite attack power brought a glint of anticipation to his eyes. Little did he know, his journey was about to take a turn even he couldn't foresee. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, I won't force you." When I joined the Warsoul Pavilion, and to top that off, Qin Xinxue had awakened a hidden class, with almost guaranteed entry into the Warsoul Pavilion. Her future was in a whole different league compared to his. Thus, Chen Jigang didn't dare to vent his anger toward Qin Xinxue and could only glare venomously at Xiao Lin. "So now, you can only hide behind a woman, huh?" Xiao Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "And what can you do to me?" Even in this era of global digitalization, Long Country remained a nation under the rule of law. No matter how brazen Chen Jigang acted, he couldn't dare to misbehave publicly, especially during the graduation season, when newly awakened talents were under close watch until formally enrolled in universities. It acted as a form of beginner's protection. Chen Jigang stared at him darkly, voice full of malice. "You've already lost your genius aura. After the graduation ceremony, you'll just be an ordinary nobody. By then, who will care about the life or death of an archer? My advice? Find somewhere to hide for these next few days and play turtle." Xiao Lin chuckled, holding his willow bough as he moved toward the cashier. "Then wait until the graduation ceremony and to say all this nonsense." Chun Jigang was momentarily stunned before sneering disdainfully. "You? Right now? It's not even certain if you'll hit level 10 by the ceremony, let alone secure university admission. Still being this stubborn? Have you not woken up from your genius dream yet?" Xiao Lin ignored him, completed his payment, and headed for the door. Right then, Chun Jigang raised his voice deliberately with another remark. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Man already agreed to join my fixed team. Hee, but you have to understand. With the profession you awakened, it's only natural you're not a match for her." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Lin paused in his steps. The willow wood bough in his hand creaked as he gripped it tightly. Yet, he didn't turn around. At times like this, saying anything was useless. A war of words was the cheapest form of battle. Watching Xiao Lin's departing figure, Qin Xinxue seemed lost in thought. Combining Chen Jigang's earlier words, she suddenly felt even more certain about her intuition. Xiao Lin was definitely not as simple as he appeared. That Sun Man really was ridiculously short-sighted. Afterward, Xiao Lin quickly visited several armor and accessory shops, purchasing the rest of the beginner gear. Since they were all generic mass-produced items with transparent pricing, bargaining was pointless, and the shopping process was swift. The total cost was about 2,000 gold coins. This was almost the entirety of the savings he and Xia Jinyu had scrimped and saved over the past 3 years. But it was part of his plan all along, so he wasn't particularly upset. In the next instant, the scenery before him transformed. A vast grassland unfolded before Xiao Lin's eyes. Beginner trial ground number 995. The grass swayed in waves, and scattered monsters roamed the expanse. These monsters were all covered in the theory lessons taught at school, so Xiaolin was no stranger to them. In a patch of short grass not far away, a group of rabbits with varying fur colors was grazing. Unlike the rabbits on Blue Star, these had bushy, fluffy tails. This was a level 1 monster, the long-tailed rabbit. It was also the weakest monster in the beginner trial grounds. Long-tailed rabbit, level 1. Attack. Defense 60. Health points 100. The long-tailed rabbit is a passive monster. If you don't attack it, it won't make the first move. But once attacked, it will instantly turn hostile. Just a glance at its two sharp, coldly gleaming front teeth is enough to tell that this creature is anything but docile. Deeper into the grasslands, a number of awakened individuals were busy hunting higher-level monsters. Skills shone like chaotic fireworks, occasionally accompanied by angry curses and the pitiful screams of monsters. Xiaolin fixated on a level 1 long-tailed rabbit. This monster had low health and pitiful attack stats, making it perfect for a solo player like him. However, it came with an obvious drawback: low experience points. For this reason, most awakened teams couldn't even be bothered to hunt them. Because of that, the density of long-tailed rabbits in this area was remarkably high. This perfectly suited Xiaolin's purposes. At least he didn't need to waste time searching for monsters. Let's begin. Xiaolin raised his willow wood bow, pulling the bowstring taut. An arrow formed purely of light automatically materialized. The next instant, the bowstring twanged and the arrow shot through the air. Whoosh! The arrow took off and struck a gray long-tailed rabbit not far away with pinpoint accuracy. -40. The long-tailed rabbit let out a sharp screech, its eyes flashing red as it charged at Xiaolin. Its speed was surprisingly quick. Xiaolin hurriedly pulled back the bowstring for another shot, only to realize that no new arrow materialized. Basic attack cooldown. The Willowwood bow had an attack speed of 0.3. Even with his agility bonuses, it still took around 2.6 seconds to fire another arrow. As the long-tailed rabbit closed in fast, sweat beaded on Xiaolin's forehead. Just as the rabbit was about to pounce on him, the second arrow finally formed. Xiaolin immediately released the bowstring. Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 2. High leveled up. Xiaolin immediately opened his attribute panel. Name: Xiaolin. Class: Archer. Level 2. Health points: 110 plus 130. Mana: 110 plus 30. Attack power: 95 plus 40. Defense: 33 plus 17. Attack speed: 0.38 per second. Strength: 11 plus 6. Intelligence: 11 plus 3. Constitution: 11 plus 3. Agility: 11 plus 3. Free attribute points: 5. Experience points: 0 out of 400. In this hour, he had killed a total of 40 long-tailed rabbits. With 40 kills, his base attack had stacked directly from 55 to 95. His total attack now reached 135. Xiaolin didn't hesitate. He immediately allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength. At the early stage, the most important thing was to increase damage as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to be able to one-shot monsters to improve efficiency. 1 strength equals 5 physical attack. By adding 5 points, his attack instantly jumped to 160. Looking at his stat panel, Xiaolin couldn't suppress a grin. The long-tailed rabbits had 50 defense and 100 health. And now, his theoretical damage could deal 110 with a single arrow. Enough to kill instantly. The hunting spree began. The bowstring buzzed. 20 meters away, a white long-tailed rabbit had just perked up its ears when an arrow pierced straight through its head. -100. Congratulations, you have killed a white long-tailed rabbit. Gained 5 experience points. One-shot kill. Xiaolin didn't pause, immediately drawing his bow for another shot. At this moment, the long-tailed rabbits scattered across the grassland in his eyes were no longer monsters. They were walking attack power ATMs. Unknowingly, another 2 hours passed. When Xiaolin drew his bow again, he suddenly realized there were no more living long-tailed rabbits in sight. Only then did he lower his bow, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. He couldn't even recall how many he'd slain. He opened the stat panel to check. Name: Xiaolin. Class: Archer. Level 4. Health: 130 plus 130. Mana: 130 plus 30. Attack power: 371 plus 40. Defense: 39 plus 17. Attack speed: 0.4 per second. Strength: 18 plus 6. Intelligence: 13 plus 3. Constitution: 13 plus 3. Agility: 13 plus 3. Free attribute points, 10. Experience points, 105/1500. In 2 hours, his base attack had already stacked up to 371. Ancient Brute Rabbit, level 5. Attack, 230. Defense, 150. HP, 18,000. Xiaolin's defense stats were only at 56, with a mere health pool of 260. A single hit from that carrot, and at most, he'd survive 2 strikes before being taken down. Thankfully, he had just added 10 points to his agility. Now his running speed was noticeably faster. After sprinting a distance of several dozen meters, Xiaolin finally managed to catch his breath, daring to glance back, and his scalp immediately went numb. That ancient brute rabbit clearly had no intent of letting him off the hook. Its red eyes burned with ferocity as it wielded the carrot, chasing after him relentlessly. T. Xiaolin gritted his teeth, abruptly stopping to pivot around. Without hesitation, he raised his bow and loosed an arrow. Swish! -291. The ancient brute rabbit froze just briefly before charging after him with even greater vigor, the carrot whooshing violently through the air. After firing the shot, Xiaolin didn't dare delay. He turned and continued his flight, silently counting the distance in his mind. 10 seconds later, he suddenly came to a screeching halt, spun around, knocked another arrow, and released in one smooth motion. -291. Another damage value floated up. But staring at the boss's health bar, which had hardly budged, Xiaolin felt the urge to cough up blood. 18,000 HP. At this rate, even if the rabbit stood still and let him fire freely, it would still take forever to take it down. And now, he had to run a bit, stop, fire one arrow, and repeat the cycle. If he kept this up, the boss wouldn't be dead yet, while he'd have already collapsed from exhaustion. But giving up? Out of the question. Wild bosses weren't something you could just stumble upon. Unlike dungeon bosses, the spawn of wild ones depended entirely on luck. Clearing out every longtail rabbit in the area wouldn't guarantee a spawn. Having encountered one, how could he just walk away? Not to mention the insane rewards for rookie-level bosses. Significant amounts of experience points, mountains of gold coins, and most importantly, a guaranteed drop of an epic tier purple gear item. Even though it was just a level 1 item, epic gear was epic gear. Its stats weren't something basic items could ever compare to. And so Xiaolin gritted his teeth, running and firing, wearing the boss down bit by bit. The ancient brute rabbit's health bar steadily decreased. An hour passed. Xiaolin had already fired over 50 arrows. Finally, the ancient brute rabbit's health had dropped to about a quarter of its full bar. By now, however, Xiaolin was nearing his limits. His throat burned. Previously, he could still understand her pragmatism. But now, only loathing was left. As the ancient savage rabbit charged again, Xiaolin suddenly had an idea and decisively changed direction, heading straight toward Chunji Gang and his group. Didn't they want the boss? Fine. Here you go. Chunji Gang was overjoyed when he saw Xiaolin actually leading the nearly dead boss toward them. His laugh grew even louder. A true genius indeed. Even though he awakened as a trash class, at least he knows how to read the room. Xiaolin brushed past him, a playful smirk forming on his face. The boss is all yours. Enjoy. Elated beyond words, Chunji Gang immediately slammed his brand new green quality beginner's silver shield onto the ground. Brothers, let's fight. The group responded in unison, swiftly forming a formation that was clearly practiced beforehand. Everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was a rookie phase wild boss. If they could take it down, the XP, gold, and loot would spell an enormous profit. Easily enough to put them leagues ahead of the competition. Sun Man raised her staff, and with a burst of black fog, the sound of bones clinking together echoed. A pale skeleton materialized before her. But glancing at Xiaolin, who had already retreated to the background, she sighed softly in her heart. Maybe, starting from this boss, the gap between her and Xiaolin would become irrevocable. Just then, Chunji Gang, wielding his green quality beginner's silver shield, charged directly at the ancient savage rabbit, full of confidence. His awakening as a Titan shield warrior meant focusing on the tanking path. His attribute points were allocated entirely to Constitution. With his father having spent a fortune on that green shield, he had every confidence in his defensive prowess. Kneel before me. With a thunderous roar, Chunji Gang stood his ground. In the next instant, bang! With a loud impact, the rabbit's carrot and the silver shield clashed with force. And then, Chunji Gang actually knelt. -130. In just one strike, a third of his health was chunked away. His knees gave out, dropping straight to the ground. The greed that lingered in his eyes hadn't fully faded before it transformed into utter terror. He was a shield warrior, an all-tank build. With a green quality shield in hand, he should have been one of the sturdiest around at his level. And yet this boss had smashed a third of his health with just one swing. When summoned creatures died, they could instantly summon another without a cooldown period. Following Chun Jigang's instructions, the team finally managed to steady themselves somewhat. Still sitting on the boulder, Xiao Lin crossed his legs and watched the unfolding drama. He even nodded slightly. Say what you will about him, but his combat commands weren't entirely bad. It was then that the mage in the group finally finished casting their fireball spell. A fireball, the size of a basketball, blasted toward the target. -22. The whole team froze. A mage with full intelligence stat investment, and the fireball only dealt 22 damage? Keep in mind that the fireball spell inherently came with an extra 50 points of magic damage as a bonus. Without that bonus, it probably wouldn't even break through the defense, would it? They all stared at the ancient brute rabbit's health bar above its head, noticing just 1/4 left, and their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Had Xiaolin taken down this much health all on his own? This was contradicting everything they had learned in theory classes. A level 1 archer only had an auto-lock passive ability and no damage boosting skills. So, how had he managed to do this? Quit standing there like idiots. Breaking their stupor, Chun Jigang roared once again. This boss likely just has high magic resistance. Warrior, get in there and give it a try. Left with no other choice, the others nodded grimly and pressed on. The warrior moved to flank the boss, raising his heavy sword and slashing down hard. Clang! Sparks flew. -13. Even Chun Jigang fell silent at this point. The mage dealt 22 damage. The warrior slashed for 13. Their 5-man team couldn't even scratch this nearly dead boss. Chun Jigang shot a disbelieving glance towards Xiaolin. Coincidentally, Xiaolin was lazily pulling a water bottle from his bag, still sitting on the boulder, sipping slowly like he hadn't a care of the world. So relaxed. Noticing Chun Jigang's gaze, Xiaolin lifted the water bottle in a mock toast and flashed a casual smile. Chun Jigang nearly spat up blood in frustration. He refused to believe that Xiaolin had taken the boss to near death by himself. In his mind, there had to have been another team that fought tooth and nail to weaken it, only for Xiaolin to swoop in and steal the spoils. Grinding his teeth, he bellowed, "Don't be scared. It's almost dead. With the 5 of us, we can chip away at it and finally take it down." Reluctantly, the others nodded in agreement. After all, they'd come too far to give up now. Xiaolin, finding the whole thing rather dull, even yawned. Half an hour later, after wearing it down bit by bit with their pitiful attacks, the ancient brute rabbit health bar was finally down to less than 1/10. With a total HP of 18,000, it now had roughly 2,000 left. At that, Xiaolin finally stood up from the large boulder, casually dusting off his clothes. He began ambling toward the battlefield. "Xiaolin, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Chun Jigang's sharp eyes caught sight of Xiaolin approaching, and he spun around abruptly, his tone filled with alarm. Xiaolin raised his hands in mock surrender, smiling harmlessly. "Relax. I just saw how hard you were struggling and thought I'd lend a hand. Stay the hell away. This boss is ours. I'm telling you, this is a danger zone. If someone dies here, it's all part of the game. If you try anything, damn it." Before Chun Jigang could finish his threats, a sharp wind rose behind him. Bam! The ancient savage rabbit hurled a carrot, striking him squarely. Chun Jigang hastily raised a shield to block, but the impact still sent him tumbling like a dog eating dirt. The little bit of health he had just recovered evaporated by another third. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet and stopped spouting threats altogether, turning to continue his escape. Xiaolin shook his head slightly. "If you keep fighting like this, it's far too slow. My time is very precious." His words caught the group off guard. Could it be that Xiaolin really had some unique method? Otherwise, how could a mere archer have reduced the boss's HP by 3/4? The next moment, under everyone's stunned gaze, Xiaolin grinned and pulled out a region loudspeaker item from his system backpack. Then, without hesitation, he shouted into it. "Everyone, over here, we've got a low-health novice boss. Super weak, on its last breath. First come, first served. Hurry before it's gone. Coordinates, 774, 881. Instant silence fell over the air. "You son of a..." Chun Jigang was so furious, he almost couldn't speak. Xiaolin maintained his innocent expression. "Ah, many hands make light work, right? We're all classmates here, and you're working so hard. This is the least I could do." Hearing that, Chun Gang's lungs nearly exploded. It was the exact same thing he had just said to mock Xiao Lin earlier, now thrown back at him word for word. If not for the boss still chasing him down, Chun Gang really wanted to turn around and bash Xiao Lin to death with his shield. Wild Zone bosses were different from dungeon bosses. Usually, it took several teams working together to bring one down. But the final rewards? They went to whoever landed the last hit. This meant that no matter who painstakingly whittled the boss down to low health, the loot would belong to whoever stole that final blow. This was the very reason why Chun Gang was utterly falling apart. His worst fear was spending all that effort only for someone else to swoop in at the last second and reap the rewards. Ironically, he'd conveniently forgotten that this was exactly what he had intended to do himself. As soon as Xiao Lin's region announcement went out, it didn't take long before the sound of hurried footsteps filled the surroundings. Holy crap, there's really a boss here. Man, there are still good Samaritans out there. Bless their kind souls forever. Quick, quick, quick. Mages, save your skills and position for the last strike. Haha, it's finally my chance to strike it rich. In less than 30 seconds, over a dozen people rushed in from all directions. The entire long-tailed rabbit zone erupted into total chaos. Chun Gang, watching the rapidly growing crowd, saw red. His eyes practically burned as he roared. Who the hell dares steal my boss? Do you know who I am? Everyone paused momentarily and looked at Chun Gang in unison. Who are you? Chun Gang slammed his shield heavily into the ground, sneering coldly. I am Chun Gang. His declaration was met with blank stares all around. No one recognized him, and it wasn't surprising. The novice trial grounds were vast, each numbered separately. New awakeners from across the entirety of the Dragon Nation were randomly scattered by the system into various zones, with no regard for regional divisions. In Nan City, Chun Gang might have been somewhat famous. But here, no one knew or cared who the hell he was. A mage from the back couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who the hell is Chun Gang? A nearby warrior scratched his ear. No idea. Never heard of him. Chun Gang's face darkened instantly. It finally dawned on him. This wasn't Nan City. Dropping his name here was absolutely useless. Anger boiling over, he yelled in frustration. My father is Chun Hong from the War Soul Pavilion. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd visibly reacted. Most of them didn't know Chun Hong. But the War Soul Pavilion. Those three words carried a heavy weight to any newly awakened individual, radiating a kind of unspoken pressure. Seeing the group hesitate, Chun Gang's face lit up with smug satisfaction once again, a superior air creeping into his demeanor. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Lin rolled his eyes so hard he almost pulled a muscle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. And do you know who we are? Chun Gang glared in the direction of the voice, his expression full of disdain. A bunch of insignificant nobodies. Why the hell would I waste brain cells remembering who you are? His words immediately soured the mood, many faces within the crowd turning dark. Still, for a moment, no one dared make the first move. If there were any players between level 5 and level 10, they were rare. That was because by level 5, most normal players would have moved on to farm starter instances directly, who would still linger in the wilderness. This meant that everyone's damage output here was roughly on par. Whoever claimed the final blow essentially relied on pure luck. But that last arrow, it dealt a staggering 230 damage. There was no way anyone from this group could have managed that. Naturally, everyone's first reaction was to suspect that someone had secretly called in a higher-level awakened player to steal their kill. The onlookers' faces darkened considerably. Chun Gang, in particular, looked absolutely livid. His eyes scanned the crowd ruthlessly, intent on exposing the high-level kill-stealing dog. But no matter where he searched, he found nothing. As for Xiao Lin, he wasn't even a suspect. In Chun Gang's mind, Xiao Lin was nothing more than a useless awakened archer. Someone whose attacks likely couldn't even breach 100 damage, let alone land a 230 damage hit. And just then, Xiao Lin's mind was flooded with a series of system notifications. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the boss, Ancient Mighty Rabbit. Congratulations on killing the Ancient Mighty Rabbit. You have gained 30,000 experience points. Congratulations on killing the Ancient Mighty Rabbit. You have obtained 10,000 gold. Congratulations. You have received an epic grade item, Willow Bough Epic. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 5. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 6. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 7. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 8. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 9. A rapid string of notifications left Xia Lin momentarily stunned. The experience was absurdly generous. A single boss had propelled him from level 4 to level 9. 5 levels all at once. It was fortunate that he had turned off the level up effect display in advance. Otherwise, the sudden commotion would have instantly made him the center of attention. Before level 9, the experience required for each level wasn't actually very steep. The problem was that starter gear and skills were so underpowered that attack growth was limited. To boost combat effectiveness, the most crucial method was to assign attribute points after leveling up. So even if the experience requirements were modest, reaching level 9 was still a challenging feat for regular players. Intelligence, 18 plus 3. Constitution, 18 plus 3. Agility, 28 plus 3. Available attribute points, 25. Experience points, 7,213/25,000. Xia Lin studied the panel for a moment, murmured a soft and without hesitation, allocated all 25 points into agility. The next second, his agility stat skyrocketed. His attack speed jumped from 0.49 to 0.64 attacks per second. That was roughly an arrow every 1.6 seconds. Much faster than before. Nodding in satisfaction, Xia Lin closed the panel. He then retrieved the epic grade willow bow from his system inventory. The quality of gear was divided into 5 tiers. White, basic gear with no attributes. Green, elite gear with 1 attribute. Blue, rare gear with 2 attributes. Purple, epic gear with 3 attributes. Golden, legendary gear with 4 attributes. The higher the quality, the better the primary stats and the more additional attributes. Initially, Xia Lin had bemoaned the fact that it was a weapon that dropped. But when he activated the Identify skill and took a clearer look at the weapon stats, he froze. Willow Bow, Epic. Attack Power, plus 18. Attack Speed, plus 0.3. Additional Attributes, asterisk. Gale Imprint, Attack Speed, plus 0.3. Turbulent Resonance, Attack Speed, plus 0.3. Temporal Leap, Attack Speed, plus 0.3. Required Level, 1. This, Xia Lin was momentarily dumbfounded. Then a slow grin began to spread across his face. The main stat for attack power had increased from 10 to 18. That much was just a standard upgrade for an epic grade piece of gear. But the truly absurd part was the 3 additional attributes. All of them boosted attack speed by plus 0.3. Stack those 3 together, and you got a total of plus 0.9 to attack speed. This wasn't just some ordinary epic starter bow. For someone at his current stage, this was practically a divine weapon. The next moment, the scene shifted. A pungent mix of decaying leaves, dirt, and the tang of blood hit him squarely in the nose. Blinking his eyes open, Xia Lin saw that he was already standing inside a beginner's instance dungeon. The Cobalt Wolf Den. The entire dungeon was designed with a 3-layered circular canyon structure. At this moment, he stood, standing on a 10-square-meter platform, surrounded by a faint, glowing barrier. This was the safe zone, roughly 1 arrow every 0.4 seconds. With that kind of speed combined with his near-peerless attack power for his level, it was simply absurd. Initially, Xia Lin had considered joining a party to tackle the beginner dungeon. After all, dealing with packed mobs with enhanced stats in a dungeon was risky for a solo player. If he got surrounded, the consequences could be dire. But now, armed with this bow, the pressure lifted significantly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't intend to reveal his hidden talents. Xia Lin stepped out into the dim alley. Currently, he was level 9, just 1 step away from meeting the admission qualification for the Awaken Academy. The teleportation center was vast. The high dome loomed above, and the place was bustling with people coming and going. The dungeon hall, in particular, buzzed loudly with people calling out for party members. Most of those shouting for teammates were low-level awakened with ordinary professions. Those who had awakened advanced professions, however, were either already scouted by the War Soul Pavilion or recruited by top guilds. They didn't need to gather randoms like this. Xia Lin paused briefly in front of the guideboard in the hall, confirming the location of the rookie dungeon teleportation array, and then walked directly toward the northwest corner. The hall was packed with people, but near the entrance to the rookie dungeon, there were barely any. That made sense. The rookie dungeons were transitional, meant for levels 5 to 10, and were only bustling during graduation season. Once everyone hit level 10, they'd naturally move on to higher-level dungeons. Looks like there aren't many at level 5 yet. Xia Lin thought quietly to himself. And in truth, that was indeed the case. At the moment, In the entirety of South City, there were barely any newcomers who could reach level 5 at this time. Even someone like Chun Ji-gang, who was well-equipped and had a team, was only at level 3 right now. But Xia Lin, thanks to that unexpected beginner boss that had spawned, had completely pulled ahead of the pack. He stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, his figure disappeared. What he failed to notice was that in the corridor leading to the beginner dungeon, Qin Xinxue was standing there, her wide eyes fixed on the spot where he vanished, her face filled with incredulity. Her heart was far from calm. After all, the team she led was an elite squad. They had hardly paused along the way. And yet, Xia Lin had somehow managed to reach level 5 first and enter the dungeon. Even more absurd, he went in alone. Solo? Was he insane? Did he not know that even a fully geared and optimal 5-member team would find it immensely difficult to clear the beginner dungeon before level 8? It was something their instructors had repeatedly emphasized in theoretical lessons. Before level 8, the safest strategy for attempting the beginner dungeon was to clear the mobs and then retreat, because the risks posed by the boss were far too great. But Xia Lin, a squishy archer, daring to solo a dungeon? Forget about the boss. Even the regular mobs in the dungeon should be a significant challenge for him. Without a shield warrior to absorb the damage, even a single creature charging at him could be enough to put him in trouble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, before the 2 gray wolves could even pounce on Xia Lin's face, 2 streaks of icy light had already pierced through their heads. Gray Wolf defeated, EXP plus 50. Gray Wolf defeated, EXP plus 50. Gray Wolf defeated, gold plus 30. A flicker of excitement passed through Xia Lin's eyes. With this bow that had an absurd attack speed, as long as he maintained his maximum attack range, even if 3 or 4 gray wolves came at him at once, he could easily stand his ground and fight. On top of that, the rewards from the dungeon were far better than those from the beginner trial grounds. A single long-tailed rabbit there only gave 5 EXP. Here, a regular gray wolf handed over 50 EXP, a full 10 times the amount. Across the entire dungeon, there were 150 regular mobs. Just the mob experience alone amounted to 7,500 EXP. Add in the elite monsters and the boss, and one clear could yield roughly 8,000 plus EXP. Xia Lin quickly did some calculations. At the moment, his EXP stood at 7,213 out of 25,000. 2 more runs through the dungeon would pretty much guarantee he hit level 10. With that in mind, he wasted no time and proceeded deeper into the dungeon. This route had been covered countless times in theoretical lessons by the instructors. Xia Lin couldn't be more familiar with it. Along the way, the sound of arrows flew continuously. Wherever he went, wolves fell. It didn't seem like he was running a dungeon at all. It felt more like mowing grass. Against Xia Lin's 30-meter attack range and ridiculously high damage, the Grey Wolves' 10-meter alert range was nothing more than a joke. Before they could even react, they were killed in a single shot. If it weren't for the constant system notifications relaying the gains in experience and gold, Xia Lin might have found this dungeon downright boring. Grey Wolf defeated, EXP plus 50. Grey Wolf defeated, EXP plus 50. Gold acquired plus 40. The notifications kept coming. With each step forward, Xia Lin's attack power continued to stack, thanks to the equipment effects. Soon enough, he reached the boundary of the first canyon floor. The entrance to the second floor was blocked by 2 immense gray wolves. These wolves' size was nearly on par with that of a fully grown man. Elite Gray Wolf. Level 7. Attack 180. Defense 100. HP 500. Skill Bloodlust. When HP drops below 20%, attack power increases by 50%. They were significantly stronger than regular gray wolves. For a standard team, creatures like these could be a nightmare. An attack stat of 180 was already quite high. Once Bloodlust triggered, their attack power would surge by another 50%. Most shield warriors wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few hits. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Xia Lin. After mowing through countless mobs along the way, his current attack power had already stacked to 495. With the elite Grey Wolves' 100 defense and 500 HP, he could take one down with just 2 arrows. And with his current attack speed and range, as long as he struck first, these wolves wouldn't even have a chance to get close, let alone retaliate with Bloodlust. Twang! The bowstring vibrated. An arrow shot straight through the chest of the elite wolf on the left. As it arched its body in pain, a second arrow followed up and pierced its throat. The massive creature collapsed with a resounding thud. Elite Grey Wolf defeated. EXP plus 120. Elite Grey Wolf defeated. gold plus 200. Not bad. 120 XP, Xiao Lin remarked with a satisfied nod. The other elite wolf, startled by the commotion, raised its head to let out a howl. But before the sound could escape halfway, it transformed into a pitiful whimper of death. 2 arrows broke through the air, pinning it to the rock wall. Its claws were still, in a nervous twitch. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh. If its first reaction upon waking up had been to attack, it might have made him a little tense. But instead, it had to let out a howl first. Well, that just made it easier to send it on its way. Elite Song Wolf defeated, EXP plus 120. Elite Song Wolf defeated, gold coins plus 200. Congratulations! You have obtained elite-grade equipment, Grasp of the Song Wolf. It dropped equipment. Xiao Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the new equipment out of his inventory. Grasp of the Song Wolf Elite. Strength plus 25. Bonus attribute. Charge power. For every second of charging, increase attack power by 20%, up to a maximum of 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. Required level, level 1. Xiao Lin's eyes gleamed suddenly. This bonus attribute was practically a boss-killing artifact. An increase of 20% attack power per second of charging. Fully charged for 10 seconds, and it would deal triple damage in one blow. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin put on the gloves. With the added 25 points in strength, his attack power instantly soared to 607. Now, forget the ordinary Song Wolves. Even the elites could be one-shot with an arrow. Spirit Bond, plus 20% summon creature attack power. Required level, level 1. After examining it, Xiao Lin's expression became subtle. It was excellent equipment, but unfortunately, not suitable for him. This was clearly designed for summoners. In the past, this ring might have suited Sun Man well. But now, here, Xiao Lin's face remained impassive as he stored the ring back into his backpack. He couldn't use it himself, but since it was a rare accessory, selling it would definitely bring in a tidy sum. And right now, what he lacked most was money. After all, his awakened class was just a basic archer. The allowances provided by the school and the government would likely be suspended nearly 9 times out of 10. Moving forward, it seemed he'd have to rely on himself to get by. Though he had just earned 10,000 gold coins from defeating the boss, he was about to reach level 10 soon. It's well known that level 10 beginner equipment doesn't come cheap. Adding to that, once he went to university, Xia Jinyu would be left alone in Nanxing City to fend for herself. He didn't want his little sister worrying about money. Thinking about this, Xiao Lin's grip tightened around his bow. Right now, besides leveling up, earning money was just as crucial. He glanced at the dissipating body of the Wolf King boss, feeling satisfied for once. This dungeon run had proven quite fruitful. 9 white tier gears, 2 high-quality items, and an additional 1,280 gold coins. Definitely a major profit. After all, the monthly allowances he used to get from both school and the government combined were only around 300 gold coins. As for his XP bar, it now sat at 16,633 out of 25,000. Another dungeon run, and he'd hit level 10. At that point, even if he didn't qualify for the prestigious War Soul Pavilion, attending the Awakeners University would be guaranteed. With that thought, Xiao Lin activated the teleportation rune without hesitation, leaving the dungeon. At the entrance of the newbie dungeon, a group of 5 girls stood together, naturally drawing attention. Qin Xinxue was discussing strategy and assigning tasks to her team for the dungeon run ahead. Just then, a white glow emanated from the teleportation portal. The next second, Xiao Lin emerged. Qin Xinxue froze. From the time Xiao Lin had entered the dungeon until now, it had barely been 10 minutes. He came out so quickly, she instinctively let out a soft sigh. As expected, soloing a dungeon. How could it be that easy? Xiao Lin cast her a sidelong glance. Unfamiliar. Couldn't be bothered. Qin Xinxue felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. If Xiao Lin had openly admitted his failure, she might actually have understood. But to clearly appear as if he'd failed and still pretend to have cleared it, that left her feeling an indescribable discomfort. Xiao Lin shrugged and didn't bother explaining. Whether anyone believed him or not was none of his concern. He turned and walked straight toward the teleportation portal, ready to attempt another run. As long as he cleared it one more time, he could reach level 10. It wouldn't take long. After finishing, he could head home in time to make dinner for his sister. Too many frozen dumplings wouldn't be good for her health. Qin Xinxue watched him walk toward the teleportation portal alone and sighed inwardly. Did this guy even pay attention in class? Did he not know about the cooldown mechanism for dungeons? She was just about to call out to stop him, But then her phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, she saw the caller ID, her father, Qin Bai. She answered immediately. But before she could say anything, Qin Bai's hurried voice came through the phone. Qin Shue, where are you right now? I'm at the newbie dungeon teleportation center. Qin Shue felt puzzled. Her father was usually very composed and rarely spoke in such tone. The teleportation center? Perfect. Qin Bai's tone turned distinctly serious. The clear record for the newbie dungeon in Nanshur has been broken by someone who did it in 17 minutes and 36 seconds. Did you see who came out of the dungeon portal? What? Qin Shue froze completely. She was all too familiar with the difficulty of the newbie dungeon. Even a well-coordinated full team usually needed 3 or 4 hours to clear it. The previous fastest record in Nanshur was 42 minutes. That was achieved by a team consisting of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS, all level 9 with top-tier gear, systematically pushing their way through. Most of their time had even been spent on the boss. And now someone cleared it in just 17 minutes and 36 seconds? What did that even mean? Just running a lap through the dungeon map would take about 10 minutes, wouldn't it? If this was true, not just Nanshur, but the entirety of Longwool would explode with shock. Qin Bai barely hesitated before dialing another number. The line connected after just 2 rings. President Qin, in 10 minutes, I need a full dossier on a graduate from Nanshur No. 1 High School named Xia Lin sent to my phone. Understood, President Qin. Inside the dungeon, Xia Lin was making progress even more effortlessly now. His attack stats continued to stack, and the entire process felt like a leisurely stroll. Killed Grey Wolf, experience plus 50. Killed Grey Wolf, gold coins plus 30. Killed Grey Wolf, experience plus 50. Killed Grey Wolf, experience plus 50. Killed Grey Wolf Elite, experience plus 300. Killed Grey Wolf Elite, gold coins plus 220. Killed Grey Wolf, experience plus 50. System notifications rang out nonstop. Xia Lin strolled casually through the dungeon and cleared it once again. The rewards this time were even higher than before. Just from gold coins, he netted a total of 2,400. Additionally, he obtained 7 white-grade pieces of equipment, 3 green-grade pieces, and 1 blue-grade item. While the white-grade items were of little use, the store would repurchase them at half price. Selling all 7 white items could fetch roughly another 1,000 gold coins. Among the decent equipment, the most valuable was a pair of rare blue boots. Plus 15 to strength, plus 20 to constitution. There was also a green necklace. Though its primary attribute added intelligence, its special stat offered plus 10% physical attack, which made it incredibly valuable. Both of these items suited Xia Lin perfectly, so he equipped them right away. As for the remaining 2 green items, he didn't need them and planned to sell them. Just then, as the Grey Wolf King collapsed before him, he heard the notification he had been waiting for most. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 10. Congratulations! You gained a new skill, Splitting Arrow. Finally, level 10. Xia Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his skill panel. Splitting Arrow was the standard active skill unlocked by archers at level 10. The effect was straightforward. When activated, for 30 seconds, every basic attack would split into 3 arrows, each dealing 60% of the original attack's damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. For archers, this was their only area of effect skill. Typically, this skill was best suited for clearing lower-level mobs, since pulling 3 monsters at once in a dungeon often meant death for fragile archers. But for Xia Lin, this wasn't a problem at all. His current attack speed was extraordinary, and his attack power had skyrocketed. It was as if the shield didn't physically exist. Thinking for a moment, he retrieved an assassin's dagger from his system inventory. Aiming the blade at his arm, he gently stabbed forward. The moment the blade stopped less than a millimeter from his skin, a transparent, crystalline shield materialized instantly. The dagger froze midair. It couldn't pierce further. Simultaneously, a faint, red numeric value appeared above his head. -1. Xia Lin immediately checked his interface. Indeed, beneath his health bar, there was now a pale red shield bar. Its value matched his attack stat exactly. 1041/1042. This trait, it's practically tailor-made for me. Xia Lin couldn't help but murmur under his breath. The shield essentially acted as additional health. As long as the shield wasn't shattered, no damage would reach his actual body. Even more ruthless, when the shield broke, it would unleash an immediate AoE explosion. And the damage? Also 100% of his attack power. That Xia Lin thought was just nasty. If he were really surrounded one day, the shield shatter effect would likely clear an entire area in an instant. Pair this with the shield scaling with his attack. The higher his attack, the thicker the shield. The more he grinded, the stronger he would become, and the tankier he'd get. Thinking about all of this, Xiaolin couldn't hold back the smile spreading across his face. So, next priority is grinding monsters as always. Finished speaking, he promptly activated a teleportation stone, exiting the dungeon. When he reappeared in the teleportation hall, Qin Xinxue and her team were nowhere to be found near the beginner dungeon's entrance. While Qin Xinxue had been curious about Xiaolin's record-breaking run, leveling up took precedence. Every minute of experience before graduation day was invaluable, and so, she'd already entered another dungeon. Xiaolin glanced around the now-empty teleportation hall, then pulled out his phone to check the time. It was nearing 8 p.m. Though the hall was ablaze with bright lights, you wouldn't have guessed it was night outside. He was just about to call Xia Jinyu when his phone started ringing on its own. Seeing the name on the screen, Xiaolin smiled. Big bro. As soon as the call connected, Xia Jinyu's voice came through, but it didn't sound as lively as usual. Are you almost home? I've been waiting for you to have dinner. Xiaolin knew his little sister too well. Hearing her tone, he immediately understood something was bothering her. Yeah, just left. I'll be home soon. He didn't press for answers yet, keeping his response simple. After hanging up, Xiaolin hurried back home. Before reaching the rental apartment, he spotted a familiar figure in a dark blue school uniform standing by the door from a distance. The girl stood on tiptoes, waving excitedly towards him. Xiaolin's brows furrowed. Why are you standing outside? I didn't have anything to do, so I came out to see if you were back. Xia Jinyu carried the natural grace of a Jiangnan girl. Her slender frame was draped in a faded school uniform jacket, worn loosely, which only made her skin look fairer and her eyes brighter. Seeing Xiaolin return, she immediately broke into a small jog to meet him. Noticing how pale her face was, Xiaolin's frown deepened. It's so cold out, and you didn't think to wear more? What if you catch a cold? As he spoke, he lightly pinched her wind-chilled cheeks. Though his words seemed chiding, his tone was filled with concern. I'm not cold. Xia Jinyu quickly shook her head, forcing a smile as she instinctively hooked her arm through his. Looking up at Xiaolin, her gaze was full of care. Big bro, was your training today suck? Lee, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm Fine. Actually, today's been quite fruitful for me. But you? Xiaolin looked at her forced smile and got straight to the point. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Xia Jinyu quickly denied it. It's just, I'm a bit worried about you. Xiaolin felt warmth in his heart. He raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his voice softening. Silly girl, what is there to worry about? Didn't I tell you? The class I've awakened isn't just any ordinary archer. I'm strong. Stop overthinking things. But, Xia Jinyu hesitated, stealing a glance at him. There was clearly something still weighing on her mind. What's going on with you? Xiaolin's tone grew more serious. Xia Jinyu bit her lip, as if summoning all her courage, and finally spoke softly. Today at school, I saw Sun Man Man. Xiaolin's eyes turned icy in an instant. Did she bully you? In that moment, his aura became visibly colder. No, no. Xia Jinyu quickly shook her hands. Then, after a short pause, she hesitantly continued. I saw her getting really close to some guy I didn't know. It was behind the grove near the sports field. I don't think their relationship seems right. After saying all this, she tensed up entirely, her eyes fixed on Xiaolin's reaction. She genuinely feared her brother would be hurt. After all, they used to be so close. But she needed to tell him this. She wouldn't let her brother be kept in the dark. However, Xiaolin simply froze for a brief moment after hearing it. Then, surprisingly, his reaction was exceedingly calm. He merely responded with a flat, "Oh." That response was so light, as if he had just heard news about a stranger. When he saw his sister's anxious expression, Xiaolin finally understood what had felled off with her ever since their conversation on the phone. A slight smile of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't worry. He stopped walking, looking straight into Xia Jinyu's eyes, and said sincerely, I'm not as fragile as you think. She made her choice, and I have my path to go down. Her leaving doesn't make me sad, nor will it break me. Understand. Xia Jinyu stared at him, dumbfounded. Xiaolin's gaze was straightforward and pure, without a trace of pretense. Her tense little face slowly relaxed, and a genuine smile began to form bit by bit at the corners of her mouth. She nodded emphatically, her voice regaining its usual lightness. That's good. I was so scared just now. I was afraid you'd be upset. She stuck out her tongue after saying that, returning to her usual playful self. Xiaolin chuckled as he tousled her hair. Come on, silly girl. Let's go home and eat. When they opened the door, the faint aroma of food immediately wafted out. The room was lit by the dim glow of the light, and the small dining table had 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks already laid out. A plate of sautéed greens glistened invitingly. A bowl of spicy and sour shredded potatoes looked particularly appetizing. The most special dish was a single fried egg placed in Xiaolin's bowl. Thin, slightly crispy edges, emitting a rich aroma. Xiaolin's brows furrowed the moment he saw that lone fried egg. Why is there only one egg fried? Xia Jinyu's eyes immediately avoided his. I already ate mine. She didn't dare meet Xiaolin's eyes. Her words betrayed the obviousness of her lie. Seeing the evasive look in her eyes, Xiaolin immediately understood. His nose stung slightly. He sighed softly and, without saying another word, walked into the kitchen. He reached for the worn apron decorated with little floral prints and tied it deftly around himself. Brother, you don't have to. Xia Jinyu quickly followed him inside, her voice full of urgency. I'm really trying to lose weight lately. Look at me, I've gotten so chubby. I don't even want to eat eggs. You've gotten so thin. What are you talking about losing weight for? Xiaolin didn't even turn around, opening their small refrigerator to take out the last 2 eggs from the very back. He lit the stove, poured in the oil. Soon, the sizzle of hot oil filled the air. The 2 eggs cracked and splayed out over the pan, the whites immediately setting into shape. Brother, Xia Jinyu stood by the kitchen doorway, her eyes fixed on the eggs in the pan. Her brow furrowed tightly with heartache. We don't have many eggs left at home. You're going to be fighting monsters daily from now on, and that'll take a lot out of you. These should be saved to help you stay strong. The more she spoke, the more her voice brimmed with distress. To her, those eggs might as well have been gold. Xiaolin's heart grew even warmer. Without looking back, he stayed silent, flipping the eggs until both sides turned golden and fragrant. He plated them and brought them out to the table. Dinner time, he called out gently. Xia Jinyu walked over with dragging steps, still looking reluctant. Xiaolin smiled, picking up his chopsticks and placing the larger fried egg into her bowl. Don't worry. From now on, we won't have to live like this anymore. Xia Jinyu froze for a moment and hesitated before responding. But today at school, I heard Lin Xiao say that starting next month, the school won't be giving us stipends anymore. We'll need to spend more carefully. Plus, you'll still need to buy equipment after reaching level 10, said Xia Jinyu. Lin Xiao, Xiaolin's face darkened. That guy from your class who's always pestering you, right? Xiaolin had heard of this name several times from his younger sister. Using the fact that his dad was the vice principal, Lin Xiao strutted around the school like he owned the place. If he brought up something like this specifically now, he'd clearly be up to no good. Yeah, Xia Jinyu answered softly, her voice dropping in volume. He said he could help us keep our stipends as long as I agreed to... Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaolin interrupted her with a cold snort. Seeing that her brother was truly angry, Xia Jinyu quickly added, Don't worry, I won't fall for something so childish like that. Glad to hear it, Xiaolin said with a frosty expression. You know what kind of person he is. Keep your distance from him in the future. Watching her nod earnestly, Xiaolin's hardened expression eased somewhat. As for the stipends, it's understandable that they're stopping. I'm already graduated and no longer a student. It's fair that the school doesn't give them to me anymore, he said, looking at his younger sister with a serious and determined tone. Besides, I'm now an awakened individual from the combat division, making money and supporting the family. I'm capable of doing that. There's no need for you to starve yourself to save a bit for me, understood? Hearing this, Xia Jinyu's nose tingled, and she quickly lowered her head without saying another word. Putting down his chopsticks, Xiaolin reached out to ruffle her hair, his voice softening. All right, let's eat. At that, he cracked a smile, his tone becoming lighter. By the way, I had some luck today. I was even thinking about taking you to try that Old Zhang's beef hot pot you've been talking about nonstop. Old Zhang's beef hot pot. Xia Jinyu's eyes instantly lit up. Brother, you got something good? Though she hadn't awakened yet, Xia Jinyu had certainly heard plenty of stories about awakened individuals getting rare loot from dungeons and striking it rich overnight. Xiaolin nodded slightly. You could say that. That's amazing. Xia Jinyu perked up immediately, her face brimming with excitement. Brother, what did you get? Rare ores? High-grade herbs? Or valuable equipment? Xiaolin didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled, took out his phone, opened the wallet interface, and pushed it toward her. See for yourself. After the world went into full data integration, system gold coins were directly linked to real-name e-wallets. Any money dropped from slaughtering monsters was deposited directly into the wallet. Xia Jinyu initially glanced at it casually, but quickly looked again. She grabbed the phone and began counting seriously. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. As she counted, her eyes grew wider and wider. After confirming back and forth multiple times, she abruptly looked up at Xiaolin, her mouth agape. 14,000 gold coins? Her voice wavered, rising several decibels higher. That was no small amount. Currently, 14,000 gold coins could convert into what used to be over 100,000 in the old currency. This was an enormous fortune, one that the siblings couldn't have saved even with years of thrifty living. Yeah, Xiaolin nodded with a smile. For real. Still in disbelief, Xia Jinyu glanced quickly at the screen a few more times. After it became clear she hadn't imagined things, she nearly exploded with excitement. Brother, you earned so much in just half a day, right? Wow, this is amazing. Unable to contain her joy, Xia Jinyu hugged Xiaolin's arm tightly and shook it with force. Tomorrow we're definitely going to Old Zhang's. I'm ordering 2 servings. No, 3 servings of the priciest marbled beef. I'll also get duck intestines, 2 servings, and fatty beef rolls, shrimp paste, tripe, and ox throat. I'm eating till I'm full. Looking at her eagerness, as though she wanted to rush to the hot pot restaurant right this instant, Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh aloud. All right, no problem. Tomorrow, I'll make sure you eat to your heart's content. Inside their small rental apartment with its dim lighting, the siblings' laughter filled the air, surrounding the room with a newfound warmth. Xia Jinyu didn't think twice about the egg she'd been saving and eagerly took a big bite of the fried egg in her bowl. As she ate, she excitedly rambled on about what they should order at the hot pot restaurant, chatting nonstop. Xiaolin simply listened with a gentle smile, his gaze full of affection. Early the next morning, as sunlight broke through the thin mist, Xiaolin was already awake. It was the weekend. Last night, he promised his younger sister to take her to the trading post to look around and sell off some equipment he couldn't use. At this hour, Xia Jinyu was still fast asleep. Not in a hurry to wake her, Xiaolin went about his morning routines, a quick wash, preparing some breakfast to place on the table, then headed out. He had already reached level 10 now. However, he wasn't planning to switch out his level 10 equipment just yet. The reason was simple. With his current attack and shield, the significance of basic equipment is negligible. Agility, 57. Unallocated stat points, 5. Experience, 463/30,000. Xiaolin focused on the 1484 attack stat, and he couldn't help but grin. Just a few minutes ago, that number had been 1042, and now it had gone up by 442 points, all in under 5 minutes. The speed of improvement was absurd. The monsters in the novice trial grounds had a respawn time of half an hour. Xiaolin, of course, wasn't going to waste time waiting. He crushed a teleportation stone and returned to the teleportation hall. Then he selected a new novice trial ground map at random, paid 10 gold coins, and teleported again. With over 1,000 different maps in the novice trial grounds, it was essentially a new map every time. Earlier, he had landed in map 659. This time, he was in map 016. The scene was similar. Xiaolin didn't hesitate to engage, immediately activating Split Arrow and unleashing another wave of slaughter on the fluffy long-tailed rabbits in the grass. Arrows streaked everywhere. The long-tailed rabbits fell in swathes. Several moments later, the teleportation array's white light shone again. Xiaolin, radiating excitement, walked out and disappeared the next second. Those waiting in line for party formations near the teleportation platform were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this guy running? Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked. The person next to him also looked puzzled. No idea. Maybe he didn't get the map he wanted? Favorite lucky number? Just like that. When the teleportation array lit up for the 7th time, Xiaolin once again appeared in the teleportation center. He was preparing to teleport again when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Xiaolin took it out and looked. It was a missed call notification. Xia Jinyu had called twice. Since the monster map and Blue Planet weren't in the same dimension, the phone lost signal as soon as he teleported. Unless both parties were awakeners, they could only communicate via the system's friend feature. Xiaolin didn't return the call, but sent a quick message to his younger sister on WeChat. Coming back soon. He had promised Xia Jinyu earlier today that he would take her to the trading hub for a stroll, so he could only pause his journey temporarily and leave the teleportation hall. After a morning of intense monster hunting, his attack stats had skyrocketed from 1042 to 3726. Even he had no sense of what that number truly meant. The theories taught back in high school were no longer applicable. He didn't even know what a 3,726 attack power meant at a university level. When he got home, Xia Jinyu was sitting casually at the dining table, slowly eating her breakfast. She was still wearing her oversized school uniform. Her long hair was tied into a simple ponytail with a few loose strands framing her face. The morning sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a gentle glow on her, making her look thin and sweet. Seeing Xia Lin return, she looked up at him, her crescent-shaped eyes carrying a hint of groggy sleepiness. "Brother, you're back." She still had half a mouthful of porridge, so her words were slightly muffled. The spoon in her hand swayed lightly, and the cuffs of her school uniform were slightly whitened from too many washes. Xia Lin's heart softened as he replied with a slight, "I'm going to take a shower first. After that, I'll take you to the trading hub. We'll sell off some gear and buy you a few clothes while we're at it." Xia Jinyu froze for a moment, then immediately shook her head. "Brother, no need. My school uniform is enough. You're an awakener now. There'll be more important expenses in the future." Xia Lin didn't respond and just quietly gazed at her. Under his stare, Xia Jinyu hesitated, her voice soft as she said, "Brother, I really don't care about what I wear. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything." Xia Lin sighed gently, reaching out to pat her head as he smiled and said, "Don't worry. From now on, we won't have to endure tough days anymore." Autumn days were comfortably crisp. The sunlight fell warmly on the streets, serene and soothing. Once out the door, Xia Jinyu was quickly cheered up by the lovely weather, bursting with her usual vibrant energy, dragging Xia Lin around to explore every corner. After global digitization, trading hubs had become the busiest places in every city. The Nan City Trading Hub was located in the heart of the city at Dragon Sword Tower. The entire building occupied a massive area, being one of Nan City's defining landmarks. Once Xia Jinyu had her fill of sightseeing, Xia Lin led her to the entrance of Dragon Sword Tower. Here was unlike anywhere else. At the entrance, instead of ushers or regular security, two burly men in black uniforms stood guard. Both had an identical badge pinned to their chests. A dragon coiled around the blade of Pan Gu's sword. The dragon sword emblem, the insignia of Battle Soul Pavilion. Indeed, in every city of Long Nation, the trading hubs operated under the auspices of the Battle Soul Pavilion. Of course, that didn't mean these trading hubs were so critical that they warranted full-time guarding by formal members of the Battle Soul Pavilion. After all, there were only a few thousand Battle Soul Pavilion members across Long Nation. Barely 20 might officially operate in Nan City. The guards at the entrance were more like outsourced security. Moreover, Dragon Sword Tower wasn't merely a trading hub. It also served as the Nan City office for the Battle Soul Pavilion. So having their personnel stationed at the entrance was perfectly understandable. Inside Dragon Sword Tower, the areas were divided into trading zones, auction zones, and office zones, separated by floor. Xia Lin first took Xia Jinyu to explore the trading floor on the first level, eventually stepping into a shop dealing in lower-tier equipment. Unlike roadside stores, the inventory here was much more comprehensive. Outside, buying a full set of equipment might require running between multiple stores. Weapons, armor, accessories, and protection gear had to be sourced individually. But shops in the trading hub were essentially one-stop solutions. As soon as they entered, a sales assistant in a Chong Sam walked up, her voice gentle and pleasant. "Hello, how can I help? Looking to buy some equipment? I can show you around." Xia Lin shook his head with a polite smile. "Hi, I'm actually here to sell equipment." "Understood, please follow me." The assistant's expression didn't shift in the slightest, maintaining her professional smile as she gestured politely and led the way. Xia Lin followed her toward the buyback section. Throughout their walk, Xia Jinyu's eyes were wide with curiosity. "Brother, the equipment here is incredible." She glanced around animatedly, her expression full of wonder. When they passed the weapons section, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xia Lin followed her gaze and saw her staring fixedly at a row. The staff shimmered as her eyes lit up. "What's wrong? Brother, look. These staffs are so beautiful." She pointed at one of them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That gem on that one is huge." Xia Lin couldn't help but chuckle a little. The salesperson standing nearby didn't rush them. Instead, she smiled warmly and said, "Little girl, this is the Seven Treasures exquisite staff. It can only be used by those who have reached level 20 awakening." Level 20? Upon hearing that, Xia Jinyu immediately stuck out her tongue and whispered, "That must be super expensive, right?" The salesperson was amused by her, shaking her head gently. "Not at all. By the time you reach level 20, it wouldn't seem expensive at all. Let's go." Xia Lin reached out and gently patted the top of his sister's head. "Okay." Though Xia Jinyu responded, her feet stayed planted on the spot. Her gaze was still glued to that staff. Xia Lin smiled wryly. "All right, Just stay here and look around for a bit. I'm going to sell some equipment and we'll come back to get you. Okay. This time, she agreed swiftly, but her eyes still lingered longingly on the staff. The salesperson smiled and then led Xia Lin toward the buyback area. It was likely still early, as the buyback section was rather quiet. Only a middle-aged man sat late. In that brief moment, Xia Lin noticed the man's Adam's apple bobbing heavily. Xia Lin had a strong hunch. This ring was likely worth far more than he had anticipated. Sure enough, the middle-aged man cleared his throat, attempting to appear calm as he said, "This ring has excellent attributes. However, it's fairly niche, as it's best suited for summoner classes. How about I'll give you 30,000 gold coins." On the surface, Xia Lin remained unmoved, but inside, he almost burst out laughing. This man was quite the actor. However, the trace of excitement that he couldn't fully suppress in his voice gave him away. 30,000? That was definitely not the true value of this ring. Xia Lin shook his head. "The two green-tier items are fine. I'll sell them to you, as per your price. But as for this ring, I'll think it over." Speaking, he reached out, intending to take the ring back. The middle-aged man, seeing this, panicked a little. "Sir, if you think the price isn't suitable, we can negotiate further." Xia Lin was about to reply when a sudden ringing came from his pocket. Taking out his phone, he froze for a moment. The caller ID displayed, Qin Qianxue. It was indeed a little unexpected. Though they'd been classmates for 3 years and were on familiar terms, they hadn't even added each other on WeChat, let alone made calls. After all, back then, Xia Lin had always had Sun Man around him. Xia Lin cast an apologetic glance at the middle-aged man and pressed the answer button. "Hello." On the other end, a crisp voice sounded immediately. "Xia Lin, where are you?" Xia Lin glanced at the ceiling of the exchange hall, feeling a little strange about why she was looking for him. "I'm at the exchange hall." "Why?" On the other end of the line, her voice carried a hint of amusement. "I'm looking for you to hang out." Xia Lin rolled his eyes outright and blurted out, "My mom told me not to play with fools." A long silence followed over the line. Xia Lin regretted it after saying that. His words had slipped out too easily. Their relationship wasn't that close, and those words were undeniably impolite. He was about to add something else when he heard Qin Qianxue's voice again through the phone, slightly nasal. "Did your mom also never teach you not to talk to beauties like that?" Xia Lin then realized that she wasn't actually upset. He chuckled softly. "No, nobody ever taught me that. I grew up in an orphanage." Lin Xiao, acting as if he didn't notice the clear disgust in her eyes, took a necklace out of his pocket and held it out to her. "I personally picked this necklace for you. It's for you." His eyes held a faint confidence of inevitability, almost carrying a triumphant glow. To him, Xia Jinyu seemed nearly flawless. Beautiful, clean, good-tempered. Her only flaw was being poor. But in Lin Xiao's eyes, that was the easiest point to exploit. A problem that money could solve wasn't a real problem. His gaze drifted to the delicate curve of her collarbone, peeking through her neckline. In his mind, he had already started imagining the scene of personally putting the necklace on her. "If there's nothing else, please step aside. I need to find my brother." Xia Jinyu didn't even spare a glance at the necklace. Her voice was calm, without a hint of emotion. "Your brother?" Lin Xiao glanced in the direction she intended to go, but saw no sign of Xia Lin. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. "By the way, about what I mentioned to you yesterday, have you thought it over?" "There's nothing to think about." Xia Jinyu's tone grew even colder. "I will never agree to it." "Why?" A sinister glint briefly flashed through Lin Xiao's eyes before he quickly suppressed it. "Because I don't like you." With those words, Xia Jinyu moved to sidestep him, preparing to leave. But just as she passed him, Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed her arm. Being rejected to his face like this ignited a rage inside Lin Xiao. His face twitched, and his tone turned menacing. "Aren't you afraid your family's subsidy will be canceled? Aren't you thinking of your brother? Without the subsidy, he won't even have the money for his university tuition. Let go. You're hurting me." Xia Jinyu's expression changed, and she immediately started to struggle. But Lin Xiao's grip was firm. No matter how many times she tried to shake him off, it was no use. "If you don't make yourself clear today, I won't let go." Lin Xiao's eyes reddened as he glared at her furiously. Xia Jinyu's brows furrowed tightly, her icy glare pinning him. She was about to say something when her expression suddenly shifted. She looked pitifully distressed in an instant. But right now, Lin Xiao was consumed by anger and didn't notice her changing expression at all, still staring at her like a rabid dog. The next moment, a cold and heavy voice came from behind him. "Having strategies is one thing, but being able to bear the consequences is another. Since you want to play, I suggest you think carefully about those consequences first. Though he was smiling, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine for no reason. Forcing bravado, he snarled, "You just wait," and stormed off. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Lin's eyes grew frostier. So what if you're the vice principal's son? Anyone who dares to touch his sister, he won't let it slide. Brother. Xiao Jinyu gently tugged at him. Xiao Lin snapped out of his thoughts, turned to her, and lightly patted her head. Getting cornered and didn't even think to call for help? Where's all your usual cleverness? Xiao Jinyu smoothed her ruffled hair and pouted. Shouting for help loudly would be embarrassing. I refuse to believe he'd dare do anything to me in such a public place. You. Xiao Lin was so angered by her response that he nearly gave her another pat. Quickly, Xiao Jinyu covered her head and backed away. All right, I was wrong. Next time, I'll shout loudly, or if worse comes to worst, I'll just flop on the ground and start making a scene. Is that okay? Xiao Lin rolled his eyes at her. There's no need to go that far. If I'm already throwing away my dignity, might as well go all out, she muttered under her breath. Let's go. Xiao Lin gave her an exasperated look and began walking out. The two wandered through the trading hall for a while more. Not long after, they saw Qin Xinxue walking in through the main entrance, her high heels tapping against the floor and her long legs striding confidently. She smiled faintly as her gaze landed on Xiao Lin. Leaving the girl behind while shopping? That's not a good habit, you know. The comment was directed at Xiao Lin, but her gaze was clearly fixed on Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Lin opened his mouth to respond, but Xiao Jinyu beat him to it, bounding forward. It's really Senior Qin. Qin Xinxue paused for a moment, a bit surprised by the beautiful, radiant girl standing before her. You know me? Of course. Everyone knows Senior Qin. Xiao Jinyu chirped, her eyes sparkling. You're the first person in Nanshi to awaken a hidden profession. A lot of girls in my class look up to you as their idol. After hearing this, Qin Xinxue smiled and shook her head, then shifted her gaze towards Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin gently pulled his sister back to his side. My sister, Xiao Jinyu. So, she's your sister. Qin Xinxue finally understood, laughing as she replied. I've heard you have a genius sister. I didn't expect her to be so pretty as well. Senior Qin, is far prettier, Xiao Jinyu responded with a smile. Her next words, however, set the room abuzz. If my brother could find a girlfriend as beautiful as Senior Qin, that'd be amazing. Poof, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Lin nearly choked on the spot. He immediately covered his sister's mouth and shot Qin Xinxue an awkward smile. She's just babbling nonsense. Don't take her seriously. Qin Xinxue raised an eyebrow. Nonsense? So you're saying I'm not pretty? Xiao Lin felt his head throb. This woman was clearly teasing him on purpose. He quickly coughed to divert the conversation. Why are you looking for me? Qin Xinxue rolled her eyes at him. If it wasn't for something important, she'd love to keep teasing him. My dad wants to meet you. Her words made Xiao Lin visibly pause. Qin Bai, the head of the Zhanhuan Pavilion's Nanshi branch, an identity that held more weight than even the mayor. What could someone like that possibly want with him? If this had been before his awakening, or back when his potential value of 3,000 had just been detected, it would have made sense for Qin Bai to want to meet him. But now, on the surface, he was just an ordinary archer. What reason could there possibly be for the other party to meet him? Xiao Lin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that his hidden talent had been exposed? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. As long as he didn't actively display his attribute panel, no one could possibly know his detailed attributes. Even in a world this digitized, personal panels were still the most private of information. Even if the individual willingly revealed their panel, they could still choose to hide portions of its content. Since it wasn't the exposure of his hidden talent, the reason for Qin Bai wanting to meet him became even more worth pondering. However, no matter the reason, this was undeniably an opportunity. Qin Bai held immense influence in Nanshi. If he could establish this connection, it would make things much easier for his younger sister to stay here once he left Nanshi. Thinking this far, Xiao Lin quickly came to a decision. I'm available anytime. It mainly depends on Uncle Qin's schedule. Qin Xinxue thought for a moment. If you're free now, my dad should be in his office on the top floor. I can call and check first. The Longting building was one of the headquarters of the Zhanhuan Pavilion after all. It wasn't unusual for Qin Bai to be here now. Sure, Xiao Lin nodded. Qin Xinxue stepped aside to make a call. Before long, she returned. My dad originally wanted to invite you over to our place tonight. But since everyone's here now, we might as well meet first, so we don't delay your monster grinding. Hearing the words, come over to our place, Xiao Lin's eyes moved slightly. That attitude was no longer just a simple work matter. If it were only business, talking in the office would have been enough. An invitation to the house clearly meant something different. All right, Xiao Lin nodded. Then let's head to the elevator lobby. My dad's already had someone come down to meet us. As Qin Qinxue spoke, she led the way toward the elevator. Soon, the group was escorted up to the top floor. Qinbai's office was very large, but there wasn't much inside. A long office desk was placed against the wall. The rest of the space held only a tea table and a few filing cabinets. There wasn't even any decoration on the walls. The whole room was empty. By the time Xiao Lin and the other two entered the office, Qinbai was already sitting beside the tea table. A water kettle by his side was steaming. He had a square face, thick brows and large eyes, and a sturdy build. Even seated, it was clear this man was tall and strong. His expression was also very serious. Xiao Lin took one look and made a judgment in his mind first. Not easy to talk to. Dad, Qin Qinxue called out first, then walked straight over and plopped down on the sofa beside him. She casually grabbed a cushion and tucked it behind her lower back, then propped her long legs up on the armrest, acting completely at ease. Qinbai glanced at her, saying nothing. He was obviously used to it. Hello, Uncle Qin. Xiao Lin and Xia Jinyu weren't nearly as casual. The brother and sister walked up to the coffee table and greeted him properly and respectfully. Xiao Lin, right? Don't stand there, come sit. Then in the very next second, the Qinbai whom Xiao Lin had just mentally decided was hard to get along with suddenly broke into a grin. A face like that with a smile like that always felt a little out of place. Xiao Lin quietly sighed inwardly. Still too young. When it comes to reading people, he still had a lot to learn. After thanking him, he led Xia Jinyu to sit across from him. Although the siblings weren't as relaxed as Qin Qinxue, influenced by her, they weren't overly jigging either. Qinbai warmed the cups and poured tea as he said, I wanted to set up a meeting with you for a while, but I had too many things on my plate, so it got delayed until now. After speaking, the tea was pushed in front of Xiao Lin and Xia Jinyu. Xiao Lin lightly tapped the table to express thanks, and was also very polite in his words. Uncle Qin, you're busy with a million things every day. Today it's us who are troubling you. He said it beautifully, but he actually didn't take it too seriously. If the other party really wanted to meet him, they should have met before his awakening. Since they didn't meet back then, there was even less reason to now. After all, in other people's eyes, he had already gone from a super genius to an ordinary archer. So he wasn't in a hurry to ask. He would wait for the other side to speak first. Qinbai waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't mention troubling me. You're the awakener with the highest potential value in the history of Nanshur, so I should meet you. While saying this, Qinbai kept observing Xiao Lin's reaction. In the end, Xiao Lin's expression was very calm, showing no ripple at all. This couldn't help but make Qinbai feel a bit strange. Was this kid really a high school graduate who had just finished school? Xiao Lin just smiled. Sorry to disappoint you, Uncle Qin. My potential value ultimately only awakened into an ordinary archer. Qinbai froze for a moment, stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. An ordinary archer? Being too modest at your age isn't a good thing. Normally, students of this age, especially those who had only awakened not long ago, when facing someone of his level, would be desperate to boast as much as possible about how impressive they were, trying every possible way to prove that he was valuable. After all, the person in charge of the Nanshur branch of the Battle Soul Pavilion had considerable authority when it came to recruitment quotas. But Xiao Lin's attitude was instead a little abnormal. Xiao Lin lifted his teacup and took a sip, then spoke at an unhurried pace. Uncle Qin is right. Even if he's only an ordinary archer, he shouldn't belittle himself. The corner of Qinbai's mouth twitched. This kid really was slippery. He looked at Xiao Lin with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Why don't we just get straight to the point? Xiao Lin's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused for a moment. Then he smiled and asked, Then what does Uncle Qin want to talk about? This really wasn't him pretending not to understand. Since awakening until now, he had been grinding monsters and leveling up the whole time, and had never revealed any of his cards to outsiders. So he truly wasn't sure how much Qinbai actually knew. It always felt like in one way or another, the other side had already guessed something. Qinbai also stopped beating around the bush and lightly tapped his finger on the table. Yesterday, a newbie dungeon record in Nanshur that had stood for 10 years was broken by someone with a ridiculously outrageous result. And I heard it was a solo clear. Xiao Lin first froze, then finally reacted. So that was it. He had just breezed through the dungeon so smoothly yesterday that he really hadn't even thought about breaking a record. Thinking of that, he scratched the back of his head a little awkwardly. I broke the record? I honestly didn't pay much attention. Xiao Lin, before Qinbai could say anything, Qin Qinxue exploded first. She took her legs off the armrest and glared at Xia Lin angrily. I'm a hidden class job, and I brought 4 advanced class jobs with me. We slogged through that dungeon for over 2 hours just to clear the mobs, and we didn't even dare touch the boss before backing out. You cleared it solo, and you say you didn't notice? Are you doing this on purpose to piss me off? Seeing her face turn nearly red with anger, Xia Lin almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He kept his expression calm and said flatly, "Killing a few wolves that hard?" As soon as those words came out, Qin Xinxue almost went ballistic on the spot. Of course, she knew the beginner dungeon wasn't simple. But Xia Lin also knew very well that he had to show a bit of his strength now. Otherwise, why would Qinbai care about him? And if he didn't care, why would he help look after his little sister in the future? You, Qin Xinxue pointed at him, so furious she couldn't even get a full sentence out. All right. Qinbai waved his hand helplessly. But honestly, Xia Lin like this actually made him feel more at ease. That overly composed demeanor from before always felt a little out of place for someone his age. Right now, looking this smug and irritating actually seems much more normal. Xia Lin glanced at Qin Xinxue, who was already close to exploding, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly as he continued to add fuel to the fire in a calm tone. I was just farming monsters normally and wasn't paying attention to the time at all. Who knew I'd accidentally break the record? Qin Xinxue completely lost it. Dad, can you just beat him up for me? Xia Jinyu, who had been sitting quietly beside them all this time, finally couldn't hold back and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She secretly tugged at Xia Lin's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Bro, you look so damn despicable like this." As soon as that assessment came out, Qin Xinxue immediately nodded furiously. Even the way she looked at Xia Jinyu became much more pleasing. Even Qinbai silently nodded too. To be honest, he really was pretty despicable. He coughed lightly, suppressing his laughter, and said seriously, "Xia Lin, would it be convenient for me to take a look at your weapon?" Xia Lin froze for a moment, then nodded. He took out the epic willow bow and handed it over. At Qinbai's level, Xia Lin wasn't worried that he'd covet a level 1 purple weapon. Qinbai took the bow and immediately activated appraisal. Willow bow, epic, attack power plus 18 attack speed 0.3 additional affixes. Gale mark, attack speed plus 0.3. Turbulent resonance, attack speed plus 0.3. Temporal leap, attack speed plus 0.3. Required level, level 1. Not bad. Qinbai gently flicked the bow body and handed the bow back to Xia Lin. With max attack speed stacking, the base attack speed goes straight up to 1.2, and with another 18 attack, getting a weapon like this in the newbie period is indeed outrageous. Xia Lin took back the bow and nodded with a smile. Pretty lucky. This purple quality weapon really suits me. Qinbai stared at him, his gaze deepening. But with just this, you won't break a record that no one has touched in 10 years. That made his meaning very clear. What Qinbai actually wanted to confirm was only 2 possibilities. First, Xia Lin had an even more ridiculous, level-independent high-attack weapon in his hands. Second, he himself possessed some special ability. That was why he had to look at the weapon first. Now that he had seen it, it was obvious it was the latter. If it was only the equipment that was strong, then it would merely be a short-term advantage. Once the level went up, the weapon advantage would be diluted. But if what was strong was the person himself, then it was different. That kind was truly worth pouring resources into cultivating. Seeing that Qinbai had already pointed it out so clearly, Xia Lin no longer pretended to be clueless. Uncle Qin, what I awakened is indeed an ordinary archer. But my potential value isn't just for show. It's just that it hasn't been reflected in the class name yet. As expected, Qinbai let out a long breath, a trace of excitement clearly appearing in his eyes. Can you tell me more about it? Xia Lin smiled apologetically and put the willow bow back into his bag. I'm not ready to reveal the specific details yet, but I can guarantee that the ability I obtained is absolutely worthy of 3,000 potential points. Qinbai slowly nodded. It's understandable that you don't want to lay everything out on our first meeting. You did the right thing. As he said that, he looked at Xia Lin, his tone turning serious as well. But do you know what it means to clear the novice dungeon in 17 minutes and 36 seconds? Xia Lin shook his head. Qinbai gave him the answer directly. The current fastest record for a novice dungeon in the Dragon Country is 35 minutes and 8 seconds. You broke it in less than half the time. If I report this result to headquarters, you can immediately be placed on the core training list of the Battle Soul Pavilion. After hearing that, Xia Lin instead smiled. Uncle Qin, I understand the saying that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be broken by the wind. At Nansha No. 1 High School, because of my high potential value, I've already dealt with more than enough exclusion and petty, disgusting tricks. Back then, everyone was still a student, so their methods were limited. But now it's different. If it graduated, what I'm facing next will no longer be high school students. Before I have enough ability to protect myself, I can't perform well, but I will never reveal all my cards. As soon as he said this, Chinbai froze for a moment. Then he immediately laughed heartily. All right, at your age, to have this kind of mindset is pretty impressive. As he spoke, he looked at Xiaolin and said something quite weighty. In Nanshur, I still have some influence. If you run into any trouble later, you can come to me directly. Hearing this, Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He immediately picked up his teacup, lowering his posture just right. Then thank you so much, Uncle Qin. I'll toast you with tea in place of wine. Okay. Qinbai was straightforward too, lifting his cup to clink with him directly. Both of them drank the tea. Just as the tea went down, Xiaolin gave a sly grin. Uncle Qin, actually I do have one small matter I'd like to trouble you with. Qinbai looked at him and somehow felt like he had just been played. He helplessly tapped Xiaolin with a finger. You brat, go on. If it's something I can help with, I won't refuse. Xiaolin put down his teacup, pointed to Xia Jinyu beside him, and said seriously, This is my younger sister, Jinyu. When the time comes and I go off to college, she'll have to stay in Nanshur all by herself. So I'd like to ask you for a favor. While I'm away, please look after her a little. Xia Jinyu's eyes widened at once. She had never expected her brother to make such a small request of someone as important as Qinbai. She quickly tugged at Xiaolin's sleeve and said in a low voice, Bro, I can take care of myself. Just this. The corner of Qinbai's mouth twitched. For a moment, he even felt a little wronged. He was the dignified head of the Nanshur branch of the Soul Battle Pavilion. And the thing you wanted from me was to help look after your sister? Wasn't that basically like entrusting me with an orphan? If he could, he really wanted to pry Xiaolin's head open and see what kind of brain structure was inside. Xiaolin also knew that from Qinbai's perspective, this request was somewhat outrageous. But he still said seriously, Uncle Qin, this is really important to me. No need for my dad. Qian Snow suddenly cut in from the side. She directly took Xia Jinyu's hand and smiled. Jinyu, on the day of the graduation ceremony, you can come with me. I'll introduce you to a few people from your grade. Xia Jinyu reacted very quickly and immediately changed her wording to follow along. Thank you, Sister Qianxue. At that one, Sister Qianxue, Qianxue's mood lifted quite a bit. Qinbai rubbed his forehead. Don't worry, your sister is in Nanshur, so the safety issue isn't. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Then he abruptly looked up at Xiaolin. Wait, you just said you're going to college. Xiaolin was a little baffled by his reaction and nodded. Yeah, Awakened Academy. You still want to go to college? Qinbai's voice rose several notches. What college are you going to? As soon as the graduation ceremony ends, come here immediately and report to the assessor from the War Soul Pavilion. Huh? This time, it was Xiaolin's turn to be completely stunned. After a few seconds, he cautiously asked, So, I'm a predetermined pick too. But what? Qinbai glared at him irritably. This kid was really infuriating. He had said so much earlier, and yet this guy was actually planning to go to the academy? Xiaolin explained helplessly. Uncle Qin, I still don't want to reveal my abilities yet. Just based on my current image as an ordinary archer, the Battle Soul Pavilion wouldn't even care about me, right? Qinbai waved his hand immediately. All you need to do is try your best to raise your level and strength before graduation. I'll handle the rest. After saying that, he added, Don't worry, I won't force you to reveal your hidden cards. Hearing this, Xiaolin finally smiled for real. Then thank you, Uncle Qin. Of course, he wasn't stupid. If he could avoid exposing his hidden cards and still get straight into the Battle Soul Pavilion, why would anyone still go to the academy? The resources the Battle Soul Pavilion offered were simply not something an ordinary Awakened University could compare with. Qinbai poured him another cup of tea and shook his head as he said, No need to thank me. You're a talent. I don't know exactly what your ability is, but just based on the achievements you've shown so far, you're already qualified to enter the Battle Soul Pavilion. As he said this, Qinbai's tone suddenly grew a little heavier. Besides, the path into the Battle Soul Pavilion isn't as easy as you imagine. The situation in our dragon country isn't very optimistic right now. Xiaolin raised his brows slightly. Why do you say that? Qinbai paused for a moment, and in the end, still let out a sigh. These matters, once you enter the Battle Soul Pavilion, you'll naturally know. There's no point telling you now. Xiaolin nodded. That was true enough. No matter how strong he was now, he was still, in the end, a newly graduated Awakened. As for matters at the national level, even if he knew about them, it wouldn't change anything. The few of them chatted casually a bit more after that. Then Xiao Lin got up and left with his younger sister. Seeing that they were about to leave, Qin Xinxue also stood up. By the time the three of them came out of the exchange, it was almost noon. Xiao Lin looked up at the sun and turned to ask Qin Xinxue, "We're heading home for lunch. What about you?" Qin Xinxue seemed like she wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment. After a brief silence, she finally said, "Why don't we have lunch together? My treat." After saying that, she hurriedly added another sentence, as if afraid of being misunderstood. "Just consider it a celebration of my meeting Sister Jingyu." Xiao Lin smiled. "Sure, though I should be the one treating. After all, you just helped me. I said I'd treat, so I'm treating." Before he could finish, Qin Xinxue cut him off directly. "If you really want to thank me, pay me back in some other way." Xiao Lin was stunned. "Use what to pay off the debt." Qin Xinxue averted her eyes slightly and waved her hand. "Let's talk after we eat. Better say it first." Xiao Lin looked suspicious. "Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat." Qin Xinxue's ears instantly turned red. She wanted to say it, but it was a little hard to get the words out. Seeing her expression, Xiao Lin's expression suddenly turned strange. "You couldn't possibly," he said tentatively. "Want me to repay you with my body, right? You're dreaming." Qin Xinxue raised her foot as if to kick him, but halfway through she abruptly changed it into a stomp. "Then what do you want me to use to pay off the debt?" Xiao Lin spread his hands. "Besides that, it doesn't seem like I have anything else on me that would catch your eye. Take me to level up." Qin Xinxue blurted it out quickly, then immediately turned her face to the side. As soon as she turned her head, she happened to see Xia Jinyu beside her, barely holding back laughter, and her face immediately flushed even redder. "Huh?" Xiao Lin froze for a moment. She had spoken too fast, and he hadn't heard clearly. "Huh? What?" Qin Xinxue gritted her teeth, turned back, and glared at him. "You're so amazing. You can clear the newbie dungeon in just over 10 minutes. What's wrong with asking you to take me along and level me up?" Xiao Lin rolled his eyes. "If you want me to do it, just say so. Why are you being all shy and awkward?" I thought your head." Qin Xinxue glared at him in fury. She was already cursing him in her heart. This lousy guy, why can't he be a little more proactive? Seeing her flustered and embarrassed expression, Xiao Lin couldn't help laughing. "It's just this little thing. If you wanted me to help, why not just say so? You make it sound like you're trying to ask me for a bride price and are too embarrassed to bring it up." "Xiao Lin, are you looking for death?" Qin Xinxue completely blew up and directly hit him with her handbag. "Cut the crap. Are you taking me or not?" "I'll take you then." Xiao Lin agreed very readily this time. But the next second, as if he had suddenly thought of something, his expression stiffened. But it seems there's a problem." "What problem?" Qin Xinxue's eyes widened. "I can't enter the newbie dungeon anymore." Xiao Lin looked innocent. "What do you mean?" Qin Xinxue froze for a moment. Then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she went rigid. "You don't tell me. You're already level 10? Xiao Lin nodded. The air went silent. Qin Xinxue was utterly stunned. Level 10? How is that possible? From awakening until now, it had only been one day at most. As for her, she was a hidden class, and even with a team of advanced classes, she was only level 7 so far. And yet Xiao Lin was already level 10? Who exactly was the hidden class here? Not to mention that hurdle from level 9 to 10, where the experience required was insanely high to begin with. How on earth did you do that? Qin Xinxue was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Lin could only give an awkward laugh. Just casually killing some monsters, I guess. This time, Qin Xinxue didn't even bother scolding him. She just stared dumbly at Xiao Lin, her mind spamming furiously. Cheat code. This guy was definitely cheating. Seeing that she still wasn't saying anything after a long while, Xiao Lin sighed and reached out, waving his hand in front of her. "How about this? I'll take you to the newbie trial grounds to farm the high-level monster zone. There aren't many people over there, so it should be pretty fast." To be honest, even Xiao Lin himself felt a little helpless. Clearly, he had wanted to repay a favor, but now it felt like he owed her another one instead. Only then did Qin Xinxue snap out of it. She stared at him for a long while before suddenly raising a hand. A parchment scroll, glowing with starlight, appeared out of thin air in her palm. "Take a look at this." "What is this?" Xiao Lin looked at the scroll, and his eyes flickered. Caught by the sunlight, it gave off a faint shimmering glow. At a glance, it was clearly no ordinary item. Level 20 Dungeon Scroll, Reincarnation Altar. Qin Xinxue explained. Anyone under level 20 can use it. After activating it, you can enter the Reincarnation Altar dungeon once. Reincarnation Altar? Xiao Lin frowned and shook his head. He had never heard of it. Explain it in detail. Qianxue nodded. In this dungeon, one run spawns 290 normal monsters and 10 elite monsters at a time. After they're cleared, the dungeon spawns another 300 monsters, repeating like this for 3 hours. When the time is up, or once you exceed level 20, you'll be automatically sent out. What about the monster levels? Xiaolin asked. There are 3 difficulty levels. Qianxue looked at him. Easy, hard, and hell. They spawn level 10, 15, and 20 monsters respectively, with elite monsters being 5 levels higher. As she finished speaking, her eyes lit up even more. Confident. Nice. A smile immediately spread across Xiaolin's lips. For an ordinary level, 10 awakened, this dungeon could be very dangerous. But for him, wasn't this just a machine that endlessly spawned monsters, both for EXP and for attack power? And the monster levels happened to fall right within a range that suited him perfectly. It was far better than going to the novice trial grounds to farm rabbits. Seeing his reaction, Qianxue also relaxed and said with a smile, Then let's start farming after we finish eating. The gold and equipment that drop inside are all yours. I just want the experience. All right, Xiaolin agreed very readily. Only after agreeing did he feel a little awkward inside. He had originally wanted to return a favor. Why did it feel like he'd ended up owing another one? Thinking of this, he asked again, Where did you get this scroll? My dad bought it at an auction a few days ago. Qianxue said lightly. 100,000 gold coins. Xiaolin fell silent immediately. Forget it. He'd just have to owe this favor for now. Let alone 100,000 gold coins. Even if he sold himself along with his underwear right now, he still wouldn't be able to scrape together that amount. Thinking of this, he simply took out the spirit contract ring. Take a look at this for me. Qianxue took the ring and directly activated appraisal. Spirit contract ring, rare, intelligence plus 20 attributes, blood pact, summon creatures HP plus 20%. Spirit contract, summon creatures attack power plus 20%. Required level, level 1. Xia Jinyu, standing nearby, quietly gave a thumbs up when she saw it. Nice, bro. You're proposing with a keepsake this fast? Looks like her worries last night were for nothing. Her brother hadn't been trapped in the pain of heartbreak at all. Instead, he turned around and changed targets just like that. Xiaolin didn't notice his sister's outrageous imagination. He was only staring at Qianxue's expression. He still remembered that the appraiser at the trading hall had quoted this ring at 50,000 gold coins in the end. But the man's reaction was clearly wrong. That was why he didn't sell it. For these 3 years, in order to save up 2,000 gold coins to buy a full set of white quality gear, I've been scrimping every possible way with myself and my little sister. Now, even a random piece of equipment could be worth tens of thousands. Thinking of this, Xiaolin couldn't help glancing at his skinny little sister beside him, and a trace of guilt appeared in his eyes. From now on, he would never let her suffer like this with him again. As it happened, Xia Jinyu was also looking at him. Seeing that look in her brother's eyes, she immediately misunderstood again. What's going on? Could it be that her brother was afraid she'd get jealous of his future sister-in-law? Thinking of this, warmth spread through her heart. She quickly reached out and took Xiaolin's hand, sending him a reassuring look that said, Don't worry, I get it. Xiaolin's heart softened even more. He raised a hand and patted her head. The siblings each thought the other was worried about their suffering, one overbearingly concerned that the other was under pressure from romance. Their thoughts were completely on different channels. At this point, Qianxue also turned off appraisal, took a deep breath, and said, Xiaolin, where did you get this item? The newbie dungeon dropped it yesterday, Xiaolin asked. How is it? This. Qianxue's expression clearly changed. This ring is extremely valuable. 20 intelligence, plus 2 summon boosting affixes. It's practically a perfect match for summoning classes. That's what I think too. Xiaolin nodded. But the limitations are too strong. It's only suitable for summoners. You know nothing. Qianxue immediately got anxious. That's not called a limitation. That's called exclusivity. Although this ring is only a level 1 piece of equipment, both of its affixes are percentage boosts. For a summoning class, something like this can absolutely be worn for a lifetime. Hearing that, Xiaolin felt it made a lot of sense. Limitation and exclusivity were, in essence, the same thing. But phrased differently, its value changed all at once. Then how much do you think it's worth? Xiaolin asked. Xiaolin hadn't really held out much hope to begin with. As a result, just as he extended his palm, about to say, that appraiser only offered me 50,000 before the words were even out, Qianxue had already exploded first. 500,000? That guy's way too shady. This ring is worth At least 1 million. Sell it to me. 1 million. This time, it was Xiao Lin's turn to nearly bite his tongue. What he had wanted to say was 50,000. In the end, she directly imagined it as 500,000 and still said it was too shady. 1 million gold coins? For a moment, he could hardly believe it. Yes. Qin Qianxue nodded, her tone extremely certain. For a summoning class user, this ring is really too precious. 20 Baffenhao, Sung Ming, 20% attack. Calling it a divine tier piece of equipment wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's just that it's a level 1 item, so its base intelligence is only 20. Otherwise, if it went to auction, it could definitely fetch an even higher price. Xiao Jinyu beside them was also completely dumbfounded. She stared at that ring, her mind blank. 1 million? Gold coins? For this thing? Not even a single gem on it. It didn't even look as nice as that staff. Is it really worth 1 million? Xiao Lin asked again to confirm. 1 million gold coins, what did that equal? Roughly 10 million Longwu coins. In a place like Nanshur, that was already an outright path to financial freedom. Yes. Qin Qianxue nodded. If you're willing to sell it, I'll call my dad right now and have him transfer the money. Xiao Lin looked at her seriously for a few seconds. After confirming that she really wasn't teasing him, he finally believed it. At the same time, he cursed that appraiser to the skies. Shady merchant. Absolute swindler. But why are you buying it? Xiao Lin was a little puzzled. Isn't this ring only for summoning classes? Qin Qiansno looked at him in utter confusion. Isn't my class summoning-based? Wait, aren't you a divine dragon contractee? Xiao Lin was a little dumbfounded. Isn't a divine dragon a summoned beast? Qin Qiansno rolled her eyes at him outright. Or did you think I was transforming into a fire-breathing female dragon myself? Xiao Lin scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. All right then. It was just that his understanding was not accurate enough. Seeing his expression, Qin Qiansno knew her guess had been right and said unhappily, So, are you selling or not? Or how much do you want for it? Xiao Lin thought for a moment, then smiled. No problem selling it to you. We know each other, so 800,000. This really wasn't him pretending to be generous. After all, to begin with, he had no idea how much this ring was truly worth. If Qin Qiansno hadn't told him, he might have really sold it for 50,000. Even if he didn't sell it to that appraiser, in Nan City, it would still be hard for him to get in touch with anyone truly capable of taking this ring off his hands. An auction house might be able to sell it for more. But the problem was, he might not even have the qualifications to get into an auction house right now. So at this price, he felt it was already enough. As a result, when Qin Qianxue heard this, she instead froze. She looked at Xiao Lin, and even her expression changed a little. Her face also slowly started to flush again. This guy, her mind was in complete turmoil. What was this supposed to mean? Deliberately giving her a discount? Xiao Lin saw that she hadn't said a word for a long time and thought she was moved to tears. He very loyally patted her on the shoulder. Don't get all emotional, just transfer the money. Qin Qianxue was made so embarrassed by his pat that she glared at him, then turned around and ran off to make a call. Before long, Xiao Lin's phone rang. Payment received alert. Your personal bank has received a transfer from Qin by 1 million gold coins. Xiao Lin was stunned. He looked up at Qin Qianxue. When Qin Qianxue came back, the redness on her face still hadn't completely faded. Seeing him look over, she averted her eyes and said softly in explanation, My dad said this ring is very valuable. 1 million yuan is already taking advantage of you, so we can't let you lose too much. Xiao Lin nodded helplessly. All right then. The Qin family was rich, after all. They probably didn't care about this extra 200,000. He'd just take it as helping the poor. He didn't bother being overly modest anymore. Turning to look at his sister, who had already been completely petrified, he smiled and said, Let's go. Lunch today is on me. After eating, the two of them went straight to the teleportation center. The Samsara altar was a special instance, and it used a dedicated teleportation array. After the two of them stepped into the teleportation array, glowing with a deep blue light, Qin Qianxue first sent a party invite. Xiao Lin confirmed it. Right after that, Qin Qianxue tore open the scroll. Golden light burst forth instantly, completely enveloping the two of them. Then a difficulty selection popped up before Xiao Lin's eyes. Easy hard hell. Qin Qianxue's finger had already almost tapped easy, but then Xiao Lin raised a hand and stopped her directly. According to Qin Qianxue's previous explanation, simple mode spawns level 10 monsters. Hard mode, level 15. Hell mode, level 20. And elite monsters are another 5 levels higher. But the problem was, after frantically farming in the newbie trial grounds this morning, Xiao Lin's attack had already stacked to over 3,700. When he had a little over 300 attack before, he could one-shot the level 5 wolves in the novice dungeon. So now, with over 3,700 attack, one-shotting level 15 normal monsters shouldn't be a problem. Pick hard, Xiao Lin said calmly. If it weren't for the fact that this scroll was worth 100,000 gold coins, and a failed run would be too embarrassing, he would even have wanted to try hell. Qin Qinshu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and moved her finger from simple to hard. A flash of white light. After a brief moment of blindness, the scene before them had changed. It looked like a huge underground cavern. The space wasn't especially exaggerated, about the size of a football field. There was a small altar in the middle, and at this moment, they were standing in a safe zone on a square platform at the edge. Below the platform were more than 10 stone steps. Around them, a group of black and red wild boars was wandering about. Boar monster, normal level, 15, hard mode, attack, 420 defense, 200 HP, 1200. The moment Qian Snow saw this opening, her expression darkened a little. Too bad. All of these boar monsters were aggressive type. As soon as they stepped down from the high platform, at least 7 or 8 monsters around them would pounce at the same time. For her, who was only level 7 right now, this was simply a nightmare. A completely disastrous start. What do we do? Qian Snow felt a little frustrated. These boars have too much attack. My summoned beasts can't tank them at all. I'm Phoenix. Xiao Lin glanced at the monster panel, his tone utterly casual. You just follow me. To be honest, when he saw these monster stats, he was already starting to regret not choosing hell mode. For him, this difficulty was really a bit too low. You sure? Qian Snow was somewhat doubtful. She really didn't understand where Xiao Lin got that confidence from. Without a front line to absorb damage, an archer theoretically couldn't even perform in a normal damage-dealing environment. Not to mention this kind of situation where you had to take a beating from a whole mob as soon as you stepped outside. Don't worry. Xiao Lin smiled, took out the willow bough, and was just about to step outside. Wait. Qin Qinshu hurriedly called him back. She took a deep breath, and a jade staff instantly appeared in her hand. She swung the staff. The space behind her suddenly tore open. A void rift, 3 meters high, slowly opened. A scorching wave of heat mixed with the smell of sulfur rushed toward them. The next second, a crimson dragon head slowly poked out from the rift. In front of Xiao Lin stood a scarlet dragon beast, nearly 2 meters tall. Its dark red scales looked like flowing magma, and when its dragon wings spread, the translucent membranes still bore flame patterns. Fire Dragon summoned beast level, 9 attack, 350 defense, 60 HP, 800. So, this is your summoned beast? Xiao Lin was even a little envious. This little fire dragon was obviously still in its juvenile stage, but it really looked cool. Qin Qinshu nodded. Its name is Xiao Hong. Xiao Lin held back and didn't comment. Though the name was simple, it was indeed quite fitting. Qin Qinshu continued. My class ability is to summon dragons. Every time I level up by 10 levels, I can summon one more dragon with a different attribute. Xiao Hong is the first one I chose, leaning toward range damage output, with high attack but low health and defense. When I reach level 10, I'll choose a more defense-oriented earth dragon to pair with it. Xiao Lin nodded, though there was still a hint of envy in his eyes. This class was getting more and more absurd the more he heard about it. One more dragon every 10 levels. Then, at level 50, would 5 dragons come out at once? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Can it level up too? Xiao Lin stared at Xiao Hong's status panel and suddenly asked. Ordinary summons didn't have the concept of levels. For example, the skeleton monster that Sun Man summoned would always be level 1 no matter how long it stayed alive. If they wanted to grow stronger, the only way was for the summoner to add more intelligence or rely on equipment bonuses. But Qin Qinshu's Fire Dragon had come out at level 9. It clearly wasn't the same as an ordinary summoned beast. It was more like a true battle pet capable of growth. No wonder she had even given it a name. Yes. Qin Qinshu raised her hand, and Xiao Hong actually obediently lowered its head, leaning over and letting her pet it. As she stroked it, she explained, My summons can level up during battle, and they need less experience than Awakeners do. So right now, it's already 2 levels higher than me. Hidden classes really don't play by the rules. Xiao Lin sighed with emotion. The more Xiao Lin looked at Qin Qinshu's class, the more outrageous it seemed. Later, I'll have Xiao Hong go out first and draw those wild boar monsters away a bit. Try to pull them farther, then we'll make our move. She began explaining her plan, but Xiao Lin asked another question first. What happens if the summoned beast dies? Qin Xinxue tugged at the corner of her mouth. Lose one level, and loyalty drops by 1%. If loyalty falls below 30%, I won't be able to summon it anymore. Can loyalty be restored? Not sure yet. I guess there'll be a way later. Xiaolin nodded and didn't ask anymore. He glanced at the countdown above the system and smiled. You and Xiaolong, just follow me. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, before Qin Xinxue could object, he had already stepped out of the safe zone. The next second, the several wild boar monsters nearby instantly tensed up. A pair after pair of blood-red little eyes locked onto him in unison. Sharp pig squeals rang out. Several monsters erupted almost at the same time, snorting white breath from their noses, tusks gleaming, charging toward him from several directions at once. Split arrow. Xiaolin let out a low shout as the bowstring shuddered. Arrow light burst forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh were almost one continuous crash. The charging movements of those wild boar monsters came to an abrupt halt. They didn't even have time to catch their breath. Several of the monsters simply kept their pouncing postures and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The team successfully killed Red Wild Boar, EXP plus 140. The team successfully killed Black Wild Boar, EXP plus 140, obtained gold plus 320. The team successfully killed Black Wild Boar, EXP plus 140. The team successfully killed Black Wild Boar, EXP plus 140. Congratulations on obtaining a white grade item. Fine Steel Sword. The team successfully killed Red Wild Boar, EXP plus 140. System notifications began flooding the screen like crazy. Holy crap, that much EXP? Xiaolin's eyes lit up. 140 for one. That was almost 3 times the EXP from the Novice Dungeon Grey Wolf. And that was after the experience was split in party mode. If he solo farmed, it would be even higher. And for him, this place was basically no different from the Novice Dungeon at all, with 3,700 plus attack sitting there. No matter what kind of monster it was, one arrow was enough. He quickly did the math. Level 10 to 11 required 30,000 EXP. At this efficiency, just over 200 monsters would be enough to level up. Thinking of this, he didn't stop at all. He beckoned to Qin Xinxue, who was still in a daze, and turned to push forward. The arrow rain resumed. On the other side, Qin Xinxue stared blankly as her experience bar surged. Then she looked up at the young man in front of her, wrapped in golden arrow light, and finally completely understood why he had been able to clear the Novice Dungeon so quickly. She suddenly felt that her hidden class didn't seem quite so impressive after all. This guy doesn't need any protection at all. She muttered under her breath. The staff in her hand was completely unused, so she simply dragged it behind her. One person and one dragon just followed behind with blank expressions. Buzz. She had barely taken a few steps when 2 pillars of golden light almost simultaneously descended upon her and Xiaohong. She leveled up. Qin Xinxue froze, then immediately opened her panel. After thinking about it, she still put all her attribute points into intelligence. The growth of her summoned beast mainly scaled with her own intelligence. Xiaohong was a fire-type magical attack unit, so she casually gave it 1 vitality and 4 intelligence. Before she could even close the panel, a second pillar of light for leveling up descended. She leveled up again. Looking at the level up prompt, Qin Xinxue's heart trembled. This speed was truly like a dream. Up ahead, Xiaolin pushed forward all the way. The monsters in the reincarnation altar were falling one after another like wheat being cut down. The corpses on the ground kept piling up higher and higher. Less than 5 minutes, the entire first wave of 300 wild boars was wiped out just like that. Qin Xinxue had gone from level 7 to level 10. Xiaolin himself had also reached level 11. Looking at the cavern, now empty again, Xiaolin scratched his head in slight confusion. Aren't there supposed to be 10 elite monsters in each wave? Why didn't I see them? Qin Xinxue rolled her eyes directly. She raised a hand and pointed in a direction, too lazy to say anything. Xiaolin followed her gaze. He saw several larger white wild boar corpses lying quietly in the shadows of the stalactites. 2 of them were even still in the middle of charging, with arrows stuck in their foreheads that hadn't completely dissipated yet. The white wild boars were clearly a whole size larger than the ordinary black and red boars. Xiaolin let out an awkward laugh. Looks like even the elites couldn't hold up. White Wild Boar Elite, Defense 400, HP 2000. Qin Xinxue was already too annoyed to complain. In other people's eyes, elite monsters were of course difficult to deal with. But in front of Xiaolin, elites and ordinary monsters were basically no different. All in seconds. How long until the next wave spawns? Xiao Lin asked again. I don't know either. Qin Qinxue shook her head. This is my first time entering this dungeon. After all, everyone was just a newly awakened beginner, and she had only heard of the reincarnation altar. Xiaolin glanced at his experience bar. Level 11 to level 12 required 55,000 experience. It was almost a doubling. That meant after level 10, leveling up would only get slower and slower. Back to the safe zone. He made the decision immediately. Qin Qinxue nodded. Indeed, waiting for respawns in the combat zone was too dangerous. If they spawned right on top of them, that would just be pure bad luck. The two of them retreated to the platform. With a wave of her staff, Qin Qinxue opened another spatial rift. The next second, a small pitch-black dragon crawled out from inside. As soon as the little thing emerged, it affectionately rubbed against her calf. Xiao Lin felt another wave of envy. Qin Qinxue happily patted its head and directly announced, From now on, you'll be called Big Black. Xiao Lin froze for a moment. Why not Little Black? Qin Qinxue explained very seriously. There'll be another dark dragon later, and it'll be black too. That one should be called Little Black. Otherwise, this one, as the older brother, will be unhappy. That makes sense. Xiao Lin immediately gave a thumbs up. Qin Qinxue curved her lips, looking quite satisfied. Of course, neither of them realized yet. When she later really summoned a 20-plus meter tall adult dark dragon, and then seriously called it Little Black, how outrageous that would be. About 5 minutes later, the altar in the center of the cavern suddenly began to rumble loudly. The entire space started to tremble slightly. A ring of red ripples also slowly appeared at the edge of the safe zone. This was the prelude to a refresh. Soon, one after another, phantoms emerged in the space, then rapidly solidified. In the blink of an eye, the cavern that had just been cleared was once again crammed full of wild boars. It started. After Xiao Lin finished speaking, he stepped directly down from the raised platform. With split arrow activated, he began harvesting once more. With the experience from the first round, Qin Qinxue was completely calm this time. She brought Xiao Hong into He and simply followed behind as if taking a stroll. He leveled up to LV.2. He leveled up to LV.3. She had only just stepped out of the safe zone when pillars of light kept flashing over to He's body. The leveling speed was outrageously fast. In no time at all, He, which had been tiny just moments ago, had swollen to about the same size as Xiao Hong. Qin Qinxue didn't even bother looking at the attribute panel anymore. Anyway, it wasn't her turn to act right now. She could just distribute the stat points all at once after the dungeon ended. She looked up at the back of the figure ahead, who was still frantically shooting arrows, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Pervert. At the same time, in the city center, on the top floor of Longting Building, in Qin Bai's office, sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the tea on the desk was still steaming. I didn't expect the assessors coming to Nanshire this year to be the two of you. Qin Bai lifted his teacup and took a sip, a faint smile on his face. Zhang Ling, sitting opposite him, had a body as sturdy as a wall, but a somewhat roguish look on his face as he grinned. Boss, isn't it because I heard our Qinxue awakened a hidden class? I specially fought to come here. As he spoke, he even stretched, and with a movement, the neckline of his camouflage t-shirt opened slightly, revealing a sliver of a gruesome scar. It was a beast claw wound running down from his collarbone and disappearing into the inside of his shirt. Level 53, Advanced Profession, Xuanwu Battle Shield. He looked very rugged, but when he spoke, there was a distinctly familiar warmth. Next to her, Shirsu had a long, fiery red ponytail. She looked neat and capable, with a spirited air about her. She picked up her teacup, took a sip, and let out a sneering laugh. Come on, barbarian. You're obviously just after the roast goose here. Zhongling immediately looked displeased. You dare say you're not after it? Shirsu's expression didn't change at all. I'm not after it. Then the corners of his mouth curled. I mainly miss Boss. Of course, if Boss insists on treating me to a roast goose, I can force myself to eat a couple of bites. Qin Bai smiled and shook his head. You always picking on barbarian. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia also appeared in his eyes. But come to think of it, it's been many years since we last got together. The sharpness in Shirsu's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a trace of reminiscence. Those were good times. 5 people, leveling together, running dungeons together, afraid of nothing. In the office, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Bang! Zhang Ling drained his tea in one gulp and slammed the cup hard onto the table. That sound was especially loud in the quiet office. A fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear someone apart. It's all the fault of those damn co-countries dogs. If they hadn't been so vicious and underhanded, Li Yi and Sister Yun wouldn't have. Barbarian. Shirsu immediately cut him off in a low voice, giving him a warning look. Zhang Ling suddenly came to his senses. The ruthless look on his face stiffened at once, turning into annoyance. He hurriedly looked at Qin Bai, his expression somewhat panicked. Yeah. Qin Bai set down his teacup, his gaze drifting outside the window. Li Yi, that kid, didn't have much guts, but whenever there was danger, his support never let us down. Not to mention Xiaoyan. That spiritual healing technique of hers has saved us who knows how many times. As he said this, his voice clearly grew lower. Shirsu's eyes also turned a little red. Looking out the window, she said softly, "They're all watching us from up there. If Sister Yin could see Qinxue doing so well now, she'd definitely be very happy." Qinbai took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his gaze. When he spoke again, his voice already carried a cold hardness. Our Zanhong was originally the special troops of the Dragon Nation. Xiaoyun and Li Yi died on the battlefield. I'm proud of them. But, as he said this, his gaze suddenly turned icy. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop a few degrees. We still have to avenge them. Zhang Ling's fist clenched instantly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Shirsu also pressed her lips together tightly. In both of their eyes, there was only the same fire. After a long while, Qin Bai slowly exhaled, his voice steadying again, though it was heavier than before. We need to avenge this, but right now, the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom is already almost unable to hold. He looked up at his two old teammates, his gaze sharp as a blade. 2 consecutive defeats in a national fate war, and our national fortune has already fallen to rock bottom. If this year we still can't break into the top ranks, and our national fortune keeps plummeting, he didn't finish the consequences. But the 3 people present all knew them too well. After the global datafication, the national fate war held once every 10 years was the knife hanging over every nation's head. The rules were simple and brutal. Each country selected the 5 strongest among that year's newly awakened, formed a team, and threw them into a dedicated battlefield to fight for a month. In the end, whoever seized the most resources won. Among the 150 countries on Blue Star, the top 10 directly divided 10% of the national fortune from the remaining 140 countries. And the Dragon Kingdom had already failed to make the top 10 3 times in a row. National fortune was not an illusion. It directly affected the probability of battle class awakenings among graduates nationwide, affected monster killing experience, affected drop rates, and even affected dungeon and wild monster density. If national fortune fell, it meant the new generation would grow weaker. If the new generation grew weaker, the next national fate war would be even weaker. It was a vicious cycle. Once you get caught in it, the country will only fight itself into worse and worse ruin. The sadness in Shirsu's eyes was completely withdrawn, and she once again turned sharp. So this time, we absolutely cannot lose again. The higher-ups' attitude is already very clear. At any cost, dig out the real geniuses. We came to Nancy not just to recruit students. We came to act for the Seoul Battle Pavilion and for the National War Reserve Team, to find a blade that can break the deadlock. This time, we absolutely cannot fail again. Qin Bai slowly nodded, his voice low. Maybe Nancy really can give you some surprises this year. He paused, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. There are a few youngsters whose potential is far from ordinary. When Zhang Ling heard this, the heaviness from before finally eased a little. Boss, if we're talking about surprises, isn't the biggest surprise this year our own Qinxue? As he spoke, he got more and more energized. Out of all of Longhua, only 3 hidden classes have appeared this year, and Qinxue is one of them, and she's a divine dragon contracted one at that. This is top-tier stuff among hidden classes. The more Zhang Ling said, the more excited he became. The power of the divine dragon. As long as she's cultivated well, she'll definitely be a trump card seed for the war over national destiny. Shirsu was much calmer than he was. She didn't get completely carried away by Qinxue's halo and went straight for the key point. Boss, you just said there are a few youngsters. Aside from Qinxue, who else is worth focusing on? We don't have much time. We need to lock onto a target as soon as possible. Qin Bai didn't rush to answer. He simply tapped the rim of his teacup slowly, producing crisp, rhythmic clicks. It wasn't until Zhang Ling was nearly unable to sit still that he finally pushed a thin dossier in front of the 2 of them. Shirsu picked it up first. She read quickly, but the farther she got, the tighter her brows knit. By the end, her face was full of confusion. An archer? She handed the file to Zhongling and looked at Qin Bai, her expression extremely complicated. Boss, the potential value in this file is indeed ridiculously exaggerated. But what he awakened was just the most ordinary archer, and there's no mention of any special talent in the dossier. This doesn't fit the selection standards of the Battle Soul Pavilion at all, especially the reserve team of National Destiny. This dossier was Xiaolin's basic file that Qin Bai had previously asked someone to retrieve. What was written in it was nothing but records that were publicly available at school. As for Xiaolin's performance after awakening, there wasn't a single word. Qin Bai seemed to have anticipated that she would say this, and there was even a hint of a meaningful smile on his face. I promised that kid I wouldn't take the initiative to expose his trump card, so I can't tell you the exact reason. As he said that, his tone suddenly sank, each word clear. But I can tell you this very clearly right now. In this round of 3 spots for the South City War Soul Pavilion, there must be one for Xiaolin. Shirsu's expression changed at once. She lowered her head and glanced at the documents, visibly conflicted. But in the end, she still, boss, sorry. If it's just based on this information, plus your recommendation, I can't agree to it. This year's spots are tied to the National Destiny Reserve team. There's no room for any favoritism. In her current understanding, Qin Bai was trying to use connections to forcefully push a junior into the Battle Soul Pavilion. But considering the current state of Long Country, this kind of thing was unacceptable to her. What made it even harder to tolerate was that the person proposing this matter was the captain she had trusted the most in the past. Next to her, Zhongling had already quickly read through the file. He furrowed his brows slightly and directly pushed the documents back in front of Qin Bai. He didn't say a word, but his stance was clear. He stood with Shirsu. Qin Bai looked at the documents that had been pushed back, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. The atmosphere in the office seemed to chill along with it. You all like this? His voice dropped, holding back his anger. I'm a little angry. Boss. Zhongling was actually a little uneasy too, but he still steeled himself and spoke up. Even if you beat me up right now, I still can't agree to this. Shirsu also raised her head this time, no longer avoiding his gaze. Boss, I'm sorry. This election is tied to the fate of the nation. What we're looking for is someone who can carve out a path for the Dragon Country on a real battlefield. I can't treat that as a joke. Her tone was very light, but there was not the slightest bit of compromise. Qin Bai narrowed his eyes and slowly leaned back into the chair, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. So, it seems that after a few years apart, I, Qin Bai, am no longer the captain you once trusted. What I say is worthless in your eyes now. Shirsu's heart tightened abruptly, and she hurried to explain. Boss, of course we trust you. You'll always be our boss. It's just on this matter. Before she could finish, Qin Bai cut her off with a cold laugh. Unconditional trust. Qin Bai suddenly slammed the table. The water in the teacups trembled. His voice rose sharply. Then what are you doing right now? In your eyes, am I, Qin Bai, the kind of petty person who would joke about the country's future just to use my personal connections and slip a junior into the Battle Soul Pavilion? You're not questioning my decision. You're insulting me. You're stabbing at Qin Bai's spine. By the time he finished, both Shirsu and Zhongling were stunned. Shirsu's face even turned a little pale. In her memory, Qin Bai had never scolded them like this. This wasn't just anger. He was truly furious. Her mind was a mess. Could it be that she had really misunderstood? Boss. Zhongling was a little shaken too, and asked hesitantly, could this Xiaolin really be that exaggerated? Qin Bai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and his voice dropped back down. Yes, and far beyond your imagination. What exactly it is, I can't say. But I can tell you this, don't just stare at the job title. Then, he directly dropped an even heavier line. Xiaolin's test potential value is 3,000 mH because the instrument in Nansha only goes up to 3,000. If you had to choose only one between Xiaolin and Qinxue for the National Fate Battle roster, Xiaolin has higher priority than Qinxue. What? Zhongling shot straight up from the sofa. His eyes nearly bulged out. Shirsu also froze completely, mouth slightly open. On both of their faces was the same expression. Impossible. What was Qinxue? A dragon god contract holder, a top-tier hidden class. And now, Qin Bai was actually saying that an ordinary archer ranked above her in priority? This was no longer just ridiculous. This was outright flipping the table. The two hurriedly lowered their heads and flipped through the materials again. But no matter how they looked, only that most outrageous potential value of 3,000 mH stood out. Everything else showed absolutely nothing unusual. The two looked at each other. This time, both of them could see hesitation in each other's eyes. They knew better than anyone what kind of person Qinbai was. His judgment, his vision, and his character had all been tested with his life. If he was furious to this extent today, even to the point of saying it insulted his dignity, then that meant this Xiaolin probably really had something they had completely failed to anticipate. All right, let's stop here for today. Qinbai waved his hand. Take the materials with you and look through them at the hotel. Zhang Ling still hadn't come to his senses. Qinbai's gaze turned cold. What? You got something else? Boss. Only then did Zhang Ling react. He quickly forced out a flattering smile, rubbing his hands together as he spoke softly. The roast goose, should we? Get lost. Qinbai rolled his eyes hard and grabbed the folder beside him as if he were about to throw it. I'm sick of seeing you lot right now. Get out now. Zhang Ling and Shi Su didn't dare linger any longer. They grabbed the materials and practically fled. As soon as the office door closed, the two let out a long breath at the same time. Then they looked at each other. In each other's eyes was nothing but unconcealed confusion and seriousness. Xiaolin, this ordinary archer, what exactly is his background? Meanwhile, inside the reincarnation altar instance, when the 3-hour countdown was finally almost over, the last wild boar crashed to the ground under Xiaolin's arrow. Xiaolin put away his bow and shook his arm. After 3 straight hours of output, even he was somewhat sore. It seems I still need to improve my physical stats. Otherwise, I can't really hold up in prolonged combat. As he rubbed his arm, he was making calculations in his mind. Beside him, Qin Xinxue stood there watching Xiao Hong and He, and the shock she had felt at the beginning was completely gone. All that remained was numbness. 3 hours. Her level had skyrocketed, jumping all the way from level 7 to level 15. Xiao Hong was even more exaggerated, reaching level 22. He had also reached level 20. And the teammates she had run the beginner instance with yesterday were probably still struggling around level 8 now. Thinking of this, Qin Xinxue couldn't help but get a headache. How was she supposed to explain this when they went back? Yesterday they were still good teammates. Today there was already a huge level gap. They couldn't even run the same dungeon anymore. Just thinking about it made her feel awkward. But Xiaolin had absolutely no such trouble. At that moment, he was in an unbelievably good mood. These 3 hours had been incredibly rewarding. He'd earned over 30,000 gold coins, more than a dozen green quality items, 5 blue quality items, and so many white quality items he couldn't be bothered to count. He quickly skimmed through the equipment. The result was a little disappointing. Out of the 5 blue items, not a single one could be used by an archer. They were either heavy armor, robes, or two-handed heavy weapons. Xiaolin clicked his tongue, but he didn't care too much. Blue quality gear was no longer something he absolutely needed now. Immediately after, his gaze fell on a green ring. Wild Breath Ring green. Strength plus 35 berserk. Physical damage plus 10% level 10. This is pretty good. Xiaolin's eyes lit up. For others, diversified stats might be more important. But for someone like him, whose base attack was absurdly high, the most valuable thing was this kind of affix that directly increases damage by a percentage. Without another word, he put on immediately. Then he rummaged through the pile of white rarity gear and picked out a few level 10 items with decent stats, replacing the level 1 beginner white gear he had been wearing. Even though they were all just white gear, the gap in base stats between level 10 and level 1 was right there. After changing gear, he immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Xiaolin class. Archer level, 15 HP. 1440 shield, 1486 3 mana, 300 attack power, 14863 defense, 235 attack speed, 3.1/SEC strength, 94 intelligence, 30 constitution, 64 agility, 79 free attribute points, 30 experience, 75690/320000. After switching to level 10 gear, his overall base stats have been boosted significantly. His HP had finally broken 1,000 as well. He and Qin Xinxue were both level 15. However, his experience bar was clearly much fuller. Over these 3 hours, relying on Soul Devouring Mark, he had forcibly stacked his base attack to 11182. Then, with gear and percentage-based damage boosts, his final attack power shot straight up to over 14,800. In naked gear state, this attack value was already so outrageous that it could crush the vast majority of Awakeners in the Dragon Nation at this stage. What if I activate Songlong's grip charge again? Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. That arrow, conservatively speaking, had to be worth over 40,000 damage. By his current understanding, the only things that could take one of his arrows head on and not die were probably wild bosses and the like. Next came the free attribute points. He hadn't been in a hurry to allocate them ever since level 10, mainly because with the affixes, attribute points weren't that urgent. They had to be carefully planned. Xiao Lin found a rock to sit on and thought for a while. In the end, he still decided. Put everything into agility. The reason was simple. Strength? Useless. For him right now, adding a bit of attack from attribute points was simply a waste. Vitality? He didn't really need it for now either. With level 10 gear covering him, plus the more than 10,000 shield from War Breath Barrier as a safety net, his survivability was more than enough. Intelligence? Not to mention that. He was an archer. Why would he add that? So the only thing that was truly valuable was attack speed. All 30 free attribute points were added to agility. Agility directly rose to 109. His attack speed instantly shot up to 3.8 arrows per second. In other words, while using split arrow, he could already consistently fire 10 arrows in a second. His firepower coverage had just jumped to another level. Only about 250,000 experience points left to level up. Xiao Lin glanced at the experience bar, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That number was a mountain to other people. To him, it was just the next easy little goal. Soon, the countdown completely hit 0. The surrounding space began to distort and blur. A beam of white light descended, enveloping the two of them. A second later, the light faded. The two of them were sent back to the teleportation center. You don't seem very happy. Xiao Lin looked at Qin Xinxue, who had stayed silent the whole time. Qin Xinxue tugged at the corner of her mouth, showing a somewhat helpless smile. It's not that I'm unhappy. I'm just a little stunned. I originally thought reaching level 10 today would already be amazing, but then I jumped straight to level 15. Who would believe such leveling speed if I told them? After hearing that, Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh. Is leveling up fast not a good thing? So many people would kill for that. It is good, but Qin Xinxue scratched at her hair, obviously genuinely frustrated. The problem is I don't know how to explain it to Lin Weiyin and the others now. Yesterday, we were still running the newbie dungeon together, and today we're completely on different progressions. She didn't finish, but the meaning was already clear. The level gap was too big, and the relationship between teammates immediately became awkward. Xiao Lin looked at her mussed-up hair and shrugged. I really can't help you with that. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The teleportation center was at its busiest. Crowds surged everywhere, and awakeners were everywhere you looked. People forming parties, selling materials, shouting, bragging, cheering, and battle pets barking and squawking wildly. The noise blended into a huge din, surging straight up toward the dome. Xiao Lin and Qin Xinxue came out one after the other from the special dungeon-used teleportation array. Qin Xinxue was still troubled over the teammate issue. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, suddenly raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes, because in the crowd, he spotted a particularly eye-catching 5-person team at a glance. Not because they were especially handsome or beautiful. It was purely because the one leading the group was dressed in an absolutely explosive way. A bronze-colored chest plate with an absurdly exaggerated design. And in front of it, he was carrying a huge silver shield. The crystal on the shield flashed with every step, as if afraid no one would notice. Normally, people don't bother revealing their gear when they're not in combat. It's cumbersome, ostentatious, and it easily exposes your level. But this guy had everything equipped, as if terrified that nobody would know he had gear. People who strut around the streets in full gear like this really aren't common. Way too showy. Chen Xiao, I really didn't expect us to hit level 5 this fast. A tall, thin man behind Chen Jigang was all flattery, his face creasing with a fawning smile. I'd bet we're definitely one of the first teams to enter the newbie dungeon this year. Chen Jigang walked in front, acting perfectly composed on the surface, but the corners of his mouth just wouldn't stay down. That smugness was written all over his face. Sun Man, standing beside him, quietly rolled her eyes. No one else knew, but she was very clear about it. At a time when everyone wished they could make one day stretch into 2, Chen Jigang could still sleep until nearly noon before leisurely coming out to assemble. And yet they still fantasize about being the first batch to enter the dungeon. Leaving everything else aside, just Qin Xinxue's team alone is definitely no less efficient than theirs. Who knows where these people get their confidence from? What a pity about that wild boss yesterday. Another short, stocky boy chimed in unhappily. If it hadn't been snatched by someone else, we'd have been level 5 yesterday, and maybe we would have even cleared the beginner dungeon once already. What a waste of a whole day. As soon as this was brought up, Chun-Ji Gang's expression immediately darkened. A cruel look flashed in his eyes. Best not let me find out who stole my boss. If I do catch them, he ground his teeth, his voice vicious. I'll make sure they regret being born. While talking, the group walked toward the novice dungeon teleportation array. At that moment, the tall, skinny guy suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Chen Xiao, look at Xiao Lin." Chun-Ji Gang looked up. Sure enough, Xiao Lin was just walking down the steps from the dungeon-exclusive teleportation passage. A teasing, sinister smile instantly spread across Chun-Ji Gang's face. The next second, without saying a word, he abruptly yanked Sun Man Man, who was beside him, over to him, tightened his arm, and held her fiercely in his embrace. The movement was rough, as if deliberately showing something off. Sun Man Man's body visibly stiffened for a moment, instinctively wanting to struggle. But she knew all too well what Chun-Ji Gang was trying to do. He was using her, his ex-girlfriend, to discuss Xiao Lin. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face, but in the end she still didn't resist. She only kept her body stiff as Chun-Ji Gang half-led, half-hugged her over. "Yo, isn't this our genius, Xia?" Chun-Ji Gang stood brazenly at the bottom of the steps, just a bit lower than Xiao Lin. He had his arm around Sun Man Man, his tone flippant and dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Lin stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping over Chun-Ji Gang's face, then lightly over Sun Man Man's profile, and finally settling back on Chun-Ji Gang. He was so calm, it was as if he had no reaction at all. The kind of disregard only made Chun-Ji Gang even more irritated. It was like punching cotton, uncomfortable as hell. A surge of anger rose in his chest, and he kept going. "What? Awaken the insanely awesome class of Archer, and now you can't even be bothered to talk to your classmates." As soon as he said that, the few lackeys behind him immediately burst into laughter. "Brother Chun, that's not quite right." Wang Chung wore a look of gleeful schadenfreude, his laughter especially grating. "Our genius Xia is a legendary figure with 3,000 potential points who awakened as a plain, ordinary archer. Isn't what you said a little inappropriate?" Ha ha ha. For 3 years of high school, he'd been pressed down by Xiao Lin so hard it was stifling. Now he'd finally found a chance, and his laughter was downright delighted. "Hey, Wang Chung, don't say that." The short, fat guy chimed in with the same sarcastic tone. "You're really hurting our genius Xia's pride like that." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the hand Chun-Ji Gang had wrapped around Sun Man Man's waist, a sleazy grin on his face. "Then again, Brother Chun, you were only with Sun Man Man yesterday, and today you're already wrapping an arm around her waist. TSK, that speed, that technique, we're impressed, brothers." Xiao Lin looked at the several clowns chiming in together, his expression still unchanged. If he were really just an ordinary archer, being trampled like this in public would indeed be hard to take. But now, to him, these people were nothing more than a few jumpy losers. He didn't even feel like speaking to them. And this silence, in Chun-Ji Gang's eyes, instead became having nothing to say in response. This made Chun-Ji Gang even more pleased. "So what if I was holding her around the waist?" He deliberately said it very loudly, his face full of smugness. "Didn't you know? Last night, Sun Man Man spent the night at my place." The moment those words were tossed out, the surrounding area instantly fell quiet for a moment. It was like a bomb had been thrown. "Holy crap," the short, fat man shouted on purpose. "Chen Xiao, seriously?" Chun-Ji Gang gave a disdainful smile. "Didn't you notice today? Even the way she walks is different from before." "Chen Xiao, you're way too fierce." The short, fat man immediately followed up. "Xiao Lin was with her for 3 years, and probably didn't even get to kiss her. You only needed 1 day to get all the way to the good stuff." As soon as he said that, he even looked at Xiao Lin with a trace of genuine sympathy. This time, he really wasn't putting on an act. He genuinely thought Xiao Lin was a little pitiful. As for Sun Man Man, who was being held in Chun-Ji Gang's arms, all she felt now was that she was like a piece of merchandise, used by them for show and for humiliation. No one cared about her face. No one cared about her dignity. She gritted her teeth, her body stiff as wood, her head bowed tightly. That nauseating stench from last night seemed to rise again from the depths of her throat. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach, but she still gritted her teeth and told herself inwardly, it was worth it. For the sake of the Soul Battle Pavilion slot, all of this was worth it. What good was Xiao Lin being nice to her before? He couldn't give her a future. He couldn't give her the Soul Battle Pavilion. Then all that kindness would be worthless in the end. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Xiao Lin still had no reaction, Chun-Ji Gang grew even more animated. Don't take it too hard. Man Man's choice is very smart. Follow me, and you'll reach level 5 in no time. if you keep following you. He sized Xiaolin up and down, his face full of contempt. At this point, they're probably still in a novice trial grounds killing rabbits, right? Ha, exactly. The tall, skinny one hurriedly chimed in. Chen Xiao is not someone like you. An archer can compare to. We're going to be the first team to clear the newbie dungeon. The first team. Just then, a cool voice with a hint of laughter sounded. Qin Xinxue had no idea when she had already appeared beside Xiaolin. She naturally reached out and hooked her arm around Xiaolin's, a trace of mockery curling at the corners of her mouth as her gaze stabbed straight at Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang, even daydreaming has its limits. For someone as shameless as you really are eye-opening. Chen Jigang's face darkened, but when he saw that it was Qin Xinxue, he forcibly swallowed his anger. He didn't dare talk back. Yet Qin Xinxue had no intention of stopping at all. Her gaze shifted to Sun Man Man, her tone carrying a faint hint of pity. Sun Man Man, I have to say, your taste is truly garbage to an impressive degree. As she spoke, she suddenly laughed again. The smile was especially bright and especially glaring. However, I still have to thank you. At those words, Sun Man Man froze completely. The face behind the hair was instantly filled with shock and absurdity. And there was also a hint of pain she herself did not want to admit. Through the gaps in her hair, she looked at Xiaolin with venomous resentment. But Xiaolin paid her no mind at all, as if she didn't exist. Relying on women to stand up for you again? Chen Jigang looked at Qin Xinxue clinging to Xiaolin, and his displeasure grew even stronger. A waste like you, even with Qin Xinxue backing you, is still a burden. If it were me, I'd have already found a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could I still have a face to embarrass myself here? He didn't dare threaten Qin Xinxue, so he could only keep biting at Xiaolin. Of course, Xiaolin knew Qin Xinxue was backing him up. He also didn't act coy and pull his hand away. Instead, he slightly bent down, leaned closer to Chen Jigang, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Waste, why do you think I came out of the dungeon teleportation array? His tone was light, yet cold and laced with sarcasm. With that little intelligence of yours, you still want the first clear? Go home, wash up, and get some sleep. As soon as those words came out, Chen Jigang's entire body froze abruptly. That's right. He had indeed just seen Xiaolin walk out from the dungeon teleportation array with his own eyes. He had just been thinking about how to humiliate Xiaolin, and had actually ignored that detail. And now, that detail was like a bucket of ice water poured straight over his head. Whether it was a beginner dungeon or a special dungeon, you needed to be at least level 5 to enter. In other words, Xiaolin was at least level 5. The smug look on Chen Jigang's face vanished in an instant. In its place was a dark, iron blue expression. He stared fixedly at Xiaolin, his gaze completely changed. Impossible. Impossible. He had only awakened yesterday. With his family spending money on gear and a fixed team backing him, he had fought tooth and nail just to barely reach level 5 by now. How could Xiaolin, an archer everyone had written off as trash, also be level 5? Unless that boss from yesterday, that ancient savage rabbit they had painstakingly whittled down to low health, only to have someone snatch the last hit at the end. The moment this thought surfaced, Chen Jigang practically exploded. His breathing turned heavy at once, and the veins in his eyes bulged red as he nearly roared. Xiaolin, was that boss yesterday stolen by you? You fucking bastard? Stolen? Xiaolin sneered. That was my boss to begin with. After saying that, he slowly straightened up and looked down at Chen Jigang, a cold, mocking smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Idiot. The entire room fell silent instantly. No one said a word. Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to give Chen Jigang another glance. He tilted his head and said softly to Qin Xinxue beside him, who was suppressing a smile at the corners of her mouth. Let's go, mm. Qin Xinxue gave a slight nod, hooked her arm through his, and completely ignored Chen Jigang's murderous glare as they brushed past him side by side. They headed toward the exit of the hall. Chen Jigang stood frozen in place, staring fixedly at Xiaolin's retreating back. His eyes looked poisoned. The muscles on his face were twitching. Finally, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, one by one. Fine, very fine. Xiaolin. He remembered that boss from yesterday very clearly. The damage from that arrow was absolutely absurd. Over 200 in a single shot. A normal newbie could never deal damage like that. What did that mean? It meant Xiaolin definitely had some ridiculously overpowered gear in his hands. A weapon of no level, or some other kind of treasure. That guess made Chen Jigang's heart start pounding wildly. I'd like to see whether you, this bottom-rung piece of trash, can really keep hold of what's in your hands. Outside the teleportation hall, The late autumn sunset painted the entire city of Nanshur a warm orange. Qin Xinxue lowered her head and glanced at the hand that was still hooked around Xiaolin's arm. Just now, she had almost instinctively linked her arm with his. Now that she thought about it, even she felt it was a little sudden. And under this sunset glow, the gesture seemed especially intimate. Her ears turned slightly red. Then, pretending to be calm, she gently pulled her hand back. The movement was tiny, as if she had only casually straightened her sleeve. Ahem. She cleared her throat and deliberately avoided looking at Xiaolin. There was still a hint of unnatural tension in her voice. Don't get the wrong idea. I just couldn't stand watching them bully people, and I wanted to annoy them a little while I was at it. Xiaolin stopped and looked at her. He nodded very calmly. I know. Thank you. That reaction is way too calm. So calm that Qin Xinxue suddenly felt a strange emptiness inside. It was like something had lightly tickled her heart, an itch with a faint, indescribable sense of loss. She quickly shook off that odd feeling, lifted her chin, and regained her usual tsundere attitude. Just one thank you. I even sacrificed my reputation just to help you out. And that's all you've got for me. Xiaolin looked at her like that, and a trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said very seriously, "Didn't we discuss this in depth this morning? If you're really that hungry for my body, go die." Qin Xinshue's face instantly turned bright red, and she raised her hand to hit him. But halfway through, her fist froze in place. She could only glare at him fiercely, even the roots of her ears red with embarrassment. Anyway, it's not going to be let off that easily. Xiaolin shrugged indifferently. Then he gently tapped the air with his finger. A faint glow flashed. A necklace appeared in his hand. The silvery white chain had a warm sheen, and the pendant was a teardrop-shaped sapphire, glowing softly in the sunset. "Here, this is for you." Pretty good luck. Another one dropped, and it's a summoner-exclusive item. Qin Xinxue froze for a moment, then took it. Appraisal activated. The next second, her eyes lit up. Clearheart Tear Necklace. Rare. Intelligence plus 50 affixes. Contracted Healing. Consumes 50% of the summoner's mana to restore 50% of the summoned beast's HP. Beast Soul Revival. After the summoned beast leaves combat, it restores 2% HP per second. Required level 10. Awesome. She looked up at Xiaolin, her eyes shining brightly. This necklace is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Are you sure? You're just giving it to me like this? Yeah, it's yours. Xiaolin smiled. Thanks. Qin Xinxue lowered her head and played with the necklace, the corners of her mouth lifting as well. I'm very satisfied with this gift. After saying that, her tone became a little more serious. But I'll probably slow down my leveling first and wait for Lin Wayne and the others. Otherwise, if that plastic girl squad others blows a fuse, I really couldn't handle it. Xiaolin nodded. Right now, the highest level record in Nanshur before graduation was only level 16. The two of them were already level 15. There really was no need to keep charging ahead like crazy. And the Awakener Academy's admission threshold was only level 10. It was only 5 levels away. But that 5-level gap in experience was already enough for a newcomer to go from level 1 to level 10 more than 10 times. Better keep a low profile. Xiaolin thought silently to himself. At night, the Chen family. The study door was tightly shut. Under the dim yellow light, cigar smoke drifted slowly through the air. Chen Jigang stood before the massive mahogany desk, and the fury he had carried after being humiliated at the transfer center had long since hardened into a colder, more vicious resentment. Behind the desk, in a leather chair, sat a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He was very well maintained and carried himself with great authority. Chen Hong, head of the logistics group of the Southern City branch of Warsoul Pavilion. Though he and Qin Bai were both in Warsoul Pavilion, their foundations were completely different. Qin Bai was the branch head of Southern City, parachuted in from headquarters, the true top authority. Chen Hong, on the other hand, was a core figure of the Chun family of Southern City. Relying on the family's Chamber of Commerce and its deeply entrenched connections, he had firmly secured the position of head of the logistics group. The logistics group was responsible for equipment procurement, maintenance, and distribution. It was a lucrative post with considerable power as well. Through this position, Chen Hong had tightly bound the Chun family Chamber of Commerce and the resources of Warsoul Pavilion together, though he still couldn't compare to Qin Bai's level. In Southern City, his influence was still immense. At this moment, Chen Hong was slowly setting down the report in his hand, looking up at his only son. Those eyes were extremely sharp, like an eagle's. At a glance, he could tell the resentment Chen Jigang had failed to suppress. It's this late, and you're still this angry? His voice was low and steady, giving away no emotion. It sounded less like a question and more like a statement of fact. Chun Ji-gang suddenly raised his head, his voice even cracking with excitement. Dad, I found Xia Lin's secret. Oh, Chun Hong's brow lifted slightly, and he finally showed a bit of interest. Xia Lin? That genius with a 3,000 potential value who awakened as a common archer. What kind of secret could he have? Chun Ji-gang braced both hands on the desk and spoke rapidly. Dad, do you know what level he is now? I saw him coming out of the dungeon teleportation array with my own eyes, and he looked way too composed. There's no way he had just reached the threshold of level 5. Chun Hong's cigar paused in his hand, and his gaze sharpened a little. Level 5. Yeah, Chun Ji-gang said with absolute certainty. Why him? Why is he leveling up faster than me? Why? Chun Hong let out a cold snort, his tone clearly displeased. If he joined a decent team and since awakening did nothing but grind monsters non-stop, then with a bit of luck, reaching level 5 in a single day isn't entirely impossible. Is that worth you losing your composure over? Chun Ji-gang was choked into silence for a moment. Knowing that he had indeed been somewhat lax these past 2 days, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. But he quickly gritted his teeth and continued speaking. Even so, there's one thing that simply can't be explained. Chun Hong didn't answer. He just looked at him, signaling him to go on. Chun Ji-gang took a breath. Yesterday, I ran into a wild boss in the newbie trial grounds. I finally got it down to low health, and then Xia Lin stole it with one arrow. His damage was absurdly high. At this, Chun Hong finally truly looked up. Be specific. Chun Ji-gang immediately said. Our team's warrior, going all out on damage, could only do a dozen or so points per strike. The elemental mage's fireball was only around 20 points. But Xia Lin did over 200 with one arrow. He wiped out the boss's last bit of HP on the spot. Over 200, Chun Hong's gaze instantly turned sharp. As the head of the armaments division of Zanhong, he was terrifyingly sensitive to damage numbers from awakeners. A rookie archer who had awakened for less than a day dealt over 200 damage? That was no longer unreasonable. That was simply impossible. Chun Ji-gang took a deep breath and threw out the suspicion he had been holding in all this time. Dad, I suspect he has a top-tier piece of equipment on him. It's even very likely to be that legendary level-restricted item. A level-restricted item? Chun Hong's pupils contracted sharply, and even his breathing visibly quickened. He knew all too well what those words meant. Things like that almost only existed in rumors. Once one truly appeared, it would be enough to drive every faction insane. What did that thing mean? It meant that low-level awakeners could gain early access to terrifying power that let them crush opponents of the same tier, or even fight above their level. Are you sure? There was even a faint tremor in Chun Hong's voice. Even as steady as he was, he could not suppress the turmoil in his heart at this moment. 90% sure. Chun Ji-gang spoke with absolute certainty. Dad, think about it. Aside from a divine item of that caliber, what else could let a rookie archer deal over 200 damage to a boss? Chun Hong slowly stood up and paced back and forth in the study. The cigar smoke curled around him in circles. If this was true, the value of that piece of equipment was simply impossible to estimate. Xia Lin, orphan archer, Chun Hong murmured under his breath. How could a poor kid with no backing have something like that? Seeing that his father was still thinking, Chun Ji-gang quickly added, Dad, no matter how he got it, the fact is he dealt such high damage. Yes. Chun Hong's eyes grew brighter and brighter, but that brightness carried a chilling edge. Whether he has a no-level restriction piece of equipment or not, as long as there's even a sliver of possibility, that's enough. As he said this, a cold, sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. A little brat with no background at all deserves to carry such a priceless treasure. What better chance could there be than this? This is a great gift from heaven to our Chun family. Chun Ji-gang's eyes lit up as he listened. Dad, then what's the rush? Chun Hong raised a hand to cut him off, his gaze dark and brooding. As long as the item is still in his hands, sooner or later, it'll be ours. He sat back down in the chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, producing a dull, thudding sound. Just then, as if Chun Ji-gang had thought of something else, he hurriedly added, By the way, Dad, there's something else. I found that Qin Xinxue has been getting especially close to Xia Lin these past 2 days. Their relationship has progressed way too fast. Today in the teleportation hall, she even took the initiative to hook her arm through Xia Lin's in front of everyone. Qin Xinxue? Chen Hong's eyes immediately became much more guarded. Qin Bai's daughter? You mean the Qin family may have also discovered the secret on Xiaolin's body? Very likely. Qin Jigang's tone was filled with obvious jealousy. Before awakening, they were just ordinary classmates. But precisely when Xiaolin awakened a trash profession and everyone was laughing at him, Qin Xinxue instead took the initiative to get close to him, and even so intimately. With her status, why would she bother with a well-known loser? There's definitely something wrong here. The Qin family must also be eyeing that piece of equipment. These words immediately stirred a sense of urgency in Chen Hong's heart. If even Qin Bai got involved, then things would be troublesome. Very good. Chen Hong's gaze turned completely cold. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Tomorrow, go level up as usual. Don't have any further contact with Xiaolin. We must avoid arousing suspicion. Dad, do you mean? What I mean is, Chen Hong gave a cold laugh. That piece of equipment must belong to the Chun family. Whatever it is, it must become a stepping stone for our Chun family to go further. By the end, he no longer concealed the killing intent in his eyes. As for Xiaolin, an orphan who awakened a trash class, disappearing without a trace in South City. Who would care? In the study, a pair of eyes, one large and one small, met. Both were filled with the same greed and ruthlessness. The next morning, the morning mist had not yet fully cleared, and dense, monotonous sounds of arrows slicing through the air were already echoing across the edge of the rookie trial grounds. Xiaolin walked alone at an unhurried pace through the grass. The bow in his hand had already turned into a merciless harvesting machine. One arrow after another, launched with pinpoint accuracy into the bodies of the dazed long-tailed rabbits, sending up tiny glimmers of experience light. Although he didn't want to push his level too high and draw too much attention, this matter of stacking attack power absolutely could not stop. That was his foundation, and also his greatest trump card. An hour passed. Mechanical, boring, but absurdly efficient. By the time the morning mist had completely dispersed and sunlight spread across the grassland, Xiaolin finally stopped. He opened a panel, looked at the attack power line. Attack power, 18068. 1 hour. Another 3,000 or so increase. By now, his attack power had officially broken 18,000. If he were to encounter a low-level wild boss, like the ancient savage rabbit again now, he wouldn't even need to charge up. He could just casually fire a basic arrow and one-shot it. Xiaolin suddenly remembered something his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, had mentioned in casual conversation before. With his strength as a level 25 warrior, if he fought by brute force, it would probably still take about a minute to kill a level 5 wild boss. Wild bosses are different from dungeon bosses. Their attack and defense stats may not necessarily be ridiculously high, but their biggest trait is that they have massive HP. Absurdly massive. The ancient savage rabbit was only the lowest level wild boss, and its HP was already 18,000. So what about those lord tier and world tier wild bosses in higher level zones? The ones at over level 100? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Xiaolin even had another thing flash through his mind, something he had heard about before. A few years ago, a lord tier boss had unexpectedly spawned in a high-level wild zone over in South Korea. To kill that thing, South Korea had mobilized nearly every high-tier awakened fighter in the country. They fought for 7 full days and nights. In the end, it took the deaths of nearly 1/3 of the nations awakened before they finally ground that thing down to death. Normally, losses of that magnitude would have been enough to severely cripple a country. But strangely, South Korea not only didn't decline afterward, it went on to repeatedly place higher than expected in the War of National Destiny in the following years, and its overall national power actually rose instead of falling. Although no one said the reason outright, the clever ones all understood. After collecting the rabbits, Xia Lin went home. Xia Jingyu had already made breakfast. He ate a few bites casually, then went back to the exchange. He had to clear out the pile of loot in his backpack. Actually, if he just sold the white-grade items, the system backpack could handle it directly. But it would take a 10% handling fee. Xia Lin had money now, but he wasn't rich enough to ignore that kind of cost. Save wherever he could. When he stepped into the exchange hall again, it was still bustling with activity. Xia Lin was very familiar with the place and didn't even bother with a guide. He went straight to the equipment recycling area. The middle-aged appraiser was still, as he had been yesterday, half dead looking, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, dozing lightly, his fingers tapping the table now and then. Hearing footsteps, he lazily opened his eyes a slit and glanced at Xia Lin. Then he shot to his feet in an instant. His whole body seemed electrified, his face flushed red, and his eyes widened with excitement. He stared fixedly at Xiaolin. Xiaolin was so startled by his reaction that he almost smashed the white-grade helmet he had just taken out right into the man's face. "Why, young brother, you're finally here." The middle-aged appraiser's voice was trembling with excitement. He even reached his hand across the table, trying to grab Xiaolin. Xiaolin instinctively stepped back, avoiding that overly enthusiastic hand. Looking at the other man's, "I've finally been waiting for you" expression, he felt a little creepy all over. "What are you doing?" Haha. The middle-aged appraiser also realized he was being too exaggerated, and quickly pulled his hand back, awkwardly rubbing it. A layer of nearly ingratiating smile spread across his face. "Little brother, you're here to sell equipment, right?" "Right." Xiaolin shot him a blank look. If he came to the recycling area and didn't sell equipment, was he here for sightseeing? But he couldn't be bothered to complain. He just nodded. Then with a thought, the pile of gray-tier equipment in the system backpack all clattered onto the table, instantly forming a small mountain. As soon as the middle-aged appraiser saw this pile of stuff, the expectation on his face visibly froze. He was stunned for a few seconds, then looked up and asked, "Just these?" "Yeah, I'm selling these first." Xiaolin nodded calmly. The words "selling these first" rekindled the middle-aged appraiser's nearly extinguished hope. He immediately nodded repeatedly. Right. Sell these first." After saying that, he rushed over and started counting them. His hands were moving so fast they almost left afterimages. In less than 2 minutes, he had finished counting. "Little brother, these add up to a total of 23,000 gold coins." "All right." Xiaolin handed over the payment code. The transfer went through. Hearing the notification that 23,000 gold coins had arrived, Xiaolin nodded in satisfaction. But after completing the transfer, the middle-aged appraiser didn't sit down. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, braced both hands on the table, and stared fixedly at Xiaolin. The look in his eyes was practically overflowing with anticipation. Xiaolin found it a little funny. He didn't drag things out either. He took more than a dozen green-grade items and 5 blue-grade items out of the system bag. This time, the middle-aged appraiser's eyes really lit up. But when Xiaolin stopped again, he still couldn't help but ask, "No more?" Xiaolin rolled his eyes again. "You priced these first." Okay. The middle-aged appraiser hurriedly began appraising them one by one. "This jade ring is pretty good, plus 50 intelligence, plus 10% spell damage. A mage can use it for a long time. 20,000. This severing wind short blade is a bit underwhelming. The attack is average, and the armor penetration isn't high either. 8,000. This stoneplate breastplate has decent defense and constitution, but unfortunately, its armor, 15,000. He quoted the prices in one breath, very quickly. Finally, he looked up, grinning from ear to ear. "Little brother, for all of these combined, I'll give you 250,000 gold coins. At this price, it's definitely already the highest buyback price." Xiaolin nodded. He could also tell that the other party was indeed offering slightly more than the normal buyback price this time. Okay. After saying that, he directly sent over the payment information. Very soon, another payment notification came through. 250,000 credited. "Thank you." Xiaolin nodded and turned to leave. "Hey, little brother, wait." This time, the middle-aged appraiser was really anxious, and he came around from behind the table immediately. Xiaolin stopped and turned back to look at him. The middle-aged appraiser rubbed his hands together, looking both nervous and expectant. That ring from yesterday, are you still selling it?" After saying that, he hurriedly added another sentence. "Don't worry. As long as you're willing to sell, I'll definitely give you a price that satisfies you. I was blind yesterday, but this time I'll absolutely give you a fair price." "It's already been sold." Xiaolin remained very calm. "Sold." The middle-aged appraiser's face instantly went pale, and even his voice rose sharply. "Sold? Sold to whom? For how much?" "There's no need to tell you that." Xiaolin's tone was still flat. After speaking, he turned and left directly. He could actually understand the other man. In the recycling business, what they lived on was sharp judgment and experience. Picking up bargains was their way of making money. Lowering the price yesterday was greed. Regretting it today was normal. But the problem was, the ring was already in Qin Xinchue's hands. Talking about it now was just a waste of time. After leaving the exchange, Xiaolin lowered his head and glanced at the balance in his mobile banking app. Over 1.3 million gold coins. This string of numbers suddenly gave rise to an idea in his mind. And once it surfaced, he could no longer suppress it. He wanted to buy a house. Buy a house that truly belonged to him and Xia Jinyu. Never rent again. Never have to watch the landlord's face again. Never have to worry that one day the landlord would be in a bad mood and say they weren't renting anymore or raise the rent. Anyone who has never rented a place will never understand that feeling. Living in someone else's house, you even have to be cautious with your breathing. Before doing anything, you have to think about whether the landlord might have an opinion. When the contract is about to expire, your heart starts to hang in the air, afraid they won't renew it, afraid they'll ask for more money. And now, he didn't want to live like this anymore. He didn't need to discuss with Xia Jinyu where to buy the house at all, because his younger sister had already said it too many times. Brother, the houses over at Yunqi Shaoju are so beautiful. Brother, I heard from my classmates that the houses there all come with small courtyards. If we had one too, I'd definitely fill it with flowers. Brother, when I awaken to a good profession in the future and make a lot of money, I'll definitely buy you a house with the biggest garden in Yunqi Shaoju. Yunqi Shaoju was a famous villa district in the western suburbs of Nanshur, with a quiet environment and exquisite little courtyards attached to the houses. Nanshur was only a fifth-tier city, and housing prices weren't high. A villa in Yunqi Shaoju cost only 3 to 400,000 gold coins. And now, Xiaolin had more than 1.3 million gold coins in hand. Buy a house. Buy in Yunqi Shaoju. Buy it today. He didn't tell Xia Jinyu, planning to give her a surprise. He hailed a taxi and got in, saying directly, "Take me to the sales center of Yunqi Shaoju." All right, the car drove all the way toward the western suburbs. The skyscrapers were getting fewer and fewer, and the greenery was growing denser and denser. When he was close to a small grove, Xiaolin suddenly said, "Driver, pull over at the side up ahead." The driver was stunned. "Buddy, we're not there yet. There's nothing around here. No village ahead, no shop behind." "I know. I've got some personal business," Xiaolin said calmly. "I'll pay the fare as usual." The driver glanced at him. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy, but he still pulled the car over to the roadside. Just as the car came to a stop, the black off-road vehicle that had been following behind suddenly charged forward, slammed on the brakes, and cut directly in front of them, blocking the road. The next second, the door opened. 3 men in black jumped out. One was a bald man with a scarred face, twirling a dagger in his hand. One was a burly brute carrying a battle axe on his shoulder. One was a cold, skinny man holding a dart between his fingers. The 3 of them came straight over, staring Xiaolin down, completely ignoring the driver whose face had already gone pale. The bald, scar-faced man grinned. "Kid, you've got guts. You knew we were following you and still dared to stop on your own." Actually, Xiaolin didn't want to stop either. It was just that the other party was driving an off-road vehicle, and a taxi simply couldn't outrun it. Being forced to stop was only a matter of time. The reason they hadn't acted yet was just because they were picking a place. The burly man laughed loudly. "Boss, could he be scared stupid? He's not even running." The skinny man gave a sinister smile. "We were worried you'd keep hiding in the city and we'd never get a chance to make a move. Didn't expect you to run out into the middle of nowhere to die." Xiaolin stood beside the car, expressionless. He casually shut the door, and with a flash of light in his hand, a willow bough appeared. The burly man got even more amused. "You're actually showing your weapon? Want to fight us?" Xiaolin said flatly. "Chunji Gang sent you? Just because I called him an idiot once?" In Nan City, the only one who had both a grudge against him and backing was Chunji Gang. The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes and sneered. That was only the secondary reason. Xiaolin frowned. "Anything else?" The scar-faced man grinned. "You're going to die soon anyway, so I might as well tell you. Our boss has his eye on the top-tier gear you're carrying. Treasure isn't for someone like you. If you know what's good for you, hand it over." Xiaolin froze for a moment and looked at the willow bough in his hand. Although this bough was a purple epic-grade item, its level was too low. To put it bluntly, it was just beginner transition gear and wasn't worth such a big fuss. Has the Chun family gone this broke? Besides, aside from Qinbai, he hadn't shown this bough to anyone else at all. Could the information have leaked? As he was thinking, the burly man had already grown impatient. "Boss, enough nonsense. Just kill him and go back to sleep." "Wait." Xiaolin suddenly spoke up. The burly man actually paused for a moment, then came to his senses and instantly flew into a rage. "Damn it, you tell me to wait, and I wait? Get it straight. Who's calling the shots now?" Xiaolin curled his lips and deliberately provoked him. "You need to send out 3 people just to deal with a rookie like me. Looks like your level isn't all that great either." The burly man really exploded. "Bullshit. All 3 of us are level 25 awakeners. We're here to kill you not because you're so impressive, but because what you're holding is too important." "Oh." Xiaolin nodded, completely reassured. "Only level 25. As expected, not much." 3 level 25s were still within his control. The burly man was furious. You're asking for death. He gripped the huge battle axe and charged forward with long strides. Xiao Lin raised his bow, drew the string, and a light shadow arrow instantly formed, pointing straight at the burly man. The burly man didn't take it seriously at all and kept charging forward. The next second, whoosh, the arrow flew. The burly man's steps suddenly halted. It was as if something had pierced straight through his head, and his vision went black in an instant. A crimson number floated up above him. Minus 3,760. He instinctively shook his head, and a mixture of red and white fluid splashed straight out from his forehead. The burly man's eyes bulged, and his mind went completely blank. How could this be? He was a level 25 berserker. The other guy was just an archer who had awakened only yesterday, but he no longer had a chance to figure it out. In the next second, he crashed to the ground like rotten mud, dead. Beside the corpse, a pack dropped directly. From the moment he struck to the moment he died, it took less than 2 seconds. The smiles on the scar-faced man and the skinny man froze on their faces. They had not even seen how the burly man died. They only saw him rush forward, and then he was gone. The scar-faced man was the first to snap back to reality and shouted sharply, "Attack together! Don't give him a chance to make a move. Something's wrong with his damage." As soon as his words fell, he went all out at full speed, his whole body like a fading afterimage as he circled behind Xiao Lin, the dagger stabbing straight toward his heart. Level 20 assassin skill, shadow, kill thrust. The skinny man attacked at the same time. 3 dark blue throwing knives shot out like lightning, aimed at Xiao Lin's throat, heart, and lower abdomen respectively. Their angles were vicious and ruthless, completely sealing off any room to dodge. The two worked together with great familiarity. Clearly, they were seasoned hands. To them, teaming up to kill a level 5 archer was already being quite cautious. The next instant, ding, puff, puff, puff. The dagger and the throwing knives hit at the same time. Just as a smile appeared at the corners of the two men's mouths, their expressions changed. No, the dagger simply couldn't pierce in. When the throwing knives struck Xiao Lin, a crystalline light barrier flashed and deflected them all back at once. They didn't even cut through his clothes. The skinny man's pupils shrank sharply. The scar man also froze in place, the dagger still pressed against Xiao Lin's back, his scalp tingling. What kind of defense was this? Even if his defense was high, shouldn't he at least lose 1 point of health by force? But Xiao Lin simply ignored it entirely. What the hell kind of monster was this? The scarred man almost instinctively stepped back, flashing over to the skinny man's side. The two exchanged a look and could both see the retreat in each other's eyes, so they began to pull back. As for Xiao Lin, he merely lowered his head and glanced at the panel. Shield 16418/18068. More than 1,600 shield points had been lost. If not for battle or a barrier, that last strike would have been enough to kill him instantly. He raised his head and looked coldly at the two of them. Want to leave now? Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his bow again. 2 shafts of light and shadow instantly condensed. The scar-faced man went pale, his legs almost giving out. Why you? What kind of monster are you? Level 5? That's impossible. The skinny one dropped straight to his knees. Spare us. Shenhong sent us. We were just following orders. Please. Xiao Lin's eyes showed not the slightest ripple. He would not show mercy to anyone who wanted to kill him. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 arrows left the bowstring, so fast that only 2 faint streaks of light remained. The scar-faced man only saw a glint of cold light rapidly enlarge. The next second his brow went cool, and he lost consciousness completely. The other arrow pierced straight through the skinny man's throat. He clutched his neck, his eyes full of terror, and convulsed as he collapsed. Even in death, he could not understand why an archer could be this powerful. The wind blew through the white birch forest, and the smell of blood slowly spread. Xiao Lin's expression remained blank as he took all 3 men's packs. This was his first time killing and looting, and the harvest was indeed substantial. Just the coins alone amounted to more than 500,000. There was also a pair of level 20 purple rare boots. Their stats were pretty good, plus 80 agility, plus 80 vitality, and 30% movement speed. They were originally top-tier gear for assassins, but they suited him as well. Unfortunately, he would need to reach level 20 before he could wear them. The rest were just a few blue-rank items and some miscellaneous junk. Xiao Lin put the useful items into his storage space. He couldn't be bothered to look at the 3 corpses on the ground again and turned back toward the taxi. The driver had long since been scared senseless, cowering in the driver's seat and trembling. Xiao Lin opened the door and got in, his tone still calm. Driver, Keep going. To the Yunqi Xiaozhu Sales Center. Only then did the driver come to his senses. Looking at the young yet terrifyingly composed face in the rearview mirror, he swallowed hard and hurriedly started the car. The taxi went around the off-road vehicle and returned to the tree-lined avenue. Not long after Xiao Lin left, two figures appeared silently at the scene. One of them was as sturdy as a steel tower, wearing a camouflage tank top that revealed a body full of muscle, with a beast claw scar on his chest. It was Zhang Ling. He crouched down to inspect the three corpses, his expression growing more and more solemn. Damn, the boss really wasn't wrong. This kid isn't just impressive, he's basically a humanoid beast. Zhang Ling sucked in a breath. 1 against 3, and every kill was a one-hit finish. He was ruthless. Shirsu beside him said nothing, only calmly scanning the scene. When she saw the thrown-off throwing knives on the ground, her brows furrowed slightly. It's not just high-attack power, Shirsu said softly. There's something strange about him. Either he has insanely overpowered defensive gear, or some powerful protection skill we don't know about. I think even the boss underestimated him. Zhang Ling nodded. So what do we do now? Clean up after him. Mosa, vi sununtai nodded. Call the Nanchur Police Bureau and tell them we found a local awakened criminal force. And after they resisted arrest, we killed them on the spot. Tell them to come handle the scene immediately. Clean it up thoroughly. Leave no traces and make sure no outsiders know anything happened here. Zhang Ling froze, his face full of contempt. You're even going to steal a kid's credit? Shirsu rolled her eyes at him. The credit will be returned to him later. Since he wants to keep a low profile for now, we'll help him out. After speaking, she looked again in the direction Xiao Lin had left, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This Xiao Lin is hiding a lot deeper than I thought. He's even more interesting than I expected. Let's go back and report. Zhang Ling nodded and grabbed some roast goose on the way. The two of them flashed away and quickly vanished into the birch forest. Yunqi Xiaozhu was indeed worthy of being a flagship high-end residential complex in Nanchur. The facade of the sales center was made of a large glass curtain wall. When sunlight shone on it, it was bright but not blinding. The landscape pool was crystal clear, koi swam back and forth. The greenery was neatly trimmed, and the air carried a faint fragrance of plants and wood. A huge crystal chandelier hung in the lobby, and in the center stood a large-scale model of the entire community, with the villa layout and landscaping displayed clearly at a glance. Xiao Lin walked in and went straight to the scale model. At that moment, a female consultant in uniform came over and said, "Hello, may I ask what I can?" Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly froze. Huh, Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin also froze for a moment. Looking up, he immediately smiled. Sister Lin. The person in front of him was Lin Wan. She was Xiao Lin's neighbor at his rented apartment, raising her 6-year-old daughter, Nyo alone. She was usually very kind and had helped their siblings quite a lot. Xiao Lin, it really is you. Lin Wan was both surprised and delighted, but quickly became puzzled. Why are you here? Looking at houses, Xiao Lin said with a smile. Looking at houses? Lin Wan's voice rose a little, and she quickly lowered it again. Xiao Lin, the houses here are very expensive. The cheapest ones cost over 100,000 gold coins, and the villas are even pricier. She didn't say the rest, but the meaning was already very clear. After all, she knew very well what Xiao Lin's family situation was like. Xiao Lin smiled and didn't bother explaining further. It's fine, Sister Lin. Help me introduce them. Lin Wan saw that his expression was serious. Although she felt helpless, there were no customers at the moment anyway, so she led him over to the sand table. Yunqi Villa is divided into 3 areas: Lanyu Bay, Qixia Garden, and Yending Tianyu. She introduced it very seriously, going over everything from unit layouts to lighting, from views to decoration, and then property services. Xiao Lin listened quietly, and in the end his gaze settled on a single detached villa in Yending Tianyu, the one with the best location. That villa had an especially large yard. Linjia, how much is this one? He asked directly. Lin Wan followed his gaze. At first she was startled, then she smiled and said, "Your eye for property is pretty good. This is actually my favorite one too. It's on the top of the slope, so it has the best view. You can see the whole complex and the Jiang scenery in the distance. The front and backyards together are 150 square meters, and the decoration standard is also the highest." She lowered her voice. Market price, 580,000 gold coins. 580,000. A little more expensive than Xiao Lin had expected. But looking at that spacious yard, he had already made up his mind. Seeing that he said nothing, Lin Wan thought the price had scared him and was just about to comfort him with a few words. Linjia, I'm taking this one. Xiao Lin spoke directly. Huh? Lin Wan froze on the spot. You're really buying it? Yeah, this one. Xiao Lin nodded. I've already awakened. Yesterday, I got a pretty good piece of equipment from a dungeon and made some money. Just go ahead and prepare the contract. Lin Wan was stunned for a few seconds. Her eyes were full of envy, and in the end, she forced out one sentence. Damn. Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh. He really hadn't expected the usually gentle Lin Jie to swear. Lin Wan came back to her senses and first glanced around furtively. After confirming no one was approaching, she leaned in and said softly, "This unit can be brought down to 500,000 at the lowest, but it needs the manager's approval. Later, just slash the price as hard as you can. If he doesn't agree, pretend you're going to leave. Houses aren't selling well right now, so he'll probably give in." Xiao Lin teased her with a smile. Sister Lin, that counts as corporate espionage, doesn't it? If the company finds out, you'll be fined. Lin Wan gave him a white-eyed glare and turned to call the manager. Before long, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, his hair neatly slicked back, walked out. "Hello, I'm Wang Tao, the sales manager here," Wang Tao said with a broad smile. Dudong sent out his hand. "I heard from Xiao Lin that you've taken a liking to Villa Number 1. You have excellent taste. That's our crown jewel. Absolutely worth every penny." Xiao Lin shook his hand and said directly, "I like the house, but the price is too high. My budget isn't enough. If it's not suitable, I'll go look elsewhere." After speaking, he prepared to leave. The smile on Wang Tao's face froze for a moment, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Sir, no need to rush. The price is negotiable. How about this? I'll give you my sincerest price, 550,000 gold coins. That's already very unusual. 550,000 is still too high." Xiao Lin shook his head. 500,000. If that works, I'll buy it now. If not, I'm leaving. "Sir, for 500,000, we really..." "Then forget it. I'm leaving." "Hey, sir, let's talk a little more. Just 500,000. If not, then forget it." Wang Tao hesitated. Seeing Xiao Lin's firm attitude, he could only grit his teeth and nod in the end. "All right, Xiao Lin, take this gentleman to sign the contract." After this world had been digitized, buying a house was very simple. Sign the agreement, make the transfer, and then the sales center directly entered the villa number into the person's identity information. The property transfer was then complete, and there was no need for any real estate certificate at all. By the time Xiao Lin came out of the sales center, it was almost noon. He directly transferred 20,000 gold coins to Lin Wan. After all, this house had been sold at the bottom price, so her commission must have been pitifully small, and she had also helped him save a full 80,000. He couldn't let Lin Wan take a loss on this money. Xiao Lin stood by the roadside, the sunlight a little dazzling. He hailed a taxi to the transfer center. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Having just gone through an assassination attempt and then bought a house, he was indeed feeling a little mentally drained. The car started, and the street scene outside the window quickly receded. But in his mind, that assassination attempt kept replaying over and over. The two assassins had attacked together too fast, so fast that he hadn't had time to react at all. If not for the battle breath barrier, Xiao Lin's gaze instantly turned cold, and the hand resting on his knee slowly clenched. Shunji Gang. This debt had to be settled. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Lin suppressed his emotions and answered the call. "Hello. Who is this?" "Xiao Lin, it's Qin Bai." Qin Bai's voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Lin was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, sorry about that. I left in a hurry today and forgot to leave you my contact information." "Ah, no big deal." Qin Bai laughed heartily. "Are you free tonight? Let's have a meal together. I have 2 friends who want to meet you." "Your friends?" Xiao Lin was somewhat surprised. Qin Bai's friends would definitely have no low status. Why would they be interested in him, a newcomer who had just awakened? Though puzzled, since Qin Bai had asked, he had no reason to refuse. "No problem. You choose the place, and I'll be there on time." "Okay, I'll send the address to your phone in a bit." Qin Bai paused, then added, "Oh, and bring the girl, Jinyu, too. She can keep company with Qianxue. It's livelier when young people are together." "All right." After hanging up, Xiao Lin casually sent a message to Xia Jinyu, then closed his eyes again. The matter of the assassination had always weighed on his mind. He needed stronger offense. He had to stack the soul slaughter imprint to a level strong enough to crush everything. So in the afternoon, Xiao Lin went straight to the edge of the beginner trial grounds and started frantically farming long-tailed rabbits. No danger, no twists. Only mechanical shooting. Draw the bow. Release the arrow. Hit. Draw the bow. Release the arrow. Hit. One long-tailed rabbit after another fell, and his attack kept stacking higher bit by bit. He was like an untiring machine, with no unnecessary movements at all. Sweat had long since soaked through his back, and beads of sweat kept dripping from his temples. But the hand holding the bow remained terrifyingly steady, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his gaze. Occasionally, a beginner passing by would spot the scene from afar and couldn't help stopping to take a look. Is that guy crazy? His damage is already that high, and he's still farming rabbits in the beginner area? Who knows? Maybe he got beaten up badly in the advanced zone and came to the beginner area to vent. Stay away. It's kind of creepy. Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to care at all. In his world, there was only the sound of bowstrings, the whistle of arrows through the air, the white flashes as targets fell, and the ever-stacking soul slaughter imprint. Time passed bit by bit. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened, until the final arrow was fired and a long-tailed rabbit fell to the ground. Xiaolin finally stopped. He looked down at the attribute panel. Attack power, 27904. In a single afternoon, his attack power had risen by nearly 10,000 points. About enough. Xiaolin rubbed his aching arm, put away the willow wood bow, activated the teleportation array, and his figure quickly vanished in a flash of white light. On the other side, at the Chun family villa, Chen Hong leaned back on the leather sofa, a string of rosewood Buddhist beads in his hand, his expression calm. Chen Jigang, however, could not sit still and kept pacing back and forth in the room. Dad, why is there still no news? Chen Jigang stopped and asked impatiently. In his mind, he had already imagined countless times what it would look like for him to be wearing no-level gear. As long as he got the equipment, he would definitely stand out in the War Soul Pavilion selection. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Chen Hong closed his eyes and said faintly, "What's the rush? He's just a rookie. With assassins 3 levels above him, hunting him down, do you really think he can turn the tables? Once they finish the job, we'll naturally get news." He said that, but the speed at which he was rubbing the Buddhist beads had clearly quickened a little. Obviously, he wasn't as calm as he seemed. Chen Jigang licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. "Dad, if Xiaolin really has no level gear, then we'll make a huge profit this time. Once we get the stuff, let alone joining the War Soul Pavilion. Even if the War Soul Pavilion begged me to join, I'd still have to see what kind of mood I'm in." Chen Hong nodded slightly, then glanced at the clock in the corner of the wall, his brow gradually furrowing. Their efficiency is getting worse and worse, dealing with one rookie, and they still dragged it out for an entire afternoon. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed an encrypted number. "Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." The cold electronic voice of the automated message sounded over and over. Chen Hong's hand, which had been rubbing the prayer beads, suddenly froze. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. The composure in his eyes vanished, leaving only a grim look. "Dad, what is it?" Chen Jigang hurriedly asked. "Out of service," Chen Hong said with a furrowed brow, his voice heavy. "What?" Chen Jigang also panicked. "Weren't 3 people sent? What about the other 2? Chen Hong said nothing and continued scrolling through his contacts, dialing one number after another. The result was the same. All of them were out of service. He slowly lowered his phone, his face dark and terrifying. "Dad, still can't get through?" Chen Jigang's voice had changed. "Shen Onglu did." The living room fell into a deathly silence. Just moments ago, father and son had been dreaming sweetly. Now all that remained was a suffocating tension. "Dad, this isn't right," Chen Jigang said, his face pale. 3 people lost contact at the same time? Even if something happened, there's no way not a single one could be reached. Could it be that all 3 of them? The guess was too outrageous. Even he didn't dare say it out loud. That's impossible. Chen Hong shot to his feet and paced back and forth in the living room. No matter how strange that kid is, he's just a newly awakened rookie. Those 3 are all season level, 25 veterans, and they work well together. How could all 3 of them fall at his hands? Something must have gone wrong. Chen Jigang also thought it was impossible. After thinking it over with a frown, he suddenly said, "Dad, do you think there's a possibility that after they killed Xiaolin and got the equipment, they got greedy and just ran off?" Chen Hong's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. This sentence was like fire, instantly burning away all the unease in his heart. Right, that must be it. The more Chen Hong thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even if they were his trusted men, when faced with such a tremendous temptation, they might not be able to resist it. He slammed his hand hard on the coffee table, making even the ashtray jump. "You 3 bastards. You dare betray me? Do you really think Chen Hong is made of clay?" He trembled all over with rage, his face twisted with fury. Chen Jigang was also inflamed with anger. Damn it, those three backstabbing dogs. Dad, we absolutely can't let them go. Find them, and I'll skin them alive myself. Of course I won't let them go. Chun Hong gritted his teeth. I'll make them understand what happens when they betray me. Just then, Chun Hong's phone suddenly rang. Both father and son stiffened at the same time, turning to look at the phone in unison. Chun Hong took a deep breath and answered the call. Speak. His voice was full of suppressed fury. A voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Chun, someone from our police department sent word that the bodies of Viper, Scorpion, and Bull were found in the birch forest in the western part of the city. What? They're all dead. Chun Hong froze on the spot. By his judgment, even if Xia Lin really had a no-level weapon, it was impossible to kill 3 level 25 assassins at once. Unless Xia Lin had more than one no-level item on him, but an entire set. As soon as this thought surfaced, Chun Hong's mind buzzed, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. His hands had already started trembling. Say it. What exactly is happening at the scene? His voice was full of urgency. If that was really the case, then the value of whatever was on Xia Lin's body was simply immeasurable. The voice on the other end of the line continued. The exact situation at the scene is still unclear. All we know is that the 3 of them were discovered in the birch forest in the west of the city by people from the Warsoul Pavilion who happened to pass by. For some reason, they were identified as awakened troublemakers from Nanshur. When they refused arrest, they were killed on the spot by the Warsoul Pavilion. After hearing this, Chun Hong fell completely silent. He had originally thought the 3 had been counter-killed while carrying out the mission, but it turned out to be such an absurd mistake. As assassins, they couldn't even hide their tracks. In the next second, Chun Hong suddenly grabbed the bronze paperweight on the table and hurled it hard. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Bang. The antique vase beside him was smashed to pieces on the spot. Serves them right. Those 3 worthless things. They couldn't even handle this much. I spent so much money raising you all, and you would just die. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face twisted grotesquely. There was not a trace left of his usual composed demeanor. Chun Jigang was startled. Dad, what exactly happened? Chun Hong was, after all, an old fox. After venting his anger, he quickly forced himself to calm down again. He sat back down on the sofa and let out a long breath. Those 3 pieces of trash hadn't even finished the job before they were discovered by people from the Warsoul Pavilion and killed in the birch forest. What? Chun Jigang was speechless. They were at least the capable men you raised. How could they make such a basic mistake? After saying that, he became anxious again. So what do we do now? The graduation ceremony is about to start. If Xia Lin really gets selected by the Warsoul Pavilion because of that classless weapon, it'll be much harder to deal with him then. He wanted to kill Xia Lin, and it wasn't just for the gear. That day at the teleportation center, he had originally wanted to humiliate Xia Lin, but instead he was the one humiliated. Especially that line, idiot, which felt like being slapped in public. If it really came down to a choice between the 2, he even wanted to kill someone first. Let's put this matter on hold for now. Chun Hong's expression was ugly as he rubbed his temples. In Longhua, murder was already a serious crime. Not to mention he was a member of the Battle Soul Pavilion, and the one he wanted to kill was a newly awakened rookie. If this got out, it would become a huge problem. You stay out of this for now, Chun Hong said in a low voice. Let's see how things develop later. It'd be best if those 3 trash didn't expose their identities before they died. If word gets out that we wanted to kill Xia Lin, it'll cause us big trouble. Dad, shut up. Chun Hong cut him off directly. For the next few days, you'd better honestly go grinder level. Right now, there's probably only 1 recruitment spot left for the Battle Soul Pavilion. If you're still like this, I won't be able to help you even if I want to. As he said that, he seemed to remember something and asked, that girl beside you, what was her surname again? Her. Chun Jigang sneered, full of disdain. It doesn't matter, I was just playing around. She can be tossed aside anytime. Chun Hong nodded, closed his eyes tiredly, leaned back into the sofa, and waved his hand. Chun Jigang didn't dare say anything more either, and turned to leave the study. On the other side, after Xia Lin got home, he first washed off the faint smell of blood on his body, changed clothes, then took Xia Jinyu, whom he had prepared in advance, and went out. Wangjiang Tower was one of the top places in Nanshur. Standing by the river, brilliantly lit, it was practically a symbol of status. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the night view of the entire river, with neon lights reflecting on the water, dazzling to the eye. Waiters shuttled back and forth in the lobby, and the air was filled with a faint, luxurious fragrance. Bro, is Uncle Chin really going to treat us to dinner here? Xia Jinyu looked around at the lavish decor, her voice brimming with excitement. Xiao Lin smiled and rubbed her head. Let's go. Xiao Jinyu happily hooked her arm through his. Then hurry up. Don't keep Uncle Qin waiting too long. Xiao Lin nodded and walked up to the host to give Qin Bai's name. The hostess in a Chong Sam immediately came forward, her smile gentle. Hello. President Qin is already waiting for you in Guanlan Hall on the top floor. Please follow me. Xiao Jinyu was clearly a little nervous. She gripped her brother's sleeve tightly, sneaking glances at the surroundings as they walked. Just as the two were about to enter the elevator, an intentionally raised female voice suddenly came from behind them. Well, if it isn't our civilian class flower, Xiao Jinyu. The siblings paused and turned back. A girl in a royal blue low-cut evening gown, sashayed over like a peacock with its tail spread. The contempt on her face was obvious. Two other girls, dressed to the nines, followed behind her with expressions that said they were waiting for a show. A strong scent of perfume hit them head-on. Xiao Lin frowned. After seeing who it was, Xiao Jinyu said lightly, "Oh, it's Zhao Qian." After saying that, she couldn't be bothered to look at her again and took Xiao Lin's arm, about to keep walking. Her attitude was as if she were looking at a stray cat or dog by the roadside. The smile on Zhao Qian's face immediately froze. What she hated most was Xiao Jinyu's attitude, acting so high and mighty. Seeing that the elevator was about to open, Zhao Qian hurriedly caught up in her high heels and said sharply, "When you heard it was Lin Xiao's birthday banquet today, didn't you still hurry over like a dog with its tail wagging?" The girl behind her also chimed in with a mocking tone. "Exactly. Knowing young Master Lin is in a good mood today, you came here hoping to get lucky and be noticed by him, so you can change that poor, shabby look of yours." Another one also looked at Xiao Jinyu's floral dress with disgust. With someone like her, she still wants to climb the social ladder? Xiao Lin's eyes turned cold at once. But before he could speak, Xiao Jinyu had already turned around. Tilting her head, she smiled especially obediently, her voice crisp and clear. "Oh, so today is Lin Xiao's birthday? Thanks for reminding me." But she deliberately drew out the last word. "You're his sycophants coming to celebrate his birthday. I'm not. As for the special favor you mentioned, you can keep it for yourselves." A passing waiter nearby couldn't help it and almost burst out laughing, then quickly lowered his head and pretended he hadn't heard anything. Even Xiao Lin was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't expected his little sister to have such a sharp tongue. Sure enough, Zhao Qian's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and she was so furious her voice even cracked. "Xiao Jinyu, quit pretending. If you're not here to celebrate Lin Xiao's birthday, then a poor wretch like you doesn't deserve to step into Wangjiang Tower." Xiao Jinyu stuck out her tongue smugly. "Sorry, I was invited here for dinner today." "Invited?" Zhao Qian burst out laughing on the spot, as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. "Who would invite a poor wretch like you to Wangjiang Tower? What, did you latch onto some nouveau riche? Or have you finally come to your senses and decided to sell yourself for a good price? Someone like you probably isn't even worth a meal here, right?" The two girls behind her chimed in as well. "Exactly. She should look in a mirror. Don't dirty the carpet at Wangjiang Tower." As they spoke, they deliberately glanced at Xiao Lin, their faces full of contempt. But Xiao Jinyu not only didn't get angry, she got even more energized instead. "Yeah, I really did latch onto a rich guy." After saying that, she directly leaned her head on Xiao Lin's shoulder, smiling like a little fox. Unlike some people who sharpen their noses and try to throw themselves at someone, but still aren't wanted. The words weren't loud, but every syllable stabbed. Zhao Qian exploded on the spot. "Xiao Jinyu, you bitch. Who are you calling a clingy freeloader? Whoever responds, I'm talking about them." Xiao Jinyu took a light step back. Neatly dodging the hand, she reached out. Xiao Lin also stepped forward with her, shielding his sister behind him. The look he gave Zhao Qian was as cold as a blade. Zhao Qian had already raised her hand, but that single look made her heart turn cold. Her slap froze in midair, and she didn't dare bring it down at all. Hidden behind her brother, Xiao Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of security. She lifted her chin at Zhao Qian and deliberately waved a hand in front of her nose in disgust. "Bro, let's go quickly. It smells so weird here. It's giving me a headache." Xiao Lin nodded slightly. He could see it very clearly. The hand Xiao Mei had just hooked around his arm tightened for a moment, then relaxed, and a trace of smugness flashed through her eyes. He found it a little amusing. It seemed this little bird he had always protected wasn't as soft as she looked. Just then, the elevator doors opened. The siblings were just about to step inside when another voice came from behind them. "Jinyu." The two of them turned around. A young man dressed in a branded casual outfit was walking in from the entrance, a smile he clearly thought was very handsome on his face. It was Lin Xiao. The moment he saw Xia Jinyu, his eyes were glued to her, sweeping over her again and again without the slightest concealment, filled entirely with possessiveness. Lin Xiu walked a few steps closer and curled his lips. I knew it. In the end, you still came. Looks like you still have me in your heart. He spoke gently, but that condescending, magnanimous tone of granting a favor was impossible to hide. When he finished, he completely ignored Xia Lin and reached straight for Xia Jinyu's wrist. Keep me company tonight. I can overlook what happened before. Xia Jinyu's expression changed at once, her eyes full of disgust. His gaze and actions made her feel revolted beyond words. The next second, Xia Lin struck out directly and slapped Lin Xiu's hand away. The force was heavy. Lin Xiu cried out in pain on the spot, and even his wrist turned red. Xia Lin's face was expressionless, but his gaze was terrifyingly cold. Looks like you didn't remember a single word I said to you the other day. Want to keep that hand? Lin Xiu held his wrist, his face dark, sizing up Xia Lin before sneering. TSK, I thought who it was. Isn't this just Jinyu's brother, the one who awakened some trash class? What? You're putting on airs in front of me now. Ever since he'd suffered a loss at the exchange center last time, Lin Xiu had someone investigate Xia Lin. After the investigation, he was so angry he nearly blew up. Given his status, he had actually been beaten by a trash archer who lived off school subsidies. To him, it was simply a huge humiliation. With malice in his eyes, Lin Xiu glared at Xia Lin and sneered, Why bother? Since you've already sent your sister to my doorstep, don't pretend to have any dignity. If I'm unhappy, one word from my dad and your future is over. Bang! Xia Lin said nothing at all and raised his hand to slap him. The slap wasn't fast, but it was heavy. 5 finger marks instantly appeared on Lin Xiu's face, and blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. Stay away from my sister. Xia Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it was chilling. Lin Xiu covered his face, shocked and furious. You fucking dare to hit me? When Xia Lin had slapped his hand away just now, he could still comfort himself by saying Xia Lin was only trying to preserve the last shred of his dignity. But now, this slap had truly been a public humiliation. Lin Xiu completely exploded, pointing at Xia Lin as he cursed. Fuck your mother. You don't know what's good for you, huh? Do you know who my dad is? My dad is Lin Guodong. I'm going to make you. Bang. Another slap. This time, it landed directly on the other side of his face. Lin Xiu's head tilted to one side, his vision going dark, and the other side of his face swelled up too. The pain was so bad tears came his eyes. He covered his face with both hands, utterly wretched. Xia Lin leaned down slightly, stared at him, and said each word slowly, Stay far away from my sister. Otherwise, don't even mention that your dad is the vice principal. Even if your dad were the mayor, to me, you wouldn't amount to anything. That blatant contempt and killing intent immediately sent a chill through Lin Xiu's heart, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. No one had expected Xia Lin to dare slap Lin Xiu twice in public. Impudent. Just then, a furious shout rang out. A middle-aged man in a dark jacket, with slick-back hair and a beer belly, strode over quickly. It was Lin Xiu's father, Lin Guodong, vice principal of Nanshire No. 1 High School. Xia Lin, you got some nerve. Before Lin Guodong even arrived, his anger had already surged up. At a glance, he saw the 2 symmetrical handprints on his son's face, and his rage exploded instantly. He strode up to Xia Lin, his finger almost jabbing into Xia Lin's face, spitting as he shouted, In broad daylight, you dare hit someone in a public place. Who gave you the guts? You're utterly lawless. Xia Lin straightened up, shielding Xia Jinyu completely behind him, with not the slightest hint of fear on his face. He looked at Lin Guodong, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Vice Principal Lin, your son laid his hands on my sister first and spewed filth with that mouth of his. I was just teaching this trash a lesson for you. What? Only your Lin family is allowed to set fires while others aren't allowed to light lamps. Or is your Lin family already so powerful that it can ignore the law? Who couldn't throw around accusations? Teach him a lesson. Lin Guodong's voice shot up sharply as if he had heard a joke. And you call this teaching him a lesson? He stood there with his belly out, wearing a haughty expression, deliberately speaking loudly so everyone could hear. Xia Lin, don't think that just because you've awakened a profession, you can be ignorant of your own place. What did you awaken? An archer. The most ordinary profession. On the battlefield, you'd be nothing but cannon fodder. The more he spoke, the more worked up he became. What are you supposed to be? A poor student living off the school's relief stipend. A waste who awakened an ordinary profession. And you still think you're qualified to discipline my son, Lin Guodong? I'm telling you, with just one word from me, I can make sure you don't even get into the worst Awakener Academy. I can make your sister unable to stay at Nanshire number 1 high school. Do you believe that? He looked at Xia Lin as if he were looking at an ant that could be crushed at any moment, because he knew it all too well. For poor students, the Awakeners Academy was the only chance to turn their lives around. This move had always worked like a charm for him. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Xia Lin frowned slightly. Seeing this, the smugness in Lin Guodong's eyes deepened. In his view, Xia Lin had already been firmly grasped. He even started thinking about what to make this kid do next, kneel down or slap himself so his son could vent his anger. But he had no idea. What Xia Lin cared about had never been the academy. The only thing he truly cared about was his younger sister. Xia Jinyu was so angry her face turned pale. She grabbed Xia Lin's sleeve, wanting to speak, but Xia Lin gently held her back. Xia Lin lifted his eyes to look at Lin Guodong, a faint, icy smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Awakeners Academy? He sneered. That kind of threat means less to me than a fart. His one and only bottom line was his younger sister. Since the Lin father and son had crossed it, they would have to pay the price. With his current strength, let alone one Lin Guodong, even if 3 of them were tied together, they still wouldn't be able to stop one of his arrows. Before he made absolutely sure Xia Jinyu was safe, not to mention the Awakeners Academy, even if the Battle Soul Pavilion took the initiative to recruit him, he might not care. You arrogant! Lin Guodong choked so hard his face turned livid, and even the fat on his body was shaking with rage. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. Security. Where's security? Arrest this lawless madman. Call the police. I'm going to sue him for intentional injury. I want him locked up for the rest of his life. The security guards on the perimeter looked at one another, all of them helpless. But they still had no choice but to walk over with resigned expressions. The older security guard at the front spoke in a fairly polite tone. Sir, sorry. Please cooperate. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xia Lin's wrist. Xia Lin's eyes turned cold, and his muscles instantly tightened. At that moment, a rough, teasing voice suddenly cut in. Yo, what's with all the excitement? Putting on a big show? The crowd turned to look. People automatically parted, and 2 figures walked out. The man was wearing a camouflage t-shirt, his muscles bulging so hard the shirt looked ready to burst. A beast claw scar on his chest was especially terrifying, and at a glance he was clearly not someone to mess with. The woman had red hair, her hands in her pockets, her gaze icy, carrying an indescribable oppressive aura. It was Zhongling and Shirsu. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xia Lin's eyes. He didn't know either of them at all. Lin Guodong had already been irritated from being interrupted, and when he saw that the 2 were dressed so casually, he became even more unhappy. What the hell are you 2? Get lost. Mind your own business, he shouted at the security guards. What are you standing there for? Throw these 2 busybodies out too. Zhongling grinned and strode forward. His tough aura immediately made the people beside Lin Guodong shrink their necks back. Just passing by to watch the fun, not allowed. Zhongling crossed his arms and looked Lin Guodong up and down, deliberately pausing on his beer belly. I say, leader, you've got quite the official airs. Threatening students in public? Just because they awakened a common profession? TCH, with that kind of attitude, even dogs would think it stinks. Shirsu also walked forward slowly, stopping not far from Xia Lin and his sister. She didn't make any extra moves, but those eyes were like knives, coldly fixed on Lin Guodong. This student was only protecting his younger sister from harassment. What did he do wrong? Shirsu said lightly. On the other hand, you're bullying others with your power and spewing filth. Truly disgusting. After speaking, she gave Lin Xiu another cold glance. Lin Guodong's face turned livid. Especially that line, "You're really disgusting," was basically like slapping him in the face in public. Yet, facing Zhongling and Shirsu, he really didn't dare act as arrogantly as he did towards Xia Lin. Do you even know who I am? Lin Guodong could only keep trying to use his Sun Fun to pressure them. Yeah, we know. Zhongling dug at his ear. The vice principal, right? What a big shot. Scared me to death. After saying that, he even exaggeratedly patted his chest. A few stifled chuckles immediately rose from around them. Lin Guodong's face turned the color of pig liver. He trembled with rage, yet there was nothing he could do to these 2. He still wanted to say something else, but then the elevator doors dinged open. The head waitress had already ended the call and bowed slightly toward the Xia siblings, her attitude even more respectful than before. Mr. Xia, the guest is already waiting in the private room. She acted as if she hadn't seen Lin Guodong's sour face at all. How could Lin Guodong let them go? He was just about to block the way when the head waitress spoke first. Mr. Lin, Mr. Xia is an honored guest of Wangjiang Tower. If you continue causing trouble, we'll have to ask security to escort you out. Honored guest. Lin Guodong froze on the spot. He was a regular here, so there was no way this head waitress wouldn't recognize him. The fact that she dared to speak to him like that could only mean one thing. The person treating Xiao Lin to dinner behind the scenes was far more important than Lin Guodong. Xiao Lin nodded, glanced at Lin Guodong expressionlessly, then took Xia Jinyu by the hand and turned to walk into the elevator. Zhang Ling and Shi Su exchanged a glance, both with a faint, meaningful smile at the corners of their mouths. Just now, in that instant, they had seen it clearly. A strong flash of murderous intent had flickered in the depths of Xiao Lin's eyes. That was absolutely not the kind of look an ordinary high school student should have. Even more frightening was that ferocious aura vanished in a flash, immediately suppressed by him again, as if nothing had happened. That kind of mindset was terrifying. Zhang Ling grinned at Lin Guodong. All right, the show's over. You can keep up your grand airs, leader. After saying that, he and Shi Su also got into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Outside the door were the Lin father and son, their faces dark with fury. Inside were the calm Xiao Lin siblings, along with Zhang Ling and Shi Su, both wearing amused expressions. Only 5 people remained in the elevator. Only then did Xiao Lin turn around and smile at the two of them. Thanks to you both for speaking up for me just now. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Ling waved it off. I hate that kind of bastard who bullies people by using someone else's power. If I see one, I feel like slapping one. That Principal Lin is the worst, Xia Jinyu couldn't help saying. Last semester, Lin Xiu beat one of the students in our class really badly, and Principal Lin insisted that the student had started first, then even expelled him. Damn it, what a scumbag. Zhang Ling cursed, then stared at Xiao Lin with the look of someone who wanted to say something but held back. Shi Su said nothing, but those eyes of hers had also been fixed on Xia Lin the whole time. Being watched by the two of them made Xiao Lin feel a little uneasy, so he had no choice but to clasp his hands again. Anyway, thank you both. He had just finished speaking when the elevator dinged and arrived. As the doors opened, the head waiter stepped out first and held the door respectfully. Mr. Xia, this way please. Xiao Lin nodded and took Xia Jinyu by the hand as they walked out. He was just about to turn back and say goodbye to Zhang Ling and Shi Su when he realized the two of them had actually followed them out as well. Xiao Lin froze for a moment, then smiled. What a coincidence. You're on this floor too. Shi Su was just about to speak. It's not really a coincidence, Hey. Zhang Ling suddenly slapped his thigh, cutting her off directly. In the next second, he darted forward in a flash, acting especially familiar as he threw an arm around Xiao Lin's shoulder and half-pushed, half-dragged him forward. Bro, my name's Zhang Ling. Meeting each other is fate. Didn't you just thank us? Then why not treat us to a meal? That shouldn't be too much, right? As he spoke, he even shot Shi Su a quick wink over his shoulder, his face full of sly amusement. Shi Su rolled her eyes, but didn't expose him. The smile on Xiao Lin's face stiffened on the spot. This guy was way too familiar. He coughed lightly, casually freeing himself from Zhang Ling's arm and trying hard to remain polite. Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry. Today an elder is hosting, and it's not convenient to bring friends along, so… Bro, that's not being a good host. Zhang Ling waved a hand dismissively, his face full of contempt. Why wait for another day when today works? We're not picky. A free meal is fine. Besides, anyone who can host a dinner at Wangjiang Tower must be a big shot. It'll be a good chance for us to broaden our horizons. The veins at Xiao Lin's temples were starting to twitch. Just as he was thinking about how to refuse, Zhang Ling had already followed the head waiter and headed off on his own toward the Guanlon Hall. Xiao Lin could only hurry after him. Shi Su shrugged, gave the slightly dazed Xia Jinyu a helpless smile, and slowly followed along. The front desk manager's professional smile stiffened for a moment, but in the end he said nothing. He simply raised a hand and lightly knocked on the door before pushing open the heavy carved wooden door. As soon as the door opened, a very large private room was revealed inside. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire river view was laid out in full view. The private room also had a tea area. Qin Bai was sitting by the tea table drinking tea, while Qin Xinxue was lazily leaning on the single sofa beside him, her 2 long legs draped over the armrest. Xiao Lin was almost half-dragged, half-pushed through the door by Zhang Ling, still wearing an awkward expression that had not yet fully faded. Hearing the commotion, Qin Bai put down his teacup and looked over, not the least bit surprised. Haha, Xiao Lin, Jinyu, you're here. Cool me, seat. Qin Xinxue also sat up and waved at Xia Jinyu. Jinyu, come sit over here. Hello, Uncle Qin. Xia Jinyu greeted obediently and walked toward Qin Qianxue. Xiaolin also smiled at Qin Bai, just thinking about how to explain Zhang Ling and Shi Su, these two uninvited guests, when Qin Bai's gaze skipped right past him and landed on Zhang Ling behind him. Barbarian, I asked you to pick someone up. Why you look like you kidnapped Xiaolin back here? As soon as Zhang Ling heard that, his shameless demeanor from before instantly turned into a simple, honest look. Boss, that's not fair. I just think Brother Xiaolin's a good guy and wanted to get a little closer to him. I didn't bully him, really. If you don't believe me, ask Shi Su. Shi Su directly rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond, and walked over to sit down. Boss, Xiaolin. He looked at Qin Bai, then at Zhang Ling with his honest grin, then at Shi Su, who looked perfectly calm, and finally at Qin Qianxue beside them making faces at him. He was completely stunned. Uncle Qin, you know them? Qin Bai laughed heartily and motioned for him to sit. More than just knowing each other. Come, let me introduce you. He first pointed at Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, a member of the War Soul Pavilion Special Operations Squad, level 53, black tortoise battle shield. Then he pointed at Shi Su. Shi Su, a member of the War Soul Pavilion Special Operations Squad, level 56, blazing archer. Xiaolin was stunned. These two people, who looked a little unreliable, were actually awakeners over level 50, and they were also from the War Soul Pavilion. Qin Bai continued with a smile. The two of them were old teammates who trained with me back in the day, brothers who'd go through life and death together. They're also the examiners in charge of this year's War Soul Pavilion selection at Nanshi No. 1 High School. Xiaolin fell silent. Looking at Zhang Ling's irritating face, he instantly understood. No wonder they'd acted so familiar in the corridor just now and insisted on coming along for the meal. Because they were originally here to eat. Thinking back on his earlier excuses, he felt so awkward he wanted to dig a hole with his toes. Seeing Xiaolin's expression, Zhang Ling immediately slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. Ha ha, this is too funny. Shi Su, did you see that? The look on this kid's face just now was like he'd swallowed a fly. Shi Su took a sip of tea and casually added, his reaction's fine, just a bit thin-skinned. He gets embarrassed easily. Xiaolin, even Xia Jinyu beside him, couldn't hold back, covering her mouth as she snickered. Qin Bai roughly guessed what was going on and could only shake his head helplessly. All right, stop teasing him. After saying that, he looked at Xiaolin again. Manzi is just like that. He likes playing pranks. Don't take it to heart. Xiaolin could only nod with a bitter smile. Everyone quickly took their seats. As soon as Zhang Ling sat down, he started ordering food carelessly. Not long after, dish after exquisite dish was brought up. The atmosphere in the private room gradually warmed up as well. As the host, Qin Bai spoke very casually, with no airs at all. Qin Qianxue pulled Xia Jinyu to sit together with her, occasionally serving her food and introducing the dishes at the same time. The two girls quickly got to talking. Zhang Ling clutched a goose leg and gnawed on it, grease all over his mouth, while nonstop bragging about the feats of his old squad. Shi Su occasionally tore into him. Qin Bai looked helpless, and Qin Qianxue kept laughing. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. Only after several rounds of drinks did Qin Bai set down his glass, his expression gradually turning serious. Xiaolin, he looked at Xiaolin. You and Qianxue are both graduates who awakened this year. You've heard of the National Fortune Battle, right? Xiaolin nodded. The mentor mentioned it. Said it happens once every 10 years, but didn't go into detail. That's right. Qin Bai nodded. At that moment, Zhang Ling swallowed the meat in his mouth, and his expression darkened too. Damn it, Dragon Country has already failed to make the top 10 in 2 consecutive sessions, and yet still not many people take it seriously. Shi Su took up the conversation. To be precise, it ranked outside the top 15 for 2 consecutive sessions. If we still can't make the top 10 this year, Dragon Country's national fortune will be weakened to its lowest point in history. The atmosphere in the private room immediately grew heavy. Even Xia Jinyu put down her chopsticks. Xiaolin only then remembered that Qin Bai had indeed said before that the path to the Hall of Battle Souls was not easy, and that Dragon Country situation was not looking good either. So that's where the problem was. National fortune really affects that much? Qin Qianxue couldn't help asking. It's not just a lot. It's life or death, Zhang Ling said gravely. National fortune is the foundation after the world becomes dataized globally. If a country's fortune is strong, the awakening rate of combat classes is higher, talents are stronger, monster drop rates are higher, experience gains are greater, and the distribution of wild monsters is more suitable for its people's growth. But once national fortune weakens, the probability of awakening combat classes drops drop rates and experience decline. Wild monsters become fewer but stronger. The growth environment keeps getting worse, and in the end it becomes a vicious cycle. At this point, he let out a cold snort. Resources get plundered, combat power falls behind. As for what the end result will be, I don't need to say it, do I? No one spoke, because they all understood. At this moment, Qinbai slowly spoke. The battle of national fortune is the battlefield where countries fight for national fortune. Each country must select the 25 best and most promising newcomers of the year, form 5 5-person squads, and send them into a special map that opens once every 10 years. There are no rules there, only monsters and teams from other countries. In 1 month, all everyone has to do is hunt monsters and seize the energy crystals condensed from monster cores. Su continued. In the end, the ranking is determined by the total number of crystals obtained by each country's teams. The top 10 split all the national fortune from the countries ranked below 10th. The higher the rank, the more they get. Countries outside the top 10 can only watch helplessly as their own national fortune is siphoned away to nourish others. She paused. Dragon Country has already been on the losing end for 2 consecutive sessions. Xiao Lin listened quietly, and his heart sank further. So this wasn't a competition at all. This was outright plunder. No wonder Qin Bai, Zhang Ling, and Su all seemed so tense all the time. So after all these years, China has never produced a top-tier genius. Xiao Lin asked, how could there not be one? A fierce look immediately surfaced on Zhang Ling's face. China used to be powerful too, terrifyingly powerful. But precisely because it was strong, in that national fortune war 30 years ago, we were besieged and killed by several countries working together. 25 of the most top-tier newcomers went in, and in the end, only 3 made it out alive. At those words, the private room fell even quieter. Zhang Ling took a deep breath and continued. Over the past few years, our national fortune has kept declining. If we still can't make it into the top 10 this year, then it'll be hard for China to ever turn things around. So this year, it's a fight with our backs to the wall. We can't lose again. As he said this, he looked up at Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, your potential is outrageous. Honestly, this year China's hope may really have to rest on you. Qin Bai and Su also looked at him. There was no pressure, but the importance they placed on him was obvious. Xiao Lin frowned slightly. He was a little confused. His hidden talent had never been made public. Why would these people place their hopes on him? He subconsciously looked at Qin Bai. But Zhang Ling immediately saw through his thoughts. Don't look at the boss. He never revealed anything about you. Of course, Xiao Lin didn't think it was Qin Bai either, because even Qin Bai didn't know his trump card. Then why do you think I have this ability? Xiao Lin asked. Su stared at him, her voice calm. In half a day, you took Xiao Xue from level 7 to level 15. That kind of efficiency, let alone now, even at China's strongest, no second person could be found. Xiao Lin was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. So that was where the problem lay. He had thought he was already being low-key enough. But to others, that kind of display was already absurdly exaggerated. Su continued. Also, I checked the record for this year's newbie instance in Nanshur, 17 minutes and 36 seconds. Although the creator's name was hidden, I think this must also have something to do with you, right? Xiao Lin did not deny it. He simply fell silent for 2 seconds, then said, my attack power is indeed quite a bit higher than that of an ordinary archer. More than that, Zhang Ling said with a grin. We also watched the battle in the western suburbs. Those assassins had touched you, but you seemed completely unharmed. What you're higher than a normal archer in is probably not just attack power. At those words, Xiao Lin's expression changed instantly. His heart also tightened sharply. They knew about the western suburbs incident? Had they investigated him, been monitoring him, or been following him all along? Zhang Ling, meanwhile, looked entirely unconcerned. Seeing his wariness, Su said directly, no need to be nervous. As assessment officers of the War Soul Pavilion, we would normally observe awakened individuals with potential in secret. It's part of our duty. She paused, then went on, and as for the aftermath of the battle in the western suburbs, we handled it for you as well. It won't leave you any trouble. Xiao Lin said nothing. Su looked at him, and for the first time her tone turned very serious. Xiao Lin, I still hope you can tell us about your ability yourself, because this may very well be the key to whether Dragon Country can turn things around in this year's National Destiny battle. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Bai and Zhang Ling also looked at him. Xiao Lin fell silent. His hidden trait was far too outrageous. Once exposed, the consequences are simply impossible to predict, especially at a critical juncture like the War of National Destiny. This isn't a matter of trust or distrust. It's that he couldn't possibly bet his life in someone else's hands. A few seconds later, Xiao Lin raised his head, his gaze calm and open. I'm sorry, Sister Sure. I can't say what my trump card is for now. If it's exposed, it would put me at great risk. Zhang Ling frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and was just about to speak. But Xiao Lin raised a hand, directly cutting off what he was going to say. If the country needs me to take part in the war of national destiny, I have no problem with that. Contributing to the country is only right. He looked at Qin Bai and Shi Su, and finally rested his gaze on Zhang Ling. Just give me a spot, and I'll do my utmost to win a ranking for the Dragon Kingdom. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Zhang Ling opened his mouth, but in the end swallowed the words back down and could only irritably scratch at his hair. You brat. Shi Su looked at him, and her gaze gradually softened as well. I understand. She nodded. Since you're this cautious even about something like this, it can only mean your talent is indeed more important than we thought. With that sense of responsibility, that's enough. After saying that, she turned to Qin Xinxue. Xinxue, Xiao Lin, I now officially invite you to join the Soul Battle Pavilion and directly enter this year's Dragon Kingdom Reserve Team for the National Destiny Battle. The Soul Battle Pavilion will provide you with the best training resources and equipment support. Your goal is to obtain official team member status in the final selection 6 months from now. Qinbai also smiled. Welcome to the Soul Battle Pavilion. From today on, we're comrades. Yay! Qin Xinxue immediately cheered softly. Xiao Jinyu was also overjoyed, looking at Xiao Lin with eyes full of pride. Xiao Lin had actually already had a hunch, but he was still somewhat surprised to hear this arrangement. That settled just like that? He asked. Then do we still need to take part in the graduation assessment a few days from now? Zhang Ling instantly reverted to that look of someone enjoying the show. Of course you still have to take the assessment. Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Then just follow the procedure. As he said that, he grinned. But looking at your current strength, getting first place shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Lin didn't feel much about this. This was only natural. Over 27,000 attack power. At level 15, if a strength like that still couldn't take first place, that would be strange. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. Just what level was he at now, anyway? So he looked at Shi Su. Miss Shi, I want to ask you something. You're a top-tier archer. Would it be convenient to tell me how much attack power you have now? I want to know roughly what high-level archers can reach. After hearing him out, Shi Su was a little surprised. She thought for a moment before speaking. I'm level 56 now, and my class is Fire Archer. My base attack power is about 32,000, and with my class passive Embrace of Scorching Ash increasing damage by 30%, my basic attack burst can exceed 40,000. 32,000. Xiao Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. By his understanding, even at level 56, it shouldn't be this high. Shi Su could see his confusion and gave a faint smile. Don't be too surprised. For archers, level is only the foundation of attack growth. What really widens the gap is equipment and resources. Resources? Xiao Lin blinked. He could understand equipment, but how could resources directly affect attack power too? Yes, resources. Shi Su nodded. Especially after level 50, leveling becomes increasingly difficult. For awakeners who want to keep widening their combat strength, apart from better equipment, the more important thing is equipment enhancement. For archers like us, the core resource for enhancement is Dragon Scale Core. Dragon Scale Core? This was the first time Xiao Lin had heard that name. Qinbai took over the conversation. It's a kind of crystal imbued with special spatial energy and elemental essence, usually found in dragon ruins or the core areas of high-level dungeons. It has many uses, but the most direct one is embedding it into equipment to enhance attributes. Shi Su raised his wrist, revealing a bracer that flickered with dark red flowing light. For example, this epic bracer has 12 level 1 dragon scale cores embedded in it. Each level 1 core adds 100 attack to the equipment. Xiao Lin instantly did the math. 12 cores meant 1,200 attack, and that was only for one piece of equipment. Shi Su continued, a single piece of equipment can have up to 15 cores embedded in it. My main weapon, chest armor, helmet, shoes, and some accessories are basically all socketed. Counting my whole set, the attack bonus from the cores alone exceeds 10,000 points. Xiao Lin was silent for 2 seconds before asking the most important question. That stuff is expensive, right? Shi Su glanced at him, his tone very flat. A level 1 dragon scale core costs at least 5 million gold coins through official channels, and even then it's hard to get. It's only more expensive on the black market. 5 million per core. Xiao Lin's breathing even caught for a moment. He had thought that owning a house, and having some money left in hand meant he was doing pretty well. Now it seemed he couldn't even get close. Forget buying cores. He probably couldn't even afford the scraps. He let out a soft sigh. As expected, he was still poor. Zhang Ling chuckled beside him. Scared already? That's only level 1. The real money pit comes later. A level 2 dragon scale core adds 200 attack per piece, but you can't just drop one. You have to fuse 3 level 1 cores together. And the success rate is less than 50%. Failed. All 3 level 1s were gone. Puffed. Xiaolin almost spat out his drink. 3 level 1s meant 15 million gold coins. Spend 15 million gold coins to gamble on a level 2 with less than a 50% success rate. If it succeeded, it would only add 200 attack. If it failed, it would be a complete loss. This was no longer enhancement. It was throwing money into a fire. Sisunadiv. That's why after level 50, the gap in equipment will directly become an insurmountable chasm. This is also why top talents end up controlled by top-tier powers in the end. Nations, guilds, and conglomerates all work like this. Like our War Soul Pavilion, with support for national resources, we can barely afford to pile up some crystal cores. Even so, I only have 3 level 2s inlaid on my ring, and most of the rest are still level 1s. As for level 3 crystal cores, I wouldn't dare touch them at all. One failure is enough to bankrupt a small guild outright. Xiaolin finally understood completely this time. Su was level 56 with 32,000 attack, not just because of her level. It was even more because top-tier equipment and massive resources had been forcefully piled onto her. Plainly put, it was the route of a big spender. I see. Xiaolin nodded. This dragon-scale crystal core really isn't something ordinary people can afford to play with. Outwardly calm, but inwardly very composed. Because others relied on burning money. He relied on killing monsters. 0 cost, 0 risk, steadily growing. As long as there were enough monsters and enough time, let alone 32,000, he could pile it up to 40,000, 50,000, or even higher. And it wasn't even that slow. Zhang Ling had thought he'd been struck hard by it. So he immediately patted his chest and comforted him. Don't worry. With your talent, once you get into the Battle Soul Pavilion, resources won't be a problem. By the time your level goes up and your equipment improves, surpassing Su will only be a matter of time. Su also nodded. The National Destiny War is, in itself, one of the fastest ways to obtain top-tier resources. Xiaolin smiled and did not continue the topic. Just then, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qinbai frowned slightly, thinking it was a waiter. Come in. When the door opened, the person who came in was not a waiter. It was Lin Guodong, beaming with smiles and holding a wine glass. Behind him was Lin Xiao, looking nervous, but also carrying a hint of anticipation. Oh, Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. What fate we have. As soon as Lin Guodong entered, he began apologetically smiling. He was completely different from how he had looked downstairs. Smiling all the while, he walked inside. Clearly, after hearing that Qinbai was here, he had specially come over to toast and curry favor. Because of the angle, and with the screen at the entrance blocking part of the view, he hadn't recognized the people at the table at first. Mr. Qin, I heard from the manager that you're here too, so I hurriedly brought my son over to toast you. Lin Guodong said ingratiatingly. Lin Xiao, hurry and greet Uncle Qin and Miss Qin. Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and bowed obediently. Hello, Uncle Qin. Hello, Miss Qin. The smile on Qinbai's face had already faded. He calmly set down his chopsticks, ignored Lin Xiao, and did not respond to Lin Guodong's words. Instead, he simply swept his gaze across the people at the table, his expression somewhat amused. Seeing no response, Lin Guodong felt a little uneasy, but he still braced himself and continued. Mr. Qin, I heard that this year's examiner in charge of the South City Battle Soul Pavilion selection has already arrived in South City. I wonder when it would be convenient for you. Could you help introduce me to him? As he spoke, he looked at Qinbai with pleading eyes. My son Lin Xiao is gifted, intelligent, excellent in both character and academics, and has always greatly admired the War Soul Pavilion. If he could meet the examiner and hear a few words of guidance, it would truly be as if green smoke were rising from our Lin family's ancestral grave. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone at the table. It passed over Qinshua, over the dishes on the table, and he finally saw clearly the few people, including Xiaolin, who had already turned around. Boom! Lin Guodong's mind went blank on the spot. The ingratiating smile on his face instantly froze. Xiaolin? Why was he sitting here, and at the same table as Qinbai? And those two people he had just wanted the security guards to throw out downstairs. Why were they here too? Lin Guodong's mind raced, but he had no time to think it through. He could only steel himself and raise his glass first. President Qin, I toast to you. Qinbai didn't move. Zhang Ling and Su merely looked at him with half-smiles. Lin Guodong's heart thudded with a jolt. He felt something was off, but he still instinctively turned his gaze to Xiaolin, putting on that condescending elder's attitude. Xiaolin, you're here too? He began lecturing out of habit. You're here with your elders to see the world, right? Young people, it's a good thing to come to Wangjiang Tower and take a look, but you still need to understand the rules. This isn't a place you can usually come to. Don't embarrass your elders. Why aren't you getting up right away and pouring wine for President Qin and all the distinguished guests? This is a rare opportunity to train yourself. As soon as he said this, the entire private room fell silent. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. The last trace of a smile on Qinbai's face was completely gone too. Zhang Ling put down his chopsticks right away, looking at them as if they were idiots. The amusement in Su's eyes had already turned into undisguised mockery. Before Xiaolin could even speak, Qinbai had already said coldly, Vice Principal Lin, are you teaching my guest how to do things? Gee, guest. Lin Guodong's hand trembled, spilling a bit of wine. His expression changed instantly. Xiaolin, he's your guest. If not, then what? Qinbai's tone was not heavy, but it pressed down on everyone like a suffocating weight. Xiaolin is a distinguished guest I specially invited today. He helped my daughter a great deal. And you want the guest I invited to pour you wine? Lin Guodong, have you been a vice principal for so long that you really think you amount to something? Those words were already extremely harsh. Lin Guodong's face went pale in an instant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had never imagined that the poor student he saw as utterly worthless, the one who awakened a common profession, will be taken this seriously by Qinbai. Mr. Qin, I didn't know. I really didn't know. His voice had already begun to tremble. As the vice principal of Nanshire No. 1 High School, his status meant nothing in front of Qinbai. Didn't know? Qinbai sneered, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xiao beside him, whose face had already gone pale. Your son publicly humiliated Xia Lin downstairs and even tried to lay hands on his younger sister. You didn't know about that either. Is this the son you raised? Is this what counts as a good student at Nanshire No. 1 High School? Clearly, Qinbai had long known what had happened downstairs. I didn't. Lin Xiao immediately tried to argue in a sharp voice. Bang! Zhang Ling suddenly slapped the table. The bowls and dishes on the table all trembled with the impact. Little bastard, I've thought you were an eyesore ever since I saw you downstairs. Zhang Ling glared at him. Say one more damn word, and believe it or not, I'll throw you out the window right now to feed the fish. As soon as the words fell, the aura of his level 53 Xuanwu battle shield pressed down directly. Lin Guodong and his son instantly turned ashen. Their breathing grew ragged, and their legs went weak as if they were about to collapse. At this moment, Qinbai spoke again in a leisurely tone. Vice Principal Lin, weren't you just saying you wanted me to introduce you to the examiners? As he spoke, he raised a hand and pointed at Zhang Ling and Su, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. They're the ones. I just don't know whether, after personally watching what you father and son did downstairs, they'll still be able to make your Lin family's ancestral grave smoke rise. Those words struck Lin Guodong's mind like lightning. His vision went black, and he nearly toppled over on the spot. It was over. It was all over. Today, he had not only offended Qinbai, he had also thoroughly offended the examiners from the Battle Soul Pavilion. Su also spoke at this point, her voice not loud but chillingly cold. Vice Principal Lin, don't you father and son really like dividing people into ranks? Downstairs, you even wanted the security guards to throw us out. What? Do you think people from our Battle Soul Pavilion aren't worthy of eating at Wangjiang Tower? A wisp of dark blue flame danced lightly between her fingers, making the temperature in the private room seem to rise a few degrees. Thud! Lin Guodong could no longer hold on and dropped to his knees. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Mr. Qin, Mr. Xia, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I had no eyes and failed to recognize your worth. And I failed to discipline my son properly. Please be magnanimous and spare us this once. As he spoke, he also desperately pulled at Lin Xiao. What are you standing there for? Kneel down. Apologize to Mr. Xia. By this point, Lin Xiao was already terrified stiff. His biggest support was his father. Now that even his father had knelt, he had no confidence left at all. His face turned as pale as paper, and he trembled like a sieve as he was forcibly dragged down to his knees, crying out to Xiaolin. Brother Xia, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'm begging you." He now regretted it so much it felt like his intestines had turned green. Xiao Lin looked at this father and son with an expressionless face, without the slightest ripple in his eyes. These two people had long since been on his blacklist. There was no way he could feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Qinbai picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and his tone returned to calm. "Lin Guodong, starting now, you are suspended from your position as vice principal of Nansha No. 1 Middle School. I will notify the Education Bureau, and I will also have the police cooperate in conducting a detailed investigation into your past affairs." As soon as these words came out, Lin Guodong seemed as if his soul had been ripped out of him, and he collapsed straight to the ground, his face ashen. Lin Xiao was also completely dumbfounded. He knew his father was finished. Their whole family was finished. At this moment, Zhang Ling stood up. His tall figure bore down on them, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. He looked down at the puddle of filth on the ground, the smile gone from his face, leaving only coldness. "Big boss, not enough acting downstairs? Came upstairs to keep performing, huh? Or did you come up here on purpose so I could see how you usually twist right and wrong and shield your useless son as he runs wild at school?" That final sentence landed like a hammer, and Lin Guodong's face went completely pale. The next second, "Get out!" Zhang Ling roared, frightening the father and his son so badly that they stumbled and crawled backward in retreat. The private room door closed again. The embarrassment and crying outside were completely cut off as well. Qinbai's face regained its warmth, as if nothing had happened just now. He raised his glass and looked at Xiao Lin. "Xiao Lin, the last time you asked me to look after Jinyu, were you talking about people like this?" "He counts as one." Xiao Lin nodded and calmly clinked glasses with Qinbai. The river breeze outside the window was gentle, and the night view remained unchanged. Looking at her brother's calm side profile, Xiao Jinyu felt a rare and overwhelming sense of security for the first time. She knew that their days were truly different now. Over the next few days, Xiao Lin spent almost every day in the beginner trial arena. What others would have found unbearably tedious, he cleared with remarkable steadiness. As the graduation assessment drew ever closer, fewer and fewer people came to the beginner trial arena. The once lively teleportation center was now almost empty. If you entered any beginner map at random, you'd look around and see almost no people, only a pack of low-level monsters wandering about. Xiao Lin still chose to farm in the long-tailed rabbit area. The reason was simple. Too many monsters, dense high efficiency. He was like a machine running a preset program, drawing the bow, releasing the arrow, hitting the target. His movements were clean and crisp, with not a hint of excess. Arrows sliced through the air, and one long-tailed rabbit after another dropped instantly. He didn't even bother looking at the constantly popping one-point experience gains. After clearing one map, he returned to the teleportation center, randomly entered the next map, and kept killing. Under this near self-abusive, high-intensity monster grind, the attack power on his panel had long since broken through 50,000. That number was something even Sisu, at level 56 and covered head to toe with expensive dragon scale cores, couldn't catch up to it all. Name: Xiao Lin class. Archer level: 15 HP, 1440 shield, 54154 mana, 300 attack power, 54154 defense, 235 attack speed, 3.8/SEC strength, 94 intelligence, 30 stamina, 64 agility, 109 free attribute points, 0 experience, 125638/320000. Xiaolin glanced at his panel, his expression calm, without the slightest fluctuation. The graduation assessment was almost here, and the novice trial ground had long since been deserted. Awakened ones above level 5 had basically all run off to grind the higher experience novice dungeons. Someone like Xiao Lin, still grinding rabbits in the novice trial ground, probably couldn't be found a second time. After clearing another area of long-tailed rabbits, he teleported back to the center, ready to switch maps and continue grinding. A flash of white light. Just as he habitually started walking toward the long-tailed rabbit area, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead. Xiao Lin was stunned. At a time like this, there was actually still someone fighting monsters in the novice trial ground, and it was the lowest level long-tailed rabbit area at that. Following the sound, he saw a fat guy wearing an obviously ill-fitting novice robe, round and bulky, his movements looking especially clumsy. He was also holding a small staff, repeatedly smacking it against the long-tailed rabbits. Each hit dealt only a few points of damage. The rabbits hopped around, and in turn kicked him twice, leaving him drenched in sweat and flustered. Li Shi. Xiao Lin was a little surprised when he recognized him. He was a classmate from his own class. Usually, he was quite the class clown in class, and Xia Lin had a pretty good impression of him. Besides, if he remembered correctly, Li Shi was also one of the few people at Nansha No. 1 High School this year who had awakened a high-tier profession. And now, he was actually here hitting rabbits with his staff. No matter how you looked at it, the scene was absurd. Just as Xia Lin was still stunned, that long-tailed rabbit gave a nimble hop, dodged Li Shi's staff, turned around, and bit down on his wrist. Ah! Li Shi jumped up in pain on the spot. Xia Lin shook his head helplessly and raised his hand, firing an arrow. Whoosh thud! The arrow directly pierced the rabbit's head, killing it instantly. Li Shi was startled by the arrow that had suddenly flown in and turned around sharply while clutching his wrist. When he saw that it was Xia Lin, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Lin! Li Shi was both shocked and delighted, and a little embarrassed. Why are you here too? Ha, what a coincidence. His forced, nothing's wrong act couldn't have been more obvious. Xia Lin put away his bow and walked over to look at him. Fatty, what's going on with you? He glanced at Li Shi's sweat-soaked back and became even more certain. This guy still hadn't reached level 10. Hearing this, the smile on Li Shi's face immediately faltered. He wiped his sweat hard, his face full of utter despair. Don't even mention it, bro. I might be about to set a record, an advanced career awakened, and yet I can't even get into the Awaken Academy. Oh, Xia Lin raised an eyebrow. What happened? It was indeed pretty rare for an advanced profession wielder to end up still hunting rabbits the day before the graduation assessment. Li Shi let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with indignation. I awakened as a seal spell mage. Sounds pretty impressive, right? An advanced profession. But in the early stages of this class, it's honestly a total scam. Xia Lin was somewhat unfamiliar with the profession. Yeah, Li Shi immediately started venting. It's considered a support mage. The level 1 skill is called Power Seal Spell, and its effect is to grant one teammate a 10% attack boost. 10% attack. Xia Lin arched a brow. Isn't that pretty strong? For Awakened, skills that increase stats by percentages were already extremely valuable. If it were applied to him, that would mean thousands of extra attack points outright. But Li Shi looked miserable. It sounds strong, but in the early game it's basically useless. How much attack does everyone have at the start? At most a few dozen points. My 10% boost might add a few points of damage at best, basically the same as nothing. And I can only buff one person at a time. This skill in the early game is pure trash. Xia Lin was first stunned, then quickly understood. Indeed, it was only because his own attack was so high that he had subconsciously thought this skill was absurdly powerful. But for a normal newbie, this kind of increase would barely make any difference. Looking at Li Shi, he directly finished the rest of the thought for him. So, in the early stages, everyone's stats are low, so your skill doesn't make much of a difference. And you hardly deal any damage yourself, so nobody wants to party with you. They think you're just taking up a slot and splitting the experience. Exactly. Li Shi slapped his thigh, as if he had finally found soulmate. People bring a healer because they can restore HP and keep everyone alive. They bring damage dealers to improve efficiency. What do they bring me for? Because I'm fat and can take hits. I asked to join parties on my own, and when people see my skill description, they either refuse me outright or give me a couple of runs. Once they find out I'm really useless, they kick me out right away. I had no choice but to stand here with a lousy stick and poke at rabbits one by one. It takes forever just to kill one. I've really worked myself skinny these past few days. After saying that, he even patted his belly with a pained expression. I've been grinding myself to the bone just to reach level 8. Level 8. Everyone else is already running the beginner dungeons, and I can barely even handle a long-tailed rabbit. Nobody wants me in a party either. Graduation assessment? At this point, I think going to a construction site and moving bricks is more realistic. After hearing this, Xia Lin slightly frowned. Since your class is a high-tier class, what about its growth potential later on? Li Shi gave a bitter smile. Of course it gets strong later. Every 10 levels. Not only can I apply one more seal mark to a teammate, but the effect of each seal mark also increases by another 10%. The problem is, nobody's helping me early on. By the end of it, he looked as if he were about to cry from grievance. But Xia Lin had noticed another key point. Every 10 levels, the number of targets it can affect increases by 1. The effect increases by another 10%. That growth potential was indeed outrageous. If he reached level 40, he could grant a huge boost to an entire party. This was no longer an ordinary support class, but a strategic support class. Indeed, very strong. Xia Lin nodded. Li Shi was left with only a face full of despair. Strong is strong, but it's the kind of thing even dogs hate early on. Xiaolin glanced at his bitter face, then swept his eyes over the long-tailed rabbit area and said calmly, "Party up with me. I'll carry you and get your level up." Li Shi's eyes lit up at first, but quickly dimmed again. He looked at the beginner's bow in Xiaolin's hand and hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. Leveling up on your own isn't easy either. Even if you're an archer, at least you can still deal some damage. But if you bring someone like me, a total deadweight, I'd straight up take half your experience. Wouldn't that make your leveling even slower? No, I can't screw you over. He might not be very dependable most of the time, but he wasn't really heartless. In his view, Xiaolin, as an archer, wasn't having an easy time on his own either. But Xiaolin just replied, "I don't need experience." Li Shi looked dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to explain and directly sent a party invitation. "I'm already high enough level to be done. I don't need experience. Accept it, and I'll carry you." You. You're level 10 already? Li Shi froze, then became even more confused. "Then why are you still killing rabbits here? Training your archery?" "Something like that." Xiaolin answered casually. "Accept it." Seeing that face of his, which didn't look like he was joking at all, Li Shi finally gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's treat a dead horse like a live one." He clicked accept. As soon as the party formed, Li Shi instinctively wanted to cast a strength imbue spell on Xiaolin first. That was the only thing he had to offer right now. Before the staff had even been fully raised, Xiaolin had already drawn his bow. Whoosh! A streak of golden light tore through the air, crossing over 20 meters in an instant. A long-tailed rabbit in the distance, still munching on grass, had its head blown apart and collapsed on the spot. Killed a white long-tailed rabbit, gained 1 experience point. Hearing the prompt, Xiaolin frowned. "I'm at a higher level now, so there's an experience penalty. The monsters here are too low level. Let's go to the level 7 area. As long as the level difference doesn't exceed 10, you'll get full experience." Li Shi didn't move. Only one thought remained in his mind. Higher level? Experience penalty? If it were only 10 levels higher, fighting a level 1 rabbit wouldn't cause any penalty at all. That meant he suddenly looked at Xiaolin. "You're over level 10? "Yeah." Xiaolin nodded. "I'm level 15. Anyway, tomorrow was the graduation assessment, and he wouldn't be able to hide it then, so he might as well say it outright." "What the hell?" Li Shi exploded on the spot. "I said, I'm level 15. Xiaolin remained very calm. Li Shi froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened and his hands were trembling. "Level 15? Xiaolin, you're kidding, right? How is that possible?" Xiaolin looked at him and couldn't help but tease him. "Fatty, I always thought you just had small eyes. Only today did I realize you never actually opened them at all." Unfortunately, Li Shi was in no mood to respond to that. His mind was completely numb. The Xiaolin in front of him, who had always been isolated by others and later privately mocked for having falsely inflated potential value, had quietly climbed to a height no one else could even reach. "You really level 15? Li Shi's voice was trembling. Xiaolin nodded. The next second, Brother Lin, with a howl, Li Shi dropped straight to one knee. "My foster father, please accept your son's bow." The corner of Xiaolin's mouth twitched. Too lazy to deal with him, he turned and left. "Keep up. If you keep talking nonsense, you can stay here and keep hammering rabbits." "Hey, okay." Li Shi immediately scrambled to his feet and hurried after him, grinning so hard his face was about to split. Soon, the two of them arrived at the level 7 monster area. In the woods, a pack of hard-shelled mountain boars was charging around in all directions. Rough-skinned and thick-bodied, with tusks jutting outward, they looked anything but easy to handle. Li Shi looked at those mountain boars and still instinctively felt a little scared, so he asked softly, "Bro Lin, these pigs look kind of fierce. Stay close to me." Xiaolin only said 3 words. The next second, he raised his hand and drew the bow. Whoosh! That familiar golden light shot out again. The 7-level thick-skinned mountain boar, with its rough hide and tough flesh, was directly pierced through the head by 1 arrow and instantly killed. Party killed thick-skinned mountain boar, EXP plus 50. A burst of white light from the experience points directly surged toward Li Shi. This time Xiaolin set the distribution mode to 1:9, giving 90% of the experience to Li Shi. Seeing that mountain boar collapse without even making a sound, Li Shi instantly got excited. "Holy crap, Bro Lin is awesome. Too fierce. You're basically insanely cool." "Shut up." Xiaolin was too lazy to listen to him brag and directly activated Split Arrow. The next second, a rain of arrows swept out. Streaks of light swept through the herd of mountain boars like a harvester. Ding, 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 ding. System notifications rang out crazily. Party killed thick-skinned mountain boar. EXP plus 50. Party killed thick-skinned mountain boar. EXP plus 50. Party killed thick-skinned mountain boar. EXP plus 50. Watching his experience bar shoot upward, Li Shi's eyes almost popped out. Bro Lin, there are more over there. Bro Lin is mighty. I leveled up. I'm level 9. Bro Lin, from today on, these 200 pounds of flesh are yours. I'll marry no one but you. Xiao Lin's temples twitched violently as he listened. Shut up, fatty. You're too noisy. Back to town. Change maps. After saying that, he teleported away. Li Shi hurriedly followed. On the way, he was practically vibrating with excitement. The way he looked at Xiao Lin had completely changed, from suspicion to sheer fanaticism. What does it mean to have a big leg to cling to? This was it. Clinging to a big leg like this made leveling up faster than riding a rocket. For the next half day, the two of them almost relentlessly farmed one beginner trial area after another. They specifically targeted level 6 and level 7 monster zones, sweeping through everything in their path. Finally, when an even brighter leveling white light than before fell upon Li Shi, he froze completely. I'm level 10, like he was dreaming. He hurriedly opened the panel. Again and again, he confirmed that number. LV.10. It really was level 10. The next second, the emotions that had been suppressed for far too long surged up all at once. Li Shi's eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell directly down. Who knows how he got through these past few days? In order to hit level 10, he hadn't slept properly for 3 straight days and nights. Like a fool, he swung his staff at rabbits over and over. Exhausting, slow, and with no hope in sight. That kind of despair is something no one else can understand. But now, in just half a day, he had gone straight from level 8 to level 10. He had forcibly dragged up the goal he had almost given up on. Brother Lin, I'm level 10. I really am level 10. Li Shi was so excited he looked like a 200-pound child, turning around as if to rush up and hug him. Xiao Lin's eyelid twitched, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Stop! Don't come over! Li Shi missed his target, but didn't mind. Rubbing his hands together, he was so excited he could barely speak. Brother Lin, from today on, I, Fatty Li, am following you. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I'll never catch a chicken. I'll work like a horse or a cow for you, bring you tea and water, warm your bed. That part won't do. Anyway, from now on, you're my boss. Even though his words were still as unreliable as ever. Xiao Lin could tell that this fat guy was really on the verge of tears. Looking at the fat man in front of him, trembling with excitement and red all over his face, Xiao Lin fell silent for a few seconds. Li Shi's class was indeed awkward in the early game, but its growth potential was just too high. If he really gets him built up, he'll definitely become a top-tier support that can change the course of battle later on. Besides, although this fat guy is a bit noisy, he's pretty straightforward, and his personality isn't annoying either. If they were really going to form a fixed team, he'd actually be a pretty good fit. Xiao Lin reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling. All right, save your energy. The graduation assessment tomorrow is in the bag. Li Shi nodded hard, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Bro Lin, I'm level 10 now, so I can unlock a second buff skill. What do you think I should pick? Xiao Lin froze. What can you choose from? Li Shi immediately counted on his fingers. The basic attributes available now are HP, mana, attack power, defense, and attack speed. At level 1, I already picked attack power, so now there are 4 left. Xiao Lin thought for a moment, then said, Normally, since you picked attack first, the second should probably be HP or defense to balance offense and defense. As he said that, he paused and looked directly at Li Shi. However, if you plan to keep teaming up with me long-term, then what I need most is attack speed. Got it. Li Shi answered extremely decisively, almost without hesitation. After a moment, he grinned. Bro Lin, I've decided. Now I have 2 skills, Strength Seal and Swift Seal. One gives me 20% attack, and the other gives 20% attack speed. After saying that, he directly raised his staff and cast a spell towards Xiao Lin. The next second, a pale green light flew out from the tip of the staff and merged into Xiao Lin's body. Your teammate, Li Shi, has applied Swift Seal to you. Your attack speed has increased by 20%. Xiao Lin immediately opened his status panel. His original attack speed was 3.8 per second. Now, there was directly a plus 0.72 behind it. His eyes instantly narrowed. This buff was even more outrageous than he had expected. because Li Shi's skill didn't boost the base value, but the total attack speed. In other words, his attack speed didn't increase slightly. It jumped straight from 3.8 per second to 4.56 per second. This kind of improvement was no longer just a matter of adding a little data. It was a real qualitative change. Brother Lin, how is it? Seeing him stare at the panel without saying anything, Li Shi immediately felt a little unsure. Xiao Lin closed the panel and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Li Shi instantly went wild with joy. Let's go back to the city and get ready for tomorrow's assessment. Xiao Lin turned and walked toward the teleport point. Okay, slow down, Brother Lin. Are you thirsty, Brother Lin? I still have water in my bag. Brother Lin. At Nansha No. 1 High School, the liveliest time of the year was the graduation ceremony. On this day, not just the students and teachers. Virtually every big name in Nansha, government and business figures, guild representatives, would attend. And what everyone was really watching wasn't the ceremony itself. It was the graduation assessment after the ceremony. The assessment was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was very simple. All graduates who had awakened combat professions would go on stage one by one and show their levels. Only by reaching level 10 would they be considered to have successfully graduated. This was also the minimum threshold for entering an Awakener's Academy. Only those who passed the first round are qualified to enter the second round. And the second round is where fate is truly decided. Because performance in this round will directly determine which Awaken Academy you can enter and what level of training resources you can obtain. There are many Awaken Academies in the Dragon Nation. Ordinary local academies, provincial key academies, and top national institutions like Longyuan Academy and Tianxiong Academy. The resource gap between them is almost worlds apart. Faculty, secret realms, equipment, inheritance, they aren't even on the same level. And above all the academies, there is the goal every newcomer dreams of. Zhanhuan Pavilion, the Dragon Nation's official organization, the most top-tier training, the most brutal trials, the most glorious status, and also the responsibility of protecting the nation. Of course, those truly qualified to compete for a spot in Zhanhuan Pavilion are basically the top newcomers who have awakened high-level combat classes. For ordinary classes, trying to force their way in is as hard as reaching the heavens. After all, what the War Soul Pavilion selects is not just grades. It also looks at growth potential. And things like potential are often already more or less set the moment one awakens. So for most newcomers to ordinary combat professions, the goal is still to get into a good academy. At this moment, the playground was already packed with people. Almost all the graduating seniors from the various high schools across South City had come. Each school had its own designated area, and the students sat in neat rows, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Meanwhile, over at the main stage, the atmosphere was completely different. A red carpet covered the ground, flowers surrounded the area, and seated there were all truly influential figures of South City. In the very center sat Wang Wenchong, the principal of South City No. 1 High School. The old man's hair was white, and he looked at the group of newcomers below with a face full of relief. To his sides and behind him were the real power figures. By rank, Wang Wenchong normally wouldn't even be qualified to sit in the center. But today was the graduation ceremony, so it was reasonable for him, as the principal of No. 1 High School, to sit in the middle. One thing worth mentioning was that Lin Guodong, the vice principal who usually sat beside Wang Wenchong, was nowhere to be seen today. Xiao Lin swept his gaze across the main stage and quickly spotted a few familiar faces. Qin Bai was sitting in a conspicuous spot on the left, wearing a dark suit, his expression composed. Beside him were Zhang Ling and Shi Su. Zhang Ling was still wearing that camouflage tank top, which stood out sharply among all the suits. With his arms crossed, he looked utterly bored, as if he were chewing on something. Shi Su sat very properly, expressionless, her sharp gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Behind them, several others had the dragon sword badge pinned on their chests. Chen Hong was among them as well. Brother, look. Xia Jinyu hooked her arm through Xiao Lin's, her eyes sparkling. The atmosphere at school is so different today. She pointed into the distance again, and so many people in formal clothes came. They all look really impressive. Yeah, it is lively, Xiao Lin said with a smile, gently patting her hand. Go back to your class and sit down, then wait to watch your brother perform. Xia Jinyu immediately nodded, even clenching her little fists. Brother, go for it. Just as Xiao Lin nodded, something else suddenly came to mind, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. By the way, after today's assessment ends, I'll give you a surprise. A surprise. Xia Jinyu's eyes widened at once. What surprise? I already said it's a surprise. If I tell you now, how can it still be called a surprise? Xiaolin said with a smile. Just wait patiently. I guarantee it'll be a big one, the kind that'll make you jump with joy. Xia Jinyu immediately pouted. I'm going to remember that. You're not allowed to back out. Don't worry. Xiaolin rubbed her head. Go on. After Xia Jinyu left, Xiaolin turned and walked toward the formation of Nancy No. 1 Middle School. Just as he reached the area for his class, he heard a familiar shout. Brother Lin, over here. Xiaolin turned his head and saw it was Li Shi. His chubby face was smiling so hard his eyes were almost invisible, and he was waving frantically. Because he was so fat, the arm he was waving around looked a little funny. Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh and walked over. Brother Lin, I've wiped your chair clean. Are you thirsty? I just bought a chilled drink. Li Shi, as if presenting a treasure, pulled out a can of drink from behind him and handed it over with both hands. Xiaolin was left both amused and exasperated by him. All right, fatty, cut it out. Sit down. Sure thing. Li Shi immediately sat down neatly. Just as the two of them settled in, a faint fragrance drifted over. Someone also sat down in the seat beside Xiaolin. Morning, Xiaolin. He turned around and saw Qin Xianxue. Today, she was wearing a very simple off-white tracksuit, which made her skin look even fairer. Morning. Xiaolin nodded at her and smiled as well. Qin Xianxue's gaze moved back and forth between Xiaolin and Li Shi before she finally looked at Li Shi with curiosity. Classmate Li Shi, this is... As soon as Li Shi heard Qin Xianxue speak, his smile grew even brighter. Goddess Qin, you're here too. Hee, starting today, I'm Brother Lin's dedicated sidekick. He said it with a face full of pride, as if this were some extremely glorious position. Brother Lin, Qin Xianxue was clearly even more surprised and looked at Xiaolin. The corner of Xiaolin's mouth twitched, and he replied calmly, I leveled him up yesterday. After a pause, he added, the fatty's profession has very strong late-game potential. It'd be a pity to let it go to waste. Qin Xianxue nodded thoughtfully. Her gaze toward Li Shi also lost a bit of its distance. Since Xiaolin had taken a liking to him, he definitely couldn't be bad. In that case, we might as well make it a group of 3. After saying that, she waved toward the back. Soon, a tall girl walked over. It was Lin Wayne, whom they had previously seen in the new player dungeon teleportation hall. Under the sunlight, her long hair even carried a faint blue sheen. She wasn't in Xiaolin's class, so he wasn't really familiar with her. But Lin Wayne clearly already knew him. Her eyes swept back and forth between Xiaolin and Qin Xianxue, and she smiled with a somewhat meaningful look. You should have done this ages ago. Why hide and sneak around? It's not like your family disapproves. As soon as she said that, Qin Xianxue's face instantly turned red, and she raised a hand as if to pinch her. You want to die? What do you mean your family disapproves? Lin Wayne dodged with a smile and took the chance to sit down beside her. Qin Xianxue gave her a white-eyed glare, then turned to Xiaolin and introduced her. Lin Wayne. We met at the teleportation array entrance last time. Hello, Xiaolin. Lin Wayne was quite straightforward and greeted him directly. Xiaolin nodded in response, but his gaze fell on her hair, a little curious. Your hair. Lin Wayne pinched a lock of her hair and looked at it, saying helplessly, I awakened as a frost mage. After awakening, my hair slowly turned like this. Xiaolin froze for a moment, then thought of Shi Su's red hair and immediately understood. He gave Lin Wayne a thumbs up. Cool. At that moment, a sarcastic voice came from behind, instantly cutting off the warm atmosphere the four had just started to build. Well, Xia the genius, having quite a cheerful chat, huh? Shunji Gang, together with Sun Man, swaggered over and sat down behind them. Xiaolin turned to glance at him, the corner of his mouth tugging slightly. He said nothing, but the mockery in his eyes was already maxed out. Shunji Gang's veins bulged on his forehead as he watched. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered at the teleportation center, a trace of malice flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. Xiaolin, you really think that just relying on a bit of dog's hit luck is enough to keep acting smug? Xiaolin shrugged and turned back around, too lazy to bother with him. With this kind of provocation, Shunji Gang wasn't even worth speaking to. Seeing that Xiaolin didn't respond, Shunji Gang only got more worked up. He leaned in a little and said in a voice only Xiaolin could hear. I know you've got a top-tier piece of equipment on you, but if you think that's the capital you have to act so arrogant, then I can only say, poverty limits your imagination. Xiaolin's eyes narrowed slightly. He really didn't understand where Shunji Gang's confidence came from, stubbornly insisting that he had some top-tier equipment on him. Even the last time they sent assassins to rob him and everyone ended up dead, this guy still hadn't given up. But Qin Gang had no idea what Xiao Lin was thinking right now. All that was left in his heart was smugness, because he had confidence. As soon as he reached level 10, Chun Hong had already prepared a full set of top-tier level 10 equipment for him. The armor and gloves were purple epic grade. The rest of the pieces were all blue gear. Once he put this set on, his attributes skyrocketed. Against opponents of the same level, they were just easy targets to him. Just this set of equipment alone was conservatively worth over 3 million gold coins. But what really made him dare to keep mocking Xiao Lin wasn't the equipment itself. It was the 8 Xianyan crystals embedded in those epic gray gloves. Xianyan crystals are a strengthening resource on the same level as Dragon Scale Core crystals. The only difference is that Dragon Scale Core crystals increase attack, while Xianyan crystals increase health. One Xianyan crystal can add 500 health. 8 of them made a full 4,000 health. That was 40 million gold coins worth of HP. Looking at all the newcomers in South City, who could compare with him? Thinking of this, the smile on Chun Jigang's face grew even more smug as he stared at Xiao Lin with disdain. And beside him, Sun Man, looking at Xiao Lin's slightly thin back, actually flashed a trace of pity in her eyes. In her view, the fleeting luck of the weak could never withstand the crushing force of capital. A so-called top-tier piece of equipment was simply not worth mentioning in front of a family of Chen's level. This guy is such a fucking pain in the ass. Li Shi frowned and muttered quietly, "I'll definitely find a chance to beat the hell out of him later." "What did you say, you fat bastard?" Although the playground was noisy, the two of them were standing too close together. Li Shi's low complaint still reached Chun Jigang's ears word for word. He shot up suddenly and pointed at Li Shi as he cursed. "You dare to curse at me? So what if I curse at you?" Li Shi stood up right away too, craning his neck to glare back at him. "What the hell are you, Chun Jigang? Just some rich second-generation brat who depends on his family. That's all. Once you're outside Nanshur, you're nothing but shit." The moment those words came out, the surrounding area fell briefly silent. Li Shi himself was actually tense too. If it had been any other time, he really wouldn't have had the guts. But today was different. But this idiot had come stomping all over Xiao Lin's head. Since he had already acknowledged Xiao Lin as his boss, he had to stand up and take this anger on behalf of his boss. Chun Jigang's face instantly turned green. He really hadn't expected Li Shi, who usually just played the clown in class, to actually dare to talk back to him like this. He was stunned for a couple of seconds before he finally reacted. "Fat bastard, you're fucking courting death? I'll fuck you." Chun Jigang, shut up. Before his curse could even leave his mouth, it was directly cut off by a cold voice. Qin Xian Snow frowned slightly and turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of undisguised disgust. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was ice cold. Chun Jigang froze all at once. Looking at Qin Xianxue's ice-cold face, the words that had just reached his lips were forced back down. At that moment, solemn music suddenly rang out. Principal Wang Wenshang's voice came from the podium and spread across the entire playground through the loudspeakers. "Quiet. Everyone return to your seats. The 86th Awakener graduation ceremony of Nanshur No. 1 High School begins now." Chun Jigang could only force down the anger burning in his chest, snorted coldly, and sat back down. What he didn't see was that just as he had been about to scold Li Shi, the corners of Xiao Lin's mouth had already curled into a very cold smile. After the simple opening remarks ended, the host quickly announced the start of the rank display segment. Students whose names are called, please go on stage in order and project your rank information onto the central magic crystal screen. Attributes are personal privacy and will not be disclosed unless mandatory. After the display is completed, the system will automatically generate a real-time ranking based on rank. The entire venue fell silent at once. Everyone's gaze was fixed on a huge crystal screen emitting white light beside the podium. The first stage of assessment officially began. As one name after another was called, students stepped onto the stage in turn. New information kept appearing on the crystal screen. Vengtao, Vodir, LV, Disciplina, Meuk, LV, Discipline, Shield, LV, Discipline, Achet, LV, Divith. More and more people appeared, and the rankings grew longer and longer. Most were between level 9 and level 10. Occasionally, when a level 11 appeared, that name would immediately jump to the top and draw a wave of astonished murmurs from the crowd. By now, Chun Jigang no longer had the time to trouble Xiao Lin. His eyes were fixed tightly on the screen. Up to this point, no one above level 11 had appeared. This meant that his level was still among the very top tier. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Lin's back in the front row, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Next, Chun Jigang. As soon as the mentor's voice rang out, Chun Jigang immediately stood up with a whoosh. He first straightened his collar, then deliberately swept his gaze across the entire venue before walking toward the podium with an arrogant expression. When he reached the crystal screen, he took a deep breath and focused his will. Buzz! The crystal screen lit up. The next second, a new line of information directly pushed all the previous names down and took the top spot on the leaderboard. Chun Jigang, Titan Shield Warrior, LV.12. A wave of exclamations instantly erupted across the playground. Level 12. And it's an advanced class. So strong. As expected of young Master Chun. Strong family, strong class. Looks like first place is locked in, right? Hearing these voices, Chun Jigang was practically floating. He deliberately lingered on the stage for a few more seconds, even glancing over at Xiaolin's side with a face full of provocation and smugness. Xiaolin looked at him and rolled his eyes directly. The reason some people are idiots is that they never think they're idiots. Chun Jigang came down from the stage, full of pride, and when he passed Xiaolin, he even paused on purpose and said in a low voice, "Trash, see that? That's what real strength looks like." This time, Li Shi was not angry at all. His tiny eyes narrowed, full of gloating. A few more people went up next, and the rankings didn't change. Sun Man also went up and displayed her level. Level 11. Second place. Soon, the instructor's voice sounded again. Next, Xiaolin. As soon as those three words were spoken, the entire playground seemed to fall suddenly silent. Countless gazes immediately swept over. There was curiosity, sympathy, and malicious intent from those waiting to watch the joke unfold. Xiaolin was already a well-known figure in his senior year. From top-tier potential to awakening an ordinary class, that contrast alone was enough to make people keep their eyes on him. Now, he had once again become the center of attention. On the rostrum, Zhang Ling, who had originally been a little drowsy, suddenly lifted his head as well. Xiaolin slowly stood up, his expression calm, his pace neither fast nor slow. Keep acting, keep acting." Chun Jigang stared at him tightly, a wave of irritation rising in his heart. What he hated most was Xiaolin's attitude of not taking anything seriously. "Let's see how long you can keep acting. A lousy archer who can't even form a team. When you make a fool of yourself later, I'll see how you keep up the act." Xiaolin simply ignored him. He walked up to the crystal screen and stopped. He didn't even make any extra movements, only gave a slight thought. Buzz! The crystal screen suddenly flashed. The original leaderboard instantly refreshed. A new name directly pushed its way to the very top. Xiaolin, Archer, LV.15. Silence. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. It was as if even the air had stopped. Thousands of people, not a single sound. Everyone stared fixedly at that line of text, as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. LV.15. What a joke. After just a few seconds of dead silence, the entire crowd exploded. Holy crap. Level 15? Am I seeing this right? Wasn't he just a normal archer? How is that possible? Cheating. He must be cheating. Are you insane? The magic crystal screen is linked to the rules. Show me how anyone cheats. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Exclamations, screams, and doubts instantly swallowed the entire playground. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the calm-faced boy on the stage. On the rostrum, Principal Wang Wenchong even stood up directly, his face full of excitement. Qin Bai, Zhang Ling, and Shi Su didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they had already been prepared for this. If Xiaolin could bring Qin Xinxue up to level 15 in half a day, then reaching level 15 himself was nothing strange. The one whose face really turned ugly was Chen Hong. He had been pretending to be calm, but now that composure was gone, and his eyes were clearly turning dark. He narrowed his eyes at Xiaolin on the stage, not knowing what he was thinking. And down below, the most composed person of all was Qin Xinxue. She even felt like laughing a little. The utterly horrified expressions on the faces of the classmates around her seemed completely normal to her. After all, if these people knew that Xiaolin had already reached this level on the very next day, they'd probably faint on the spot. Teacher Li was almost laughing himself sick. His whole fat face had turned red from holding it in, and he turned around to Chun Jigang behind him, sneering with a string of mean little he-hes. As for Chun Jigang, he had already been completely stunned. The arrogant expression on his face froze completely the moment the leaderboard refreshed. His eyes widened and his mouth opened unconsciously, his whole body seeming to be frozen in place. Level 15. That number was like a hammer, shattering all the pride he had just felled into pieces. Just moments ago, he still felt that level 12 made him the one to look up to in the room. But now, Xiaolin's casual level 15 had directly trampled him into the dirt, a full 3 levels apart. That tiny bit of superiority he had felt instantly became a joke. Sun Man was stunned too. She stared fixedly at that line of text, her mind completely blank. Level 15? How could Xiaolin have reached that level? How'd he do it? A bitter, indescribable sense of loss and disparity surged up at once. She had given so much for the Chun family's resources. But now, what was the result? Everything she had gained looked like a joke in front of Xiaolin. Humiliation, unwillingness, resentment, they all burst out at once. She forced herself to endure it, her nails digging into her palm. And she still had to keep her face steady without letting it crack. And Xiaolin himself acted as if nothing had happened. He calmly turned around, stepped down from the stage, and returned to his seat. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Chen Jigang once. That kind of complete disregard was even harsher than being insulted face to face. Chen Jigang only felt his face burning with pain, and the jealousy and hatred in his heart instantly surged to the peak. Unrestricted equipment. It must be that unrestricted equipment. The item's original level must be even higher than I thought. Yes, that has to be it. His eyes were red as he stared fixedly at Xiaolin's back. In his view, the stronger Xiaolin was, the more it proved how terrifying that equipment was. Why did a poor nobody have to own something like that? If that thing were in his hands, combined with the Chun family's resources, how could he possibly still only be level 12? This possessiveness was already burning him nearly insane. Just after Xiaolin sat down, Li Shi leaned over, lowering his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Brother Lin, awesome. Look at some people's faces. They're so dark, it's like ink's about to drip off them. Ha ha ha. Xiaolin glanced at him. Don't compare me to idiots. After hearing that, Li Shi smiled even more wickedly. At this moment, the instructor spoke again. Next, Qin Qianxue. The whole venue quickly fell silent again. If Xiaolin's level 15 was a pure accident, then Qin Qianxue's turn was an expected certainty. After all, she was the first person in Nan City's history to awaken a hidden class. As soon as she stood up, everyone's gaze turned to her. Qin Qianxue's expression was calm as she walked gracefully onto the stage. When she reached the crystal screen, she moved her mind. Buzz. The crystal lit up again. A new line of text appeared instantly. Qin Qianxue, Divine Dragon Contractee, LV.16. Boom. The playground exploded again. Level 16. Isn't this already breaking the record for Nanshi? A hidden class is a hidden class. Is Nanshi crazy this year? First a level 15, now a level 16. Chen Jigang just dropped to third. At this moment, the top of the ranking list had already become Qin Qianxue, Divine Dragon Contractee, LV.16 Xiaolin, Archer, LV.15 Chen Jigang, Titan Shield Warrior, LV.12 Sun Man, Necromancer, LV.11. The third place was a full 3 levels behind the second, and she was completely and utterly suppressed. Qin Qianxue had originally been level 15. She had only reached level 16 later after clearing a dungeon with Lin Wayne, leveling up as a side benefit. But for Chen Jigang, that wasn't the point at all. All he saw was that he had been pinned beneath Xiaolin and Qin Qianxue, unable even to lift his head. The fury and unwillingness in his heart were about to explode. The assessment continued. Although there were still occasional students who reached level 11, no one could touch the top 2 names anymore. When the last student finished presenting, Principal Wang Wenchong once again walked to the center of the podium. Students, teachers, leaders, distinguished guests. The first stage level assessment for this year's graduates has come to a successful conclusion. He was visibly excited, his voice rising quite a bit. I am very proud to announce that this year's results at Nanshi No. 1 High School have set a new historic record since the school was founded. More than 80% of the students have successfully reached level 10 or above. This honor belongs to all the hard-working students, to the dedicated teachers, and it also owes much to the strong support from all sectors of Nanshi. As he spoke, he even gave a solemn nod in the direction of Qin Bai, Chen Hong, and the others. Then his voice rose even higher. And what is most exciting of all is that among this year's graduates, a peerless prodigy with a level as high as 16 has emerged, classmate Qin Qianxue. She has broken Nanshi No. 1 High School's historical record. This is not only the pride of Nanshi No. 1 High School, but the pride of the entire city of Nanshi. Let us give her our warmest applause to congratulate her. And let us also congratulate all the students who have successfully graduated and are about to enter a new stage of life. Thunderous applause instantly erupted across the playground. After the applause died down, Wang Wenchang cleared his throat and his expression grew solemn. Level is only the foundation. The real test starts now. Next, let us welcome with applause the special assessor from the Battle Soul Pavilion for this assessment session, Captain Zhang Ling, who will announce the rules for the second stage of the assessment. All eyes immediately turned to the rear side of the podium. Zhang Ling slowly stood up. Under Shi Su's helpless gaze, he strode to the center of the stage with that utterly unconcerned, no-holds-barred gait and casually grabbed the microphone. Phew. He first blew into the microphone twice, and a huge burst of noise instantly made a bunch of people in the front row cover their ears. Then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Quiet down. Listen to me. Cough. Listen to what I have to say. He glanced over the people below the stage, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The second stage assessment, the theoretical course, you should all have studied it. The rules are very simple. As he spoke, he pressed the black remote control in his hand. The floor at the center of the podium slowly split open, and a huge diamond-shaped crystal stone radiating a deep blue glow rose up. The surface of the crystal stone was covered in complex runes, with faint spatial fluctuations emanating from it. See this thing? This is the portal leading to the Dark Forest dungeon. Zhang Ling walked over to the crystal stone, his voice booming. Your assessment is simple as well. Go in, kill monsters, and seize monster cores. 6 hours later, the dungeon will close. During that time, whoever obtains the most cores ranks highest. Whether you're a warrior, mage, support, or archer, the rules are the same. Whether you go solo or in a team is up to you. As he said this, his tone suddenly turned heavy. The killing aura honed from the battlefield pressed down directly. Many students below instinctively tensed up. But listen carefully, all of you. Once the dungeon opens, no one outside can help you. The monsters won't hold back. Injury, disability, even dying inside is not impossible. If you're not confident, don't force it. Especially don't think support classes are useless. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere on the field instantly turned cold. Many students' faces turned pale. Although the risks had all been covered in theory class, the word death being thrown out so bluntly in public was still an entirely different shock. Zhang Ling continued. If you're afraid of death, you can get lost now. No shame in that. But once you step through that door, life and death will be left to fate. If you want to back out, leave now. Those who want to stay, get ready to fight for your lives. Those words struck down like a hammer, instantly crushing the originally lively atmosphere into a heavy silence. And even so, no one on site left. Because everyone knew, this era is not a time of peace. War is happening every day. Awaken, grow stronger, and keep moving forward. That was their only way out. Qin Jigang's face was full of disdain. In his view, Zhang Ling's line was nothing more than a scare tactic commonly used before assessments. It's not like he hadn't heard of assessment dungeons. There were nothing more than monsters around levels 10 to 12, with very few truly high-level monsters. How could it be as exaggerated as Zhang Ling made it sound? Fine, you've got guts. Zhang Ling swept his eyes over the group of students below the stage, who were nervous yet still hadn't chosen to leave. Without saying anything else, he turned, raised his hand, and slapped it directly against that massive dark blue crystal stone. Buzz! The crystal stone suddenly burst with blinding blue light. Runes flowed furiously, and even the space itself began to distort. The next second, a dark blue light gate several zhongs high abruptly opened before the crystal stone. Within the light gate, shadows churned, and one could faintly make out twisted trees and a dim sky. A wave of air mixed with the stench of rotting vegetation and a faint bloody smell rushed straight at them. Assessment begins. Everyone get in now, and may you all get a good score. Zhang Ling roared. The mentors immediately organized the students, and they entered in order according to their classes. Xiaolin also followed the crowd and stepped into the light gate. Behind them, Chun Jigang was walking forward in line when he suddenly saw Chun Hong by the podium give him a subtle look. He froze for a moment, then immediately used the crowd as cover, quietly slipped out of line, and quickly moved over. Dad, what is it? Chun Hong wore an encouraging smile as he gently patted his shoulder. He looked just like a father sending his son off with a boost of courage. But the words he spoke were cold and sinister. You've seen Xiao Lin's level. That thing in his hand is even better than we thought. As he spoke, shielding himself with his sleeve, he quickly stuffed a thumb-sized glass vial into Chun Ji-gang's hand. The bottle contained a blue liquid. "This is demon salivation incense," Chun Hong said with a smile, though his voice was as venomous as a snake. "Once you open the switch, it'll release a scent that drives monsters mad. You know what to do, right?" Chun Ji-gang first froze, then looked down at the vial in his hand, still somewhat blank. The veins on Chun Hong's forehead twitched twice, but the smile on his face was still forced in place. "After you get in, find an opportunity to put this on Xiao Lin. Remember, after it's done, stay at least 1 kilometer away from him. Otherwise, you'll be caught in it too. After 3 hours, go collect his body." When Chun Ji-gang heard this, his heart suddenly tightened. But immediately after, a ruthless streak also surged up. He quickly stuffed the vial into his inner pocket and nodded heavily. "Got it." Chun Hong patted his shoulder again. "Go." Chun Ji-gang nodded, pretending nothing had happened, and turned back to rejoin the team. As Xiao Lin passed through the portal, he only felt a wave of intense weightlessness envelop his whole body. In the next instant, his feet were already standing on solid ground. Before his eyes was a massive square. The ground was covered entirely with thick blue stone slabs, with dark green moss crawling through the cracks, carrying a stale, chilly smell. In the center of the square stood an ancient stone stele, faintly glowing. As more and more newcomers teleported in, names kept appearing on the stele. Behind each name followed a number. Right now, they were all uniformly 0. It was obvious that this was where the number of monster cores was recorded. The square was enclosed on 3 sides by towering cliffs, with the only exit to the west. In front of the exit was a black city wall nearly 100 meters long and dozens of meters high, pressing down on people so hard they could hardly breathe. And in the sky was a blood moon. The entire sky was a lead gray color, with only that blood moon hanging high above. Dark red light spilled down, dyeing the whole square with an eerie, uncanny hue. The air was heavy, cold, and carried an indescribable sense of oppression. "This damn place." Lin Wayne subconsciously pulled her clothes tighter around herself, her voice tense. "Why is it so creepy?" "That moon is off too." Qin Xinxue looked up at the blood moon in the sky, her face also turning slightly pale. The red light fell on her face, even her eyes seeming to be stained with a faint red. She subconsciously shivered and said nothing more. Xiaolin also looked up at the blood moon, his brows slightly furrowed. The graduation assessment instance had been covered many times in theory classes. But the problem was that such a conspicuous blood moon had never once been mentioned in the textbooks or official materials. That was very abnormal. More and more freshmen were being teleported into the square, and the names on the stone tablet kept increasing. Many of them felt a little unnerved by the eerie environment and gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. Their voices echoed across the empty square, making it seem even more hollow. Xiao Lin withdrew his gaze and glanced around. Soon, his eyes stopped at a shadowed corner beneath the city wall. Ever since a moment ago, he had felt someone watching him. Qin Qinshu noticed his gaze and followed it. There stood Chun Jigang, along with a few lackeys. The blood moon's red light fell on his face, making his whole figure look especially gloomy, with a trace of cold, sinister smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. That gaze, like a poisonous snake, was fixed on this side tightly. "It's that idiot again." Qin Qinshu snorted lightly. "Be careful. He may not be smart, but the people behind him are dirty." Xiaolin nodded. Ever since that assassin incident in the western suburbs, he had never let his guard down around Chun Jigang. If this guy really insisted on courting death, he wouldn't hold back either. He turned to look at the stone steps leading up to the city wall. "Let's go up and check the situation outside first." "All right." Snow nodded. The 4 of them had just prepared to leave when a figure suddenly blocked their way ahead. Xiao Lin paused. He looked up and saw Sun Man. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and he glanced sideways again at where Chun Jigang was. As expected, Chun Jigang was still talking to his lackeys on the surface, gesturing wildly and putting on a convincing act. But his eyes kept darting over here from time to time. The moment he met Xiao Lin's gaze, he immediately turned his head away, acting so badly it was almost laughable. "What are you trying to pull now?" Xiao Lin's tone was very calm. Sun Man put on a pitiful expression, her eyes reddening, her voice turning soft and delicate. "Xiao Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong that day. Do you have something to say?" Xiao Lin cut her off directly, not even bothering to listen. Sun Man stiffened at being blocked like that, but still gritted her teeth and stepped forward. "Xiao Lin, I know I was wrong. Will you forgive me just this once? Can I team up with you? I want to follow you. As she spoke, she even reached out to grab Xiaolin's arm, deliberately making the motion look weak and helpless. Quite a few people around had already noticed and started whispering among themselves. Team up. Xiaolin couldn't help laughing. He stepped back, avoiding her hand, his eyes full of mockery. Team up with me for what? Is there no room for you beside young Master Chun anymore? Sun Man's expression changed slightly, and she immediately put on a crying tone. I know you're still angry, but I never once thought about really breaking up with you. After I awakened that day, you were the one who ignored me first. I panicked, and that's why I agreed to team up with Chun Ji Gang. Oh, Xiaolin's gaze turned even colder. Then why did you move into his house? As soon as those words were spoken, a trace of obvious panic flashed in Sun Man's eyes. But she still kept acting. Believe me, that day I had too much to drink. I wasn't even clear-headed. It wasn't voluntary, really it wasn't. If you don't believe me. As if throwing caution to the wind, she stepped closer again. Once we're out, I can give myself to you too, as long as you forgive me. The moment she said that, the last bit of feeling left in Xiaolin's heart vanished completely. All that remained was disgust. The way he looked at her was no different from how he'd look at a stranger on the street. He didn't even want to say another word, and turned to walk around her. But Sun Man, as if she'd gone mad, suddenly lunged at him. Xiaolin. She hugged Xiaolin's waist tightly, burying her face in his chest, her voice full of tears. I know you still like me. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Let's start over, okay? Please. Xiaolin's body stiffened instantly. It wasn't softness, it was pure disgust, just as he was about to use force to throw her off. Disgusting green tea bitch, get lost. A cold shout rang out like an explosion. Lin Wayne had long since had enough of this. She darted forward in a flash, grabbed Sun Man by the back collar, and yanked hard backward. Caught off guard, Sun Man was jerked down and fell onto the ground. At this moment, Qin Shinshua walked over at an unhurried pace. She didn't bend down. She just stood in front of Sun Man, lowered her eyes slightly, and looked at her coldly. She said nothing. She only looked. Yet that silence made it even harder to breathe. Sun Man met her gaze for a few seconds, then immediately panicked and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at her anymore. The aura of the Qin family's eldest young lady was not something she could handle. Seeing that she had finally behaved, Qin Shinshua turned around. The ice-cold expression on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by her usual smile. Let's go. Let's take a look from the city wall. Xiaolin found the whole thing a bit amusing and nodded. Without even sparing a glance at Sun Man on the ground, he headed straight for the stone steps. Lin Wayne and Li Shi hurried after him. As she passed Sun Man, Lin Wayne didn't forget to snort coldly. The four of them climbed up onto the city wall. A cold wind blew straight at them, carrying with it a strong, pungent, beast-like stench. Looking out, beyond the city wall, was an endless primeval forest. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and vines coiled around the trunks like giant pythons. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with a damp, rotten smell. Deep in the forest, the light was extremely dim. The red glow of the blood moon barely filtered through the branches and leaves, casting eerie crimson patches everywhere. And in that deep, dim place interwoven with blood-red light, countless monster silhouettes could be faintly seen, large and small, all hideous and ferocious. There were also pairs of blood-red, beastly eyes flashing in the shadows like ghostly fires. The freshmen stood on the city wall, their scalps tingling with fear. Gasp, so many monsters. Li Shi drew in a sharp breath, his face turning a little pale. Lin Wayne curled her lips and forced herself to smile lightly. Aren't we here to kill monsters? You should say, so many monster cores instead. That was what she said, but the fingers gripping her staff had gone white. Clearly, she was just as nervous inside. Qin Shinshua noticed the stiffness in her and gently took her somewhat cold hand. Then she turned to look at Xiaolin. Xiaolin, what do you think? Lin Wayne was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't quite react right away. Logically, Qin Shinshua, the hidden class member of this four-person team, should have been the absolute core. But now, when it came time to decide the route and strategy, her first reaction was to ask Xiaolin. Xiaolin glanced at the dense forest ahead. Quite a few impatient teams had already rushed down, jostling to be the first to dive into the woods. On the central stone monument, the numbers behind some people had also already begun to change. He nodded and spoke directly. It's not a big problem. You, me, and Lin Wayne will form a triangular battle formation, with the fat guy standing in the middle. I'll go in front to lead the way. Got it, Brother Lin. Li Shi replied at once. Okay. Qin Qianxue nodded without hesitation. Lin Wayne was a little stunned at first, but in the end she still nodded. She might not completely trust Xiaolin, but she trusted Qin Qianxue. Since Qin Qianxue handed him the lead so naturally, she would just follow along. Then let's go. Xiaolin didn't waste any more words. Stay close to me, and don't fall behind. After saying that, he was the first to climb down from the city wall. Qin Qianxue and Li Shi followed closely behind. Lin Wayne took a deep breath, tightened her grip on her staff, and hurried after them. After the four entered the forest, their pace was not fast. Their formation was very steady. Xiaolin led the way at the front. Qin Qianxue and Lin Wayne fell in behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Li Shi was protected in the middle. This was clearly going to be a war of attrition. Rushing ahead in the early stage would only increase the risk, and there was no real point to it. As more and more awakeners poured in, the originally quiet, dense forest had completely descended into chaos. Roars of beasts, sounds of battle, and the occasional screams of agony kept coming from all directions. A faint smell of blood gradually spread through the air as well. The forest was huge. Although many people had entered, they were quickly swallowed by the towering ancient trees and the mist, unable to see one another. The monsters on the outskirts weren't very strong, roughly all around level 10 to 12. For Xiaolin's team, there was no pressure at all. As soon as the battle began, Xiaolin made the word crushing practically written all over his face. He walked in front with a relaxed expression, raising his hand to draw his bow. Whoosh! A streak of light tore through the air. A spiked warhog, roaring as it charged forward, had its head blown apart on the spot. Its massive body, carried by inertia, crashed to the ground, sending decaying leaves flying everywhere. A faintly glowing core quickly separated from a corpse. Congratulations on killing Spiked Warhog. Gained 80 experience points. That's pretty good experience. Xiaolin's mouth curled slightly, his tone very relaxed. In a four-person party, a single monster could still grant 80 experience. This efficiency had already far exceeded expectations. But in the next second, something was wrong. The miserable howl the Spiked Warhog let out before dying was like it had triggered some kind of switch. The movements of several nearby monsters all came to a sudden halt. Then they all raised their heads together. Their already red eyes were now as red as if bleeding, glaring fixedly in the direction of Xiaolin and the others. Heavy snorts kept puffing out white breath. After a brief silence, several monsters simultaneously went berserk, charging wildly at the four of them. Xiaolin raised his hand and fired several arrows. With a few soft whooshing sounds, the monsters that lunged forward never even got close before they were precisely shot down by the light and shadow arrows, instantly collapsing into piles of experience. But as the monsters died one by one, the smell of blood in the air grew stronger and stronger. In the distance, the shadows of the trees swayed, and rustling sounds kept coming from the woods. Pairs of scarlet eyes, like ghostly flames, lit up one after another in the darkness. The startled monsters began to converge on them from all directions. As soon as they entered a certain range, they would immediately charge. No buffer at all. As soon as contact was made, it was full intensity. Why are there so many? Lin Wei's face immediately tightened, and she unconsciously moved closer to Xiaolin. Qin Qianxue was also nervous, but at least she could still hold her position. Lin Wei, get back in place and maintain the formation. Don't expose Fatty. He can't defend himself. Xiaolin didn't even turn his head, his voice steady. The bow in his hand, however, was terrifyingly fast. The bowstring snapped repeatedly as the leading monsters were instantly headshot and fell to the ground. Lin Wei froze for a moment, then instinctively looked toward Qin Qianxue. Qin Qianxue met her gaze and gave a slight nod. Lin Wei took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the panic in her heart, and retreated to her original position. Fatty, attack speed buff. Oh, okay. Li Shi was so frightened by the sight of the monsters swarming him that his legs had gone weak. Only when he heard Xiaolin call out to him did he suddenly come to his senses and hurriedly slapped the two seal spells onto Xiaolin. Your teammate has applied Swift Seal spell to you. Your attack speed has increased by 20%. Your teammate has applied Power Seal spell to you. Your attack power has increased by 20%. The moment the notification sounded, Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated Split Arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows spread out in an instant. Every arrow struck its target with perfect precision. As soon as a monster entered his range, what met it was a streak of certain hit light. Congratulations on killing a rock beetle. Gained 70 experience. Congratulations on killing a screaming monkey monster. Gained 90 experience. Congratulations on killing a shadow leopard. Gained 80 experience. System notifications began flooding the screen like crazy. Qin Xinxue and teacher Li had both seen Xiao Lin make a move before, so although they were still shocked, they were somewhat mentally prepared. But Lin Wayne was seeing him fight for the first time for real. She was completely dumbstruck on the spot. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth forgotten to close, and she stood there in a daze. The figure up ahead, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, looked as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. Yet with every tremor of the bowstring, a monster would surely fall. Around him, it was as if there were an invisible zone of death. As soon as a monster stepped into it, it would be instantly killed. Those level 12 monsters that, in Lin Wayne's understanding, had to be dealt with through team coordination, were as fragile as paper before Xiao Lin. This is way too freakish. Lin Wayne's mind was completely numb. Was this really the damage a level 15 could output? Just how high was his attack power? She was a mage, and thus most sensitive to damage. But the effect Xiao Lin was showing now had completely exceeded her understanding. The team kept pushing forward, and more monsters appeared. Lin Wayne stopped spacing out. The monsters slipping through on the right flank are yours to handle. Xiao Lin's voice suddenly rang out, noticeably faster than before. Before he even finished speaking, a streak of light had already shot out first. A shadow leopard leaped out of the shadows behind Lin Wayne and was instantly nailed to a tree. Oh, okay. Lin Wayne was so startled that she jolted, then quickly came to her senses and hurriedly raised her staff. A flash of cold light went by, and several ice spikes shot out, freezing the nearby beetles in place. Before she could even finish them off, several streaks of golden light had already swept past ahead of her. Puff, puff, puff. Those beetles were instantly pierced through. Congratulations on killing a rock beetle. Gained 70 EXP. Congratulations on killing a rock beetle. Gained 70 EXP. Congratulations on killing a rock beetle. Gained 70 EXP. Lin Wayne. At the same time, Qin Xinxue also made her move. With a wave of her hand, the space before her violently twisted. Two pitch-black fissures instantly tore open. Roar! A dragon's roar exploded. Two colossal beasts descended with a thunderous crash. One was a crimson fire dragon, Xiaohong, its entire body blazing with flames. The other was an even more outrageous black dragon, Daqing, its body covered in thick, heavy black armor. Xiaohong flapped its wings and opened its mouth to fan out a scorching breath of dragon fire. Boom! The fan-shaped area ahead was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Several ambushing monsters were burned to the point of screaming miserably, while damage numbers kept popping up above their heads. The dragon breath had a wide range, was powerful in momentum, and even came with a lingering burn. But the problem was, everyone quickly realized something was wrong. Even when those monsters were hit head-on by Xiaohong's dragon breath, their HP only dropped by about 1/10. In other words, if Xiaohong wanted to kill a monster by itself, it would take at least 10 breaths of dragon fire. Yet the same monsters couldn't even withstand one arrow in front of Xiao Lin. The damage gap was absurd. Brother Lin, watch out! Li Shi suddenly cried out in alarm. Sure enough, the few monsters that had been scorched by the dragon breath had cunningly avoided Xiaohong's frontal attack and lunged straight for Xiao Lin's back. Oomph! Dahei blocked them. Qin Xianxue's eyes turned cold. Dahei let out a low roar and suddenly beat its wings forward, crashing over like a wall to block the way. With a sweep of its dragon tail, it directly smashed the flaming monsters flying backward. One attacking, one defending. The two dragons coordinated with great skill. Xiaohong once again filled its chest, preparing to make up for it with another blast of dragon breath. But before it could spit it out, whoosh, 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 several streaks of flowing light arrived even faster. The heads of those monsters were instantly pierced through, and they thudded to the ground one after another. Xiaohong held its breath of dragon fire for nothing and still failed to spit it out in time. In the end, it choked and gave a snort, blowing out a small puff of black smoke. It pouted and turned back to look at Qin Xianxue, its dragon eyes full of grievance. Qin Xianxue, she was a little helpless too. She wanted her own dragon to show off a bit, but the enemies were gone. Fighting alongside Xiao Lin really made it hard to have any presence. As for Li Shi, his biggest role right now was to keep buffing Xiao Lin, then crouch in the gap protected by the three of them and nervously scan the surroundings. Brother Lin, 3 on the left. The words had barely left his mouth before 3 streaks of light flashed by, and the 3 monsters were already down. Brother Lin, on the tree at the front right. Holy crap, Brother Lin is awesome. Beauty Lin, there's one you missed on the back left. It's already gone, nice. As he kept shouting, Li sure felt like, besides yelling 666, he really couldn't do anything else. But in fact, he was quite useful. After all, those 2 buffs on Xiao Lin had been in effect the whole time. By contrast, ever since Qin Xinxue and Lin Wayne made their token moves, they'd spent almost the entire time on standby. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. There just weren't any targets left for them. This battlefield, from beginning to end, was almost entirely Xiao Lin's stage. His kill efficiency was astonishingly fast. Every second, experience kept rolling in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Any monster that came within 30 meters of him was basically dead the moment it poked its head out. Monster cores continued to fall out one after another, and the group collected them all along the way. Unknowingly, the number of cores they had gathered was already close to 1,000. If anyone were to look at the stone monument in the center of the square at this moment, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. The top 4 people all had more than 300 cores. In 5th place, astonishingly, had only a little over 30. The gap was absurdly huge. At the same time, Xiao Lin's soul-slaying mark was stacking wildly. The attack number on the panel kept surging upward. Watching the steadily rising value, a satisfied curve slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. But gradually, a problem emerged. At first, Qin Xinxue and the other 2 were shocked. Later, they simply became numb. They even came to accept leeching experience points with complete peace of mind, because they truly had no chance to make a move. But as time went by little, the group still sensed that something was wrong. The smell of blood in the air was growing stronger and stronger. There were already quite a few monster corpses piled up, yet the number of monsters around them had not decreased at all. On the contrary, there were even more. With Li Shi's enhancement, Xiao Lin's attack speed had already come close to 5 arrows per second. The sound of the bowstring vibrating was almost merging into one continuous stream. But even so, the monsters still kept surging upward like a tide. It was even starting to make him feel a little unable to hold them back. Something's not right. Li Shi licked his dry lips, his voice even drifting a little. Brother Lin, I keep feeling like something's off, but I can't put my finger on it. It really is off, Xiao Lin said in a deep voice while frantically killing the surrounding monsters. There are more and more of them, and I'm almost unable to suppress them anymore. Also, these monster stats are wrong too. Their HP and defense are both rising. Rising a lot. Qin Xinxue and Lin Wayne both froze, their expressions a little awkward, because they had no chance to even get involved. These monsters were dying in one arrow in Xiao Lin's hands, which made them subconsciously think they were just ordinary trash mobs. You mean, these monsters are much stronger now than when we first came in? Qin Xinxue asked. Yeah. Xiao Lin shot an arrow and blasted apart a wolf-like monster lunging at him. It's hard to say for the others, but these monsters now all have at least over 3,000 HP, and their defense is obviously higher too. Over 3,000? Lin Wayne's expression changed on the spot. That's almost boss-level HP for a level 15 dungeon. Are you sure? Sure. Xiao Lin answered without hesitation. Lin Wayne's scalp instantly went numb. If what Xiao Lin said was true, then they weren't fighting ordinary monsters at all. They were being besieged by a pack of pseudo-bosses above level 15. For a rookie team barely over level 10, this was nothing short of a disaster. If it weren't for Xiao Lin holding the line up front, the 4 of them would likely have been wiped out long ago. Qin Xinxue also frowned. But if the monsters are really this strong and this dense, how are the other students managing to hold on? That's the strangest part. Xiao Lin's tone grew heavier and heavier. From the time we entered the woods until now, it's been at least 2 hours. At my monster clearing speed, we should already be more than 5 kilometers deep into the core area. But the reality is, he glanced around at the forest, which had barely changed at all. We may not have even advanced 500 meters. And those teams whose levels and equipment are far inferior to ours should, in theory, not be able to go farther than us. At this point, Li Shi finally reacted too, his face turning pale. Right, I knew something was off. That crooked dead tree was swaying in front of my eyes half an hour ago, which means in that half hour, the distance we covered might not even have been 20 meters. At those words, Qin Xinxue and Lin Wayne's expressions changed completely. The sense of safety Xiao Lin's overwhelming strength had created shattered instantly at that moment. They weren't advancing. They were standing still, forcibly enduring wave after wave of never-ending monster swarms. And the monsters were getting stronger and stronger. Most bizarre of all, the other awakened ones who had entered with them seemed not to have encountered this situation at all. Why was this happening? Just as the group was growing more and more uneasy, a sudden scream exploded from deep within the forest. Help! Run! The monster's gone mad. Several people looked up at the same time. They saw several blood-soaked figures stumbling out from deep within the woods. Each of them wore faces full of terror, scrambling and crawling as they fled outward. I don't want to die. This is completely different from what the instructor said. One of the boys with a broken arm shouted as he cried, darting past them in utter disarray, not even having time to look their way. The next second, roar! A furious roar echoed through the forest. Then, a massive creature burst out all at once. It was a lava rhinoceros. Its whole body was covered in gray scales, and its 3 curved giant horns were still smeared with blood. Its frame was as huge as a small mountain. Its pair of scarlet beast eyes locked tightly onto the fleeing students ahead, white breath and G from its nostrils as it thundered after them, just as it seemed those few were about to be caught. At that very moment, the rhino's movement suddenly changed. It abruptly froze, its beast eyes contracting, and its enormous head slowly turned around. Its target had unmistakably become the group on Xiaolin's side. Roar! Another, even more ferocious roar. It directly abandoned the prey right in front of it and turned to charge wildly towards Xiaolin's side. At this, Xiaolin's brows furrowed completely. This was no coincidence. This thing was clearly coming for them. And more accurately, it was coming for him. The lava giant rhino was extremely fast, and with its huge body, when it charged, it was like an out-of-control heavy truck. Watch out! Xiaolin's gaze turned cold as he instantly drew his longbow to full draw. Qin Xinxue reacted just as quickly. Dahe! Full defense, block it! Roar! The profound rock crystal dragon let out a roar. Thick earth-yellow light instantly lit up across its black armor, standing at the front like a giant wall. The next second, boom! A terrifying explosion rang out in the forest. It made the others' eardrums go numb. The giant rhinoceros horn slammed brutally into Dahe's raised dragon claw. Crack! A spine-tingling sound of something breaking exploded instantly. Whoa! Dahe let out a shrill, miserable cry as its massive body was sent flying on the spot, smashing through several towering trees in a row. It struggled to get back up, but one of its front claws was already clearly twisted and deformed. Black dragon scales shattered and fell away, revealing pale, broken bones underneath, while scalding dragon blood kept gushing out. It was only one clash. Dahe, reputed to have the strongest defense, was directly wrecked by the impact. Dahe, Qin Xinshue's face instantly turned pale, her voice even changed. Xiaolin's pupils also contracted violently. He knew very well how exaggerated the defense of the Xianyan crystal dragon was. And yet this giant rhinoceros had smashed it into serious injury with a single blow. This power was definitely not ordinary. It was probably already close to a level 20 boss, or even higher. But before he could examine the giant rhinoceros's level in detail, the movement deep in the forest suddenly erupted completely. Monsters! They're all high-level monsters. Run! Help! Wang Chong and the others are all dead. Cries and curses came one after another. Immediately after, beast roars rose everywhere from deep within the forest. Rumble! Countless heavy footsteps sounded at the same time, the ground trembling wildly as trees toppled in rows. The entire dark, secluded forest seemed to have gone completely berserk. Even more bizarrely, those monsters that had been chasing others all the way would, upon seeing Xiaolin, almost always turn at the same time and rush straight at him. Fall back. Return to the safe zone. Xiaolin's expression darkened completely, and he issued the order without hesitation. At this moment, there was no trace of ease left in his eyes. The bowstring trembled. An arrow shot out in an instant, striking precisely into the head of that molten lava rhinoceros. Blood and brain matter exploded together. Congratulations on killing the molten lava rhinoceros. Gained 700 experience points. The system prompt rang out, but no one had the mind to look at it. Qin Xinxue forced down her heartache and immediately recalled the heavily injured Dahe. Seeing the rhino that had just crippled Dahe with a single blow, only to be instantly killed by Xiaolin's arrow, the three of them all felt a chill run through them. Only then did they truly realize how terrifying those monsters Xiaolin had been cutting down all the way like grass really were. something like that. Even if it just brushed into them once, would mean instant death on the spot. Keep the original formation, switch front and back, tighten up, move. Xiao Lin shouted in a low voice, his longbow almost turning into afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows tore through the air, frantically picking off every monster that caught up or blocked the way. He was like an extremely sharp blade, forcibly carving out a path through the beast tide toward the city wall. Qin Qianxue and the other two clung tightly behind him, not daring to slow down even a single step. Their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, they no longer felt any of the earlier ease of moving along while farming monsters. Even Qin Qianxue, after personally seeing Dahe grievously wounded in one strike, couldn't bring herself to think about confronting it head-on at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Stay close to Xiao Lin and get out alive as fast as possible. Under Xiao Lin's lead, the four of them finally made it back to the city wall without any mishaps. Though they looked a sorry mess, they were still alive. But when they stepped back onto the safe zone square, the scene before them made everyone's hearts sink. There were clearly far fewer people in the square than when they had first come in. Most of the remaining people were ashen-faced, terrified-eyed, and injured. Some had lost an arm, blood gushing everywhere. Some had blood-soaked cloth wrapped around their abdomens. Some had faces mangled beyond recognition. Others were simply slumped on the ground, staring blankly as if their souls had been knocked out of them, still mumbling incoherently. Qin Qianxue glanced at Xiao Lin, her expression extremely complicated. She knew very well, if those monsters had not inexplicably abandoned their original prey and all turned around to pounce on them, then the number of people in this square would now be at least cut in half again. What the hell is going on? The monster's attributes don't match the displayed levels at all. A bloodied boy shouted in collapse, his voice cracking. These monster levels are all lies. A level 12 firewolf was actually twice as fast as me. If I hadn't been lucky, I'd be dead already. We had 5 people surround a level 11 ironback bear and nearly got wiped out. That thing was ridiculously strong. There's no way that's what an 11-level monster should be. They're dead, all dead. Zhang Chong was right in front of me, and his neck got bitten clean off. A girl, her eyes unfocused and her body covered in dried blood, was crying softly. All kinds of voices kept pouring into Xiao Lin and the others' ears. But everyone's experiences ultimately pointed to the same thing. The monsters in the dungeon were all acting up. Their attributes had skyrocketed, and their ferocity had gone out of control. This was nothing like the graduation assessment they knew. Xiao Lin slowly raised his head and looked at the blood moon hanging in the sky. It hung there quietly, like a cold eye. His expression grew darker and darker. His instincts told him that this blood moon and this abnormal mutation were absolutely connected. Looks like everyone's run into the same situation. Qin Qianxue glanced around, her voice turning heavier as well. The monsters here really have all changed. Yeah. Lin Weiyin's face was still pale, and she nodded with lingering fear. Luckily, they weren't surrounded and killed by monsters like we were. Otherwise, those people probably wouldn't have made it back at all. An ambush of that level would wipe out any normal rookie team. This is seriously fucked up. Li Shi looked completely baffled. Even if the monsters attack on sight, shouldn't there be some kind of warning range? But today these monsters are completely unreasonable, like they're going to pounce on us no matter how far away we are. As he said that, even he frowned. It's like all the monsters are coming for us. Hearing that, Qin Qianxue suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait. She frowned and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly looked up. When my dad was stationed on the Abyss battlefield, he mentioned a similar situation before. The others immediately looked at her. He said that the Ko Kingdom once secretly developed something called Demon Saliva Incense in order to seize more monster resources on the Abyss battlefield. Demon Saliva Incense? Xiao Lin frowned. He heard this name for the first time. Qin Qianxue nodded. It's said that the scent this thing emits has a fatal attraction for monsters, and it can spread as far as 3 kilometers. Once a monster catches even a whiff of it, it will rush toward the source at all costs. Ko Country relies on this to forcibly create monster tides in specific areas, then harvest the resources. After hearing this, Li Shi scratched his head. That sounds like strategic-level contraband. It shouldn't just be leaking out casually, right? In theory, no. Qin Qianxue nodded. The formula for monstrous saliva incense is Ko Country's top secret, and it's guarded extremely tightly. Without absolute trust, no one can even get close to it. So today's situation, I initially thought it was just a coincidence. But just as she finished speaking, Xiaolin suddenly raised his hand and took a small transparent glass bottle from his pocket. The bottle was only about the size of a thumb, and it contained a pale blue liquid, and half of it had already evaporated. What's this? Qianxue froze. Xiaolin shook his head and directly handed the bottle to her. I don't know what it is either. Just now in the woods, I felt something hard pressing against my lower back, but I didn't have time to pay attention to it, so I just shoved it into my pocket. Qianxue took it, examined it carefully, and her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. I've never seen the actual monstrous saliva incense, but my dad said that thing is a blue liquid. In color, it's very similar. She fiddled with the small switch on the bottle cap, and her expression grew even more grave. This device is very much like a control switch. She suddenly looked up. Where did you get this thing? Xiaolin took back the bottle, glanced at the switch, and said in a flat, icy tone, I don't know where it came from. But during this time, the only person who could have stuffed it onto me was one. As he spoke, his gaze had already turned toward the other side of the square. Qianxue and the other two immediately looked over as well. At the foot of the city wall on the edge of the square, Chun Jigang and Sun Man were standing there in a miserable state. Chun Jigang's face was terrifyingly grim. All of the lackeys who had originally surrounded him were gone. Only Sun Man remained, head lowered, her whole body trembling. It was Sun Man. Lin Wayne reacted at once. She immediately remembered that moment when Sun Man had thrown herself into him just now. If there was anyone most likely to have stuffed that thing onto Xiaolin, it could only be her. Sun Man. Xiaolin sneered. She's just a tool. Qianxue fell silent and nodded. Indeed, Sun Man didn't have the guts, nor the brains, to do something like that on her own. As for who was behind it, there was no need to guess at all. But the more that was the case, the more absurd it seemed to her. I know you and Chun Jigang don't get along, Qianxue frowned. But no matter how big the grudge, it shouldn't come to this. If this really is demonic saliva incense, once it gets out of control, not only you, but everyone in the outer perimeter could be buried with you. A grudge. Xiaolin snorted, the chill in his eyes growing even colder. Maybe, but more likely, he's certain I have some heaven-defying piece of gear on me, and it's worth him betting everything on this. As soon as he said that, Qianxue actually nodded. That's entirely possible. To be honest, if I didn't know you fairly well, just looking at that damage, I'd think you were hiding some divine tier equipment on you too. Lin Wayne and Li Shi also subconsciously nodded along. No way. Xiaolin's output was truly not human. Xiaolin's tone grew even colder. And this isn't even the first time he's tried to attack me. Qianxue froze. He attacked you before? Yeah. Xiaolin nodded. Not long ago, it should have been him and his father together, who sent 3 assassins to kill me. Zhongling and Su both knew about this, and he couldn't be bothered to keep hiding it. Meanwhile, as if sensing the gaze from this side, Chun Jigang suddenly raised his head. When he saw that Xiaolin and the others were actually standing perfectly intact inside the safe zone, he clearly froze. That expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. The next second, he flew into a rage, grabbed Sun Man's arm, and questioned her furiously with a vicious look on his face. Sun Man was also panicking badly, desperately trying to explain. The distance was too far, and the surroundings were too noisy, so Xiaolin couldn't hear what they were saying. But there was no need to think about it to know it was a dog-eat-dog scene. Xiaolin just watched coldly, his expression completely unmoved. After a moment, he looked up again toward that blood moon. At this point, all the newcomers in the entire safe zone had eyes full of nothing but the fear of having survived disaster. Facing the monsters outside whose attributes had surged and whose ferocity had gone out of control, hiding here really was the smartest choice. As for the graduation assessment, who still had time to care about that? But right then, oh my god, there, what is that? On the city wall, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. A boy wrapped in bandages pointed toward the outside of the city as if he had seen a ghost, his voice trembling. Monsters! Monsters are coming out of the forest. They're coming for us. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone who had been slumped on the ground was startled and rushed toward the city wall like mad. Is this a monster siege? It's over. We're really done for. What kind of assessment is this? It's clearly a death sentence. Some people were crying as they took out their teleport stones. The light had barely flickered for an instant before it was directly snuffed out by a force of rules. In the graduation assessment instance, there was no way to leave midway. At that moment, panic completely exploded. And outside the city wall, as if answering their despair. Boom! 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 The ground began to tremble violently. The entire massive Blackstone city wall was shaking. Xiao Lin and the other three exchanged glances, all four of them changing expression at once as they immediately rushed up to the wall. But when they truly saw what was outside the city, even Xiao Lin's breathing caught. Outside the city wall, it was no longer just a few scattered monsters. It was a sea of monsters, so densely packed that the end could not be seen at all. They were no longer wandering aimlessly, but as if driven by some will, eyes blood red, saliva dripping from their mouths, charging toward the city wall like mad. Monitor lizards, cheetahs, tree demons, and even more monsters they had never seen before, all mixed together. Layer upon layer, they kept surging out of the forest. At this point, everyone's faces had gone completely pale. Those who had still been barely holding on just moments ago were now left with nothing but despair. Monster siege. It really is a monster siege. What do we do? We're all going to die here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The safe zone was thrown into total chaos in an instant. Meanwhile, Nanchur No. 1 High School playground. The atmosphere had already grown so heavy it was suffocating. The newcomers had been inside for less than 3 hours, and on the giant crystal screen, nearly 30% of the densely packed red dots had already gone out. Every dot that vanished represented a student's death. On the podium, Zhang Ling's usual hooliganish air had completely disappeared. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had gone white, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the screen. What the hell is going on? Why are so many people dead? The female mentor beside him was already so frightened that she covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Another one's gone out? God, what on earth is happening inside? Principal Wang Wenchang's face had turned deathly pale, and he looked so unsteady he seemed about to collapse. Just a graduation assessment. It was only a graduation assessment. These kids were the future hope of South City. Yet now, the points of light were going out one after another. The most anxious of all was Chen Hong. He sprang to his feet, his voice already hoarse from shouting. Captain Zhang, Captain Shi, think of something, quick. Save them. We have to get them out. He didn't care how many other students died, but his son was in there too. Shi Su's expression was equally grim. Once the instance was activated, outside forces could not interfere. That was an iron rule. She turned to Qin Bai. Boss, what do we do? Qin Bai's face was so dark it was frightening, and he stared dead at the red dots still flashing on the screen. By now, most of the red dots had gathered on the east side of the map, near the safe zone, forming a dense cluster. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart. At least, most of them have already retreated to the safe zone. Although we still don't know exactly what went wrong in the instance, the remaining people should, for the time being, still be. Before he could finish, buzz, buzz, buzz. A piercing alarm suddenly rang out across the entire venue. The next second, the entire crystal screen began flickering violently. Blinding crimson light instantly illuminated everyone's faces. What's going on? On the rostrum, everyone's expressions changed. They were already panicking enough, and now the crystal screen suddenly issued an alarm of this level. No one could sit still anymore. This is, Qin Bai stared hard at the crimson flickering screen, his body swaying involuntarily, even his voice beginning to tremble. Zhang Ling and Shi Su also turned pale at once. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Beast tide. The moment those two words came out, the entire rostrum fell instantly silent. Beast tide. That word, almost no one present had truly seen it before. Everyone had only seen it in files and old records. But everyone knew what it meant. This was not an ordinary mutation. This is a disaster event in the graduation assessment dungeon. One with an absurdly low probability, but once triggered, it is almost certain death. The cause is unknown. Once it appears, all monsters in the dungeon go berserk, and their 4 basic attributes instantly soar by 300%. What's even more terrifying is, all the monsters will attack the safe zone phone, as if driven by the same will. This is not ordinary danger. This is complete loss of control. Of course, a beast tide is not purely bad. According to the archives, during a beast tide, killing these berserk monsters not only grants a huge amount of experience, but also drops something that makes every awakened person coveted. Free attribute points. And the drop rate is very high. But the problem is, you have to be alive to kill them. For a group of freshly graduated newcomers, only around level 10 or so, facing a monster tide with tripled attributes and a relentless surge upward, this is not an opportunity. It is a dead end. A complete dead end. The last officially recorded beast tide was 137 years ago. The outcome that time was very simple. All 821 newcomers who entered the dungeon were wiped out. Not a single one made it out alive. Beast tide? Damn it. How could that thing get triggered? Zhang Ling's voice had gone hoarse, and the whole person felt as if pinned down by a huge boulder. Qinbai abruptly turned around and grabbed Sisu's arm, his grip so hard that even Sisu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled with urgency. Sisu, contact headquarters now. Use every authority you have. Apply for the highest level emergency assistance. Hurry, boss. Looking at how Qinbai was on the verge of breaking down, Sisu felt cold all through her chest. This was the second time she had seen Qinbai show this kind of expression. The last time was during the Abyss battlefield. Back then, he had lost both his sworn brother and the woman he loved most at the same time. Move it! Seeing her freeze, Qinbai yelled outright. The veins on his neck bulged, and his voice was full of barely restrained madness. Okay, right now. I'm contacting them now. Snapped back to herself by the shout, Sisu hurriedly pulled out her communicator, her hands trembling a little as she quickly entered the highest priority access code. At that moment, Zhang Ling walked over and reached out to firmly press down on Qinbai's arm, which was still faintly shaking. Boss, calm down. He stared at Qinbai and forced each word down with deliberate emphasis. It's not time to break yet. You have to trust Qinxue. That girl is the daughter of you and Sister Yun. She'll definitely make it out alive. Qinbai suddenly looked up at him, his lips trembling violently, as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word came out. Only a heavy, terrifying panting remained. Inside the instance, on the city wall, Xiaolin stood beside the battlement, the blood moon stretching his shadow long. Looking out, all he could see outside were monsters, dense and endless. Even Xiaolin felt a twinge of heaviness in his heart at this moment. His attack power was high enough. These mutated monsters, he could kill them in one shot just the same. But the problem was, this was no longer a few hundred nor a few thousand. It was tens of thousands. So what if he could fire 5 arrows a second? If 10, 20, or even more monsters rushed up at the same time, could he really block them all? Xiaolin, Qinxue, stood beside him, her face extremely pale, her voice icy. We may have really run into a beast tide. The moment those words were spoken, Xiaolin's heart sank completely as well. Beast tide, words he had only ever seen in books, had now become the black wave before his eyes, swallowing everything. He subconsciously glanced at the few people beside him. Qinxue had no color left in her face. Lin Wayne was biting her lip, her body trembling. Li Shi's face had turned ashen, and beads of sweat on his forehead were dripping down in strings. That fear, pressed down by a desperate situation, was almost written on everyone's face. Will I really die here? Xiaolin stared at the tide of monsters surging closer beneath the city walls, a trace of unwillingness slowly surfacing in his eyes. He had a hidden talent. He had a golden trait of unlimited growth. His life had only just begun to turn around. How could he possibly die here? Impossible. Impossible. A surge of fighting spirit, overbearing to the point of being almost unreasonable, forcefully swept away that bit of despair in his heart. Xiaolin suddenly curved his lips, turned to look at Qinxue and the other two, and his gaze instead became steadier. We can't give up. Qinxue was stunned by his words. It was as if she had been suddenly tugged out of despair. Yeah, how could they just accept this? Looking at the smile on Xiaolin's face, which seemed especially out of place in a situation like this, the panic in her heart actually inexplicably settled down a little. You tell us what to do, and we'll follow your lead, Qinxue said directly. Lin Wayne and Li Shi also nodded heavily. Xiaolin looked once more at the pitch-black tide of monsters below the city, his tone calm. To be honest, I don't have any especially good solution right now either. As he said that, his wrist shook and the willowwood bough appeared in his hand. I just don't want to admit defeat so easily. He looked up at the blood-red moon, his voice low but hard. Rather than wait to die, why not give it everything we've got? What do you think? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone nearby on the city wall heard it. No one wanted to die. Even more, no one wanted to just sit there and wait to die. Xiaolin's words were like striking a tiny spark in utter darkness. Very small, but really lit up. The people around them, who had already been almost crushed by despair, slowly turned their gazes this way. But just then, a very harsh voice suddenly cut in. That's easy for you to say. Chen Jigang, no one knew when, had also moved over here. His face was equally ugly, but the moment he opened his mouth, that same sarcastic, sneering tone came out. He raised his hand and pointed at the horde of monsters below the city wall, deliberately raising his voice. Take a look for yourself. How many monsters are down there? If you want to die, Don't drag everyone else with you. If our great genius Xia is really that capable, then why don't you set an example for everyone? Go out there and kill all those monsters yourself. If you really dare do it, then I, Chun Ji Gang, will be the first to free you. Xiaolin merely gave him a faint glance. Then he completely ignored him. He didn't even bother to answer. He looked back down beyond the city wall and said softly, I want to try. This complete disregard instantly turned Chun Ji Gang's face even greener with rage. Just as he was about to continue speaking, another voice sounded from beside him first. I'm going with you. Qin Xinxue stepped directly to Xiaolin's side, her gaze steady. And me. Lin Wei planted her staff firmly, and the aura of frost had already begun to gather. Brother Lin, count me in. Li Shi's voice was still trembling, but his feet had already stepped forward. The four of them looked at each other. No need to say more. Xiaolin felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded. All right, let's give our all. And as they stepped forward, it seemed to have completely ignited the tension that had been building around them. Damn it, I'm in too. We're dead anyway if we just sit here. Yeah, fight them. I don't want to die. I still have to go home. Fuck them up. More and more fear in the newcomer's eyes began to be pushed down by another kind of madness. The instinct to survive ultimately overpowered despair. Kill. Xiaolin gave a low shout and drew his bow first. Whoosh. The first arrow tore through the air, and the mutated fire wolf at the very front below the city was instantly pierced through the head, collapsing on the spot. Killed a mutated fire wolf, gained 500 EXP. Killed a beast-tide monster, gained +1 free attribute point. As soon as the system prompt appeared, even Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. Free attribute point? He almost immediately opened the panel. Sure enough, after free attribute points, there was suddenly a 1. A flash of surprise instantly crossed Xiaolin's eyes. In a death trap situation like this, where they were practically being forced into a corner, something like this actually dropped. Without hesitation, he directly put that point into agility. A very faint, cool sensation immediately swept through his body, and his attack speed and movement seemed to become a little lighter. 1 or 2 points didn't make much of a difference at first, but once they accumulated, it would be a qualitative change. Thinking of this, when Xiaolin looked again at the endless tide of monsters outside the city, his expression was completely different. These monsters were not only a dead end that wanted to drive him to his death, they were also the only path for him to turn things around. As long as enough free attribute points dropped, he might not be unable to fight his way out. You had to know that when he had just leveled up to 16, all of his attributes combined were only a little over 100 points. But how many monsters were down below now? More than tens of thousands? If the drop rate for free attribute points was high enough, the total would be terrifyingly huge. Thinking of this, Xiaolin stopped probing and immediately began killing with full force. Any monster that entered his range would get hit by an arrow. Killed mutated bristly wild boar, gained 500 EXP. Killed mutated worm, gained 600 EXP. Killed mutated rock serpent, gained 800 EXP. Killed beast-tide monster, gained free attribute point +1. Killed mutated shadow panther, gained 500 EXP. Killed mutated fire wolf, gained 700 EXP. Killed mutated giant pincer insect, gained 600 EXP. In just a short while, nearly 100 mutated monsters had already fallen under his arrows. And Xiaolin had more or less figured it out. The drop rate for free attribute points was probably around 10%. For something like free attribute points, that probability was outrageously high. In just a little over 10 minutes, he had already picked up more than 10 points. That efficiency was simply absurd. Fatty buff, Xiaolin shouted without even turning his head. After Li Shi slapped Swift Rune and Strength Rune onto him, he immediately activated Split Arrow. The next second, his whole body looked like a small golden sun lit up. With the Swift Rune boosting him, his already near 1.5 arrows per second attack speed, combined with Split Arrow splitting into 3. The result was 15 arrows per second. In an instant, golden streaks of light seemed to completely envelop Xiaolin's entire body. The explosive crack of arrows tearing through the air rang out nonstop. The beast tide that had been pressing forward densely beneath the city wall was actually forced down layer by him. Like harvesting wheat, they fell in swaths and waves. This scene left everyone on the city wall stunned. They had all fought these mutated monsters before, so they knew better than anyone just how monstrous these things were. But now, these monsters, which had just been beating them so hard they were crying for their mothers and fathers, looked in front of Xiaolin as if they were made of paper. At a corner of the city wall, Chun Ji Gang's face turned so dark it looked like water could drip from it. He had really never expected that Xia Lin would still dare to fight in a situation like this. Even less did he expect him to be able to fight like this. Watching the admiration slowly rise in the eyes of those around him, Chun Ji Gang felt as if he had been stabbed by needles. He turned and gave Sun Man Man a cold, sinister look. Are you sure the thing was placed on him? Sun Man Man looked at Xia Lin, who was wrapped in the golden rain of arrows, her gaze complicated. In the end, she still nodded. I'm sure. Chun Ji Gang let out a sinister laugh. Fine, let it be smug for a while. Once the monsters really surround and kill him, I want to see with my own eyes how he gets torn into pieces. But Xia Lin didn't have the slightest time to pay attention to this trash. Once the 30 seconds of split arrow ended, the neatly advancing tide of beasts beneath the city had actually been forcibly torn open by him, creating a gap. And just as split arrow ended and his attack returned to normal, a streak of pink light suddenly flew out from the crowd and landed precisely on Xia Lin. The next second, a female voice rang out. Xia Lin, this is my support skill, Sure Rue Rewind. It can reset the cooldown of one of your skills. Xia Lin only felt a slight tremor in the energy within his body. Almost immediately, he discovered the cooldown of split arrow was gone. He turned around and saw a petite girl in the crowd looking nervously over this way. Xia Lin wasted no words and immediately sent her a party invitation. The other party accepted instantly. Then he directly activated split arrow again. A rain of golden arrows pressed down once more in an instant. How long is your skill cooldown? Xia Lin asked without turning around. 5 minutes, the girl answered hurriedly. All right, Xia Lin's eyes flickered. His split arrow cooldown was also 5 minutes. In other words, with this girl, his split arrow was effectively extended by another full round. On top of that, there was Li Shi's buff. His kill efficiency instantly shot up another notch. The moment an arrow was fired, a monster died. No matter how much those monsters had been strengthened during the beast tide, as long as they were hit by Xia Lin's arrow, it was still one arrow, one kill. Monster cores kept being extracted, turning into white light that flew into the bodies of the few of them. At this point, the other range classes on the city wall had finally reacted. They were going to die anyway if they didn't fight. They might as well go all out. So everyone dumped every skill they could use down below. And only after they started attacking did they truly realize just how outrageous Xia Lin was. These monsters were basically such that, for them, it took more than 10 people focusing fire just to barely kill one. But under Xia Lin's arrows, even in split arrow mode, where each arrow only dealt 60% damage, they were still one-shot kills. That kind of gap really wasn't even on the same level. A lot of people were even starting to doubt their own existence after being beaten down like this. But at a time like this, doubting it didn't mean anything anymore. They could only push through. Time passed bit by bit. Under everyone's desperate output, the originally surging beast tide was actually forcibly slowed down. Meanwhile, Xia Lin took the chance to open his status panel again. In just half an hour, his free attribute points had already nearly reached 100. This time, he didn't continue dumping everything into agility, because after a long stretch of high-frequency output, he had already started to feel his arms getting sore. No matter how high his agility was, if his body couldn't keep up, it still wouldn't do. So he first put 20 points into Constitution. He added all the rest to agility. The moment the attribute distribution was complete, his entire body felt lighter by a layer. His movements were faster, and his steps felt lighter too. Before, adding only a few points at a time didn't feel very obvious. But now, with nearly 100 attribute points dumped in at once, the change immediately showed. At this moment, Xia Lin's agility had already surged to 209 points. Under this kind of agility boost, his own attack speed had already reached 6.2 arrows per second. Add Li Shi's Swift Inscription on top of that. Normal attacks, 7.5 arrows per second. Once split arrow was activated, 22 arrows per second. This output efficiency was no longer just exaggerated. It was heaven-defying. After everyone attacked together, the advancement speed of the beast tide did indeed slow down a little. But the problem was, there were too many monsters. As time passed, the monster hordes still slowly pressed up to the city wall. Some of the more agile monsters had already started climbing up along the wall. The melee awakeners on the wall could only grit their teeth and rush up to engage them. Xia Lin's slaughter efficiency was already absurdly over the top. But no matter how absurd it was, he still couldn't cover the entire, nearly 100-meter-long wall all at once. No matter how fierce his firepower was, he could only barely suppress one half. As for the other half, the crisis was rapidly escalating. Boom! 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 In areas beyond Xiaolin's range, the beast tide was crazily slamming into the city wall. The entire wall was shaking. The originally thick and hard surface of black rock had also begun to crack bit by bit. Xiaolin, the wall's about to give. Lin Wei's face turned pale, and she raised a hand to point at a stretch of the city wall farthest from Xiaolin's firing range. Xiaolin's gaze swept over it, and his expression darkened at once. In that area, several hulking, earth-shaking savage bulls had lowered their heads and were slamming their horns into the wall again and again. Each impact left another crack visible to the naked eye in the wall. Ordinary monsters attacking the city wall did cause damage, but it could still be held. But when monsters of this size rammed it, the situation was completely different. They could directly bring the wall down. Qin Xinxue, send Xiao Hong to stop those savage bulls first. Got it. Qin Xinxue barely hesitated before pointing her staff. Xiao Hong, who had long been ready to strike, abruptly raised her head, and a dragon's roar shook the air. The next second, scorching dragon breath poured down like a waterfall of lava. Boom! A wall of fire, nearly 10 meters high, instantly rose up in front of that stretch of the city wall. A level 20 skill of the fire dragon, Firewall. Moo! Those earth-shaking savage bulls were burned by the searing flames and let out repeated agonized cries, retreating frantically. Although the fire couldn't kill them for the moment, it at least kept them pinned outside, unable to keep ramming the wall. Everyone with ranged attacks, focus fire on those savage bulls. They have to be taken down before the firewall ends. Xiaolin's voice carried directly across the city wall. Many people were stunned at first, then immediately reacted. Ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, arrows, various range skills instantly smashed over there. A single person couldn't deal much damage. But when dozens of attacks fell at once, that was a different matter entirely. Boom! 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 A few savage bulls let out miserable cries before finally crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaolin also let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his free attribute points on the panel had already accumulated by another 100 or so. This time, he still did as before. Added 20 points to Constitution. The rest all into agility. At this moment, his agility had already surged to 320 points. As his attributes rose, that light, nimble feeling in his body became even more pronounced. Under Li Shi's buff, his basic attack speed had now skyrocketed to 10 arrows per second. Once multi-shot was activated, it became 30 arrows per second. At that frequency, he was already starting to seem inhuman. On the half of the city wall defended by Xiaolin's squad, the advance of the beast tide had even begun to stall. But the problem still wasn't solved. Because on the other side, that was where the real danger lay. There wasn't only the earth-shaking savage bulls over there. More large, powerful monsters were pushing forward as well. Even more troublesome, some mutated monsters with ranged abilities had also started unleashing their power from the rear of the beast tide. Watch out for the venom. My leg. It's on fire. Put it out quick. The wall instantly descended into chaos. Venom splashed against the cliff face, hissing with corrosive sounds. The flames spewed by the fire wolves also exploded among the crowd, bringing screams. The already taut defense line was suddenly torn open in several places. Casualties began to rise. Lin Wei, go help them over there. Bring the ice and water mages to put out the fire. Qin Xinxue, let Dahu protect against the venom. Fatty, Su Xiaotang, stay close to me. Xiaolin's voice didn't waver at all, and the arrows in his hand never stopped. He began prioritizing the kills on those most dangerous ranged monsters. With every draw of the bowstring, one venomous giant lizard or firewolf would more or less fall. Su Xiaodang was that petite girl from before who could reset skills. Now she was doing almost nothing, just staring at Xiaolin. As soon as Split Arrow came off cooldown, she immediately threw a time essence rewind onto him. Then, the golden arrow rain erupted again. Wave after wave. Like plowing a field, he forcibly swept through the front ranks of the beast tide over and over again. And at this moment, the buffs on Xiaolin had stacked to the point of being absurdly over the top. Strength Blessing, Agility Aura, Elemental Enchantment, Critical Hit Bonus, Damage Amplification. Whether they were actually useful for an archer or not, almost every support on the city wall had dumped their skills onto him. The multicolored light nearly wrapped his entire body. From afar, he really looked like a war god standing atop the city wall. Many survivors looking at him had slightly dazed expressions. Is he even human? Too strong. We might actually survive. As long as Xiaolin is still standing, we still have hope. Just then, someone suddenly pointed toward the stone monument in the center of the square. Look at the rankings. Everyone turned their heads in unison. At the sight of it, all of them were dumbfounded. At this moment, the top 5 on the stone monument were already all members of Xiaolin's team. The number of monster cores has all surpassed 2,000. Even Su Xiaodang, who had only joined the team not long ago, had already come close to 1,500. And what about 6th place? Only a little over 60. That gap had already grown, so huge they might as well have been in different worlds. In a corner, Chun Jigang hid in a relatively safe spot, looking up at the stone tablet, his face dark with rage. He stared fixedly at Xia Lin on the city wall. That scene of being admired by everyone, of being treated by everyone as a savior, was like a venomous snake gnawing at his heart bite by bite. Especially when he saw that Sun Man Man was actually looking at Xia Lin too. There was even a trace of regret in her eyes. This instantly made the fire in Chun Jigang's heart explode even more. Go on, keep looking, he ground out. Let's see how much longer you can keep looking. He lowered his voice and confirmed once again. Sun Man Man, that thing, you really put in place? Sun Man Man stared at Xia Lin on the city wall, obviously a little distracted, and only nodded subconsciously. All right. A vicious flash of pleasure crossed Chun Jigang's eyes. Just wait. I want to see how he gets torn apart by these monsters in the end. But on the city wall, no one had the time to pay him any attention. At that very moment, another mutation began. Thud. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening boom, far more terrifying than all the impacts before it, suddenly exploded. The entire stretch of the city wall seemed to take a vicious blow from a giant hammer and shook violently. Xia Lin's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned to look. The next second, his expression changed completely. Under the relentless ramming of several lava rhinoceroses and earth-shaking brute bulls, a section of the city wall more than 10 meters long finally could not hold out any longer. It collapsed with a tremendous crash, like blocks being knocked over. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust shot into the sky. A huge breach was directly smashed open. The wall has fallen. That scream instantly tore everyone's hearts apart. On that collapsed section, more than a dozen awakeners did not have time to react and fell with it, buried by the rubble. Immediately after, a black torrent surged madly through the breach. Run! The monsters got in. It's over. It's over. Help! The people on the city wall completely broke down. Crying and shouting, they shoved and jostled, leaping down from the wall like mad and desperately running toward the depths of the safe zone. It was total chaos, but they had already forgotten. The safe zone was no longer safe. The monsters that had rushed in had bloodshot eyes and pounced straight at the crowd that had jumped down. Stay close to me. We're going all out. Xia Lin frowned tightly and shouted sharply to Qin Qinxue and the others as he turned around. With that, he directly charged against the chaotic crowd toward the collapsing breach. Xia Lin, Qin Qinxue hurried and immediately chased after him. Li Shi, Lin Weiyin, and Su Xiaodang quickly followed as well. Soon, everyone else on the city wall had almost all jumped down. Only Xia Lin and the others remained, charging straight to the breach. Xia Lin stood at the edge of the shattered wall, the willow bough in his hand drawn to full tension again. Now, what he had to defend was no longer half a city wall. It was the entire breach. The willow bough in his hands seemed almost alive. He squeezed the extreme attack speed of 10 arrows per second to the limit. Qin Qinxue immediately had Dahe move to the side, shielding him from all ranged monster attacks. Xiao Hong continued to erect a wall of fire outside the breach, forcibly slowing the advance of the monster horde. Li Shi and Su Xiaodang watched buffs and cooldowns, one each. Whichever one fell off, they refreshed it immediately. Lin Weiyin spread an ice path at the breach, slowing every monster that rushed in. Several people instantly took their positions. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of arrows slicing through the air nearly merged into one sharp, piercing buzz. The monsters charging in front fell in row after row. Their bodies piled up, then quickly turned into white light and disappeared. But in that brief moment, it was enough to form an obstacle. Killed mutated Gale Wolf, gained 600 EXP. Killed mutated Rock Armored Beetle, gained 750 EXP. Killed Beast Tide Monster, gained free attribute point +1. The prompts flashed so fast it was dizzying. Xiao Lin didn't even look at the panel. He instantly spent all the free attribute points he'd just gained on agility. 320, 350, 380, 400. The higher his agility, the lighter his body felt. Occasionally, there were long-range attacks not fully blocked by Dahe, and he could dodge them easily by instinct. And the arrows in his hands kept reaping lives wildly. By now, his attack speed had already surged to 13 arrows per second. On this breach line, he alone had forcibly held back the beast tide. But the safe zone inside the city wall had already turned into another hellish scene. Those monsters that had rushed in first were like wolves entering a sheep pen, lunging into the chaotic crowd and slaughtering wildly. Screams, cries, and the howls of monsters were all tangled together. Some people were frantically throwing skills, even accidentally injuring their comrades. The ground was covered in blood. Broken limbs and severed arms were everywhere. Fear spread through the safe zone like a plague. At that moment, a dragon breath swept down from the city wall, carving a firewall dozens of meters long straight through the center of the safe zone. Everyone stay calm. Move toward the firewall. Qin Qinshue's voice was already somewhat hoarse, but it remained steady. Ranged, focused fire. Melee, hold off the monsters that get around the firewall. Support, prioritize keeping the front line alive. Her few sentences were like a bucket of cold water splashed down, forcibly pulling a group of people back from the brink of collapse. The survivors finally regained a bit of reason and began to gather toward the side of the firewall. Range classes began focusing fire on priority monsters. The melee fighters gritted their teeth and took turns holding back those that circled around. The support classes frantically cast heals and buffs. The scene was still horrific, but at least it was no longer a one-sided slaughter. It was just that every monster they killed often cost more than one person's serious injury, or even their life. The number of people in the safe zone was still visibly dwindling. When the last mutated fire wolf had its head blown apart by an ice spike and a fireball at the same time, the entire safe zone finally fell silent for a moment. Fewer than 1/3 of the original number were still standing. Each of them was covered in wounds, their clothes in tatters, their faces full of the dazed look of having survived by the skin of their teeth. The whole safe zone looked as if it had just been swept over by a hurricane and a butcher's blade together. And just then, a shrill voice suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence. Xiaolin, why didn't you save everyone? Everyone looked over together. There they saw Chun Jigang walking out from behind a pile of rubble with Sun Man Man. The two of them were actually still rather neat and tidy, clearly having barely fought head-on at all. Chun Jigang raised his hand and pointed at Xiaolin on the city wall, his voice shrill and grating. With your attack power, you clearly could have split off a few arrows to help us clear the mobs. Your attack speed is so fast. Just a few arrows would have been a chance for us to survive. But you stood by and did nothing. You're the reason so many people died. He deliberately shouted those words very loudly. And he picked the timing especially well. People who had just been through a bloody battle were already extremely emotionally fragile. For a moment, some really did seem shaken by what he said. But in the next second, fuck your mother's ass, Chun Jigang. A furious voice exploded outright. It was Zhao Feng. He was covered in blood, his left arm hanging limply, clearly badly injured. But at this moment his eyes were red, and he was cursing Chun Jigang right in the face. Where the hell were you hiding just now? Why the fuck didn't I see you come out and cut down even one monster? Xiaolin was holding back the main force of the beast tide alone on the city wall. If he hadn't blocked that gap, do you think only that few monsters would have gotten in? The beast tide behind them would have torn us all apart already. You want him distracted? Distracted to save trash like you hiding in the back. As soon as those words came out, it was like a powder keg had been lit. Exactly. Chun Jigang, shut your damn mouth. Doesn't your family have money? Aren't your gears supposed to be top-notch? Why didn't you step up and kill a few more just now? You were the one hiding like a turtle, and now you still have the nerve to blame others? Without Xiaolin, we'd all be dead already. The survivors who had lived through it completely exploded. They had seen with their own eyes how Xiaolin had held the line against the monster tide on the city wall. They had also seen with their own eyes how Qinshu organized people below to steady the defenses. Who saved them and who was hiding, clear as day in their hearts. Chun Jigang's face turned livid. He had originally thought that these people, who usually didn't dare to make a sound, would definitely latch onto the mood and look for a scapegoat. But in the end, those commoners in his eyes all stood on Xiaolin's side. Looking at those angry faces, his arrogance instantly deflated. A bunch of ungrateful trash. After throwing out that line, he could only slink back to the corner, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Xiaolin never paid any attention to the argument below from start to finish. His bowstring was still trembling. Arrows were still falling. His agility had already broken through 550 points. With Li Shi's enhancement, his attack speed had reached 17 arrows per second. He looked like a killing machine that would never stop. Layer after layer of golden arrow rain pressed outward, pinning the endless monster tied tightly outside the city wall. After venting themselves, the survivors in the safe zone also fell completely silent. Because by now, everyone knew one thing. Whether they could live or not depended entirely on how long Xiaolin could keep holding out. And at this very moment, another mutation struck. From the shadow of a ruined area farther back in the safe zone, a black silhouette suddenly burst forth at extreme speed. It was a mutated monster that had been missed, and Shadow Leopard. And the direction it shot out from happened to be right toward Chunji Gang and Sun Man Man, who were hiding in the corner. The Shadow Leopard suddenly lunged out, its blood-red eyes locking straight onto the two people closest to it. Chunji Gang, Sun Man Man, roar! A low growl, carrying a fishy stench, came rushing at them. Ah! Sun Man Man completely lost it on the spot and screamed. Chunji Gang was the same. His face went deathly pale, and his legs nearly gave out. He had been terrified by those mutated monsters chasing them in the woods before. Now that he saw this kind of monster, even with a pile of good gear on him, he couldn't bring himself to fight back at all. In the instant the Shadow Leopard pounced, a ruthless glint suddenly flashed in Chunji Gang's eyes. Without even thinking, he shoved Sun Man Man beside him hard, sending her flying out. Sun Man Man was completely dumbfounded. Before the terror on her face could even fully form, she was already shoved out by a tremendous force, thrown straight toward the monster that had lunged at them. Puffed, puffed. The sound of claws tearing through flesh made everyone's scalp prickle. The Shadow Leopard's claw pierced straight through her waist and abdomen. Then it clamped its jaws onto her shoulder, and blood instantly sprayed out. Sun Man Man's scream was cut off halfway, abruptly severed. Her eyes flew wide as she turned her head with difficulty to look at Chunji Gang. At first, those eyes held only pain and confusion. But in the end, only the deepest venomous hatred remained. Yet Chunji Gang did not even spare her a second glance. Taking advantage of those few seconds, he had already scrambled and rolled his way toward the crowd and fled. His face held nothing but the relief of having escaped death, not a trace of guilt. Beast! Zhao Feng's eyes were almost splitting open as he roared in fury. The Shadow Leopard bit down on Sun Man Man's corpse, and the blood only seemed to excite it further. A few seconds later, it violently flung the corpse aside, and its blood-red beast eyes locked onto the other survivors again. Focus fire. Kill that beast. Ignoring his injuries, Zhao Feng shouted angrily. The next second, fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades all came crashing down at once. Before the Shadow Leopard could even pounce, it was blasted to death on the spot. On the city wall, Qin Qinxue saw this scene, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Scum! Most of Xiaolin's attention was still on holding back the beast tide, but his peripheral vision also caught this scene below. His gaze grew even colder. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Chunji Gang would do something like this. He just hadn't expected him to be this disgusting. He said nothing, but the arrows he shot out became visibly more ruthless. The battle on the city wall was still ongoing. As free attribute points kept stacking up, Xiaolin's strength continued to rise. The originally precarious gap was actually being pushed back little by him alone. But the problem was that only part of the gap had been stabilized. On the other side of the wall, the pressure was still mounting. Xiaolin, if this goes on, the other side won't hold either. Qin Qinxue frowned, her face full of worry. Xiaolin kept moving, mechanically repeating the motions of drawing the bow and releasing the string. Sustained high-intensity output had already made his neck and arms feel somewhat stiff. He turned to look at the other side of the wall, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Relying on him alone, he ultimately couldn't defend this entire 100-meter wall. He glanced once more at the remaining people in the safe zone, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, and said softly to the few people behind him, "Do your best. No matter what happens next, stay close to me." As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Qinxue and the others all changed expression. Of course they understood what he meant. If the city wall completely collapsed and the safe zone was utterly overrun, then by that point it would already be the limit if Xiaolin could save just a few of them. As for everyone else, he simply couldn't spare the attention. Looking at the beast tied outside, still stretching beyond sight, Qin Qinshue's face slowly showed bitterness too. And at that moment, someone below suddenly shouted at the top of their lungs. Xiaolin, we people down here need you to tell us what to do. We don't want to die either. The speaker was Zhao Feng. He was covered in blood, his left arm hanging limp, clearly badly injured. Yet he still forced himself to stand up, looking up at Xiaolin on the city wall with eyes fixed tightly on him. That shout seemed to unleash the last trace of blood and grit left in the safe zone. Yeah, the monsters were still outside. Xiaolin was still fighting desperately up there. Why should they just wait down below to die? Right, listen to Xiaolin. Fuck them up. Get on the city wall. Avenge our dead brothers. One shout after another rang out. Xiaolin's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't turn back, only made the rain of arrows in his hands denser. That was his response to them. And Qin Qinshuo reacted very quickly as well, immediately taking up the words. Ranged classes, go to the other side of the wall and spread out in formation. Prioritize large monsters. Support, buff the ranged classes first. Healers, prioritize protecting melee. As soon as she finished speaking, the people below immediately moved. Although there were not many survivors left, those who had made it this far were basically not useless. Soon, the remaining range classes began to spread out along the battlements, using the wall as cover to attack outward. The support classes also desperately stacked buffs. For a moment, the pressure on the other side of the wall finally eased a little, but only a little. The monsters' attacks in the distance still crashed down wave after wave. From time to time, someone would let out a scream and fall. It still won't work. Qin Qinshue's face grew paler and paler. Xiaolin let out a breath, his hands never stopping, and asked, "How much longer until the dungeon ends?" Qin Qinshuo immediately lowered her head to look at her wristwatch. "About 2 hours. But this wall, I'm afraid it won't last that long." "I know," Xiaolin nodded, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The next second, he reached into his pocket and pulled out that small glass vial containing an azure blue liquid. In the corner, Chun Jigang had been staring at Xiaolin intensely the entire time. The moment he saw that vial, his whole body froze. Clearly, he really hadn't expected it. Xiaolin had not only noticed it long ago, but had also kept it untouched all this time. In an instant, a ruthless look flashed in Chun Jigang's eyes. Since the other party already knew, then after getting out, he absolutely couldn't be allowed to live. But Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to deal with him at this point. He turned his head and met Chun Jigang's gloomy face with a cold smile full of meaning. Then, with a light flick of his thumb, he opened the bottle cap directly. He raised his arm. Whoosh! The bottle of magical salivation incense was accurately hurled by him into the depths of the gap. The next second, boom! The entire beast tide, like cold water poured onto a pot of boiling oil, exploded completely. All the monsters instantly turned ferocious, their roars shaking the heavens. The monsters that had originally been attacking different sections of the city wall dispersely all abandoned their original targets like they had gone mad and surged toward the gap. Almost in an instant, the pressure in the other sections of the city wall dropped to zero. All the monsters crowded over to Xiaolin's side. In front of the breach in the city wall, Xiaolin stood alone. Behind him were his teammates and the remaining safe zone. In front of him was a tide of monsters. Truly one man standing against an army. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Split arrow activated again. Dozens of pale golden arrows instantly interwove into an impenetrable net of death. The monsters charging at the front seemed to slam into an invisible steel wall. Just as they rushed in, they were instantly shot through and fell in droves. The monsters behind them stepped on the corpses and kept pushing forward. But the next second, another wave went down. Under the city wall, the bodies piled up, then quickly turned into white light. Xiaolin pressed his lips together, with nothing else left in his eyes. Only monsters. Draw the bow. Release the arrow. His movements grew faster and smoother. System prompts also kept exploding crazily in his ears. Kill. Gained free attribute point +1. Free attribute points were now his only hope. 600, 650, 700. His agility was still skyrocketing. His body felt as if it were constantly breaking through some limit. His arms were already moving so fast they left only after images. Even the sound of the bowstring had merged into one continuous roar, with almost no discernible gaps. Though it was only a single target arrow skill, in his hands it produced the effect of an iron storm. He was mowing down monsters in waves. Even those mages skilled in area damage were looking at this with tingling scalps. Time kept passing little by little. The beast tide was still surging. Xiaolin's attributes were still increasing. 700, 750, 800. By the time his agility broke 1,000, Xiaolin's attack speed finally stabilized at an extremely terrifying value. 24 arrows per second. And that was still just from basic shots. The moment multi-shot was activated, dozens of arrows poured out all at once. The arrow rain was like a waterfall, almost blotting out the sky. That sight was no longer just strong. It was so absurd it looked like divine punishment. The newcomers on the city wall stared at the scene, all drawing in cold breaths, unable to speak for a long time. Their previous understanding of archers had been completely shattered by Xiaolin that night. In the corner, Chen Jigang's face grew uglier and uglier. Watching that figure standing at the gap in the city wall, blocking the monster tide like a god, fear and jealousy kept churning within him. Fear was fear. Fear of Xiaolin's inhuman power. Jealousy was hatred. Hatred for the radiance on Xiaolin that made everyone look up to him. And only by now did Chen Jigang finally understand completely. Xiaolin's strength did not come from any no-level equipment. It was because he himself was such a monster that it drove people to despair. This realization not only failed to make Chen Jigang give up, it instead twisted the jealousy in his heart even further. This battle continued until dawn was almost breaking. The people on the city wall could still take turns. But Xiaolin had stood at the very front of the breach the whole time, not taking a single step back. He never stopped. By the end, his agility panel had frozen at an absurd number, so extreme it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. 1109. At last, the deepest darkness began to recede. A faint fishbelly white appeared little by little on the eastern horizon. That blood moon also slowly began to fade. A shaft of true morning light pierced through the thick clouds and spilled over this land already covered in devastation. Ding! Dungeon time has ended. The moment the system prompt rang out, it was as if a flash of light had exploded in every survivor's mind. It was over. It was really over. In an instant, the entire valley seemed to have suddenly hit pause. The beast roars stopped. The pressure stopped. Even the air seemed to quiet for a moment. The next second, wow, we survived. We actually survived. No one knew who was first to cry out. Immediately after, the entire battlefield erupted completely. It's over. It's finally over. Aya, brothers, we can go home. Mom, Mom. Someone knelt on the ground, crying as they smashed the earth. Someone hugged the mutilated body of a companion and wailed. Someone collapsed on the ground, laughing and crying at the same time. The entire valley was filled with cries and cheers from those who had survived the catastrophe. Teleportation commencing. One after another, all eyes turned almost simultaneously to the figure standing at the breach in the city wall. Everyone knew it. It was he who had stood there the whole night. It was he who had forcefully carved out a path of survival for them through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, Xiaolin finally let out a heavy breath, as if he wanted to expel all the killing intent, exhaustion, and tension that had been building in his chest throughout the entire night. At last, there was a trace of real relief in his eyes. But just as everyone was lost in wild joy, a shrill burst of laughter suddenly came from inside the safe zone. Ha 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 ha. I lived. I'm lucky. I'm finally getting out of this damn place. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was unbearably grating. Almost instantly, everyone's expressions turned cold. Xiaolin whirled around, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking directly onto the source of the sound. The others looked over as well. Only then did Chen Jigang actually brush the dust off his body and stride out of the corner with a look of smug satisfaction. He looked as if he were the final winner. In an instant, the entire valley fell silent again. Deathly silent. Only his ear-splitting laughter still echoed on. This silence was clearly wrong. Chen Jigang's laughter slowly froze. He subconsciously raised his head and looked around. Then he saw that everyone's eyes were all fixed on him. There was no envy in those gazes. Only coldness, fury, and disgust. Chen Jigang's heart tightened. But very quickly, he still forced that haughty expression back onto his face and raised his hand to point at several people who had cursed him the fiercest before. What are you looking at? A bunch of dogs. Just wait until I get out. You, on the city wall? A cold smile slowly curled at the corners of Xiaolin's mouth. He raised a bow in his hand and slowly aimed it at Chen Jigang. Stay. As those two words fell, whoosh, a golden arrow tore through the sky. With a deathly shriek, it shot out in an instant. And almost at the same time, the teleportation light erupted violently. The entire valley, every survivor was swallowed by white light. Nansha #1 High School. On the school field, everyone was staring intently at the teleportation array in the center. Second by second, time ticked toward the end. The whole venue was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Whoosh! At last, white light flashed. One figure after another began to appear in the teleportation array. Sunlight poured down, shining on their faces, each one pale and almost bloodless. Everyone seemed to be separated from reality by a layer of dreamlike haze. No one cheered, and no one cried. The entire field was eerily silent, because in the minds of all the survivors, they were still stuck on the final scene before leaving the instance. Xiao Lin drew his bow. Like a judgment, he pointed at someone. Qin Xinxue stood quietly beside Xiao Lin. Looking at his pale, weary profile, she said nothing. She simply reached out and gently took his hand, which was still trembling slightly from exhaustion. Xiao Lin's body stiffened slightly. Then, slowly he relaxed. The warmth from her palm gave him the feeling that he had finally returned to reality. His gaze slowly swept across the people before him. On those faces, there was relief at having survived. There was grief for the companions they had lost. And there was no attempt to hide the gratitude and reverence they felt when looking at him. Xiao Lin lifted his head and looked at the glaringly blue sky above. The sunlight was so bright it made him squint slightly. I survived. And in the next second, the silence on the playground was finally broken. Wah! Everyone who had been waiting exploded. At the very front, Qinbai could no longer care about appearances or composure at all. His eyes were red, and he was frantically searching the teleportation array for his daughter's figure like a madman. When that familiar, graceful silhouette truly appeared, Qinbai even instinctively activated the charge skill of a level 61 Storm Sword Saint. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. He was already standing in front of Qin Xinxue. Xinxue! That shout was so agitated it was almost breaking into a squeak. Dad! Looking at her father's face, visibly distorted by worry, Qin Xinxue's eyes instantly turned red. Inside the dungeon, she had been holding herself together the whole time. But at this moment, all the tension, fear, and grievance came flooding back. Qinbai pulled Qin Xinxue into a tight embrace, as if afraid that if he let go even a little, she would disappear again. It's good that you're okay. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Even this usually steady man had a voice choked with emotion now. Over and over, he ran his hands through his daughter's hair and across her back, as if confirming that she was truly still alive. After quite a while, he finally managed to suppress his emotions. He let go of Qin Xinxue and quickly scanned his surroundings. One look, and his expression sank even further. When they went in, there were nearly 1,000 people. Now, after coming out, fewer than 300 remained. This was no longer something that could be described as heavy losses. It was equivalent to the rookies of this year's Awakened Ones in Nansha being cut off by an entire tier. This kind of blow was so heavy it made one feel stifled. Xinxue, what exactly happened inside? Was it a beast tide? What were the casualties like? Where's everyone else? Qinbai asked in one breath, his tone heavy and urgent. Qin Xinxue also knew this was no time for small talk. Just as she nodded and was about to speak, "Where's Chunji Gang? Who saw my son?" A roar suddenly exploded, cutting her off mid-sentence. Everyone turned to look. There was Chun Hong, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted, rushing into the teleportation array area like a madman. He grabbed the nearest surviving student and, with a ferocious look, demanded an answer. The one he had grabbed was Zhao Feng. "Say it. Where's my son? Where is Chun Jigang? Why didn't he come out?" Chun Hong shook him viciously and frantically, spittle flying everywhere, his voice already hoarse. Zhao Feng was badly injured to begin with. That tug immediately reopened the wound, and he let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. But in his mind, that scene from the instance flashed by in an instant. Chunji Gang pushing Sun Man Man to her death. A surge of disgust and contempt rose up at once. His gaze quickly swept over Xiaolin. It only paused for a brief moment, as if he had made a decision. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and forcefully broke free of Qin Hong, then replied calmly, "I didn't see him. I don't know where Qinji Gang is." After speaking, he immediately took a few steps back and returned to the other survivors. "And you, did you see it?" Qin Hong grabbed another girl. The girl was trembling with fear, her head lowered, her voice barely audible. I didn't see. And you?" "I don't know. I didn't see it either. I wasn't paying attention." Qin Hong went around grabbing people and questioning them, as if he had gone mad. But the answers he got were all the same. "Don't know. Didn't see. Not clear. Not a single person was willing to say what exactly happened before Qin Gang died. At this moment, all the people who had survived and come out seemed to silently stand to one side. They were using silence to protect Xiaolin, not because they had conspired. It was instinct, because in the instance, Xiaolin was the one who dragged them out of hell. They could never sell him out. By the end of his questioning, Chun Hong's gaze had grown increasingly dark. Finally, his eyes stopped on Xiaolin. Xiaolin. Those two words were almost forced out through clenched teeth. Chun Hong walked over step by step, his violent aura pressing straight down on Xiaolin. You're still alive? How could you possibly be alive? The aura of a level 47 battle mage pressed down, and the faces of many students who had just come out went pale as they hurriedly stepped back. Xiaolin raised his head and looked at him, his tone calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Why can't I be alive? Did you kill Ji Gang? Answer me. Was it you? Chun Hong stared fixedly at Xiaolin, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He had no evidence, yet his hysterical intuition told him it was this person right in front of him. Xiaolin didn't answer, only looked at him calmly, as if he were looking at a mad clown. This indifference completely burned away the last shred of reason Chun Hong had left. Then die for me. Boom! Flames suddenly exploded within Chun Hong's body, and the power of his fire element battle technique instantly condensed into a burning giant blade, which came crashing down towards Xiaolin's head. The strike was both fast and ruthless, with murderous intent completely unhidden. Chun Hong, stop. Qin Bai's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Chun Hong to really dare to make a move right in front of him. The next second, the power of storm in his body erupted instantly, and in a flash he blocked Xiaolin in front of him. Clang! A sharp, deafening explosion rang out. Qin Bai's storm giant sword firmly held back that flaming giant blade. The shockwave from the collision sent everyone nearby's clothes flying wildly. Mr. Qin, my son is dead. That little bastard killed him. Don't stop me. Chun Hong had completely thrown all dignity aside, roaring at Qin Bai like a beast. Qin Bai's arm jolted, forcibly knocking the flaming giant blade away, his face ashen. Get a grip. What exactly happened in the dungeon still hasn't been figured out. On what grounds are you sure it was Xiaolin? Evidence. Chun Hong's expression froze for a moment. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he and his son had conspired together. He could only keep forcing it. With my son's equipment and strength, how could he possibly die at the hands of those trash? They're all alive, yet my son is dead. That's the evidence. They're all protecting the killer. Xiaolin doesn't dare answer because he's guilty. He is the killer. I want him to pay with his life. He roared, veins bulging across his face, and once again tried to charge forward. At that very moment, wait, Qin Xue spoke. Qin Xue, I'll handle this matter. Step back for now. Qin Bai frowned, instinctively trying to stop her. He instinctively felt that his daughter was trying to shield Xiaolin. But Qin Xue shook her head and took a step forward, directly standing in front of Xiaolin. She looked at Chun Hong, her tone icy. Uncle Chun, I know why you're convinced Xiaolin killed your son. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly turned toward her. Then, she took out the small glass bottle from her pocket. Dad, take a look at this. Qin Bai froze for a moment, then took the bottle. Xiaolin was also a little surprised. After he had thrown the demon salivation incense into the gap, he had not paid the bottle any more attention. He hadn't expected Qin Xue to actually pick up the evidence and bring it back. Qin Bai first frowned, but when he made out that faint patch of light blue viscous liquid at the bottom of the bottle, his pupils suddenly shrank. He directly twisted open the bottle cap and brought it close to smell it. The next second, his expression changed drastically. This is demon salivation incense? Boom! This one sentence blew the entire playground apart. Maxiang incense. Isn't that something from the Ko Kingdom? Why would it be here? A spy. The area around them instantly erupted into chaos. Qin Bai's face turned terrifyingly dark as he slowly peeled his eyes and looked at Qin Xue. Where did this come from? By then, Zhang Ling and Shi Su had also hurried over. Qin Xue glanced at them, then pulled Xiaolin back a little before saying, this was stuffed onto Xiaolin by Chun Gang while things were in chaos. As for where he got it from, her gaze landed directly on Chun Hong's face. I think Uncle Chun should know that best, shouldn't he? Defamation. This is defamation. The moment Chun Hong saw the bottle, the killing intent on his face froze on the spot, instantly turning into panic. He shouted at the top of his lungs. My son is already dead. On what ground are you saying he was the one who put it there? This is framing. Do you have evidence? Show me the evidence. Qin Bai's expression grew darker and darker. A scene from before the assessment had already flashed through his mind. Back then, he had indeed seen Chun Hong and his son exchange a few words by the podium. At the time, Chun Hong had even seemed to secretly slip a small object to Qin Gang. He hadn't thought much of it at all, but now that the clues were pieced together, the whole thing made no sense at all. Principal Wang immediately pulled up the holographic surveillance from the podium. Qin Bai gave the order directly, his gaze fixed on Chun Hong like a blade. Chun Hong, what exactly did you hand to Qin Gang before entering the instance? Those words struck Chun Hong like a hammer to the heart. The color drained from his face in an instant. Once the surveillance was brought up, he would be finished. Get out of my way. Chun Hong suddenly let out a furious roar, power exploding instantly as he forced the people around him back. Taking advantage of the fact that the others hadn't yet sealed him in, he turned and ran. Now, there was only one path left. Run. You still want to run? Qin Bai was utterly enraged at this moment. Right under his nose, a Kaguro spy had been hiding. This was no longer just negligence. It was a disgrace. Storm. Boom. Qin Bai's entire body turned into a cyan afterimage, the giant sword in his hand thrust straight toward Chun Hong's back. At the same time, two streams of killing intent moved as well. Su drew her bow, and a flaming arrow instantly locked onto the path ahead. Zhang Ling let out a furious roar and sprang up like a cannonball, slamming the giant shield hard into Chun Hong's path. Blocked on three sides. A killing blow. Chun Hong was only level 47. Facing these three people, there was no way he could escape. But just as it seemed impossible to get away, the madness on his face only grew stronger. He suddenly turned around, fixing a deathly stare on Xiao Lin, who had been watching everything from afar with cold eyes all along. You little bastard. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have been exposed. Go down and keep me company in death. He no longer cared about what was behind him. Qin Bai's sword thrust straight through his body from the lower back, blood bursting out at once. But as if he couldn't feel it, he abruptly raised both hands high overhead. Whoosh! A flaming spear as thick as a bowl, wrapped in black lightning, instantly took shape above his head. The moment the spear tip formed, the surrounding space seemed to warp. The strongest skill of a level 47 battle mage, spear of incineration. Along with that final, savage roar, he hurled the flaming spear with all his strength. 100 meters of distance vanished in an instant. It pointed straight at Xiao Lin's chest. It was so fast that even Qin Bai had no time to turn back and save him. No. Qin Xinshue's face instantly turned deathly pale, and without a second thought, she lunged forward. But Xiao Lin shoved back with his hand and directly pushed her away. Qin Xinshue staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Xiao Lin, Lin Wayne, and Su Xiaotong's faces went pale as they screamed in shock. Bastard! Qin Bai's eyes were about to split open, but it was already too late. Everyone thought that this time, Xiao Lin was surely dead. But Xiao Lin, standing in place, did not move at all. His gaze was still terrifyingly cold, and even carried a hint of mockery. Just as the world-scorching spear was about to pierce into his chest. Buzz! A lattice shield, so thin it was almost invisible, suddenly flashed. Boom! The flame's spear exploded. Terrifying energy scattered in all directions. The surrounding ground was instantly scorched black. The surging heat sent Xiao Lin's clothes flapping violently, and even the broken strands of hair at his forehead were blown up. But he, at the center of the storm, still standing firmly. Calm expression, indifferent gaze, not even a tear in his clothes. As if that ultimate attack, powerful enough to heavily injure and awaken below level 50, hadn't hit him at all. At this moment, time seemed to truly come to a halt. Everyone in the entire venue froze. The shock and anger on Qin Bai's face stiffened. Su and Zhang Ling's movements also froze. Lin Wei's screams got stuck in her throat. Only one thought remained in everyone's minds. Blocked it? Completely unharmed. How the hell was that possible? That was the strongest strike of a level 47 battle mage. Even for someone like Zhang Ling, who specialized in defense and took it head-on, he would at least have been seriously injured. But Xiao Lin, he was just a newbie who had awakened not long ago. In that deathly silence. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking pulled everyone back to reality. Zhang Ling's beast-head heavy shield slammed Hunfin into Chun Hong, already pierced through by Qin Bai's sword, and then forcibly unleashing his strongest skill. Chun Hong could no longer hold on this time. His entire body flew more than 10 meters like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground. After rolling several times, his limbs twisted into grotesque angles, and a large pool of blood quickly spread beneath him. He twitched a few times, still glaring at Xia Lin with bloodshot eyes filled with venom and disbelief. Then he was completely dead. Only after the corpse hit the ground did the whole playground seem to regain its voice. A wave of sharp intakes of breath rose one after another. Did I see that right? He's fine. That was a level 47 ultimate move. Is he even human? I thought his offense was ridiculous, but this defense... This scene completely shattered everyone's understanding. Qinbai slowly sheathed his sword, and the look he gave Xia Lin was no longer just shock. It was suspicion. It was solemn. Just how many more things were hidden in this boy? But no matter how shocked he was, he knew this wasn't the time to ask. Qinbai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart, and issued a cold command. Battle Soul Pavilion, obey my orders. Immediately seal off all external transportation and communication nodes in South City. Thoroughly investigate all of Chan Hong's social ties and dig to the very bottom. Don't leave a single corner unchecked. After speaking, he swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice cold as iron. All surviving students are to undergo immediate physical examinations and psychological counseling. Furthermore, everything that happened on the playground today is classified as top secret. No one is allowed to disclose it. As soon as the order was given, the people from the Zhanhuan Pavilion immediately sprang into action. The lockdown line was set up. Communications were cut off. Survivors were gradually escorted away. But the shock on the playground still hadn't faded at all. Everyone's gaze on the entire playground was fixed tightly on Xia Lin. He took the Burning World spear head-on and came away completely unharmed. That scene had already been etched into everyone's mind like a brand. Qin Xinxue quickly walked up to his side, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. You really okay? You scared me to death just now. Looking at the genuine concern in her eyes, impossible to hide, Xia Lin's expression finally softened a little. I'm fine, it was just the aftershock. He paused, then suddenly added in a low voice, his tone tinged with helplessness. It's just that, from now on in Nanshur, I'm probably never going to be able to keep pretending to be a pig. What? Qin Xinxue froze. She clearly hadn't caught up with his train of thought. Xia Lin shrugged, a hint of teasing on the corners of his mouth. From now on, if I run into a tiger, I'll just have to take it head on. You. Qin Xinxue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation at how he could still joke at a time like this, and she lightly punched his arm. At a time like this, you still have the mood to say that. Qinbai also walked over at this point. He first looked at Qin Xinxue, his expression somewhat complicated, and in the end it turned into a soft sigh. He had seen very clearly the scene just now, when his daughter threw herself forward without a second thought. Then he walked up to Xia Lin and raised his hand to give him a hard pat on the shoulder. You brat, you really were hiding it deep. That slap was not light. The corner of Xia Lin's mouth twitched slightly, and he seriously suspected that this guy had some private feelings mixed in. Qinbai quickly collected his expression, his tone returning to that unquestionable steadiness. Leave the aftermath here to them. Xia Lin, Xinxue, go back and rest first. Get some sleep and recover your condition. As he said this, he fixed his gaze on Xia Lin, his tone becoming much heavier. Xia Lin, once you've rested well, come find me immediately. Whatever the time, come anytime. Xia Lin understood at once that this definitely wasn't just going to be a simple chat. He nodded. Okay, Uncle Qin. After saying that, he didn't linger any longer. Under the extremely complicated gazes of everyone on the field, he turned and left the playground. Back at the rented room, Xia Lin didn't even bother to take off his shoes. He flung himself straight onto the bed, and his consciousness instantly cut out. That night in the instance, what he consumed wasn't just physical strength. It was also his mental energy. Beast tide, slaughter, tension, the threat of death. All of it had been pressing down on him the entire time. That kind of high-intensity mental focus was far more tormenting than physical exhaustion. Now that he finally relaxed, exhaustion and drowsiness directly shoved him into darkness. At the same time, top floor of Longting Tower, in a top-secret communications room made of special energy-absorbing alloy next to Qinbai's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Qinbai stood before the massive holographic communications screen, his expression solemn. On the other side of the screen were the 3 senior pavilion elders at the highest level of the War Soul Pavilion in the South China region. In summary, at 12:15 today, The newcomer graduation assessment instance for number 0086 in Nanshur was suddenly struck by a beast tide. Preliminary judgment indicates that both the intensity and scale have already completely exceeded the upper limit of what a newcomer can withstand. After Qin Bai finished speaking, the communication side fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, the voice of an elderly pavilion elder came through, carrying a bitterness that could not be suppressed. "Are you sure it was a beast tide?" Qin Bai's Adam's apple moved, and his voice was very low. "Confirmed." Again, it was deathly silent. After a moment, another, more steady voice sounded. "How are the casualties?" The speaker was Long Jinyue, the chief elder of South China. He sounded very calm, but Qin Bai could tell just how much turmoil was hidden beneath that calm. He took a breath and forcibly suppressed the heaviness in his chest. Of the newcomers who entered the instance, a total of 1,278 people. Survivors, 289. The casualty rate exceeds 80%. As soon as the words fell, the other end of the communication visibly jolted. What? But this shock was not only because of the heavy casualties. It was also because, in the beast tide, nearly 300 people had actually survived. An 80% casualty rate was a devastating blow to Nan City. But if the premise was that they had encountered a beast tide, then this result was no longer merely tragic. It was unbelievable. Long Jinyue's voice changed slightly. "Qin Bai, are you sure it really was a beast tide?" "Confirmed, without error." Qin Bai's tone was steady. "Give me a detailed report. Don't leave out a single thing." "Yes." Qin Bai adjusted his breathing and immediately continued. The first signs of the beast tide appeared in the early stage. According to the survivors' descriptions, a blood moon that had never been recorded before appeared in the dungeon. 2 hours before the newcomers entered the dense forest, the monsters were still relatively normal. 2 hours later, their attributes underwent explosive mutation, and most of the students were forced to retreat to the safe zone. During the withdrawal alone, casualties had already exceeded 30%. "Continue," Long Jinyue said in a deep voice. "There's one more crucial point." Qin Bai's tone grew heavier. According to the existing records, monsters' attribute boosts during a beast tide are usually 300%. But this time, according to survivor feedback, the increase was at least over 500%. 500%. Suspicion immediately crept into Long Jinyue's voice. If it's that strong, then the moment the beast tide hits the city walls, the newcomers wouldn't even last a minute. Who held the defensive line? Qin Bai slowly nodded. Old Long is right. When the beast tide assault began, the defensive line nearly collapsed instantly. But later, one student practically single-handedly held back the beast horde. There was a pause on the other end of the communication. "Alone. To be precise, his team also provided some support," Qin Bai replied. A moment later, Long Jinyue seemed to suddenly remember something. "Wasn't a hidden class awakened in South City this year?" "Yes." Qin Bai nodded. "It was my daughter, Qin Xinxue. But the one who stopped the beast tide wasn't her. To be exact, the reason she was able to come out alive this time was also thanks to that person." At that, the other end of the communication really couldn't hold it back anymore. "Who is it?" Qin Bai's voice also carried a shock he himself had not yet fully digested. Xiaolin, 18 years old, a fresh graduate from Nanshur No. 1 High School. Class, Ordinary Archer. Before entering the instance, level 15. Now level 18. What? Nonsense. You're sure the intelligence isn't wrong? Each sentence was heavier than the last. Even the elders couldn't sit still after hearing this. An ordinary archer, level 15, blocking a beast tide with a 500% surge in attributes? That made no sense at all. The intelligence is absolutely accurate, Qin Bai said in a low voice. And I can confirm he didn't have any amplification crystals embedded in him. But when he activated Split Arrow, he still managed to kill every arrow in one shot. On the other end of the communicator, there was complete silence. After a while, Qin Bai continued. As for Xiaolin, the information I have is actually limited. He himself is very cautious and unwilling to reveal his trump cards. But based on what I know so far, his potential can no longer be described as genius. Go into detail, Long Jinyue said immediately. Qin Bai no longer paused. On the day Xiaolin awakened, he rose to level 5 and entered the newbie instance. Solo clear, 17 minutes, 31 seconds, breaking the historical record of South City. A clear sound of inhaled breath came from the other end of the communication. On the second day after awakening, Xiaolin, who had reached level 10, formed a party with a level 7 teammate and entered the reincarnation altar instance. In 3 hours, he took his teammate from level 7 to level 15. According to the teammate's description, all the output in the instance was done by Xia Lin alone. There was another wave of sharp intakes of breath. On the third day, Xia Lin, now level 15, was ambushed in the suburbs of South City by 3 level 25 professional assassins. As a result, he fought 1 against 3, killed them across levels in a counterkill, and emerged completely unharmed himself. This time, the other end of the communication was even more completely silent. No gasps, no questions, only a dead silence after being struck by the information. This was no longer just ridiculous. This was a monster, a complete, utter monster. After a moment, Long Jinyue's voice sounded again, clearly far more urgent than before. Go on. Qinbai nodded and continued in a grave tone. In this beast tide, Xia Lin, with attack power and attack speed beyond all reason, held more than half the city wall section by himself. After the other defenses collapsed, he also led his team in holding the breach to the death. If it weren't for him, this dungeon would very likely have been a total wipe. At that, Qinbai paused. Then his tone became even more complicated. After the dungeon ended, something else happened on the sports field. Chun Hong, the head of the armaments team at the Nanshur branch, has been confirmed as a sleeper spy for the Ko Nation. He publicly unleashed the strongest single-target killing move of a level 47 battle art on Xia Lin, the Spear of Incineration. What? The communication line finally changed tone. How is Xia Lin now? By then, the question already carried obvious urgency. Qinbai's expression also became somewhat strange. He was hit head-on by the Spear of Incineration. Qinbai, on Long Jinyue's end, it sounded almost as if he were about to slam the table. Qinbai hurriedly added the second half of the sentence. But he himself was completely unharmed. Not even a single corner of his clothes was damaged. The other end of the communication fell silent for a good 10-odd seconds. Then Long Jinyue gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. If you keep talking like that, leaving out half the sentence every time, I'll pull out your tongue next time. Qinbai, an elder council member, took a long moment to steady himself, then asked in a trembling voice, "You saw it with your own eyes?" "Yes." Qinbai nodded. Hundreds of survivors at the scene all saw it. Another silence fell. This one was even more absolute than all the silences before it. At last, Long Jinyue spoke again. His voice was completely different from before. "Order. From this moment on, Xia Lin's codename will be Abyssal Depths. Include him in the War Soul Pavilion's highest potential roster. Qinbai, you will take personal charge and immediately initiate the highest level protection protocol. 24-hour continuous protection. At any cost, ensure his absolute safety. Effective immediately, cut off all of Longwa's conventional external transport and communication channels, and implement the highest level entry and exit control. No one is allowed to leave the country without review." Qinbai, Long Jinyue's tone suddenly grew extremely heavy. "Xia Lin's safety, from this moment on, is entirely your responsibility. If anything goes wrong, bring me your head." Qinbai stood straight and raised his hand in a standard military salute. "Yes, I swear to complete the mission, even at the cost of my life." The communication was cut off. The screen went dark. But Qinbai knew very well that this matter would never end here. For the Dragon Nation, Xia Lin's importance was no longer just that of a genius. On the other side, the Beijing Direct Line had also been personally connected by Long Jinyue. No one knew how long had passed. The orange-red glow of the setting sun slowly seeped through the window of the rented room and fell across Xia Lin's face. His eyelids twitched, and in the next second, the soreness all over his body came rushing back. Frowning, he propped himself up and shook his groggy head. Every muscle in his body ached, as if it had been taken apart and then hastily put back together. "My physique still isn't enough," Xia Lin murmured under his breath, and with a thought, opened his status panel. Name, Xia Lin class. Archer level, 18 HP, 2270 shield, 80549 mana, 330 attack power, 80549 defense, for 84 attack speed, 27.8/second strength, 97 intelligence, 33 physique, 147 agility, 1109 free attribute points, 0 experience. 875690/1600000. The attributes gained from a Night of Slaughter were so absurd that even he couldn't help feeling a little satisfied when he looked at them. Level 18. 80,000 attack power. That number alone was enough that even if Shursula at level 56 were brought over, All he could do was look up in awe, and 1109 points of agility was even more outrageous. His attack speed had been forcibly pushed to 27 arrows per second. Add split arrow into the mix, and he was basically a human artillery platform. As for his HP and defense, because his physique had risen, they were also far higher than those of a normal archer, not just by a little. Judging by Shi Su's level 56 and roughly 30,000 plus attack, Xiaolin's current on-paper combat strength would at least count as above average across all of Longhua, especially that 1109 agility. Looking at all of Longhua, there probably isn't a second person like him. Normally, if someone put all their points into agility, they'd only gain a few points per level. To stack it up to 1109, in theory, they need to be at least level 184. And on Blue Star right now, there isn't even a level 100 Awakener yet. Of course, equipment and resources can't be completely ignored either. After all, Xiaolin himself admitted that he still hadn't fully figured out the high-end resource system. Who knows whether there might be something heaven-defying like Dragon-scale crystal core, something specifically used to pile up agility. Even so, these numbers were already absurd beyond belief. Xiaolin closed the panel and raised a hand to press his brow. He had exposed far too much during this graduation assessment. From today onward, it would basically be impossible to keep a low profile in Nanshur. Thinking of that, he got a headache. Deep down, he still preferred the low-key route, growing quietly and getting stronger in stealth. But now, the attention he'd drawn was already too much to rein in. With a helpless shake of his head, Xiaolin reached for the phone beside his pillow. The screen lit up, and several unread messages popped up. And the moment his eyes fell on one familiar avatar, his heart sank sharply. Ever since he came out of the dungeon, he'd felt that something was off. But after that, one thing happened after another, and he simply had no time to think it through carefully. Only now did he suddenly realize. Today was the graduation ceremony. All senior year students were allowed to watch from the playground. Such a huge incident had happened in the instance. Xia Jinyu couldn't possibly not know about it. And yet, from beginning to end, she had never shown up even once. A chill instantly crept up his back. Xiaolin almost immediately opened the chat window marked Jinyu Little Moon. There were only 2 messages inside. Bro, that idiot Lin Xiao has been glaring at me from behind the whole time, huh? He definitely wants to get back at me. I'm gonna find my mentor in a bit. Xia Jinyu is in my hands. If you want to save your sister, come alone to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs after the graduation assessment ends. If you dare call the police or bring anyone with you, you'll bear the consequences. 2 messages, half an hour apart. And the sending time, a full 7 hours ago. With a buzz, Xiaolin's mind seemed to be smashed hollow by a hammer. The shock from these 2 messages hit him even harder than when the city wall collapsed. His hand shook all at once, and he immediately dialed Xia Jinyu's number. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Damn it, Xiaolin growled in a low voice, sprang up from the bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes properly, and turned to rush outside. 7 hours. A full 7 hours. His younger sister had fallen into the hands of that bastard Lin Xiao, and he had actually been sleeping. In an instant, overwhelming self-reproach and fear, bitter as gall, swallowed him like a tide. As he dashed outside, he forced himself desperately to calm down, but his clenched fists had already gone frighteningly white from the force. The abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. He had some impression of it. The place was remote and desolate. Xiaolin rushed out of the rented room like a madman. There were few people and cars on the streets in the evening, and he charged straight into the middle of the road, spreading his arms to stop a black sedan. Screech. The tires rubbed against the ground, the sound harsh and piercing. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? The driver rolled down the window and cursed loudly. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Take me to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs, as fast as you can, and I'll pay you. Xiaolin didn't have time to explain. He yanked open the front passenger door and climbed in. The driver froze for a moment, his expression turning even uglier. Are you blind? Do I look like a taxi to you? Get the hell out of the car. 10,000 gold coins. I'll transfer it to you now. Drive. Xiaolin cut him off, his voice full of urgency. 10,000. The driver snorted, glancing at his school uniform with a look of disdain as he held out the payment QR code. Fine, I'd like to see you. Ding, your Dragon Nation bank account has received 100,000 gold coins. The moment the notification sounded, the driver was completely stunned. You, drive. Xiaolin's eyes were red as he roared. The driver jumped in fright and instinctively floored the accelerator. The car shot forward instantly, heading straight for the western part of the city. What Xiaolin didn't know was that just as he rushed out of the rental place to hail a car, in a nearby, ordinary black vehicle, A calm, steady man had already pressed his earpiece. Report to President Qin. Qin Yuan has left his residence, is very agitated, has gotten into a private car, and is speeding toward the western suburbs. Nanshire, top floor of Longting Tower. Do we know what happened? Qinbai stood up with a frown. No. Should we follow him? Follow him. Qinbai immediately ordered. Track the vehicle's real-time route right away. Notify Zhang Ling and Shi Su to take people to the western suburbs and stand by. Also find out who's been active there recently. I want to know immediately what happened to Xiao Lin. The orders were quickly relayed. Qinbai grabbed his coat and rushed out, his face dark. Xiao Lin was now a key protected target of the War Soul Pavilion, and even more someone Elder Long had personally ordered to protect. Nothing could happen to him. Western suburbs, abandoned warehouse. Before the car had even come to a stop, Xiao Lin jumped out and charged straight at the half-open rusty iron door. The warehouse was dark, lit only by a flickering hanging lamp with a poor connection. The air was thick with the smell of rust, machine oil, and dust, along with a faint, almost imperceptible fishy sweetness. Jinyu, Xiao Lin roared, his voice echoing through the empty warehouse. His gaze swept wildly around. Abandoned metal racks, trash piled in the corners. But there was no Xia Jinyu. Jinyu! His voice had gone hoarse, his heart pounding wildly as if it might burst. He rushed deeper into the warehouse, and every time he passed a patch of shadow, his heart lurched with fear, terrified of seeing the scene he least wanted to see. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop. In the open space at the center of the warehouse, there was clearly a pool of dark red blood that had not yet dried. Boom! His mind went blank in an instant. All sound vanished. A chill and a searing pain spread from his heart throughout his body, instantly draining away all his strength. No, impossible, he murmured in a daze, trembling as he staggered toward the bloodstain. Was this Jinyu's blood? What the hell had that beast done to her? 7 hours, a full 7 hours. His sister had fallen into that piece of trash's hands, and he had actually been asleep. A suppressed, excruciating howl suddenly erupted from Xiao Lin. He slammed both fists hard into the concrete floor. The joints of his fingers were torn open on the spot, blood streaming down, yet he seemed unable to feel the pain. Self-reproach, regret, and rage completely swallowed him. Lin Xiao, I want you dead. Xiao Lin, calm down. Two figures rushed into the warehouse almost at the same time. It was Zhang Ling and Shi Su. Seeing Xiao Lin kneeling before a pool of blood, acting like a madman, both of them felt their hearts sink. What happened? Zhang Ling hurried forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Shi Su also glanced around and saw the pool of blood, her expression turning grim at once. Xiao Lin, what exactly happened? Xiao Lin abruptly looked up, his blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Zhang Ling as he rasped. Where is Lin Guodong? Both of them froze at the same time. Lin Guodong. Zhang Ling thought for a moment before reacting. Why are you looking for him? Tell me where he is. Xiao Lin didn't listen at all, shouting in fury like a beast completely out of control. He had only one thought now. Find Lin Xiao and force out his sister's whereabouts. Shi Su stepped forward and tried to speak as gently as possible. Xiao Lin, calm down first. Lin Guodong should be under investigation right now. If you want to find him, I'll help you ask where he is immediately. But you have to tell us what exactly happened first. Xiao Lin didn't listen at all and directly pulled out his phone. His hands were shaking so badly that it took several tries before he got through to Qinbai. The call connected almost instantly. Xiao Lin, where are you? How is the situation? Qinbai's voice was anxious. Uncle Qin. Xiao Lin's voice trembled, thick with tears and killing intent. Lin Xiao. It was Lin Xiao. He took Jingyu. There's blood here. Jingyu Shi. Help me check where Lin Xiao is. I need to know right now. What? Jingyu was taken. Qinbai was shocked too. Xiao Lin, calm down, don't act rashly. I'll have someone check immediately, but you must. I can't calm down. Xiao Lin roared into the phone, tears finally spilling out, splashing onto the floor mixed with the blood on his hands. If anything happens to Jingyu, I'll make Lin Xiao's whole family pay with their lives. Not a single one of them will get out alive. That murderous intent, even through the phone, sent a chill through Qinbai's heart. He knew Xiao Lin wasn't speaking in the heat of the moment. This boy was close to losing control. Xiao Lin, listen to me. Stay where you are. I'm coming right now. Qinbai said at once, while barking at the people beside him, lock onto Lin Xiao's location immediately. Now, after hanging up, he dialed another number. Qin Xue, Drop everything you're doing right now and go immediately to the largest abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. Yes, that place. Don't ask questions. It's urgent. Leave now. We'll meet at the warehouse. In the warehouse, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Xia Lin knelt beside the bloodstains, his whole body trembling slightly, staring fixedly at the blood on the ground. Zhang Ling and Su didn't dare approach carelessly. They could only stand guard nearby. Second by second, time dragged on unbearably long. Finally, the sound of sudden breaking came from outside the warehouse. Qinbai practically rushed in. At one glance, he saw Xia Lin's condition and his heart lurched. He hurried forward at once. Xia Lin, how are you? Xia Lin still kept his head down and said nothing. Qinbai looked at Zhang Ling and Su, but both could only shake their heads. He sighed and was just about to step forward again. Just then, another sound came from the warehouse entrance. Dad, I'm here. Huh, Xia Lin? Brother? The voice suddenly stopped. Everyone, including Xia Lin, instinctively looked over. At the doorway stood Qin Xianxue, and beside her was a girl in a school uniform, looking anxiously at Xia Lin. The air seemed to freeze all at once. The madness and killing intent on Xia Lin's face instantly stiffened, his mind going completely blank. He stood there with his mouth open and eyes wide. What the hell was going on? The moment Xia Jinyu saw her brother's bloodshot eyes, her heart clenched. She hurried over quickly. Brother, what's wrong? She caught sight of Xia Lin's mangled, blood-soaked fist at a glance, and tears immediately fell. Your hand? Jinyu. Only when the real sensation touched his hand did Xia Lin dare believe that what he was seeing was real. You're okay? What about Lin Xiao? That bastard Lin Xiao. Xia Jinyu was both angry and anxious. Seeing his hands covered in blood, she burst into tears outright. Brother, what exactly happened to you? The few people on Qinbai's side were also completely stunned. Qinbai looked blankly at his daughter. Xianxue, what on earth is going on? Wasn't Jinyu captured by Lin Xiao? Xianxue looked at the group in the room, especially Xia Lin's utterly dazed expression, and roughly guessed what had happened. She couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead. Dad, I'm not too sure about the specifics either. This afternoon, when I was heading home, I saw Lin Xiao at the convenience store entrance forcibly holding on to Jinyu and not letting her go. I thought something was off, so I chased him away. And then, Qinbai asked dumbly. And then, Xianxue shrugged. Seeing that Jinyu was badly frightened and her phone was broken too, I took her home first. Xia Lin, upon hearing this, immediately tensed up and grabbed Xia Jinyu's hand. Jinyu, are you okay? Did Lin Xiao bully you? Jiayu looked at him with pain in her eyes, staring at his still bleeding hand, but hurriedly explained, Brother, I'm fine. That lunatic Lin Xiao really did block me behind the school this afternoon, and he snatched my phone. He took me to the west suburbs and said he'd wait for you to come. And then, Xia Lin's voice was still tight. Then that idiot took me around the west suburbs all afternoon, but he seemed to be lost and couldn't find a place he wanted to go at all. Later he said he was hungry and kept cursing as he dragged me to buy food. Right at the store entrance, we ran into Sister Qianxue. Lost, Xia Lin looked blankly at the pool of blood on the ground and pointed at it. Then this. Jiayu quickly shook her head. It's not my blood. I never came here at all. Hearing this, Xia Lin finally let out a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally dropped completely. Jiayu looked at him with a face full of guilt. Brother, I'm sorry. The phone is broken. I should have contacted you as soon as I got to Sister Qianshue's house. But Sister Qianxue said you had a hard day today and must be tired and needed rest, so I thought I'd contact you later so as not to disturb you. Who knew this would happen? The more she spoke, the worse she felt, tears falling nonstop. Brother, did her hand hurt? The warehouse suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Xia Lin. His expression was especially wonderful. First, collapse, then confusion, and finally, all of it turned into embarrassment. He looked at his sister, safe and sound, then lowered his head to look at his own bloodied, mangled fist, and only then did he belatedly feel a wave of pain. And then he remembered how he had just shouted that he wanted Lin Xiao's whole family buried with him. A rush of heat instantly surged to his face, and his entire face turned red. What the hell had he been going crazy over just now? So embarrassing. He subconsciously shifted a little to the side. Being so close to that unfamiliar pool of blood was pretty disgusting. Zhang Ling was the first one who couldn't hold it in. He immediately turned his head, covered his mouth, and his shoulders began shaking uncontrollably. Su almost laughed too, and quickly coughed twice to cover it up. Looking at the way Xia Lin seemed to want to vanish on the spot, Qin Bai let out a long breath and rubbed his temples. This kid was really good at putting people through the ringer. On the western outskirts of Nanshi, Yunqi residence. In the tea room, the scent of sandalwood drifted gently through the air. Qin Bai pushed a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in front of Xiaolin. Try it. My treasured Nanshi Yunwu tea. Calm your nerves. Xiaolin softly thanked him, picked up the teacup, and took a sip, and his taut nerves finally eased a little. Qin Bai set down his teacup, and his expression turned serious. Xiaolin, our people have already arrested Lin Xiao at his home. Although this time he didn't cause any substantial harm to Jinyu, the charges of unlawful detention and intimidation are already proven, and the evidence is complete. Xiaolin nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, Uncle Qin, Lin Xiao is only in his second year of high school. Given his age, the actual punishment for something like this shouldn't be too severe, right? Qin Bai was taken aback, then said sternly, If it were yesterday, you'd be right. Under the current laws, at his age, behavior like this would most likely only result in a period of custody and re-education. But today is different. The one who took over Lin Xiao isn't the police bureau, it's national security. Xiaolin froze for a moment, not understanding. Qin Bai smiled. Xiaolin, you may not realize it, but just how important you are to Long Oa. Xiaolin tugged at the corners of his mouth, his smile somewhat bitter. After a long while, he looked up and said apologetically, Uncle Qin, I'm not going to the Soul Warrior Pavilion for now. As soon as those words were spoken, they struck like a bolt from the blue. Qin Bai's expression instantly froze, and he abruptly sat up straight. What? Xiaolin, what do you mean by this? This isn't something to joke about. How can you suddenly go back on your word? For Qin Bai, this decision was like a bolt from the blue. Although Xiaolin was from the Long Country, whether he joined the War Soul Pavilion had always been his own decision. No one could force him. But his potential was crucial to this year's national fortune battle. Zhang Ling also grew anxious. Brother Xiaolin, what are you talking about? So many people are desperate to get into the War Soul Pavilion and still can't. Besides, your combat strength is extremely important to Long Country. If you can win a good ranking for Long Country in the national fortune battle, then wherever you go after that, you'll be admired by everyone. What honor that would be. Although Su said nothing, she was also staring at Xiaolin closely, her brows tightly furrowed. Xiaolin took a deep breath and looked at the three of them, his gaze still very resolute. Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su, I understand what you all mean, and I also understand the expectations you have for him. But this time he was truly scared. A useless playboy like Lin Xiao, who hasn't even awakened yet, was able to push Jinyu to that extent. If Qin Xinshua hadn't happened to pass by, he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Qin Bai sprang to his feet, his face red with anxiety. Xiaolin, this isn't just our expectations. He stared at Xiaolin, his tone heavy. You know how important you are to Long Country, so I won't say it again. This year's national fortune battle is something we cannot afford to lose. If we really do lose, the whole country will descend into chaos, and no one will escape it. Zhang Ling also became anxious. Xiaolin, I know today's incident frightened you, but I still hope you'll think it over again. The country really needs you. Xiaolin shook his head. He understands all that, but he only has this one younger sister, and protecting her is his greatest responsibility. If he leaves Nan City, what will happen to Jinyu? A piece of trash like Lin Xiao could already threaten her. What if someone even more vicious comes along? He wasn't acting on impulse. With his hidden talent, whether he joined the War Soul Pavilion or not actually wouldn't make much difference. Resources weren't that important to him either. As long as he was given time, he was confident he could stand at a height that everyone would have to look up to. He admired those who fought desperately for Long Country. But if he couldn't even protect his own younger sister, then what was there to talk about in terms of protecting Long Country? Su set down her teacup and sighed softly. Xiaolin, I understand how you feel. But have you thought about this? If you stay in Nan City, will Jinyu really be safer? The strength you displayed today has already drawn too much attention. In the future, your enemies won't just be small-time characters like Lin Xiao. Xiaolin fell silent. The atmosphere in the tea house suddenly became oppressive. Qin Bai looked at his stubborn expression and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Zhang Ling and Su also fell silent, their brows furrowing even deeper. At this moment, Xia Jinyu, who had been sitting quietly by the side, lifted her head. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked at Xiaolin's tightly furrowed brow, her heart aching. Brother, she said softly, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to look at her. Xiaolin also turned to look at his younger sister. Xiao Jinyu looked at him very seriously. Brother, you actually want to join the War Soul Pavilion, don't you? Xiaolin's brow furrowed even more. Jinyu, brother, listen to me first. Xiao Jinyu cut him off. Her voice was very soft, yet firm. From childhood until now, you've always been protecting me. You've worked so hard and tried so hard. I know it's all for me. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled slightly. But have you ever thought about it? You're only 1 year older than me, and I'm not a child anymore either. I'll awaken next year, and I'll also try to join the War Soul Pavilion. I'll stand by your side. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiao Lin's heart shook violently. Brother, you shouldn't be trapped in South City. Xiao Jinyu looked at him earnestly. I don't have any great ambition to protect our country, but I also don't want to hold you back. I hope you'll go do what you want to do. Xiao Lin's throat moved, but he said nothing. At this moment, Qinbai spoke up. Xiao Lin, I know you're worried about Jinyu. How about this? Leave her safety to me. Even if you stay in South City, you can't possibly keep watch over her all the time. You still need to train, and you still need to run dungeons. When it comes to protecting people, we're more professional than you are. Those words made Xiao Lin's brow knit even tighter. He suddenly realized that he may have truly been thinking too simplistically. That was right. He had a hidden talent and could grow stronger without relying on outside help. Even if he stayed in South City, he was confident he could reach the peak. But the problem was, he couldn't stay by his sister's side every single moment. He needed to farm dungeons, he needed to become stronger, and there would always be times when he had to leave. Jinyu also had to go to school and live a normal life. By then, who would protect her? Danger often came in an instant. Like what happened today. If Lin Xiu hadn't been quite so stupid, by the time he discovered it, Xiao Jinyu might already have been in trouble. Qinbai continued, rest assured and join the War Soul Pavilion. Go all out in the National Fortune battlefield. Leave Jinyu's safety to us. Our people will protect her around the clock, without affecting her life or studies. When Xiao Lin heard this, his heart was stirred. If the War Soul Pavilion really could protect Xia Jinyu in every way, the effect would definitely be far better than him guarding her himself. He looked up at Qinbai. Uncle Qin, will the War Soul Pavilion really support these things? The South City War Soul Pavilion is already short-handed. If. Qinbai shook his head directly. Don't worry. I've already reported your performance in the instance to the Pavilion Elder of the South China region. The War Soul Pavilion has now listed you in the highest potential tier. Protecting you and your family is one of our responsibilities to begin with. At this, he sighed, with a touch of apology on his face. Speaking of which, this time Jinyu's accident was already our negligence. Xiao Jinyu immediately spoke up. Brother, I believe Uncle Qin. With the War Soul Pavilion protecting me, don't worry about me. I hope you can have no worries and do what you want to do. No matter what you want to do, I support you. She did not urge him to sacrifice himself for the greater good. She merely told him to go do what he wanted to do, and that she would take good care of herself, not wanting to become a burden to him. Xiao Lin looked at his younger sister in a daze. Only at this moment did he truly realize that the little tail that had always followed behind him had really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who needed him to stay by her side every second. She already wanted to stand beside him. The stubbornness in his eyes finally loosened bit by bit. Jinyu, you really aren't afraid? I'm not afraid. Xiao Jinyu immediately shook her head, still with tears in her eyes, but smiling. What she's most afraid of is you giving up the glory that should have been yours because of him. Brother, he will be fine, and I'll also work hard at studying, strive to awaken a good profession next year, and join the War Soul Pavilion. Qin Xinxue, who had not spoken all this time, slightly curved the corners of her mouth. She did not interrupt, but silently picked up the teapot and topped off the warm water in Xiao Jinyu's empty cup. Seeing that Xiao Lin's attitude had softened, Qinbai finally let out more than half of the breath he had been holding. He stared at Xiao Lin and said word by word, Xiao Lin, if you think Uncle Qin is still somewhat trustworthy, then go train with peace of mind and prepare to serve the country. Leave Jinyu's safety to us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and exhaled for a long time, feeling much more relaxed. He looked at the three of them and said earnestly, Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Shi Su, just now, he was being unreasonable. Saw the whoosh. The huge weight in everyone's hearts finally lifted. Qinbai waved his hand, his tone softening as well. It's good that you figured it out. I understand how you feel. As an older brother, your thinking wasn't wrong. Then he added, but don't scare us like that again. My old bones can't take it, especially my heart. Xiao Lin knew he was joking and could only nod awkwardly. Just then, gurgle. Everyone froze for a moment. Then all turned toward the source of the sound. Xiao Lin rubbed his stomach and let out a dry laugh. Ahem. Sorry, I think I'm a little hungry. Qin Qianxue looked surprised. You haven't eaten anything since the graduation ceremony? Xiaolin nodded helplessly. After coming out of the instance, he went straight home and collapsed into bed, so tired he hadn't even taken off his shoes or socks. After waking up, he was immediately hit with the news that his sister had been kidnapped, and he truly hadn't had a single drop of food or water all day. Now that he had relaxed, the hunger suddenly hit all at once. Qin Qianxue smiled. Are you awakening or cultivating immortality? You gone straight to fasting, huh? She stood up. You've been hungry this long. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles first to tide you over. Before Xiaolin could refuse, she was already out of the tea room. At this hour, the housekeeper had long since gotten off work. Qinbai looked at his daughter's back, first stunned, then broke into a pleased smile. My daughter's grown up. She knows how to care about people now. But as he kept smiling, he suddenly felt that something was off. That girl. It seems she's never once taken the initiative to cook for me. He muttered something under his breath, then gave Xia Lin a melancholy glance. Zhang Ling deliberately sniffed the air. Su, why do I suddenly smell something sour? Do you smell it? Su almost couldn't hold it in and nodded seriously. I smell it. The two of them sang in perfect harmony, and Qinbai was rewarded with a huge eye roll. If you two have nothing better to do, get back to the hotel already. Don't just stand here being an eyesore. As soon as Xiaolin looked up, he met Qinbai's resentful gaze, and black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. Xia Jinyu rolled her eyes and immediately sat down next to Xiaolin, her voice bright and clear. Brother, Sister Qianxue's house is so beautiful. It'd be great if he could come here often to play in the future. Xiaolin, Qinbai. Still, Xia Jinyu's words did remind Xiaolin of something. He said with a smile, Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su, he wants to treat you all to dinner tomorrow night. The three of them were all stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Zhang Ling asked curiously, treat us to dinner? Something good happened. Xiaolin nodded and looked at Xia Jinyu with a smile. He's moving into his new place tomorrow night, in Yunqi Shaozhu. Ah! Xia Jinyu was first stunned, then let out an excited squeal. She grabbed Xiaolin's arm and shook it hard. Brother, you really bought a house here? The kind like Sister Qianxue's, with a big courtyard? Xiaolin rubbed her head and nodded with a smile. A villa with a courtyard. Qinbai, Zhang Ling, and Su exchanged glances, each seeing understanding in the other's eyes, and all of them offered congratulations. Qinbai asked with a smile, which villa did you buy? Xiaolin took out his phone and glanced at the property information. Uncle Qin, he bought villa number 1. Do you know where that is? Numero uno. Qinbai's expression suddenly became a little strange. Unit 1. Xiaolin nodded. Su added with a smile, the head of the family lives in Unit 2, and Unit 1 is right next door. What? Xiaolin's eyes went wide. Zhang Ling slapped him hard on the shoulder and laughed. Brother Xiaolin, that was basically a face-to-face challenge. Boss, from now on, when your two families visit each other, you won't even need to change shoes. You can just hop over the wall. Qinbai's mouth twitched as he looked at the innocent-looking young man before him, feeling incredibly complicated. I heard the place next door sold a couple of days ago, and I was curious who the new neighbor was. Never expected it to be you, kid. Su also smiled. From a safety standpoint, this location is indeed very good, and it's convenient to look out for each other. Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Su was right. The house was right next to the Qin families, and Xiaomei's safety now had one more layer of protection. Before long, Qin Qianxue came in carrying a bowl of noodles. Hearing everyone laughing so happily, she was a little surprised. What are you all talking about? So happy. Xia Jinyu immediately grabbed her hand and said excitedly, Qianxue, my brother bought a new house. It's near your place, so we're neighbors now. After hearing that, a clear glint of joy flashed in Qin Qianxue's eyes. She looked at Xiaolin and nodded lightly. Congratulations. The noodles are ready. I've put them on the dining table. Go eat. Xiaolin was already starving. After thanking her, he went straight to the dining room. On the dining table sat a steaming bowl of noodles, fragrant with aroma, topped with 2 golden poached eggs. At the sight of it, Xiaolin's appetite surged instantly. He hurriedly sat down and, not minding the heat, started eating big mouthfuls. He had originally thought that a young lady like Qin Qianxue wouldn't know how to cook, but he hadn't expected the noodles to taste this good. Yunqi Shaozhu was originally a high-end, fully furnished residence, with all appliances and furniture already in place, basically move-in ready. The next day, Xiaolin hired a moving company to the bedding, clothes, and some personal belongings of the siblings from the rental apartment. There wasn't much stuff. It all fit in half a truck. It didn't take long for Xia Lin to tidy up his room. Looking again, Xia Jinyu was still running around the new house, thrilled beyond words. He smiled helplessly, said hello, and left. From a moment Xia Lin stepped into Yunqi Shaozhu that morning, he had noticed that while the community was quiet, there were clearly several more pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. Those gazes were hidden behind tree shade and in the gaps between buildings. Sharp but not hostile. Xia Lin knew very well that this had to be the people Qin Bai had arranged. When he reached the teleportation center, Xia Lin went straight toward the teleportation array leading to the newbie trial grounds. For him now, the basic boosts from experience and levels were almost negligible. He had only one reason for farming monsters: to stack attack power as fast as possible. And the newbie trial grounds were the optimal solution. In a long-tailed rabbit zone here, more than 300 monsters could be farmed at once, and they were especially densely packed, almost standing in clusters. By comparison, although dungeon monsters gave more experience per kill, the total number across the whole map was usually only a few dozen to just over 100. More importantly, dungeon maps were generally very large. Even if you didn't fight, just running the map could take more than 10 minutes. Of course, special dungeons like the Samsara Altar were an exception. For Xia Lin, farming monsters in the newbie trial grounds was far more cost-effective than running dungeons. The only pity was that there was hardly any economic return. Whether it was gold or equipment, at his current level, he had no hope of getting anything in the newbie trial grounds. A flash of white light. A familiar scene immediately appeared before his eyes. It was still that stretch of lush green grass, still that scent of grass and wildflowers mingled together. The next second, Xia Lin drew his bow directly. A terrifying firing rate of 27 arrows per second, combined with split arrow, sent nearly 100 arrows in a single second, crashing straight toward the densely packed, long-tailed rabbit pack with a shrill whooshing sound. As the arrow rain swept through, it left a mess everywhere. The long-tailed rabbits, still munching on grass, didn't even have time to react before they fell in droves amid the vast swathes of golden light. It took only 5 seconds. The entire long-tailed rabbit area was completely cleared out. Only a carpet of grass, swept on by arrows, remained on the ground. Xia Lin put down his bow and looked at the empty space ahead, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. The monster density still wasn't enough. Then he directly activated the teleport stone, returned to the teleportation center, and teleported in again. He kept going back and forth like that. By the time the afternoon ended, Xia Lin had already run back and forth between the novice trial field and the teleportation center nearly 200 times. If most of the time hadn't been wasted on traveling, his efficiency would have been even more outrageous. At this moment, Xia Lin's attack power had already risen to 1,39086. Almost 140,000. Even if compared with Shi Su, who was level 56, it would. Forget it. Xia Lin shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore. Better not hit sister Shi Su's confidence. When he got home, Xia Jinyu was already preparing dinner. The siblings had grown up in hardship, so cooking was nothing at all to Xia Jinyu. Originally, Xia Lin had wanted to treat Qin Bai and the others to a meal at a hotel, but Xia Jinyu felt that when moving into a new home, they should entertain guests at home. No matter how nice it was outside, it still wasn't as warm as home. Xia Lin naturally listened to his younger sister. Just as he was about to go upstairs to take a shower, an extremely arrogant engine roar suddenly came from outside, instantly breaking the quiet of Yunqi Shaozhu. The sound grew closer and closer, and finally, with a harsh screech of brakes, it stopped right in front of his house. Beep beep. Beep beep. After 2 honks, Xia Lin frowned and walked to the door. A powerful-looking off-road vehicle was parked domineeringly right in front of his house. He was just about to see who it was when the driver's side door of the car went clang, and Zhang Ling jumped straight out. Xia Lin froze for a moment. Zhang Ling grinned and patted the car body smugly. Well, cool enough. Not bad. Xia Lin nodded helplessly. It's just too noisy. Hey, no problem. Zhang Ling waved his hand. This car runs on dual energy. If you don't want to stand out, just switch it to silent mode. It won't make a sound even when you're coming in or out of the neighborhood. With that, he tossed the car key over. Take it. It's your housewarming gift. Xia Lin instinctively caught the key, stunned. By now, autonomous driving was already widespread, and anyone who was at least 18 could legally drive without a license. He had indeed been planning to buy a car for commuting lately, but he had seen this model online. By the time it was on the road, it would cost at least 1 million gold coins. A proper luxury car. He didn't need a car, but this gift was far too valuable. Brother Zhang, isn't this a bit too much? He's just moving house, and this car could buy 2 houses like this. Just as Xiao Lin was about to refuse, Zhang Ling cut him off. Xiao Lin, why are you being so polite with me? People in our War Soul Pavilion fight for their lives every day on the Abyss battlefield. Nothing else aside, we're really not short on gold coins. 1 million or so isn't much. Xiao Lin gave a wry smile. Brother Zhang, if you were giving him some appliance or something, he'd probably accept it thick-skinned. But this car, Zhang Ling waved his hand again. Xiao Lin, you joined War Soul Pavilion, and I'm your guide. I should have given you a welcome gift to begin with, let alone today being your housewarming. Besides, this gift of mine might only be the appetizer. Just as he finished speaking, Shirsu's amused voice came from over there. I saw you staring at the garage all morning, so I guess you wanted to give him a car. Sure enough, no originality at all. Zhang Ling immediately bristled. I'm giving Xiao Lin a gift, not you. What do you care what I give? Shirsu strode in, gave him a disapproving look, and walked straight up to Xiao Lin, handing him a plain metal box. Xiao Lin, congratulations on your move. Thank you, Sister Shirsu. Xiao Lin quickly took it. Zhang Ling immediately leaned in. Hurry and open it to see what Shirsu gave you. Xiao Lin hesitated a little. Opening a gift in front of the giver always felt somewhat impolite. Sisunadi. It's fine, go ahead and open it. Only then did Xiao Lin open the box. Inside lay a plain, ancient-looking metal ring. He immediately cast appraisal on it. Mangled Dragon Ring, Epic. Vitality plus 200. Additional affixes. Mangled Dragon Body. HP plus 2000. Mangled Dragon's Fury. Active skill. After activation, consumes 100 mana per second. When an attack hits a target, it triggers an explosive damage effect equal to 30% of attack power in a 2-meter radius. Mangled Dragon's Prestige. HP plus 50%. Required level, 20. The moment Xiao Lin saw its attributes, his hand almost trembled. This ring was truly brutal. Not to mention anything else, just the last affix alone was enough to show its value was definitely not low. And although the base attribute it added was Vitality, that second affix was simply a god-tier skill for an archer with pitifully few AoE abilities. Among all the archer's skills, the only one that really counts as an area attack is basically the level 10 split arrow. Most of the rest are single target or passive skills. Shirsugia. This ring can also be used by you. Shirsu smiled at him. You think the second affix is especially important for an archer, right? Xiao Lin nodded. Wasn't that obvious? If he had this ring in yesterday's graduation assessment dungeon, with split arrow plus the explosion effect, just thinking about it was enough to get excited. Shirsu said calmly, that's for you. My class is Fire Archer, and my level 20 skill is Explosive Arrow. Its effect is pretty much the same as this affix. So for me, this ring is of average value. She paused, then asked, I heard from Qing Shui that your attack power is already very high. Yeah. Xiao Lin nodded. Quite a bit higher than a normal archer's. Sisu smiled. So in my opinion, what matters most about this ring for you isn't the second affix, but the first and third. She looked at Xiao Lin, her tone growing a little more serious. Xiao Lin, everyone thinks archers are the core damage dealers, so they should just keep stacking attack and attack speed. But I want to tell you, for a fragile class, the most important thing is survival. Only by staying alive can you deal damage. After hearing that, Xiao Lin fell silent and nodded. Shirsu was right. An archer's job really is to deal damage. But the premise is that you survive first. When it really comes to team fights, the most dangerous targets are often not the front line, but the back line. Anyone with a bit of experience will prioritize diving the back line first. Assassins and warriors basically always go for the ranged core damage dealer as their first target. That said, he did have the hidden affix battle while barrier, so many ordinary attacks had little effect on him. But if he ran into special methods like true damage, toxins, or curses, the effect of battle breath barrier would be greatly reduced. And once his talent was exposed, the enemy would eventually figure out how to counter him. By then, HP would be his final trump card. His current HP was 2270. If he equipped this ring, the plus 200 base constitution alone would add 2000 HP. Add to that a fixed 2000 HP and a 50% increase to max HP. All told, his total HP would jump straight to 9,405. With that much HP, let alone an archer, even a battle shield fully invested in constitution would have to stay silent. Just take it, Shirsu said again. Zhang Ling chimed in from the side as well. Exactly. Why are you being so polite with Shirsu? This ring is nice, sure, but she didn't even socket a single dragon scale crystal core for you. Already considered stingy. Bastard, you want to die? Su glared with her phoenix eyes. To even bring up dragon scale crystal cores, this guy really had the nerve to brag. Zhongling immediately shrank his neck and sidestepped with an awkward laugh. Xiaolin took a deep breath and stopped refusing. Then thank you, Sister Su. But after all, this was level 20 equipment, and he couldn't wear it yet. At that moment, Xia Jinyu's clear voice came from inside the room. Brother, why are you still standing outside? Hurry and invite Brother Zhongling and Sister Su in for a seat. Xiaolin only then came back to his senses. Slapping his forehead, he hurriedly invited the two of them inside. Several people sat down on the living room sofa. Xia Jinyu moved quickly, bringing over the wash tea set and placing it on the coffee table. Xiaolin started boiling water and warming the cups somewhat clumsily. His movements were a little unfamiliar, but he looked quite serious. Before long, a faint aroma of tea drifted out. Just then, there was movement at the door again. The few of them looked up and saw Qin Bai and Qin Xinxue walking in together. Qin Xinxue was still holding a delicately styled potted green plant, its leaves lush and vibrant with life. Uncle Qin, Xinxue, you're here. Xiaolin put down the tea set and hurriedly stood up to greet them. Qin Bai nodded with a smile. I heard that today's meal is personally cooked by Jinyu Girl. I've been looking forward to it all day, just waiting to taste her cooking. Qin Xinxue handed the potted plant to Xiaolin, her voice clear and cool. Xiaolin, this is for you. Thanks. Xiaolin took the potted plant. It felt slightly heavy in his hands, and the leaves were long and thick, looking full of vitality. He couldn't help praising it. This green plant is really beautiful. After hearing that, a hint of pride immediately appeared on Qin Xinxue's face. Of course, I've been raising this orchid for several years. Its blooming period is very long every year. When it's in bloom and the wind blows, the whole room fills with fragrance. It smells especially nice. Xiaolin was stunned. He had thought she had casually bought it from a flower market, but he hadn't expected it to be an orchid she had personally nurtured for several years. That kind of thoughtfulness was obviously different. He felt a faint warmth in his heart. After looking around, he solemnly placed the orchid in a prominent spot near the floor-to-ceiling window. That instantly made the whole living room feel a little warmer and more alive. Boss! Zhongling and Su also greeted Qin Bai. Qin Bai smiled and nodded, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. You two really aren't being polite, huh? You're pretty eager to eat. Of course we have to be eager when it comes to eating. Zhongling flopped casually onto the sofa and grinned at Qin Bai. Boss, Brother Xiaolin is moving into a new place. As the elder here, what big gift did you prepare? Come on, take it out and let us have a look. Qin Bai froze for a moment, then raised a hand and pointed at the pot of orchids. There, isn't that it? The expression on Zhongling's face froze on the spot. He looked at the orchid, then at Qin Bai, who seemed completely unconcerned, and after opening and closing his mouth for a long time, finally managed to squeeze out a line. That's it? Boss, you're messing with me, aren't you? Qin Bai took a slow sip of tea and said unhurriedly, Isn't it normal to give a green plant for housewarming? It symbolizes vitality and a fresh start in a new home. Normal, my ass. Zhongling rolled his eyes directly. Boss, that's way too stingy of you, isn't it? You're at least the top man at the Soul Battle Pavilion in Nan City, and Xiaolin moves in, and you just give him a pot of grass. What do you mean, a pot of grass? Qin Bai set down his teacup, looking displeased. This orchid has been cultivated by Qin Xue for several years. Usually, no one's even allowed to touch it. Now we're giving it to Xiaolin. How is that not a heavy gesture? Oh, Zhongling drew out the words, his expression turning even more disdainful. So after all that, this was actually a gift from that girl Qin Xue. You just put your name on it? Boss, you. Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback by the jab, realizing it did seem a bit hard to defend. He cleared his throat and looked at Xiaolin. Xiaolin, to be honest, I don't really know what you need right now. How about I give you a red envelope? You can buy whatever you like. As he said that, he really started reaching for his pocket. Xiaolin hurriedly waved his hands, utterly embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Zhongling had just taken a sip of tea, and he sputtered it all out. He slammed the cup down hard, his face flushed red, looking utterly exasperated. Boss, that's way too perfunctory. You're the top guy at the Nanshur Soul Battle Pavilion, and Brother Xiaolin is a future pillar of the nation. You're giving him a red envelope? What do you think this is, some old man downstairs chipping in for a wedding gift? As he spoke, he didn't forget to throw in another dig. Look at Su. She gave an epic-grade piece of equipment. That's the real stuff. And look at me. Sure, it's a bit tacky, but at least it's a hardcore off-road vehicle. If you're giving a gift, You should at least send something decent to match your status, right? After hearing that, Qinbai actually found it amusing. He glanced at Zhang Ling, then at Shi Su beside him, who was clearly on the same side, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a meaningful smile. Give him equipment? Leaning back on the sofa with one leg crossed, Qinbai said leisurely, Barbarian, your perspective is too narrow. What do you mean? Zhang Ling froze. Qinbai stopped beating around the bush and looked directly at Xiaolin, his expression turning serious. Xiaolin, by unanimous resolution of the Elders' Council of the Southern China region of the Battle Soul Pavilion, you have officially been placed on the highest potential roster of the Battle Soul Pavilion, codename Abyssal Deep. Starting today, you will enjoy the Bayur of the highest level core member. The armory warehouse of the Nanshi Battle Soul Pavilion Logistics Group is now open to you without restriction. The equipment, materials, special items, and even strategic reserve resources inside. Anything you can make use of can be requisitioned at any time. No approval is needed. Just file a report. As soon as those words were spoken, the living room fell instantly silent. Zhang Ling's mouth opened so wide it could fit an egg, and his eyes nearly popped out. An armory warehouse open without restriction. In all of Dragon Country, how many people had that kind of ear? Even Qin by himself might not have such authority. This was truly lavish. The items in the armory warehouse were all top-notch goods, many of which couldn't even be bought with money. Shi Su was also slightly moved. This was real boldness. It meant that the Battle Soul Pavilion had made its largest possible investment in Xiaolin. Qinbai continued. Coincidentally, the former head of the armory group, Chun Hong, has already been brought to justice. I am now personally in charge of the armory group. The termites inside have been completely cleaned out, so no one will hide anything from you, and no one will create obstacles for you. Xiaolin, we have plenty of resources. What you need to do is focus on growing and bring your potential into full play without reservation. The future of Dragon Country needs your strength. Xiaolin's heart shook, and a heavy sense of responsibility instantly pressed down on him. He stood up at once and bowed deeply to Qinbai. Uncle Qin, I will remember this trust and support. This gift was heavier than any piece of equipment, because what it represented was the Battle Soul Pavilion's unconditional support and expectations. Qinbai waved his hand, his expression serious. Xiaolin, remember this. In this data-driven world, strength is everything. If you have strength, resources will naturally come to you. If we don't give them to you, others will be fighting to do so. When your potential is truly exposed before everyone, danger and assassination will definitely follow. But at the same time, other countries will definitely extend olive branches to you, and all kinds of temptations will come knocking. At that point, I hope you can hold fast to your true self. Xiaolin grinned, his gaze clear and resolute. Uncle Qin, don't worry. As long as my family is safe and sound, Xiaolin's backbone isn't so easily bent. Qinbai nodded with satisfaction and said no more. For matters like this, saying this much was enough. Say too much, and it would lose its meaning. He turned to look at Zhang Ling and raised an eyebrow. How about it, Barbarian? Anything else you want to say? Zhang Ling was obviously still unconvinced. He muttered softly, Boss, this counts as public resources from the Battle Soul Pavilion. On your personal side, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Dig out a little private stash or something. Scratching his head, he always felt that if he didn't squeeze some private goods out of Qinbai's hands, it would be like Xiaolin had been the one shortchanged. Qinbai couldn't be bothered to deal with this live treasure. At that moment, Xia Jinyu's crisp voice came from the dining room. Dinner's ready. Brother, Uncle Qin, Sister Shi Su, Brother Zhang Ling, Sister Qian Shui, come eat. Wearing a cute little apron, she was just setting the last steaming dish on the table. The aroma of the food instantly filled the whole room. At the sound, everyone stood up and walked toward the dining room. After Qinbai took the seat of honor, the others sat down one by one. Xia Jinyu's cooking skills were indeed excellent. As soon as the dishes hit the table, they looked and smelled amazing and immediately drew a wave of praise. After a round of drinks, the atmosphere grew even more lively. Qinbai picked up his wine glass and said loudly, Come on, let's all toast to Xiaolin and Jinyu, congratulate them on moving into their new home, and wish them all the best in their new place from now on. Everyone smiled and raised their glasses. Xiaolin and his sister quickly expressed their thanks as well. Xiaolin said earnestly, Uncle Qin, these past 2 days, we've really troubled you and everyone. After finishing one glass, Qinbai poured another for himself and Xiaolin. He lifted his glass and looked at Xiaolin, his expression turning serious at once. Xiaolin, this glass, I'm toasting you alone. Xiaolin also hurriedly stood up, looking somewhat puzzled. Qin Bai said in a low voice, I already know most of what happened in the graduation assessment dungeon. This glass, I'm toasting you as Qin Shui's father, to thank you for saving her life. After speaking, he drained the wine in his glass in one gulp. The gratitude and lingering fear in his eyes were impossible to hide. Boss! Zhongling also stood up at once and said loudly, How can you be the only one to toast this glass? Shuai grew up under our watch too. If we're going to toast, then we'll all toast together. Shirsu also silently stood up and raised her glass. Qin Qinxue also stood up, directly finishing the drink in her cup in one gulp, then handed the empty cup to Qin Bai with a determined look in her eyes. Dad, pour me a glass of wine too. I want to toast him as well. Okay. Qin Bai was visibly moved and immediately filled his own glass and his daughter's again. Then together, let's toast Xiaolin. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. With a light chime of the glasses, there was nothing but genuine feeling inside. Xiaolin also felt a bit stirred inside and quickly said, Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Shirsu, Qinxue, you really don't have to do this. Whether as teammates or friends, protecting Qinxue is just what I should do. Qin Bai put down his wine cup and waved a hand, his eyes even growing a little red. Xiaolin, from your point of view, this is just a comrade's bond. But from my perspective as a father, you saved my daughter's life. That's a fact. This kindness, I, Qin Bai, will remember for a lifetime. Looking at Qin Bai's slightly reddened eyes, a trace of envy suddenly rose in Xiaolin's heart. He was an orphan, so more than anyone else, he knew how precious it was to have someone protecting you from behind. After a few more rounds of drinking, the atmosphere warmed up again. Qin Bai turned to Xiaolin and asked seriously, Xiaolin, setting aside the resources from the Battle Soul Pavilion for now. Just speaking of you yourself, what do you need most right now? Or rather, what would make your strength leap up the most? Say it boldly. As long as Uncle Qin can do it, I won't be vague about it. Xiaolin put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. With that heaven-defying hidden talent of his, equipment was no longer a core need for him. What mattered most now was how to stack attack power as quickly as possible. After thinking it over, he looked up and said, Uncle Qin, he doesn't really lack equipment or gold coins right now. If you ask what he needs most at this stage, he paused and carefully chose his words. What he needs most right now is a steady stream of monster resources. Monster resources? Qin Bai and the others all froze for a moment. That answer seemed reasonable, but it was indeed surprising. Xiaolin nodded and explained, with his current damage output, ordinary dungeon monsters are too few and the maps are too large. He spends more time running around than killing monsters, so the efficiency is too low. Although the monster density at wild grinding spots is a bit higher, the spawn rate can't keep up, and the total number is nowhere near enough. As he said this, he looked at Qin Bai. So, Uncle Qin, if possible, could you help him get some special dungeon scrolls like the Reincarnation Altar? The kind where monsters can respawn endlessly or respawn especially fast and at very high density. The level doesn't matter. High-level monsters are fine too. The key is one thing. Large quantities, the more the better. Endless monsters. Qin Bai slightly furrowed his brows, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he fell into thought. To him, this requirement was actually not hard to understand. After all, the more monsters there were, the more experience he would gain, and the faster his level would naturally increase. A moment later, Qin Bai's brows relaxed, and he wore an expression of sudden understanding. So that's how it is, I get it. Your ability needs a lot of experience to improve, right? The smile on Xiaolin's face stiffened slightly. However, he did not explain much. He merely nodded along and said, Right, experience points are very important. Qin Bai didn't press further. He raised a hand and tapped lightly in the void. With a flash of light, an ancient-looking scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll was made of a very special material, neither quite gold nor wood, and faint energy ripples flowed across its surface, with intricate dark gold patterns carved into it. Xiaolin, take a look at this. Qin Bai handed the scroll over. Xiaolin took the scroll, feeling it slightly heavy in his hand, with a very unusual texture. He focused and looked at it. Bone Pass Endless Challenge. Dungeon Mechanics. Monsters will continuously spawn from one end of the map and rush toward the endpoint along a fixed route. Your task is to set up defenses along the monster's inevitable path, kill them all, and prevent them from reaching the endpoint. Each wave spawn 1,000 monsters. Monster strength increases without limit as the waves progress. Failure condition. If even one monster reaches the endpoint, the dungeon will forcibly end. Settlement method, wave by wave settlement. The higher the wave you defend, the greater the reward. Repeatedly challenging waves already cleared will not grant additional stage rewards. After reading the scroll's introduction, Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. Uncle Qin, that's great. This is exactly the kind of dungeon he wants. Qinbai nodded with a smile. This bone pass is rather special. It's not a one-time dungeon. After holding off each wave, you can choose to continue or exit and save your progress. Next time you enter, you'll start from the wave where you left off. At that, his tone turned solemn. But there's one thing you need to keep in mind. Once you fail a challenge, all progress is wiped clean and you must start again from the first wave. And the rewards for waves you've cleared before won't be given a second time. Also, the waves you successfully defend will enter the global shared ranking. Global ranking. Xiaolin raised an eyebrow. There's a reward? Qinbai nodded. Yes. The data for Bone Gorge is synchronized globally. As soon as you activate the dungeon, you can check the leaderboard on the system panel. The global top 50 all receive a large monthly gold reward. But more importantly, it's not about money. He lowered his voice. In a sense, this ranking reflects the ultimate combat power of a nation's top awakened. It is in itself part of international competition. Su set down her wine glass, her tone turning a little heavy. Unfortunately, among the global top 50 right now, Longhua only has 2 spots. Xiaolin looked up. Only 2. Zhang Ling slapped the table, looking thoroughly unhappy. Every time I see that leaderboard, I get pissed off. In the top 10, Kowa has 2, Bangzi Country has 1, Yingjiang has 5, and India has 2. The best result our Longhua has ever achieved was set by Ling Tian, the master of the Heaven Pavilion at the headquarters of the Battle Soul Pavilion. 49 waves, ranked 13th. How many waves has the current number 1 held? Xiaolin asked. 54 waves. Su's expression was not very good. It's Kowa's Ghost Blade. Qinbai took up the thread, his tone growing heavier as well. Ghost Blade even boasted about it. He said he stopped at 54 waves not because he couldn't go any higher, but because for first place, 54 waves was enough. Zhang Ling snorted directly. Enough my ass. To put it bluntly, that bastard got scared. Qinbai narrowed his eyes. Although what he says is annoying, one thing can't be denied. Right now, in Longhua, there really isn't anyone who can push through that checkpoint. Su also said helplessly, the dungeon's design is inherently unfair to many classes. Those who can climb to the top are basically all high-burst warriors and area of effect mages. For other classes, especially those lacking AoE, it's almost impossible to hold back the monster tide solo. There's no such thing as that much fairness in this world. Qinbai sighed. Bone Rift Pass is all about personal peak output and clearing efficiency. Every wave, 1,000 monsters surge in like a tide, so it's pure firepower. A tank can hold the line, but they can't kill them all off. Supports can't clear the field either, so of course they can't go up. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolin nodded and asked, then what's the highest wave count ever recorded globally? Qinbai took a deep breath, a trace of reverence flashing in his eyes. 59 waves. That record was set 35 years ago by Lin Dong, the then youngest elder of the Kyoto headquarters of our Dragon Country's War Soul Pavilion. He was a true legend. Xiaolin's expression tightened. Then this senior Lin now. The moment those words were spoken, the table fell silent. The atmosphere sank at once. After quite a while, Qinbai finally spoke slowly. After Elder Lin set that record, no one could catch up to him for 5 years. But 30 years ago, he was ambushed in the Abyss battlefield by dozens of top-tier awakened beings of unknown identities, and in the end, he died in battle. His voice was slightly hoarse, and his ranking was erased by the rules. Xiaolin's heart sank. Did they find out who did it? A cold glint flashed in Qinbai's eyes as he slowly nodded. Though they tried their best to cover it up, battle traces can't lie. The lingering Shikigami aura of the Onmyoji from the Wa country, the residual genetic energy of the mutants from Eagle Nation, those traces were far too obvious. There was no need to guess who the mastermind was. So what if we found out? Zhang Ling slammed the table hard, anger all over his face. Once Elder Lin Dong died, in the subsequent War of National Destiny, they joined forces to target our Dragon Country and launched a crazed siege. Our ranking dropped straight out of the top 10. Our national fortune was split up, and our resources were snatched away. Forget revenge now. Even without countless predecessors fighting to the death to hold the line, Dragon Country would have been devoured by them long ago. Su's voice was icy. Xiaolin, this year's Battle of National Fortune is Dragon Country's last chance. If we still can't fight our way back into the top 10 this year and reclaim the national fortune share we've lost, then there's no need for the enemy to even make a move. Dragon Country will rot away little by little as its resources run dry. In the end, we may only be able to take the initiative to become a vassal, completely turning into the great power's source of resources and tool. Once it comes to that, Dragon Country will never be able to rise again. Qinbai nodded heavily, looking at Xiao Lin with eyes like torches. Xiao Lin, this is the situation we're in right now. Your task over the next 6 months is to improve your strength at all costs, as fast as possible. In the Battle of National Fortune 6 months from now, you must lead the Dragon Country team into the top 10 and win back our national fortune. This is your mission, and it's the mission of all of us. Under the table, Xiao Lin's fists slowly clenched. A fire slowly began to burn in his heart. He raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades. In the Battle of National Fortune, he would definitely give it his all. As for now, tomorrow he would go and see just how difficult the Skull Pass really was. Okay, Qinbai nodded heavily, his face full of approval. Although I still don't know the limit of your combat power, you were able to hold back that beast tide. I believe you'll definitely be able to make a name for yourself at Skull Pass. Su also nodded and analyzed. Based on the information we've gathered, the mutated monsters in this beast tide were generally close to the bosses of a level 15 dungeon. You were able to kill them instantly with ease, which means your damage output is already incredibly exaggerated. Conservatively speaking, holding out for more than 20 waves shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Zhongling suddenly rubbed his hands together, looking a little hesitant. Xiao Lin, I know you don't want to reveal too many of your cards, but could you give us just a tiny hint? He swallowed. Your current attack power, about how much? As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Xinxue, Qinbai, and Su all turned their gaze to Xiao Lin at once. Xiao Lin hesitated slightly. By now, the fact that his attack power far exceeded that of ordinary people was actually already very difficult to keep completely hidden. After all, too many people had seen it in the graduation assessment dungeon. However, as long as he didn't reveal his hidden talents and golden entries, no one would be able to see through his true trump card. Thinking of this, Xiao Lin met everyone's gaze with a slight smile. About 70,000, I guess. Better stay low-key. Cut it in half for myself. The sip of wine Zhongling had just taken into his mouth sprayed straight out. Luckily, he reacted quickly and turned his head in time. Otherwise, the whole table of dishes would have been ruined. Even so, he was still coughing so hard that his face turned red, his eyes almost popping out. What? 70,000? He suddenly turned to look at Su. Sisu, binge quickly. Am I drunk and hearing things? You, what was your attack power again? Su still had a few drops of wine on her face. She raised a hand, grabbed Zhongling's cheek, and twisted hard. How about that? Does it hurt? Just now, when Zhongling sprayed the wine, it had happened to be in her direction. God, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Zhongling clutched his face and howled. Only then did Su let go, looking at Xiao Lin with a complicated expression. Then it really is true. After a 2-second silence, she slowly spoke. I'm level 56, fully equipped with top-tier gear and dragon scale crystals. My attack power is 38,000. Dead silence. The entire restaurant fell terrifyingly quiet in an instant. Even the air seemed to freeze. Only a few people's breathing remained, growing heavier and heavier. After quite a while, Qinbai finally sucked in a sharp breath, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. He looked at Xiao Lin, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Lin, with your current combat strength, in this year's National Fate War, Dragon Country, may truly be about to witness a heaven-shaking reversal. What do you mean, May boss? Zhongling was instantly excited, his fist swinging through the air. Isn't that way too conservative? What does 70,000 attack power even mean? I'm a level 53 Xuanwu battle shield, and I only have 120,000 HP. In front of him, that's just 2 arrows. In the National Fate War, they're all newly awakened rookies. If Xiao Lin goes in, isn't that just an adult beating up a kid? If we still can't turn this around, I, Zhongling, will write my name backward. Qinbai opened his mouth, then closed it. Faced with this situation, he really had no way to refute Zhongling. In the end, he could only nod. Then his expression darkened as he swept his gaze over everyone present. Listen, no one is allowed to leak even a single word about any information concerning Xiao Lin's strength today, especially his attack power. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they nodded in unison. Qinbai looked at Xiao Lin again. As for your true combat strength, I've decided not to report it in detail to the headquarters of the War Soul Pavilion for now. Shenhong's matter is a bloody lesson. The War Soul Pavilion isn't a monolith. Your safety cannot be compromised in the slightest. Xiaolin nodded. He strongly agreed with that. He trusted Qin Bai and the others, but that didn't mean he trusted everyone in the War Soul Pavilion. All right, Qin Bai said in a deep voice. Let this matter end here. From now on, Xiaolin's combat strength secret stays buried in the stomachs of the few of us. Okay. Zhang Ling suddenly stood up, raised his glass, and shouted loudly, "Come on!" to Xiaolin, and to the hope of Longhua, another toast. Cheers! The next morning, a rugged heavy-duty off-road vehicle quietly drove into the teleportation center parking lot. Xiaolin got out of the car and headed straight for the special dungeon teleportation area. Today, he had only one goal: challenge the Bone Pass. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the atmosphere in Qin Bai's office on the top floor of the Longting building was clearly tense. Qin Bai, Shi Su, Zhang Ling, and Qin Xinxue were all sitting on the sofa. On the wall in front of them, a holographic projection was continuously updating the global Bone Pass rankings in real time. Unlike their tension, Xiaolin himself, standing in the teleportation array, looked relaxed, even a little leisurely. He didn't look at all like someone about to challenge an unknown dungeon. He embedded the instant scroll into the special device beside the teleportation array. Soon, a system prompt popped up. Ding! Data for the Bone Gulch instance has been successfully read. Please set whether to display personal information on the rankings. His information was clearly displayed on the screen. Name, Xiaolin. Class, Archer locked. Level, 18. Nationality, Dragon Nation locked. Among these, the name and level could be hidden. The class and nationality were grayed out and locked, clearly impossible to change. Without hesitation, Xiaolin directly hid his name and level. Low-key, he had to stay low-key. Though no matter how you looked at him now, he really didn't seem low-key at all. There was nothing he could do. His strength simply didn't allow it. Ding! Please set your challenge alias. An alias too? Xiaolin immediately understood. No wonder the rankings were full of names like Ghostblade and Thunder. Such embarrassingly edgy names. He simply entered the code name assigned to him by Zanhong. Deep Abyss. Ding, codename set successfully. The next second, the confirm teleport button lit up. Ding, teleport to the Skeleton Pass dungeon requires payment of 10,000 gold. Teleport. Damn. Xiaolin couldn't help but curse under his breath. 10,000 gold? Wasn't that teleport fee way too ruthless? But since he was already here, he could only grit his teeth and press confirm. A flash of white swallowed him instantly. When his vision returned, he was already standing inside the dungeon map. The overall terrain of Skeleton Pass looked like a funnel. He was standing at the narrowest part of the pass. 50 meters behind him was the glowing blue end core. The pass was only about 10 meters wide. On both sides were 10-meter-high platforms, making it impossible to kite the monsters by circling around. Ahead was a large fan-shaped plane. The monsters would charge in from there. This dungeon was actually fairly safe for challengers. There were some protrusions on the platforms on both sides, and the rules allowed challengers to climb up there to avoid the monster tide. But doing that was basically the same as conceding outright. Because once you leave the pass, the monsters will no longer pay any attention to you and will head straight for the core at the finish line. First wave preparation, countdown, 10, 9, 8. The system voice rang out. Xiaolin calmly took out the willowwood bough and flexed his fingers. Top floor of the Longting building. Zhang Ling stared at the light screen and couldn't help asking, "What wave do you think Xiaolin can get to?" Qin Bai's eyes lit up. With his attack power, 40 waves shouldn't be a problem. Shi Su, however, shook her head. Don't underestimate the strength of the later monsters. After wave 30, every wave is a qualitative leap. I myself got stuck at wave 35. For an archer, endurance is a fatal weakness. You can't just brute force through the monster's damage. And right now, Xiaolin only has split arrow as a group skill, and its duration is only 30 seconds. Even if he can one-shot monsters, whether he can hold the pass during the skill's downtime is the real challenge. After hearing this, Qin Xinxue smiled slightly. Shi Su's analysis was correct, but she had overlooked one thing. That was that besides attack power, Xiaolin had one other extremely outrageous trait. Attack speed. In the graduation dungeon, she had personally seen that scene of golden arrow shadows filling the sky. That was not something a normal person could ever produce. Inside the dungeon, the countdown hit 0. A vast plain ahead was instantly covered by white light. The next second, countless bone-pale skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air. Like a flood of bones bursting through a dam, they came pouring toward the pass in dense hordes, accompanied by the sound of grinding bones. In the blink of an eye, the entire field of vision was filled with a sea of bones. Faced with such a scene, Xiao Lin raised his longbow, his eyes turning cold. He did not stand guard at the pass. Instead, he stepped directly into the sea of bones ahead. Split arrow. He let out a low shout. The bowstring was drawn taut in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a split second, hundreds of arrows turned into a golden rainstorm, tearing through the air with shrill, piercing whistles. Puff, 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 puff. Each arrow accurately pierced the skeleton's skull. One shot, one kill. Congratulations on killing a level 1 skeleton. Gained 100 EXP. Congratulations on killing a level 1 skeleton. Obtained 83 gold. Congratulations on killing a level 1 skeleton. Gained 100 EXP. Congratulations on obtaining equipment. Fine iron boots. System prompts poured out densely, like rain. Right now, Xiao Lin's attack speed has already reached 27.8 arrows per second. With the split arrow effect added, he can actually fire 83 arrows per second. In theory, clearing out 1,000 monsters would only take 12 seconds. Of course, that's only in theory. After all, he still had to move and keep close to the monster pack. The top floor of Longting Building. A few people were still discussing how far Xiao Lin would be able to get. After hearing Shi Su's analysis, Qinbai nodded. You're right. Xiao Lin lacks AoE, so he is at a disadvantage in this kind of dungeon. Zhang Ling also nodded. The Mang Dragon ring Shi Su gave him can make up for that weakness. Too bad, he has to be level 20 before he can wear it. Just as Shi Su was about to respond, Qin Xinxue suddenly spoke. Dad, what was the codename the War Soul Pavilion gave Xiao Lin again? Qinbai was stunned for a moment, then replied, Qian Yuan. Qin Xinxue immediately pointed at the light screen. Look, is this Qian Yuan on the leaderboard? The others all looked over at the same time. Sure enough, a new line of data had appeared on the leaderboard. Rank 2,685,694. Codename, Qian Yuan. Class, Archer. Nationality, Dragon Country. Wave 1. Time taken, 31.7 seconds. Holy shit. Qinbai, who had always been steady and composed, lost his composure and blurted out an expletive, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. And Zhang Ling, who was usually the most boisterous of them all, now seemed as if he had been struck dumb. His mouth hung open wide enough to stuff in a duck egg, staring fixedly at that 31.7 seconds, his mind completely blank. Monstrous! Shi Su cursed under her breath, her eyelashes trembling faintly. 31.7 seconds. How on earth did he do that? Dragon Country. Archer, codenamed Qian Yuan. There was no way anyone else could be Xiao Lin. Qin Xinxue's eyes lit up instantly. For this usually proud young lady, it was the first time she had ever shown such obvious admiration on her face. Sister Shi Su, you may have forgotten. Xiao Lin isn't just absurdly strong in attack power. His attack speed is also ridiculously high. In the graduation dungeon, when he used split arrow, the arrows turned into a whole sheet. You couldn't even see how many there were. Attack speed. Shi Su stared at the screen and murmured softly. Can it really be that fast? What did 31.7 seconds mean? Among challengers in the same wave, the ranking was determined by clear time. The 2,685,695th ranked challenger behind Xiao Lin had also only cleared the first wave. But his time was 1 hour 33 minutes 27 seconds. This was no longer just a gap. This was pure dimensionality reduction. Shi Su suddenly turned to look at Zhang Ling. Brute, I remember you also cleared the first wave back then. Zhang Ling nodded, his old face burning a little. How long did you take? Shi Su continued to ask. Zhang Ling glared at her. I don't want to answer that question. As a pure defense shield warrior, back then he had relied on his super thick HP and pitiful scratch damage to grind through the monster pack for a full 8 hours before finally wearing down the last skeleton to death. Others run dungeons and nearly get beaten to death by monsters. He, on the other hand, nearly starved to death that time. Inside the dungeon, Xiao Lin stood in the open area in front of Skull Pass. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first wave of challenges. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 gold. The notification sounded. Xiao Lin was stunned. 100,000 gold? That reward is actually this good? Looking at it this way, the 10,000 gold teleport fee doesn't seem so outrageous anymore. He swayed and stepped out of the area where bone shards and dust were still drifting, returning to the starting point of the pass. He casually glanced at the experience bar. 875,690/1600000. He was now level 18 and needed 1.6 million experience to reach level 19. With this wave, monster experience plus the clearance reward had directly given him 200,000 experience. Not bad. The first wave has been defended successfully. Continue the challenge. The system prompted again. Xiaolin did not rush to continue. Skull Pass has a very good drop rate. Just the first wave of 1,000 mobs had nearly filled his backpack. His backpack was practically about to burst. After opening the system recycling interface, Xiaolin gritted his teeth and dumped a pile of white-grade gear into it. The 5% handling fee really hurt, but it was still better than quitting and spending another 10,000 gold to come back in. After clearing his backpack, he waited for Split Arrow's cooldown to end before choosing to continue. Second wave ready. Countdown. 10 seconds. A flash of white light. The sea of bones once again spread across the plain ahead. Xiaolin said nothing and immediately activated Split Arrow again. Congratulations on killing a second-tier skeleton. Gained 200 EXP. Congratulations on killing a second-tier skeleton. Gained 193 gold. Congratulations on obtaining elite-grade equipment. Steel armor. Congratulations, the second wave challenge succeeded. Congratulations, you have gained 200,000 EXP. Congratulations, you have gained 200,000 gold. After that, Xiaolin was practically flying. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. He kept pushing forward all the way. Before the eighth wave, no one could withstand even a single volley of his arrows. He was like a killing machine, pushed to maximum efficiency, moving back and forth between the pass and the plain. Every time the split arrow lit up, it instantly wiped out a wave of thousands of skeletons. Each wave consistently took about 30 seconds. At that speed, it would be enough to make countless people's scalps tingle. It was only after the eighth wave that Xiaolin finally paused. Because his level had finally reached 20. He directly opened the attribute panel. After 8 waves, his attack power had already surged past 150,000. But at this moment, Xiaolin had no mind to look at this pile of outrageous data. Because once level 20 arrived, his hidden talent would unlock a new trait. His gaze moved downward and landed on the faint golden text at the very bottom of the panel, where he clicked it open directly. Hidden talent. A special trait activates every 10 levels. Current trait 1. Soul-slaying mark. For every 1 enemy unit killed, permanently +1 attack, no upper limit. Current trait 2. Battle flow barrier. After being out combat for 5 minutes, gain a shield with a value equal to attack. When the shield breaks, deal damage equal to 100% of attack to all enemies within attack range. Current trait 3. Origin severance. After killing an enemy unit whose level is higher than your own, there is a 30% chance to strip 1 random point of one of the target's 4 attributes and convert it into your own corresponding permanent attribute, with no upper limit. The instant the description of the third trait entered Xiaolin's eyes, he sharply inhaled. Strip. Convert. No upper limit. Put these 3 words together, and it was no longer enough to call it heaven-defying. This was absurd. Stripping the enemy's attributes meant that his own 4 attributes could be slowly built up over time, even if the chance was only 30%. But with his current monster farming speed, that probability was already outrageous enough. This trait could directly erase his frail weakness little by little. So this is turning a glass cannon around and developing into a hexagon warrior. Xiaolin stared at the panel, unable to stop himself from grinning. But very quickly, he felt that something was still off. With the first affix in place, this hexagon was highly likely to be irregular, but would definitely be outrageously large. Thinking of this, he directly took out the Monglong ring given by Shirsu from his backpack and put on. His HP instantly surged. It shot straight up to 9,435. At the same time, the skill attached to the ring's second affix also lit up in the skill bar. Once activated, the skill adds 30% explosion damage to basic attacks. His monster clearing efficiency could go up another level. Tisk, it's just too mana hungry. Xiaolin clicked his tongue. This skill burns 100 mana per second, and he only had 1,490 mana in total right now. At best, it could only last 14 seconds. For someone like him, who always treated intelligence as trash to be discarded, this was the first time he had ever felt the annoyance of not enough mana. By then, on the Skeleton Pass leaderboard, the name Yuan Yuan had already shot up to rank 8,762. Keep going. Xiaolin's eyes narrowed. The white light faded. The 10th wave of monsters appeared. This time, they were no longer ordinary skeleton warriors, but a group of skeleton heavy hammer soldiers, clad in rough bone armor and gripping massive bone hammers. From the panel, their level was only 10. But that fierce aura was clearly far beyond monsters of the same level. Xiaolin's expression showed no fluctuation at all. Facing the bone-armored torrent charging toward him with a rumble, he lifted his willow bow and casually fired one shot. Split arrow. Golden arrows rained down once again. Puff, 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 puff. Shrill cracking sounds rang out in succession. Those bone armors that looked so hard were as brittle as paper before his 150,000 attack. The arrows easily pierced through the bone armor, smashing even the skeletons inside to pieces. Rows upon rows of skeleton heavy hammer soldiers fell like wheat. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 10th wave. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 million EXP. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 million gold. Top floor of Longting Building. 32.5 seconds. The 10th wave? Zhongling's eyes were wide open, his face nearly frozen stiff. Qinbai stared intently at the light screen, his voice dry. The monsters in this dungeon only have their level shown on the surface. Their real stats are far higher than what's displayed. But Xiaolin, he's still one-shotting them. Su pressed her lips tightly together, the shock in her eyes growing deeper and deeper. Now we can basically confirm it. As long as the monster's HP and defense aren't high enough to withstand a single arrow from him, he can wipe out the entire monster pack within one split arrow duration. With that kind of attack power, plus that attack speed, she looked at the leaderboard and slowly let out a sentence. This dungeon is basically tailor-made for him. Xiaolin's current state could be described in 2 words. At ease. The 11th wave, 31.9 seconds. The 12th wave, 29.1 seconds. The 13th wave spawned Skeleton Spearman, a ranged monster. To play it safe, Xiaolin didn't dare rush straight into the monster horde. He could only honestly hold the choke point and wait for the monsters to flood in on their own. So this wave was quite a bit slower. Time spent, 7 minutes, 16 seconds. It wasn't until the countdown for wave 22 began that the composure in Xiaolin's eyes finally faded a little, replaced by a trace of excitement. Because by now, he had already reached level 21, and the monsters in wave 22 were just above his own level. This meant that the 3rd trait, Origin Stripping, could finally be triggered. A white light flashed. In the open area, a dense swarm of abyss bone demons spawned. Their skeletons were pitch black, wrapped in crimson demonic runes, with claws that gleamed with a ghostly light. They looked ferocious beyond measure, although the panel only showed level 22. But this level of strength was absolutely already at the same tier as a level 30 elite monster. Split arrow. Xiaolin let out a low shout. A shower of golden arrows burst out again. Puff, 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 puff. Still, there was no suspense at all. In the face of nearly 170,000 attack power, a level 22 bone demon simply couldn't withstand even a split arrow. Congratulations on killing a level 22 abyss bone demon. You gained 2,200 EXP. Stripped 1 point of strength from the target, converted to your own strength attribute. Congratulations on killing a level 22 abyss bone demon. You gained 2,876 gold. Stripped 1 point of intelligence from the target, converted to your own intelligence attribute. The prompts began flooding the screen. The origin stripping had officially taken effect. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 22nd wave. Xiaolin immediately opened the attribute panel to take a look. With 1,000 monsters cleared, he had directly plundered more than 300 random attribute points. This increase was no longer just a little bit. His HP had directly risen to 10,730. Defense had also risen to 1297. This panel, placed on a level 20 shield warrior, would at most be considered pretty good. But if these stats appeared on an archer in his early 20s level-wise, then that would already be outrageously absurd. Awesome. That was the only word in Xiaolin's mind. The bone demons in front of him, who looked fierce and menacing, instantly became pleasing to the eye. What kind of monsters were these? They were clearly a group of running stat points. Keep going. Xiaolin immediately switched into full sweep mode. The numbers on the attribute panel started soaring wildly. Wave 23, Wave 24, Wave 30, Wave 50. At this point, the 4 people in Qinbai's office were already completely dumbfounded. 50 waves passed. Zhongling's voice was trembling. At 18.8 seconds, he's already surpassed the Lord of Lingtian and charged into 10th place. Qin Bai clenched both hands, unable to keep his voice down. Hold steady, Xiaolin. Hold steady for me. Su, however, frowned, her gaze growing increasingly grave. Xiaolin's pace is off. She stared at the clear time on the screen, her voice low. Everyone who runs Bone Pass gets slower and slower toward the end because the monster's attributes rise exponentially and the pressure only keeps increasing. But he's different. He's actually getting faster. Su tapped lightly on the table with her fingers, her gaze sharp enough to be frightening. That doesn't feel like he's clearing a stage. It feels more like he's strengthening in sync with it. His power is surging at the same time as he's farming monsters. It had to be said, Su's eye for things was truly vicious. Starting from wave 22, every wave of monsters was higher level than Xiaolin. Source extraction had been in effect the whole time. Massive attribute points were being forcibly torn from them by him. Attack speed, movement speed, constitution, intelligence, all of them were soaring. Under the premise that his attack power was already enough to one-shot, the stronger he got while farming, the more exaggerated his clear speed naturally became. That was how such an outrageous, the later it goes, the faster it gets situation came to be. In the moment Xiaolin cleared wave 50 and officially broke into the top 10, the name Qin Yuan finally began to enter countless people's field of view. In the central hall of the teleportation center, a huge screen hung in the very center, with the global rankings of several popular dungeons scrolling across it. Skeleton Pass was right there among them. Holy crap, guys, look at the Skeleton Pass leaderboard. What's so interesting about that? The top 10 haven't changed in ages. Exactly. Just seeing that country bastard sitting in first place pisses me off. It changed. Someone new took 10th. It wasn't clear who shouted it. The next second, countless eyes in the hall shot toward the leaderboard. When they clearly saw the name and country in 10th place, the whole hall exploded. Long Country. It's someone from our long country. Who is Qin Yuan? Why have I never heard of them? Could it be some hidden big shot from the War Soul Pavilion? Wait, an archer? Forget the class for now. Look at the clear time. 18.8 seconds? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Is this even human? Who the hell is Qin Yuan? Exclamations rose one after another. The entire hall was in an uproar. And not just Long Country. At this moment, everyone around the world watching the Skeleton Pass leaderboard was stunned by this archer who had suddenly emerged from nowhere. A common class, archer. He had forcefully fought his way into the global top 10. Only one question remained in everyone's mind. Who exactly was this Qin Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, Xiaolin had no idea what was happening outside. He was still charging forward head down in the instance. Wave 51, 18.5 seconds. Wave 52, 17.1 seconds. Wave 53, 16.9 seconds. His ranking shot up like a rocket. 9th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. By the time wave 53 ended, the name Qin Yuan had already surged forcefully to 2nd place in the world. He had directly trampled Thunder Ruler of Eagle Country beneath his feet. Up ahead, only the Ghost Blade of the Island Country remained. Xiaolin casually glanced at his own attribute panel. After more than 30 waves of frenzied plundering, his panel had completely transformed. Name, Xiaolin. Class, Archer. Level, 23. HP, 29030. Shield, 231947. Mana, 28940. Attack power, 231947. Defense, 7912. Attack speed, 61.3/second. Strength, 2742. Intelligence, 2894. Constitution, 2623. Agility, 2503. Free attribute points, 20. Experience, 3652987/6500000. After his constitution surged, his HP had already climbed to nearly 30,000. His defense was also close to 8,000. As for his attack speed, it was even more outrageous. 61 arrows per second. Compared to before entering the dungeon, he was now a completely different person. The 54th wave, Xiaolin looked up at the spawn point ahead, his gaze icy. Ghost Blade, right? Your top-ranked player is going to be left with a memory he'll never forget today. 54th wave preparing. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The countdown hit 0. Blinding white light flashed. 1,000 Doom Reapers appeared at the same time. Each one stood over 3 meters tall, clad in bone armor etched with flowing lava-like patterns, and wielding a massive bone scythe. Standing together, They gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. Too bad. To the current Xiao Lin, that bit of pressure was practically nothing. He calmly raised his bow. Buzz! The next second, a golden torrent exploded forth. With a base attack speed of 61 arrows per second, combined with split arrow, it instantly surged to nearly 200 arrows raining down per second. This was no longer an arrow shower. This was an arrow tide. Puff, 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 puff. A relentless push forward. The Doom Reaper's seemingly indestructible bone armor was like paper before this golden torrent. The arrows pierced straight through, shattering both the armor and the skeleton within. Congratulations on killing a 54th floor Doom Reaper. Gained 188,000 EXP. Origin Severance activated, stripping the target of 1 point of vitality. Congratulations on killing a 54th floor Doom Reaper. Gained 188,000 EXP. Origin Severance activated, stripping the target of 1 point of intelligence. The golden torrent gradually came to a stop. Bone dust drifted down from the sky. Xiao Lin lowered his bow and casually brushed the dust off his shoulder. But the next second, the prompt for challenge success still didn't sound. Xiao Lin looked up. At the farthest distance, there was still one last Doom Reaper left. And this thing was charging straight at him with surprising tenacity. On the top floor of Longting Building, the office was dead silent. Qin Bai and the other three were all staring fixedly at the screen. Time passed bit by bit. Half a minute. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. The leaderboard still hadn't changed. Did he fail? Zhang Ling stared at the screen, his voice a little shaky. No, not yet. Sure, Su shook her head. Xiao Lin's name is still in second place, and it hasn't disappeared. That means the monster hasn't broken through his defense line yet. There's still a chance. Zhang Ling gritted his teeth. That bastard Ghost Blade's record for the 54th wave is 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds. If Xiao Lin still hasn't finished by then, he can only take second place. Qin Bai frowned. Based on Xiao Lin's previous mob clearing speed, this shouldn't have dragged on this long. Could the 54th wave monsters really be that strong? It wasn't just him. Everyone present was baffled. No one could understand why it had suddenly stalled for so long. Time ticked by little. Finally, it reached 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds. Only the last 10 seconds remained before Ghost Blade's record. Inside the instance, Xiao Lin finally raised the willow bow again. And before him was the Doom Reaper, who had swung its scythe for a full 2 hours and was already so exhausted that it was on the verge of falling apart. Whoosh! With a soft sound. Puffed. The golden arrow struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 54th Wave Challenge. The next second, the global leaderboard instantly refreshed. Rank 1. Codename, Qianyuan. Class, Archer. Nationality, Longhua. Waves, 54. Time taken, 2 hours 08 minutes 31 seconds. Boom! When the two words Qianyuan officially reached the top of the world ranking, the whole world completely exploded. Kukaku, Onmyo Rio. Eagle Sauce Mutant Academy. Indian Brahma Temple. Almost every power blurted out the same sentence at the very first moment. Investigate. Find out immediately who this Qianyuan from Longhua is. Meanwhile, in the top floor office of Longting Tower, the cheers almost lifted the ceiling off. Zhang Ling waved his fists in excitement. Even someone as usually composed as Su had nothing but uncontrollable joy on her face. Qin Xinxua even jumped up directly, her delicate face flushed red, her eyes shining brilliantly. Qin Bai slammed a hard fist against the wall, his chest heaving violently, his eyes even reddening. Good kid, well done. Just then, ring, ring, ring. A special ringtone suddenly rang out, slightly suppressing everyone's excitement. Qin Bai's expression instantly turned solemn. He raised a hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then quickly walked to the corner of the office. He rapidly entered a string of complex commands on the password panel on the wall. Click! A hidden door slowly slid open. Qin Bai slipped inside. The door immediately closed. In the secret room, the holographic communicator was already lit up. On the screen, Long Jinyue had his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, his expression clearly anxious. Qin Bai answered immediately. Elder Long. Long Jinyue abruptly stopped, strode up to the camera in a few steps, and his voice carried barely contained excitement. Qin Bai, that Qianyuan on the rankings, is it him? Yes. Qin Bai answered without the slightest hesitation. In fact, he knew that Long Jinyue wasn't really asking. He just wanted to confirm the almost certain answer. There was several seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then Long Jinyue slowly spoke. Qinbai, sinking abyss is just a newcomer. How exactly did he do it? Qinbai braced himself and shook his head. I don't know either. Xiao Lin originally just wanted to test the depth of the dungeon. Who knew he'd go up and directly stab his way to the top of the rankings? You really don't know? Long Jinyue clearly didn't quite believe him. Qinbai only felt a little sweat breaking out on his forehead. Elder Long, I really don't know. How about, when he comes back, I'll ask him? No need to ask. Long Jinyue glared at him. I'll take it for now that you really don't know. Qinbai could only let out a stiff laugh. Long Jinyue slowly collected himself, and his tone suddenly turned grave. Qinbai, listen carefully. From now on, all the resources of the War Soul Pavilion will be tilted towards Xia Lin unconditionally. I've already cut off all of Dragon Country's external channels, but the undercurrents within the country are still there. Our purge should begin as well. Your top priority is to ensure his absolute safety at all costs. Understood? Yes. I guarantee mission accomplished. Qinbai immediately straightened his back and gave a standard Battle Soul Pavilion military salute. At the same time, across the sea from the Dragon Nation, in the eastern capital of the Cone Nation, deep within a certain luxurious yet secluded courtyard, under the dim light, the ambiguous sounds of heavy breathing were suddenly interrupted by a rapid knocking on the door. Baka, who is it? An extremely irritated roar came from inside the room. Lord Sato, emergency situation. The subordinate outside the door was trembling, his voice clearly panicked. Sato Yuki was bare-chested, having just been entangled with a voluptuous woman. Now that he had been interrupted, a fierce glint instantly flashed in his eyes. He shoved the woman in his arms away, casually threw on a bathrobe, and pulled open the door with a dark expression. Speak. It had better be a good enough reason. The subordinate kept his head down, not daring to look inside at all, his voice shaking. My lord, Skeleton Pass, your rank has been surpassed. Nanny! Sato Yuki's pupils constricted, and he instantly became fully alert. Being first at Skeleton Pass was his signature. It was also the capital he had always used to intimidate the outside world. Who was it? Thunder from Eagle Nation? Or Brahma from the Three-Armed Nation? They've both been stuck at Wave 52. How could they suddenly jump to Wave 54? No, not them. His subordinate was drenched in sweat. It's the Dragon Kingdom, someone with the code name Abyss. The Dragon Kingdom? Sato Yu was first stunned, then flew into a rage as if he had just heard a joke. Bakayuru, that bunch of trash from the Dragon Kingdom. Aside from Lindong back then, who else could even touch the 50-wave threshold? Ling Tian, that old fossil, only made it to 49 waves. What the hell is this Abyss? Are you messing with me? As he shouted, he brought up the global rankings. But when those two characters at the top of the list truly entered his eyes, Sato Yu froze completely. Abyss. Dragon Kingdom. Archer. An archer. Sato Yu was stunned. An archer, that garbage class. How could he possibly surpass me? The next second, he kicked his subordinate square in the stomach and roared in fury. Investigate. Find out everything about this Abyss right now. I want to know who he is. What methods he used. Only after he finished shouting did he notice Abyss's clear time. 2 hours 0, 8 minutes, 31 seconds. Then he looked at his own. 2 hours 0, 8 minutes, 33 seconds. 2 seconds. It was just 2 seconds short. PFF. Sato Yu only felt a rush of blood surge straight to his head. He was shaking all over with rage, his entire face twisted like a demon's. Bakayuru, Dragon Country bastards. A Dragon Country that he had never taken seriously at all. An archer class he regarded as trash. Had actually stepped on him and gone up. And by exactly 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds, whether coincidence or intentional, felt like a fierce slap right across his face. His face was practically swollen from the blow. Check it. Sato Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the subordinate. Use all our covert assets in the Dragon Nation. At any cost. I want Yuan's true identity. And I want all of his information. The subordinate flinched at the shouting and could only brace himself before speaking. And Master, we can't get in touch with the covert assets on the Dragon Nation side. What? Sato Yu's voice cut off abruptly. He whipped his head around, his gaze instantly turning as sharp as a blade. What did you say? Can't get in touch? What do you mean? The subordinate stammered. Since yesterday, the Dragon Nation suddenly unilaterally cut off all external conventional communication channels. Not just encrypted lines. Even civilian networks, satellite communications, and even access to submarine cables have all been strictly controlled. And they also shut down all external ports and suspended all international flights and shipping. The entire Dragon Nation, it's like it suddenly locked itself inside an iron barrel. Our people, they've all lost contact. Not a single message can get out. A blockade. Sato Yu froze. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire demeanor suddenly became calm. 龙国突然封锁自己，这绝对不正常. And yet, on the very day after the blockade was imposed, Longwa produced a Qianyuan who shot to the top of the rankings. How could there possibly be no connection? That Qianyuan, what exactly is his background? Could actually make Longwa achieve something like this? At this moment, for the first time, Sato Yu felt a truly bone-chilling aura emerging from the fog in the east. He knew very well, 30 years ago, in order to crush Longwa, what it's only a price his predecessors had paid. Investigate. Sato Yu's voice was so cold it was terrifying, and his killing intent was almost impossible to suppress. Use every means to investigate. Longwa has sealed off the ports. Even if you have to swim, you'll swim there for me. I must know who Qianyuan is. And also, what exactly Longwa is hiding. When Xiao Lin reappeared in the instant's teleportation hall, he let out a soft breath. The surge of power after his attributes skyrocketed left him very satisfied. This feeling was indeed exhilarating. Just then his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Qinbai calling. Hello, Uncle Qin. As soon as the call connected, Qinbai was so excited that his voice even sounded a little off. Xiao Lin, you brat. Well done. That was incredibly satisfying. First place in the world. Do you know what's going on outside right now? The whole Dragon Nation is practically exploding, and everyone's asking who Qianyuan is. After all these years, someone from our Dragon Nation has finally stood at the top again. So satisfying, just too satisfying. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ling could also be heard shouting in excitement, along with Qin Qinshui's cheers. Xiao Lin smiled. Just luck. The instant's mechanism happened to suit him perfectly. Bullshit, what luck? That's strength. Qinbai corrected him without hesitation. Then he asked, where are you now? Still in the teleportation hall, getting ready to head back to Yunxi. All right, see you in Yunxi. After hanging up, Xiao Lin walked outside. The hall was buzzing with voices. Almost everyone was talking about Qianyuan, guessing who this suddenly emerged Dragon Nation archer really was. But no one knew that the person who had just created a miracle had quietly walked right past them. Xiao Lin went all the way into the underground parking garage. The huge garage was a little empty, the lighting somewhat dim, and the sound of engines occasionally drifted over from afar. His steps were steady, the soles of his shoes hitting the ground with clear, crisp echoes. When he was still some distance from the car, several strands of cold, killing intent instantly locked onto him. Xiao Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, but his steps never stopped. More than a dozen black shadows flashed out from behind the support pillars, as if they had been peeled straight out of the darkness. In the blink of an eye, they had completely blocked off his retreat. Not a single one of them spoke. Every one of them was carrying a fierce, killing aura, and more than a dozen pairs of icy eyes were fixed on Xiao Lin. All dressed in black, faces covered. The weapons in their hands were all different. Poisoned short blades, hook claws, shuriken, all glinting with cold light. The leader was a short, stout man with a sinister gaze. He stepped forward and spoke in stiff, strange dragon country language. Xiao Lin, countryman. Xiao Lin could tell from just those two words. The accent was far too obvious. He stopped walking, and instead of panicking, there was even a hint of interest on his face as he sized them up. I've got a pretty practical question. Can I ask it? The short, stout assassin narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Xiao Lin continued asking, where did you change clothes? As soon as those words came out, the short, stocky assassin was stunned. What did he mean? What did he mean? Where did they change clothes? Xiao Lin looked sincere. I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. It's broad daylight. Surely you can't just wander around in this outfit, right? Baka. The short, stocky assassin was instantly shattered and roared in anger. Idiot. Do you not understand your own situation? We're here to kill you. Oh. Xiao Lin nodded seriously, a trace of disdain still on his face. That look was like he was staring at an idiot. Xiao Lin, the short, stocky killer, had veins bulging at his temples, forcing himself hard to suppress the rage. The order above is, if you can win them over, do so. Killing them is only a last resort. Clenching his teeth, he spoke in a low voice. You were able to take in no Wakeman's spear of burning worlds head-on and survive. With such defensive power, you have already made the Empire uneasy. Someone like you will surely become a grave threat to the Empire in the future. Xiao Lin nodded with feigned seriousness. What you said makes sense. The short, stocky assassin nearly lost his breath. At a time like this, shouldn't this kid be nervous? Shouldn't he be scared? From beginning to end, the reaction was just like that of a lunatic. First, asked them where to change clothes, and now they're putting on such a serious expression. What is this if not an idiot? He took a deep breath and forcibly continued the mission. Xiaolin, the Dragon Nation's border closure this time, is because of you, right? Xiaolin shrugged and did not answer. The short, stocky killer was grinding his back molars almost to pieces, still forcing himself to hold back his fury. A talent like you, staying in the Dragon Kingdom would only be a waste of your gifts. Our empire values talent. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are exceptional men. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaolin burst out laughing. This internet catchphrase coming out of his mouth was just way too absurd. Bakairu, the short, stocky assassin, really blew up this time. Even with death at hand, you still dare act so cocky. You ignorant Dragon Nation pig. The smile on Xiaolin's face vanished in an instant. His gaze also turned cold. TCH, if you can't take it, then stop running your mouth. His arm shook, and a willowwood bow appeared directly in his hand. The short, stocky assassin glanced at that novice bow, his eyes full of contempt. Looking for death, he abruptly waved his hand. The killing intent of more than 10 assassins behind him erupted at the same time. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black shadows, fast to the extreme, like lightning tearing through the night, appeared without warning outside the encirclement. They appeared too fast. Who knew how many times faster than this group of Koku assassins they were? A far colder aura of death instantly pressed down. Clear the field. A voice without the slightest emotion rang out. The next second, the 3 black shadows moved at once. There was no deafening explosion, no flashy special effects, not even the sound of weapons clashing. What rang out in the garage was only the poochie sound of blades slicing into flesh and the crack of bones breaking. Those 3 figures moved like ghosts, flashing in and out among more than a dozen assassins. Their movements were chillingly clean. With every flash, someone fell, clutching their throats, clutching their chests. They collapsed to the ground with terror in their eyes. This so-called Imperial Dark Unit was nothing but shit in front of these 3. Baka, who are you? Fall back. Form up and defend. The short, stocky leader's face went pale as he shouted desperately, trying to organize the last bit of resistance. The poison-coated short blade in his hand glowed with a faint blue chill as he drove it with all his strength toward a black shadow that had rushed up to him. But what answered him was only a blade flash, so fast it was almost impossible to see. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed. The short, stocky leader froze instantly. The short blade in his hand clattered to the ground. He looked down and saw that his chest had already been slashed open by a horrifying wound, cutting diagonally through him and nearly splitting his whole body in 2. Blood sprayed everywhere. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but only let out a wheezing ha-ha sound. His eyes quickly dimmed. With a thud, he fell to the ground. He died with his eyes still open, crushed, in less than 10 seconds. The more than a dozen Kagwo assassins who had been so menacing just moments ago had all become corpses on the ground. The smell of blood instantly filled the entire underground garage. The 3 black shadows restrained their killing intent, like 3 sheathed blades, and stood quietly 3 steps away from Xiaolin. The leader slightly lowered his head, his voice still cold, but clearly carrying respect. Sir, under Chairman Qin's orders, Shadow Kill Group 3 is responsible for your safety. I'm the team leader, Shadow Edge. We have frightened you. It is our dereliction of duty. Xiaolin looked at this scene and smiled. Thank you 3 for taking action. It is our duty. You needn't be polite. After Shadow Edge finished speaking, he made a gesture. The other 2 members immediately dispersed and disappeared once again into the shadows. After returning home, Xiaolin had just sat down on the sofa when hurried footsteps came from the doorway. He turned his head, smiled, and directly pressed the remote to open the door. Before the person even entered, Qin Bai's voice was already heard first. Xiaolin, are you all right? I just received a report from the Shadow Kill Group saying you were attacked by assassins. It's nothing, Xiaolin replied calmly. Just a few rats from the Ko country. Shadow Feng has already dealt with them. Qin Bai and the other 2 hurried in and, without another word, sat down directly. Qin Bai first looked Xiaolin up and down, and after confirming he wasn't injured, the tightly strained look on his face eased a little. People from Ko country? That fast? Don't tell me they've already found out you broke the Ghost Blade record? At that thought, Qin Bai's expression turned ugly again. After all, very few people knew Xiaolin's codename. If Ko country really came for that, then it meant the Battle Soul Pavilion's internal rot had already gone deep. If that were the case, it might as well just explode on the spot. Xiao Lin shook his head. Probably not. They didn't even know he was Qian Yuan. As for the reason for the assassination, by this point, his tone carried a trace of mockery. Most likely, it was because his performance at the graduation ceremony was too eye-catching. They treated him as a potential threat and figured they should either win him over or kill him. As long as they're not coming for Qian Yuan, that's fine. Qinbai visibly relaxed. We've already completely sealed off all outbound routes, and the remaining domestic tumors are being wiped out with full force. Not a single one will get away. Your safety and Jingyu's will guarantee with everything we've got. Xiao Lin nodded. He's mostly fine on his side. The main issue is still Jingyu's side. I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin to pay more attention there. Zhang Ling immediately thumped his chest. Don't worry. The Pavilion Elder even dispatched Shadow Kill Team, 3 this time. 5 people in all. 3 are protecting you, and 2 are guarding Jingyu around the clock too. Xiao Lin frowned, just about to speak, when Shi Su interrupted him. This arrangement was my idea. The 2 assigned to follow Jingyu are female members of Shadow Kill Team 3, codenamed Shadow Butterfly and Shadow Sparrow. Since they're both women, it'll be much more convenient, and it'll also avoid a lot of trouble. She looked at Xiao Lin, her tone very calm. You wouldn't want your little sister eating, sleeping, or even changing clothes with several grown men standing around her, would you? Xiao Lin froze for a moment. His expression visibly softened, but he was still a little hesitant. Shi Su added, don't worry, I'll also be staying close to Jingyu all the time and providing personal protection. Hearing this, Xiao Lin finally felt completely reassured and quickly stood up to express his thanks. All right, enough with the formalities. Zhang Ling pulled him back onto the sofa. The few of them smiled and looked at Xiao Lin, making him feel a little creeped out. Qinbai sighed and said with a smile, Xiao Lin, today Longwu really let out a huge sigh of relief. From now on, you're already a hero of Longwu. Uncle Qin, he's also a Longwu citizen. Being stared at made Xiao Lin a bit uncomfortable, so he could only quickly jump in. Aha, well said. Qinbai's smile widened even more. Then, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, you kid, what happened in Wave 54? You dragged it out for more than 2 hours. You nearly scared me into a heart attack. At your pace before, there was no way it should have taken that long. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Lin's mouth slowly curled up. Nothing. I just figured I should leave a little hope for that Koga guy named Ghost Blade to overtake me. Hope to overtake you. Qinbai was first stunned, then suddenly realized what he meant and drew a sharp breath. This, you little rascal, were you fishing? You deliberately stalled for those 2 seconds because you wanted to bait him into going all out for Wave 55. Xiao Lin's tone was very calm. He's been at the top of the world for so long, and then suddenly gets knocked down by some nobody by just 2 seconds at that. He'd probably be very unwilling to accept that. Ha, good, good. Qinbai burst out laughing as soon as he heard it. Luring the tiger out of the mountains, you've really figured out how to play this. As long as he fails one challenge, all the results he's accumulated before will be wiped clean. By then, let alone first place, he won't even be able to hold on a second. He'll be kicked straight off the leaderboard. He was laughing out loud, but the hatred in his voice was completely unconcealed. For the Ko-Kingdom, Qinbai carried a real blood feud in his heart. So looking at it this way, you probably won't be pushing through any more stages for a while, right? Qinbai asked. Xiao Lin nodded. Yeah, I'm planning to give Ghost Blade a little time to take the bait. Qinbai nodded. According to the requirements you mentioned yesterday, I've already had people collect level 30 reincarnation altar scrolls nationwide. They should be arriving one after another over the next 2 days. Even if you temporarily stop farming Skeleton Pass, you won't be short on monster resources. After hearing this, Xiao Lin's eyes lit up, and he was just about to thank him. Qinbai waved him off immediately. No rush to thank me yet. As for gear, do you need anything? Just say the word. Xiao Lin fell into thought for a moment. His attributes were indeed absurdly high now, but the equipment on him was in truth a little shabby. Besides the epic willow bough in his hand and the Mang Dragon ring given by Shi Su, the rest was basically just barely serviceable. After thinking it over, he said, Uncle Qin, he does need to replace a few pieces of equipment. See if you can help him find something suitable. No problem. Qinbai replied very simply. What does he need? Tell me. Xiao Lin said, besides the weapon and 1 ring, the other gear should basically all be replaced. Oh right, 1 glove is still pretty good too, so that doesn't need to be changed. He was naturally referring to the Wolf King's grip drop from the newbie dungeon. The stats were average, but the charge skill attached to it was still somewhat useful to him. Qinbai nodded. What are your requirements? Xiaolin thought seriously for a moment. In terms of stats, what he needs most is a percentage increase in attack power and HP. Percentage bonuses will benefit him the most. Second, it'd be best if it comes with some skills suited for an archer, like increased range or area damage skills. The equipment level doesn't matter. As long as the affixes are strong enough, he can use it. For him, the base stats of the equipment were actually not the main point. The affixes and bonuses were the core. All right, got it. Qinbai nodded. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. After saying that, he seemed to remember something else. Oh, right. I also gave you the highest level auction privileges at the Nanshur Trading Hall. If you ever get top-tier gear you can't use yourself, you don't need to make a trip to the trading hall anymore. You can list it for auction directly on the system panel. Xiaolin was silent for 2 seconds, then asked weakly, Is the handling fee expensive? Qinbai grinned. Not expensive. Only 10%. The operation's got to have some costs, after all. Xiaolin. After seeing Qinbai and the others off, Xiaolin quickly filled his stomach and then went out again. Teleportation Center. The lobby was bustling with people coming and going. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard a familiar voice. Lin Yi. Just as Xiaolin entered the lobby, Li Shi's booming voice floated over through the crowd. Before heading out, he had already sent messages to Qin Qianxue and the others. By now, Qin Qianxue, Li Shi, and Lin Wayne were already waiting at the meeting point. The moment they saw him, they immediately gathered around. Seeing that the three had waited quite a while, Xiaolin apologized first. Li Shi rubbed his hands together, his round face full of excitement. Lin Ji, which dungeon are we going to farm for our first clear today? Ever since seeing Xiaolin's performance in the graduation dungeon, Li Shi felt proud just standing next to him. Xiaolin shook his head. I'm afraid we can't do dungeons anymore. Huh? Why not? Li Shi froze. He's already level 22, so there aren't any dungeons that match you anymore. Xiaolin spread his hands. What? Level 22? Li Shi blurted out in shock, his small eyes widening at once. Lin Wayne beside him was stunned as well, mouth agape, her face full of disbelief. Just 2 days ago, when the graduation ceremony ended, Xiaolin had only been level 18. And now, only 2 days later, he was level 22? This speed was a little too outrageous. She immediately turned to look at Qin Qianxue, who was standing beside her with a calm expression. Qianxue, aren't you surprised? Qin Qianxue froze at the question, then quickly came to her senses and hurriedly nodded. Huh, surprised. Of course I'm surprised. She even deliberately widened her eyes, trying hard to put on an expression of shock. Lin Wayne rolled her eyes directly. Surprise my ass. Your acting is way too fake. I can't even bear to watch. Qin Qianxue felt utterly helpless inside. Xiaolin's codename, Skull Pass, and being #1 in the world, she couldn't say a single word about any of it. For the sake of secrecy, she could only bite the bullet and keep playing dumb. Looking at Li Shi and Lin Wayne, who still hadn't snapped out of it, Xiaolin smiled and clapped his hands. All right, stop being so shocked. We're not running dungeons today. I'll take you out into the wild to grind mobs and level up. Naturally, the three had no objections to that arrangement. With Xiaolin leading them, it didn't matter what they farmed. The real thing was to cling to a big shot's thigh. According to what they had learned in theory class, at their current level, the highest experience yield would come from going to the level 20 to 30 monster map, Death Valley. The four of them formed a party and entered the teleportation array. As the team leader, Xiaolin set both experience and item distribution to evenly shared, then directly selected Death Valley. A flash of white light. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, their feet once again touched solid ground. A fresh air with a faint floral fragrance drifted into their noses. But the scene before their eyes was completely different from the Death Valley they had imagined. No gloom, no bloodlust, no ghostly aura. Only a stunningly beautiful stretch of rolling hills. Wow! Qin Qianxue and Lin Wei almost shouted at the same time. Both of their eyes lit up, and they were instantly won over by the scenery before them. All over the mountains and fields was a sea of pink flowers. As the breeze passed, layers of them swayed gently, like pink waves on the ocean. Under the blue sky and white clouds, this place was absurdly dreamlike. It had absolutely nothing in common with the name Death Valley. Xiaolin and Li Shi, too, thought it was beautiful, but obviously they weren't nearly as excited as the two girls. Xiaolin grinned. The scenery is pretty good. Then today's goal is to flatten this place. With just one sentence, he completely shattered the romantic mood the two girls had just built up. They both turned around in unison and gave him a huge eye roll. Qin Qianxue couldn't help but pout. Xiaolin, you're way too unromantic. Xiao Lin shrugged helplessly. There's something even less romantic. As he spoke, he raised a hand and pointed at the swaying pink flowers ahead. Look carefully, is that really flowers? The three of them looked in the direction he pointed. The next second, they could see it clearly. That wasn't a sea of flowers at all. It was a huge mass of basilisk snakes, densely packed together and writhing. Their emerald green bodies were topped with pink crests. From a distance, it really looked like a field of flowers swaying in the wind. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell they were snakes at all. Ah! Qin Qinxue and Lin Wayne both cried out in fright, their faces instantly turning pale. Li Shi, however, reacted very quickly and immediately called out the information. Camouflage poison crest snake. Level 20 monster. It can spit venom for ranged attacks, and its crest can even mimic flowers to confuse its prey. It had to be said, his theoretical knowledge was indeed solid. The two women were still exclaiming in shock. The willow bough in Xiao Lin's hand was already raised. Buzz, 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 buzz. The vibration of the bowstring instantly merged into a single roar, bursting out like a sudden downpour. Xiao Lin's hands moved so fast they left only afterimages behind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The next second, dozens of streaks of golden arrow light blasted out like a volcanic eruption. It wasn't a random barrage. Every arrow precisely covered all the possible routes the basilisks could take. As long as enemies don't have dodging skills, archers have a 100% hit rate. Those camouflage venom-crowned snakes, just startled and about to raise their crests to Penduyit, didn't even have time to cry out. Puff, 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 puff. The piercing sounds were so dense it made one's scalp tingle, like a string of popping beans. The patches of pink flowers on the hillside were instantly torn apart by the rain of arrows. Snake bodies burst apart, and foul-smelling blood and innards mixed with juice, flying everywhere, staining this sea of flowers into a literal hellscape. Every raised snake head was precisely blown apart. In just a few breaths, the dreamlike sea of flowers from moments ago had turned directly into a true valley of death. System notifications also immediately rang wildly in the minds of the four. When Xiao Lin lowered his bow, the residual vibration of the bowstring was still humming in the air. An entire half of the hillside ahead had already fallen utterly silent. Qin Xinshue's 3 experience bars visibly surged upward by a noticeable chunk. At the entrance to the valley, there was dead silence. Only a thick smell of blood drifted through the air. Qin Xinshue came back to her senses, her little face slightly red, and complained a little unconvincedly. Xiao Lin, you're too fast. Xiao Lin froze for a moment, his expression turning a little strange. Li Shi and Lin Wayne finally snapped out of their shock as well. Li Shi chuckled, wiggling his eyebrows. Qin goddess, you can't just say things like that. Fast, which man could handle that? Only then did Qin Xinshue realize how badly her words had come out. Her face instantly flushed red, both embarrassed and annoyed. Fatso, what nonsense are you spouting? Hey, Lin Wayne immediately cut in with a smile, clearly enjoying the chaos. Xinshue, I've got to say something here. Men need some dignity when they're out and about. How can you shout something like that in public? Li Shi broke into an even wider grin the moment he heard that. You guys. Qin Xinshue's face was completely red, and she stamped her feet anxiously. I'm at his monster-clearing speed was too fast. I hadn't even summoned my dragons yet. They didn't get to eat a single bit of experience. Only then did Xiao Lin understand, and he scratched his head. Oh, so you were just summoning too slowly. The moment he said that, Qin Xinshue nearly passed out from rage on the spot. Lin Wayne and Li Shi both face-bombed in unison. That straight man trait of his was truly hopeless. Let's go. This way is cleared. On to the next point. Xiao Lin called out and headed straight into the valley. The terrain inside Death Valley was very complicated. There was often a considerable distance between monster spawn points. The four of them moved forward along the path. The pink sea of flowers slowly disappeared, replaced by strange rocks and black shrubs. At last, it had a bit of the eerie feel a Death Valley should have. Traveling was boring enough as it was. At that moment, Lin Wayne nudged Li Shi with her elbow. Fatty, you think this year the War Soul Pavilion is only recruiting 3 people. Xiao Lin and Xinshue are definitely in, so for the last spot. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere grew a little subtle. Xiao Lin and Qin Xinshue didn't stop walking, but their ears were clearly pricked up. Li Shi frowned with his chubby face and rubbed his hands together, looking a bit awkward. By the rules in previous years, they definitely look at potential and level. Lin Beauty, You're an ice mage. Your output is steady, your control is strong, and your potential is high. As for me, a sigil mage, I'm okay at support, but when it comes to one-on-one combat. He stopped there and gave a dry laugh, his meaning already very clear. Warsoul Pavilion was the only official Awakener organization in Longwa. Its resources and opportunities were nothing an academy could compare to. It was the place countless Awakeners dreamed of entering. But there were only 3 spots in Nan City. Xiao Lin and Qin Qianxue had already secured 2 of them. For the remaining one, the choice could basically only be between Li Shi and Lin Wayne. By their original standards, neither of them was necessarily qualified. But because they had teamed up with Xiao Lin during the graduation assessment, their levels had pulled far ahead of a large number of their classmates. So the last spot would most likely be decided between the 2 of them. This topic is indeed quite sensitive. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Wayne suddenly spoke. I've already received my admission letter from Sky Dome Academy. Li Shi froze for a moment. Qin Qianxue also looked at her in surprise. Sky Dome Academy is one of the 2 most elite academies in the Dragon Country. It's just still a little behind the Warsoul Pavilion. Lin Wayne smiled, looking very carefree. The frost system research at Sky Dome is very strong. It suits me quite well. And also, she looked at Li Shi, her tone very serious. Your curse seal ability would be more helpful to Xiao Lin. I won't compete for the Warsoul Pavilion spot anymore. Fatty, you should go. Li Shi was completely stunned. He really hadn't expected Lin Wayne to back out so decisively and say it so openly. For a moment, he was genuinely a little moved. Actually, he didn't absolutely have to get into the Warsoul Pavilion. But if Xiao Lin was going, then of course he wanted to go along too. The next second, Li Shi's chubby face flushed bright red. Miss Lin, for your great kindness, I have no way to repay you. This humble one can only offer myself in marriage. Get lost. Lin Wayne waved her hand with a look of disgust. Quit with that crap. Just work hard to improve yourself. As long as you don't get into the Battle Soul Pavilion and embarrass our South City. That's enough. Walking in front, Xiao Lin's lips curled slightly. Qin Qianxue also let out a soft sigh, and a bit of admiration appeared in the way she looked at Lin Wayne. Fine. Miss Lin, you be your tofu beauty, and when this young master returns after passing the imperial exams, I'll definitely marry you. Li Shi wiped at his eyes, his chubby face full of determination. You're repaying kindness with betrayal. Lin Wayne directly rolled her eyes at him. Ah. They all laughed. Their laughter echoed through the valley, and soon they ran into the next wave of monsters. Shadowblade Panther. Level 25. Attack 510. Defense 300. HP 2,500. This time, Xiao Lin didn't rush to make a move. He crossed his arms and turned to look at Qin Qianxue. Qianxue. Got it. Qin Qianxue was clearly well prepared this time and swung her staff. Boom! Roar! The Crimson Flame Dragon and the Thick Rock Dragon descended at the same time, tearing through space. The scorching and heavy draconic pressure instantly spread out. Those originally agile Shadowblade leopards were forced to pause for a moment from shock. After Qin Qianxue finished summoning, Xiao Lin then raised his hand. Then, the harvesting began. Golden arrow light gushed forth. In just a few breaths, this leopard area was completely wiped clean. Let's go, next point. After that, the 4-person team was like a harvesting machine running at full efficiency, sweeping through everything in their path. Thornflower demons, stone-armored earth lizards, gale wild wolves. No matter how many monsters there were, no matter whether they were absurdly tanky or outrageously fast. In front of Xiao Lin's completely unreasonable arrow rain, they all looked as flimsy as paper. They were gone in a few breaths. Qin Qianxue and the other 2 could only follow closely behind. They were almost running the whole way, rushing from place to place like they were making rounds. Before long, Li Shi was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Why do I feel like we're not here to farm monsters, but like we came into the mountains with Brother Lin from military training? Qin Qianxue and Lin Wayne exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. Lin Wayne wiped the sweat from her face and leaned closer to Qin Qianxue. Sister, your dragon. Can you lend it to me for a ride? Qin Qianxue's eyes lit up instantly when she heard that. And so, an extremely bizarre scene appeared in Death Valley. At the front, a Sonan silhouette raced like the wind, running everywhere toward monster spawns. Behind him, 1 red dragon and 1 black dragon followed closely. And on the back of that black dragon, 3 drowsy people were riding along. No one was willing to ride Little Red. That thing looked like it was covered in flowing magma all over. Just looking at it made your but feel hot. Xiaolin's outrageous performance naturally drew the attention of other monster farming teams in the valley. Holy shit, look over there. What kind of godly team is that? Damn, is that archer even human? He just raises his hand and a rain of arrows comes down, and the monsters are gone? Is he cheating? This mob clearing speed, just what level is he? This is insane. He's such a high level, and he came here to farm a dungeon for level 20-something? Doesn't he know about the level penalty? If you're over-leveled by more than 10 levels, your teammates won't get any EXP. What's he doing this for? Just showing off. Exactly what a waste. Those 3 deadweight sidekicks aren't getting a single bit of EXP, just running along for nothing. And that big shot has a screw loose too. Carrying girls isn't supposed to be done like this. Shoo, keep your voice down. Someone that fierce might be some big shot. Don't start trouble. TCH, no matter how fierce he is, he's still an idiot, dragging along 3 0 EXP newbies. Those murmurs drifted over in fits and starts. Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind at all. Qin Xinxue and the other 2 were even more disdainful, not even bothering to glance over. Only they knew just how absurdly fast the experience bar had been rising by following behind Xiaolin. What level penalty? They hadn't run into it at all. The world of being carried by a big shot was something those people just didn't understand. At last, after Xiaolin swept through the last wave of level 28 petrified lizards in the depths of Death Valley like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. All the monsters in Death Valley that were suitable for their levels had already been completely plowed through. Qin Xinxue had reached level 19. Lin Weiyin was level 18. Li Shi was level 17. And Xiaolin's experience bar was also steadily approaching level 23. Done. Time to call it day. Li Shi jumped down from Da Hei's back, wiped the sweat from his face, and let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the sweat all over his head, Lin Weiyin couldn't help teasing him. Fatty, you're riding a dragon and still sweating like that. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were working your butt off. Li Shi felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and chuckled. Fat people sweat easily. Lin Weiyin laughed, turned to look at Xiaolin, and blinked. Xiaolin, your speed is really a bit too fast. Qin Xinxue immediately shot her a glare. Then she lowered her head to look at the flame dragon and rock dragon beside her, utterly satisfied. After this round of farming, both of them had leveled up to level 25, and their forms were clearly much more solid. Not bad gains. Xiaolin naturally pretended not to understand Lin Weiyin's meaning, nodded, and casually swept a glance over the cleared valley. After this wave, he had also accumulated quite a lot of experience and attribute points. Let's go back to the entrance teleport point for another round. Naturally, no one had any objections. They turned around and were about to head back the way they came. But just as they were about to return, rumble, 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 the entire Death Valley suddenly shook violently without any warning. The ground trembled and cracked like an earthquake. Massive boulders on the mountain walls on both sides alone crashed down, and dust and smoke surged into the sky. What's going on? An earthquake? Li Shi cried out in alarm, slipped underfoot, and nearly sat down on the ground. Be careful, it's not an earthquake. Xiaolin's gaze instantly sharpened as he fixed his eyes tightly on the center of the valley ahead. The ground there was bulging wildly, as if something was about to push up from underground. Qin Xinxue reacted just as quickly. At a thought, Xiao Hong and Da Hei instantly moved in front of the 4 of them, letting out low growls in their throats as they stood fully on guard. Roar! The next second, an extremely savage roar erupted from deep underground. Within that sound was an endless aura of destruction, blasting into everyone's ears like thunder. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure, so suffocating it made it hard to breathe, swept across the entire valley like a tsunami. Crack! Boom! Ugh. The ground at the center of the valley suddenly exploded into a huge crater dozens of meters in diameter. Scalding waves of heat, carrying a pungent sulfur stench, burst out in an instant. Under the shocked gazes of the 4, an enormously exaggerated figure slowly pigned its head from the shattered rock layers. That head was hideous beyond measure. The monster had finally emerged completely. Its entire body was covered in dark crimson rock armor, with magma-like patterns flowing across the surface. Its back was hunched high like a small mountain, covered all over with sharp bone spurs. Its limbs were terrifyingly thick. With every step it took, the ground trembled along with it. That tail, covered in barbs, casually lashed out, and several boulders the size of houses were instantly smashed to pieces. The next second, a system notification sounded simultaneously in the minds of all awakened ones in Dragon Nation. BOSS announcement. Level 40 Field Lord Boss. Molten Crocodile. Saldos has appeared in Death Valley. Effective immediately. Teleport access into Death Valley will be closed to awakened ones above level 50. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. In an instant, the entire Dragon Nation exploded. A wild level boss above level 20 is guaranteed to drop 1 golden legendary piece of equipment. Just this one rule was enough to drive all Awakeners crazy. In Kyoto, at the headquarters of the War Soul Pavilion, the order was issued immediately. Notify all War Soul Pavilion Awakeners from level 30 to 50 right away. Stop everything you're doing and head to Death Valley at once. Although a level 40 wild boss wasn't considered especially high tier, legendary gear was far too precious. Especially if it dropped an accessory, it was basically a national treasure. In an instant, all Awakeners in the Dragon Nation below level 50, whether they were fighting desperately in dungeons or sleeping in bed, upon hearing the announcement, all rushed toward the Death Valley teleport point like mad. And in Death Valley, Xiaolin raised his head and looked at the mountain-like monster before him. Molten Lava Crocodile, Sardwa. Boss. Level, 40, Lord Grade. Attack, 26,000. Defense, 9,000. HP, 50 million. Skill 1. Soul-Shattering Roar. Stuns all enemies within a 50-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 2. Slaughter Feast. Each time it kills an awakened, it restores 1% of its own HP. As expected of a Lord tier boss. With these stats and skill combination, is practically invincible to ordinary awakened below level 50. Not to mention that 26,000 attack power. Just 50 million HP alone is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Add in the second skill, and it's nearly impossible to die. No wonder back then, in order to kill a Lord boss, South Korea mobilized the entire nation and still had to fight for a full week before taking it down. By then, the molten giant crocodile had already completely crawled out of the fissure. Its wheel-sized vertical pupils instantly locked onto the 4 of Xiaolin's group. Sticky saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, corroding the ground into hissing white smoke. Run! Xiaolin's pupils contracted as he bellowed at Qin Xinxue and the other 2. The 3 reacted quickly enough upon hearing this. They hesitated not at all and turned to flee. But it was still too late. Roar! The molten giant crocodile suddenly threw its massive head up. Soul-Shattering Roar activated. A terrifying sound wave exploded like a tangible force. The 4 of Xiaolin only felt as if their brains had been smashed hard by a heavy hammer. Everything went black before their eyes. The world spun wildly, and their bodies instantly froze in place, completely out of their control. With one successful strike, the molten giant crocodile did not pause even for a moment. The huge tail came down like a battering ram, whipping through the air with a shriek as it fiercely lashed toward Xiaolin, who was closest to it. At this moment, Xiaolin was still dizzy. Even though he knew the tail was coming down, his body couldn't move at all. Boom! A dull boom exploded. A transparent shield instantly lit up around Xiaolin. Countless hexagonal crystal grids flashed by. Shield 231153/247953. That strike directly knocked off more than 10,000 shield points. Xiaolin's current HP was nearly 30,000, and his defense was over 9,200. But without the war-spirited barrier shielding him, he absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 hits from 26,000 attack power. The 3-second stun ended. Xiaolin's eyes immediately cleared, but the molten lava crocodile opposite him was a little baffled. It clearly couldn't understand. Why had this little bug taken its tail strike and still not been smashed apart? However, it was ultimately just a monster driven by the instinct to kill, and it couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After a roar, its tail rose up again. But this time, its target was no longer Xiaolin, but the 3 of Qin Xinxue, who were about to run out of attack range. Watch out! Xiaolin's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. With 26,000 attack, he can still endure it with a shield up. But if Qin Xinxue and the others take even 1 hit, they're done for. The 3 of them instinctively looked back, just in time to see that tail, like a gigantic steel whip, carrying a world-destroying momentum as it slammed down fiercely from the sky. The 3 of them were instantly terrified out of their wits. Dahi! Block it! Qin Xinxue's face turned pale, but her mind was still fairly clear. She immediately shouted coldly. Dahi suddenly turned around and roared as it charged forward. Boom! A deafening crash. Dahe's massive body collided with the giant tail. The next second, its rock-like body was instantly covered in cracks. It couldn't even hold on for a single breath before exploding into a sky full of light points and disappearing on the spot. Although it didn't manage to block it for long, it still managed to stop that tail strike. Qin Xinxue felt a sharp pang in her heart, but she didn't have time to grieve. She dragged Lin Wayne and Li Shi and desperately kept running outside. But in that glance back, she noticed Xiaolin was actually still standing where he was. Qin Xinxue's mind went blank in an instant. "Xiaolin, run!" She screamed until her voice cracked, her face turning frighteningly pale. But at this moment, Xiaolin, standing in the shadow of the lava crocodile, only curved the corners of his lips slightly. He slowly turned around. Facing this monster, as massive as a moving mountain, he calmly raised the willow bough in his hand. Right now, with Elder Li's curse seal empowering him. Attack power, 297543. Attack speed, 75 arrows/SEC. After activating split arrow, 225 arrows per second. Each split arrow could deal damage equal to 60% of the main body's attack. That meant his total theoretical damage per second exceeded 40 million, and the lava crocodile before him had 50 million HP and 9,000 defense. To kill it, he only needed 1.3 seconds. Xiaolin's lips curled as he let out a cold laugh. The next second, boom, like a dike bursting under a flood. A torrent made purely of golden arrows erupted wildly from the willow bough. That was not an arrow rain. It was like a roaring golden dragon, carrying an aura that crushed everything in its path. It poured down onto the lava crocodile's entire enormous body. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of arrows piercing the carapace rang out in a continuous series. When the golden light faded, magma crocodile Sardos, that mountain-like body, collapsed with a thunderous crash. It slammed heavily into the ground, stirring up a sky full of dust. In the dust, Xiaolin stood alone beside the giant crocodile's corpse, not a single crease in his clothes disturbed. A system notification rang out instantly. Congratulations on successfully killing the Lord-level boss, Magma Crocodile Sardos. Congratulations on killing Magma Crocodile Sardos and receiving 200 million experience points. Congratulations on killing Magma Crocodile Sardos and receiving 30 million gold coins. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary item, Purple Cloud Wings, legendary. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 23. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24. At the same time, the three of them, Qin Xinxue and the others, who had already run out of attack range in the distance, also simultaneously received the party kill reward. However, they only got experience. The three of them stood blankly in the distance. The level-up glow lit up around their bodies, yet none of them reacted at all. They merely stared dumbly at that figure in the dust. Qin Xinxue was utterly bewildered. She had always thought that, to some extent, she understood Xiaolin. Until this moment, she finally understood. What she had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Soon, the system voice rang again in Xiaolin's mind. Congratulations on killing the level 40 Wild Lord boss, Lava Giant Crocodile Sardos. A nationwide broadcast is about to begin. Would you like to make the information public? Xiaolin didn't hesitate at all. He directly chose no. The next second, a nationwide announcement rang out. Congratulations to the anonymous Awakened One for successfully killing the Lord Boss, Lava Giant Crocodile Sardos in Death Valley. Reputation plus 300. Congratulations to the anonymous Awakened One for successfully killing the Lord Boss, Lava Giant Crocodile Sardos in Death Valley. Reputation plus 300. Congratulations to the anonymous Awakened One for successfully killing the Lord Boss, Lava Giant Crocodile Sardos in Death Valley. Reputation plus 300. The announcement was repeated 3 times, echoing throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Silence. Dragon Nation, which had been in an uproar just a moment ago, fell instantly silent. Someone was flooring the accelerator toward the teleportation center. Someone sprang out of bed while still pulling up their pants. Someone hadn't even finished eating and was about to rush out the door. Someone was preparing to crush a teleportation stone and forcefully leave the dungeon. But after hearing the announcement 3 times, everyone froze in place. His mind went completely blank. Near the entrance to Death Valley, the people who had just been mocking Xiaolin's team were all frozen there as well. Each of them wore only a blank look on their faces. It was as if the whole world had been hit with the pause button. After a brief silence, boom, The entire dragon nation instantly blew up. What happened? Who did it? Instant killed a level 40 lord boss. Am I still asleep? I need to go back to sleep. What kind of joke is this? That's a lord boss. How could it possibly be killed in one shot? Exactly. Even if the whole country attacked it together, taking days and nights would be normal. How could it be this fast? On the streets, in forums, guild channels, chat rooms. Everywhere was instantly flooded with the words Death Valley, Lord Boss, Instant Kill, Anonymous. The shock swept across the country like a tsunami. Some guessed that it was just a top-tier team passing through Death Valley and conveniently killing the boss on the way. But even a top-tier team could never do it this fast. Even more outrageous, some had already begun to suspect that the world itself had bugged out and that the Blue Star plane might be about to merge with the monster plane. But no matter how people guessed, there was one point everyone accepted. That was, the boss really had been killed in one shot. After a brief shock, the War Soul Pavilion side immediately activated emergency protocols and began investigating the identity of the killer. Inside Death Valley, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Qin Xinxue, Lin Weiyin, and Li Shi were still standing there in a daze. Shock, confusion, incomprehension. They watched as Xia Lin walked toward them step by step, calmly, stepping over to her from beside the corpse of that colossal beast. When he got closer, Xia Lin looked at the three faces full of complicated expressions and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Stop spacing out. Li Shi was the first to react. He looked at Xia Lin, his speech coming out all out of sorts. Xia Lin, you. Xia Lin shook his head, the smile on his face fading a little, and said seriously, "For my safety, what you just saw, don't tell anyone. That's fine, right?" "Oh, understood." Li Shi swallowed hard, his chubby face flushed red as he nodded vigorously. "Understood." Lin Wayne also took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent shock in her heart, and nodded seriously. Qin Xinxue looked at Xia Lin, her eyes very firm. "Don't worry, we won't say a word." Xia Lin nodded. "Let's head back to the city. Don't stay here and attract attention." After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and directly activated the teleportation stone. A white light instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second, he vanished from sight under the three of them's incomparably complicated gazes. Phew! Li Shi plopped down straight onto the ground and gasped for breath. "My God, was that real just now?" "Brother Lin. He killed the Lord Boss in one hit." Lin Wayne looked at where Xia Lin had disappeared, her expression incomparably complicated. "His strength is far more terrifying than we imagined." Li Shi lowered his head and looked at his own level. A Lord Boss had directly sent him from level 16 to level 20. He let out a bitter laugh. "Even if Brother Lin told me tomorrow that he's already level 30, I still wouldn't be surprised." Qin Qinsno shook her head, put Xiao Hong away, and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Remember what Xia Lin said. Just treat it as nothing ever happened." The three of them each activated their teleport stones. After something so huge happened, they had no mood to keep grinding monsters. After saying their goodbyes, they each returned home. When Xiaolin got home, Xia Jinyu still hadn't gotten out of school yet. He went straight back to his room, closed the door, and drew the curtains shut. Only then did he let out a long breath. The next second, with a thought, a piece of equipment emitting a faint golden glow with an extremely unique shape appeared in his hand. Purple cloud wings, legendary. HP plus 30,000. Additional affixes. Flight. Unfold a pair of purple gold energy light wings to fly freely, consuming 50 mana per second. Blink. Consume 300 mana to instantly move to any position within 10 meters. Cooldown 30 minutes. Time flow acceleration. All skill cooldowns reduced by 50%. Purification. Removes any control effect from yourself and grants 1 second of invincibility. Cooldown 10 minutes. Equip requirement. No level restriction. When all the attributes came into view, Xia Lin couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath. His eyes were instantly filled with delight. This is legendary gear? That's way too ridiculous. The main attribute directly adds 30,000 HP. Combined with the Mang Dragon Ring, his total HP could directly soar to 75,000. And this is still called a fragile archer? Even shield warriors of the same level would have to obediently act like little brothers in front of him. As for flight, that's pure bug tier skill. With this against melee classes, he was practically born to be invincible. Blink was even more of a godlike skill that archers dream of. Whether it was dodging close-range attacks, adjusting positioning, or making an all-out escape, it was absurdly powerful. Time flow acceleration directly halves the cooldown of Split Arrow, taking his mob-clearing efficiency to the next level. As for purification, for a range class that fears being crowd-controlled to death the most, this is basically a second life. Perfect, Xiaolin said only 2 words. With this piece of equipment, his combat power had just jumped by a huge margin. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiaolin directly equipped the purple cloud wings. When the equipment attached to his body, there was almost no sense of foreign object at all. It was as if another invisible layer of energy had been added to his back. Xiaolin's thoughts moved. Whoosh! A pair of purple gold light wings, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters, instantly spread out from his back. Completely formed from energy, with tiny streaks of starlight flowing along the edges. An incomparably light sensation instantly surged through his entire body. He tried gently flapping them. His whole body immediately left the ground and floated up. Although the room wasn't large, this feeling of escaping gravity still made him feel incredibly refreshed. After a moment, he slowly landed. The light wings then folded back in. The purple gold glow gradually drew inward, and in the end seemed to wrung into his body, leaving only a very faint ripple of energy behind his back. And just as Xiaolin equipped the purple cloud wings, the global equipment rankings have changed. This list is automatically generated by the world rules, updated in real time, and cannot be interfered with by anyone. Almost all top powerhouses and major factions keep their eyes on it, because this ranking only includes equipment of legendary tier and above. The ranking changes dynamically according to the overall value of the equipment. Originally, the third place was the legendary breastplate held by the top powerhouse Musk of the Eagle Country, Titan's Heart. With its terrifying defense and one-time resurrection ability, this equipment had an enormous reputation. It was also one of the Eagle Country's important deterrents. But at this very moment, the name Titan's Heart was directly pushed down. A new third place appeared brazenly. Purple Cloud Wings, legendary. Holder, Anonymous. Nation, Dragon Country. Boom! The entire blue star trembled instantly.